The young man, Su Cheng, with his divine body dormant, is regarded as a talentless individual who neglects cultivation, leading to his childhood sweetheart visiting to call off their engagement. Unbeknownst to them, he has spent years concealing his true potential, nurturing his divine physique. The awakening of his invincible divine body unleashes a torrent of martial veins, akin to a dragon breaking free from the abyss. With the Xianxia sword diagram in hand, and the divine sword at his command, his innate talent for the sword surpasses that of ordinary individuals by dozens of times. As he points his sword towards the heavens, becoming a legendary sword deity, his childhood sweetheart gazes at his retreating figure, tears staining her azure robe, filled with regret for her past decisions. If time could be rewritten, she would never have acted so willfully and coldly to cancel their engagement. I am a Xianxia sword master. With a sword in hand, I can suppress the ages. With a mere snap of my fingers, I shatter the heavens. With a turn of my hand, I extinguish the universe. A single sword can annihilate all realms. With this sword in my grasp, all heavens tremble. Chapter 1. A Reunion After 10 Years. Cheng, within the golden box lies the secret of your physique. Before you turn 16, and before comprehending the Tianshuan Jing in the Dongjia, you must not open it. Remember this well. Su Cheng clutched the note left by his father on his deathbed, his heart surging with emotion. Today, he finally turns 16. He can finally unveil the secret of his physique. With this thought, he quickened his pace towards his house. Along the way, the Su family members and servants, seeing his hurried demeanor, regarded him with curious glances. What do you think the second young master is doing with those tattered books every day? Just putting on an act. If he cannot cultivate, he must find something else to occupy himself. Otherwise, he would seem utterly useless. Sure, lower your voice. No matter how incapable he is of cultivation, he still has his grandfather as the family head. It's better not to speak behind his back. The second young master's temperament is quite tolerable, far better than that of the boisterous first young master. Hearing the whispers of the servants and family members, Su Cheng felt a slight cold smile rise within him, yet he remained silent. Though he is the second son of the Su family, he indeed has been unable to cultivate for many years. However, he could not be bothered to argue with these people. After today, everything will change. With this in mind, Su Cheng tightened his grip on the book and hastened his steps. Just as he approached his house, he spotted a young servant pacing back and forth, a look of anxiety on his face. Upon seeing Su Cheng, the servant's face lit up with joy, and he hurried forward, speaking urgently. Second young master, you've finally returned. Suddenly noticing the book in Su Cheng's hand, he added, so you went to the Dongjia again. If you didn't come back soon, the first young master would have skinned me alive. Young master, you should head to the main hall. The elder master is waiting for you. Su Cheng, slightly puzzled, inquired. Xiao Wu, what does my uncle want with me? The elder master refers to Su Cheng's uncle, Su Chuan. Xiao Wu replied, I'm not entirely sure, but I heard the people from the Shi family have arrived, and it seems to be related to your marriage. Marriage? Su Cheng's expression stiffened momentarily. After a brief pause, his demeanor returned to calm. What is destined to come will come. I am now 16. In the great hall of the Su family, as Su Cheng approached the entrance, he overheard his uncle Su Chuan speaking. Shi family head, my father is away on business and cannot be present, so I shall entertain you in his stead. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings. Following that, a voice belonging to an unfamiliar man responded, Su de Gongzi, you flatter me. My visit today is primarily to discuss the marriage of Cheng and Xianxia. We shall wait for Cheng to return before proceeding. Su Chuang sighed, saying, this child Cheng is often quite mischievous. I wonder where he's gone off to frolic. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Cheng entered the great hall with a calm expression. A sweeping glance revealed 4 individuals seated at the head of the hall. On either side of the grand chairs sat 2 middle-aged men. The host on the left was naturally his uncle Su Chuang, while the guest on the right was a handsome middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire. The middle-aged man bore a faint smile, continuously assessing Su Cheng. This man, Sword Dao, left a deep impression on Su Cheng. He was a close friend of his father during his lifetime. Behind Sword Dao stood a girl dressed in a red outfit. She appeared to be around 16 years old, tall and graceful, with a flawless complexion and exquisite features. Her lips were like delicate petals, and her brows were slender and arched, resembling crescent moons, while her bright eyes sparkled like stars. Her porcelain-like hand gripped an elegantly designed long sword, exuding an aura of heroism. As Su Cheng's gaze fell upon her, the girl briefly glanced at him, but it was merely a fleeting glance. In her eyes, a flicker of disdain flashed before she turned away. If all goes as expected, this young girl must be my fiancée, Xianxia. Su Cheng mused internally. Second brother, what is the matter? How can you be so inconsiderate? A sarcastic voice suddenly pierced the air. The speaker was the young man standing behind Su Cheng, who is Su Cheng's cousin, Su Jia. At 18 years of age, Su Jia has already attained the 6th level of Xianxia cultivation. Having trained from a young age, he possesses a sturdy and robust physique, with broad shoulders and a straight back. He crossed his arms, a mocking expression fixed on Su Cheng, perhaps aiming to assert his dominance over this cousin who could not cultivate. Su Jia puffed out his broad chest and continued. Knowing that our residence is expecting the esteemed head of the Shi family and young Lady Shi today, why would you venture out to frolic? Upon finishing his words, he wore a smile and glanced toward Shi Daoxian and Shi Xianxia. When his gaze fell upon Shi Xianxia, a flicker of uncontainable fervor ignited in his eyes. Su Cheng's heart was filled with a cold sneer, choosing to ignore this cousin who had always been at odds with him. Uncle Su Cheng also chimed in. Indeed, Cheng, what have I taught you daily? How dare you keep the head of the Shi family and young Lady Shi waiting? Who is young Lady Shi? She is the disciple of the renowned sword master, Feng Qianquan, from our eastern domains, Tianjian Temple. If young Lady Shi were to take offense, what punishment would you deserve? You should hasten to apologize to the head of the Shi family and young Lady Shi. Su Cheng cast a faint glance at his uncle and cousin. It seemed they were eager to tarnish his reputation. Just as he was about to speak, Shi Daoxian's hearty laughter rang out. Haha. No need for such formalities. We have only just arrived. After saying this, he turned to Su Cheng with a kindly demeanor. Cheng, you should still recognize your uncle. No? Come here, so I can take a good look at you. Su Cheng approached Shi Daoxian, smiling as he performed a respectful bow. Uncle Shi, it has been a long time. Shi Daoxian was a close friend of Su Cheng's father, so he was naturally familiar to him. Shi Daoxian scrutinized Su Cheng for a long while before slowly saying, It has been nearly a decade since we last met. You have grown into a fine young man, resembling your father in his youth. Seeing you brings back memories of the days I traveled across Songlu with your father. After reminiscing for a moment, Shi Daoxian seemed to recall something. He pointed to his daughter behind him, saying, Cheng, you surely haven't forgotten Xianxia, have you? You two used to play together all the time when you were children. Of course, I haven't forgotten, Su Cheng replied, turning to Shi Xianxia. Due to the friendship between his father and Shi Daoxian, he and Shi Xianxia were indeed close playmates in their youth. However, that relationship ended when they were 6. At that age, Shi Xianxia was discovered to possess the Ling Long sword body. The sword master Feng Qianquan himself flew to Ling Yuan City to take her as his true disciple. This event caused quite a stir. From that moment on, the entire Shi family relocated to the heart of Tianjian Temple in Tianyuan City. Shi Daoxian nodded slightly and said to Shi Xianxia, Xianxia, Cheng still remembers you. Why not greet him? Shi Xianxia cast a disdainful glance at Su Cheng, then huffed and turned her head away once more. You child. Seeing Shi Xianxia's behavior, Shi Daoxian was at a loss for words and turned to Su Cheng. Cheng, Xianxia has always been quite proud. I hope you can understand. Su Cheng remained indifferent, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Uncle Su Cheng and cousin Su Jia exchanged glances of surprise at Shi Xianxia's attitude towards Su Cheng. Cheng, after all these years, Shi Daoxian intended to continue conversing with Su Cheng when Shi Xianxia suddenly interrupted him, coldly declaring, Father, we are here to annul the engagement. Now that we are all present, how much longer do you intend to delay this discussion? Chapter 2. Compensation. If you do not speak, I shall voice my thoughts. In conclusion, Shi Xianxia added a remark. A fleeting expression of embarrassment and complexity crossed Shi Daoxian's face. They had indeed come today to discuss the matter of the annulment of a marriage. However, as an elder, he deemed it inappropriate to express this so bluntly in the presence of an old friend as child. Child, how can you be so lacking in decorum? Shi Daoxian chided his daughter, then turned his gaze towards Su Cheng, pausing before he began, the matter is thus. Uncle Shi, there is no need for explanations. Su Cheng gently waved his hand, his expression serene as he replied, A forcibly twisted gourd yields no sweetness. I consent to the dissolution of the engagement with Miss Shi. Shi Daoxian was taken aback by Su Cheng's ease in agreeing. Alas! He sighed and looked again at Su Cheng. Su Cheng, with his handsome features and dignified stature, possessed a temperament that was remarkably stable, neither servile nor arrogant. He appeared to be a commendable candidate for a son-in-law. Yet, regrettably, he lacked the ability to cultivate. Even if he could cultivate, given his daughter's disposition, it would likely be difficult for her to hold him in esteem. Xianxia did not anticipate Su Cheng's swift agreement. A hint of surprise flickered across her delicate features as she cast a glance at Su Cheng and then snorted coldly once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chuang and Su Jie exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with joy. Su Cheng's annulment was, for the father and son, an extraordinary piece of news. Henceforth, Su Cheng would pose no threat to Su Jie's standing within the household. The future of the Su family would undoubtedly belong to them, despite Su Cheng's inability to cultivate. The elder of their family had never neglected him. On the contrary, he held Su Cheng in high regard. Moreover, Su Cheng was engaged to Xianxia. This had long been a source of anxiety for them. The Shi family had relocated to Tianyuan City, where they were quite renowned, far surpassing their own clan in Lingyuan City. Furthermore, Xianxia was a direct disciple of the Sword Sovereign. Should the engagement proceed as normal with the Shi family's connections, it was highly probable that Su Cheng would become the future head of the Su family. However, they no longer needed to fret about this matter. The engagement between the two families was now null and void. Sword Dao sighed and addressed Su Cheng. I ask for your forgiveness for Uncle's breach of the promise made between our families. I am truly sorry for this. To make amends, I have prepared something for you, a compensation that you are sure to find satisfactory. Is this akin to striking a cheek before offering a piece of candy? Su Cheng mused internally, though he maintained a tranquil demeanor as he replied, Uncle, sure, I require no compensation. Let this matter be concluded. Oh, you truly do not desire this compensation? Sword Dao regarded Su Cheng with astonishment. After a moment's pause, he added, perhaps you should first hear what the compensation entails. Suddenly, Su Chuang interjected, Chenger, why are you still dawdling? Since it is the esteemed Master Shi who bestows you this gift, how could you possibly refuse? Do not delay in expressing your gratitude to Master Shi. He appeared anxious, fearing that Su Cheng might decline the compensation offered by Sword Dao. Of course, his concern was not truly for the value of the gift. Rather, he dreaded that Su Cheng's refusal would jeopardize the smooth continuation of the marriage annulment. Slowly, Sword Dao withdrew a small, golden sword from his sleeve. The craftsmanship of this exquisite little sword was remarkable, petite and aesthetically pleasing. Its blade shimmered subtly with golden light, captivating in its brilliance. Gently caressing the golden sword, Sword Dao turned towards Su Cheng and proclaimed, This is the Sword of Heroes from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. With this sword, you may journey to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and become one of its disciples. As he handed the golden sword to Su Cheng, he added, This Sword of Heroes shall henceforth belong to you. With it, upon your arrival at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, you will be recognized as one of its disciples. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion is a grand sect in our eastern region, home to countless extraordinary talents. Perhaps there, you may find a remedy for your inability to cultivate. Su Cheng gazed at the golden sword that Sword Dao had presented. He could hardly fathom that such a treasure would be offered as compensation for him. Even Su Chuang and his son, Su Jie, were transfixed, their eyes fixed upon the Sword of Heroes, utterly astonished. The Sword of Heroes, how fortunate I am to witness the genuine article. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion decrees that anyone, regardless of status or realm, who carries the Sword of Heroes to their door shall be welcomed as a disciple, for the pavilion never denies entry. The Sword of Heroes is a privilege reserved for a select few elders and the sect leader who have made significant contributions to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. This serves as a benefit for those distinguished elders, granting them the authority to recruit disciples at their discretion. Typically, only those exceptionally talented youths who catch the eye of these formidable figures are bestowed with the Sword of Heroes. The expressions on their faces turned ashen. If Su Cheng were to truly accept the Sword of Heroes and become a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, potentially resolving his cultivation issues, then the position of the Su family head would undoubtedly be his. Su Chuang hastily addressed Sword Dao. Master Shi, this Sword of Heroes is far too precious. How could our Su family be worthy of such an honor? He then turned to Su Cheng, commanding him, You must promptly decline Master Shi's Sword of Heroes. This is not a privilege our Su family can bear. Internally, Su Cheng scoffed. He solemnly accepted the Sword of Heroes from Sword Dao, saying, Thank you, Uncle Shi. Then, he gazed at Su Chuang, meeting his eyes directly, and smiled slightly. Uncle, you just stated that I cannot refuse Uncle Shi's kind intentions. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Su Chuang was momentarily taken aback by his words. Sword Dao, witnessing Su Cheng accept the Sword of Heroes, smiled and said, Knowing you are willing to accept this sort of heroes puts my heart at ease. He then addressed Su Cheng again, the young master of the Su family. Having accomplished the task at hand, expressed his need to depart without further delay. Leaning against the chair behind him, Su Cheng gripped the wooden armrest tightly, his face ashen. Beside him, his son Su Cheng mirrored the somber expression, both acutely aware that Master Sword Dao's words heralded a final decision. The legendary Kuning sword was to be bestowed upon Su Cheng, never to be reclaimed. Please escort the head of the Shi family and Miss Shi out. Came the command after a prolonged silence, as Su Cheng managed to utter a feeble remark. Suddenly, Xianxia, who had remained silent until then, interjected, "Father, by giving him the Kuning sword, does that not mean I will have to see him at the Tianjian Hall every day henceforth?" With these words, she cast a venomous glance at Su Cheng and the sword he held. Sword Dao, who had maintained a calm demeanor, finally revealed a flicker of anger. Responding in a measured tone, "Xianxia, how much longer will you continue this folly? My consent to your annulment is already a considerable act of forbearance. Let this matter rest. Your objective has been achieved, and you must cease your reckless talk." Yet, Xianxia bit her lip, yearning to voice her thoughts, but upon witnessing her father's fury, she ultimately swallowed her words. With a scornful glare at Su Cheng, she stomped her foot and hastily exited the room without a backward glance. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Divine Body. The universe glimmers for me. In the grand hall of the Su family, Su Cheng, with a pained expression, turned to his father and exclaimed, "Father, that scoundrel has acquired the Kuning sword. What shall we do?" This matter was pivotal for their futures, demanding their utmost attention. Su Cheng remained slumped in his chair, his countenance grave. "Do not fret. We shall devise a plan to deal with him. He is but a useless waste who cannot cultivate. How can he oppose us? Indeed, he cannot cultivate." A glimmer of insight sparked in Su Cheng's eyes as he continued. Although the Tianjian Hall accepts any bearer of the Kuning sword, regardless of their cultivation level, a person incapable of cultivation is ultimately of no use there. And you, my son, can cultivate. If we retrieve the Kuning sword and send you to the Tianjian Hall, this dilemma will be splendidly resolved. Su Cheng's face momentarily brightened with hope, but the expression quickly faded as he replied, "Father, the Kuning sword was bestowed upon him by the Shi family. If we were to seize it, they would certainly come to his aid. Though he had entertained this notion, he had long dismissed it internally. We shall not seize it. We will retrieve it in an upright manner," Su Cheng assured, observing his son's bewildered expression with a hearty laugh. "In 2 days, the old master shall return home. He is wise and has never erred significantly in his life. One grandson is a 6th-tier Huang rank, while the other is a waste incapable of cultivation. You should discern which one should go to the Tianjian Hall for the betterment of our Su family's future." Although the old gentleman holds great affection for that young lad, in the face of such significant matters, he would undoubtedly remain steadfast and clear-headed. "After your grandfather returns home, we, as father and son, shall petition him to compel that young man to willingly surrender the group of heroic swords to us, rendering the Su family speechless in the process." A broad smile instantly illuminated Su Cheng's face as he exclaimed, "Father, you are indeed wise." Upon returning to his chamber, Su Cheng crawled beneath his bed, rummaging for quite some time before extracting a golden box, which was encrusted with dust and cobwebs. Gently blowing and wiping, he succeeded in clearing away the accumulated grime. His father had once declared that he could only open this box upon reaching the age of 16. Now that he had finally reached that milestone, he could not help but wonder what treasures lay within. Su Cheng removed an ancient obsidian key from around his neck, a key bestowed upon him by his father in his final moments, intended for the box. He had worn it close to his heart all these years. Aligning the key with the lock, he inserted it and turned it gently. A satisfying click resonated as the lid of the golden box slightly shifted. Lifting the lid, he beheld the contents inside. A faded piece of parchment, adorned with uneven script. Was it a letter left by his father? As he delicately picked up the parchment, he focused intently on the words. "My dear child, by the time you read this, you must surely have turned 16. Have you ever longed for your mother? What image does she conjure in your mind? Having never seen her, you may possess no clear impression of her. Have you pondered why, for over a decade, you have been unable to cultivate your abilities? This question may have haunted your nights. Today, I shall reveal the truth to you, and it is intrinsically linked to your mother. Your mother possesses an extraordinarily rare, perhaps even unique, constitution which you have inherited. while an ordinary person contains 1 dantian and 720 meridians. Within you reside 2 dantians and 1,440 meridians, a consequence of your mother's remarkable lineage. Su Cheng felt a surge of astonishment mingled with profound confusion. He recalled having examined his body multiple times, discovering only 1 dantian and 720 meridians. Moreover, both the dantian and the meridians were sealed, rendering him incapable of absorbing spiritual energy. With a heart full of questions, Su Cheng continued to read the letter. Your 2 dantians consist of 1 bright and 1 dark. The over 1,000 meridians in your body are similarly divided, half being bright and half dark. This constitution means that prior to your 16th year, only the dark dantian and meridians have been developing. The bright ones, due to excessive compression, remain closed. It is only after you turn 16 that the dark ones will have fully matured, allowing the bright ones the space to expand. Only then will you be able to activate your constitution and embark upon your cultivation journey. In an instant, Su Cheng comprehended the reason for his previous inability to cultivate. The letter further elucidated. Within the second layer of the golden box lies the method to activate this unique constitution, along with the resources necessary to refine the meridians and marrow for such a physique. This constitution grants him an additional dantian and twice the acupoints compared to others, resulting in a significantly more potent true essence within his body than that of martial artists of the same realm. However, this complexity also means that the pathways of his meridians and the circulation of his true essence are exponentially more intricate than those of ordinary cultivators. Consequently, conventional techniques hold no practical value for him. The Hundan Wuliang Mai, which his mother bequeathed to him, can maximize the potential of his constitution. He may follow the methods outlined below to activate his physique, refine the meridians, and cultivate his techniques. As Su Cheng opened the second layer of the golden box, he was greeted by several jade vials, a piece of animal hide parchment, and a scripture, the Mingyan Divine Body. He mused, realizing this was the name of his constitution. These jade vials must be the resources required to activate the Mingyan sacred body and refine the meridians and marrow. Gently placing down the animal hide parchment, Su Cheng retrieved all the jade vials from the golden box. Following the illustrations depicted on the parchment, he sat cross-legged in meditation. Time passed swiftly, and Su Cheng successfully opened his first acupoint. More precisely, it was a pair of acupoints, 1 bright and 1 dark. The Ming and an acupoints corresponded to each other and needed to be activated in pairs. Suddenly, he noticed a brilliant flash of white light outside, though he paid it little mind. With over 700 pairs of acupoints, plus 1 pair of dantian awaiting activation, he knew he had to hasten his progress. As he successfully opened pair after pair of acupoints, Su Cheng fell into a state of self-forgetfulness. Unbeknownst to him, each time he activated a pair of acupoints, the sky outside oscillated between light and dark. In moments of illumination, the brilliance was blinding, and the world was suffused with infinite white light, rendering shadows utterly unable to escape. In moments of darkness, a profound blackness enveloped everything, obscuring all forms from perception. Time slipped away, and when Su Cheng finally reopened his eyes, he was struck by an unprecedented sense of refreshment. A cool, invigorating spiritual energy was seeping through his pores, flowing into his acupoints. He had activated the Mingyan Divine Body and completed the refinement of his meridians and marrow, enabling him to absorb spiritual power. This signified that he was now a cultivator, yet the sky remained unlit. Why did it feel as though so much time had elapsed? Observing the pitch-black sky outside, Su Cheng felt perplexed. Suddenly, the door to his chamber was flung open, and Xiao Wu rushed in, breathless and wide-eyed with alarm. "Young master, something terrible has happened." Su Cheng, confused, inquired, "Xiao Wu, what on earth is going on? Why such a commotion?" Xiao Wu, still panting heavily, replied, "Young master, you mustn't go outside. It's utter chaos out there. The entire Spirit Source City is in a state of frenzy. Even the spirit beasts we keep at our residence have been frightened and have escaped their cages, darting about the premises. What could have caused this?" Su Cheng wore a look of astonishment. "I am not entirely certain," replied Xiao Wu, shaking his head slightly. "However, it is likely related to the constant flickering in the sky last night." Flickering in the sky? Su Cheng, while focused on activating his physique, had not noticed this phenomenon and inquired, "Xiao Wu, please elaborate on what transpired." "Young master, you did not sense such a commotion?" Xiao Wu was taken aback, thinking Su Cheng too engrossed in his reading. He continued, "Since late last night, the sky has been flickering incessantly. It suddenly became incredibly bright, almost blinding, then just as suddenly plunged into darkness where nothing could be seen. It flickered for quite a while. I patiently counted, and it flashed approximately 1,400 times. It only ceased moments ago. However, an even stranger occurrence followed. The sky suddenly brightened for about an hour. Now, it has abruptly darkened again, and nearly half an hour has passed. Is there truly such a wondrous phenomenon? It is a pity I missed it, Su Cheng expressed with a hint of regret, adding, "By the way, Xiaowu, what time is it now?" "It is already noon," Xiaowu murmured as he gazed out the window. Su Cheng also looked outside, only to be met with an ominous darkness. This was far from the appearance one would expect at noon. Chapter 4. The terrifying absorption of spiritual energy. You truly have substance. In the chamber, Su Cheng sat cross-legged upon his bed. His bright, dark divine body had completed the process of channeling energy. All the bright and dark acupoints in his body resembled colossal wind vents, continuously inhaling the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Through practicing the infinite chaos meridian left by his mother, he circulated the spiritual energy within his meridians. Before long, Su Cheng felt an overwhelming surge of true energy filling his entire being. My absorption of spiritual energy seems to be dozens, if not hundreds, of times that of others. This not only renders my true energy exceptionally profound, but also accelerates my cultivation speed significantly. Su Cheng was astounded as he experienced the intense transformations within him. Although he currently possessed only the first level of the yellow rank, he could distinctly sense that his true energy strength surpassed that of typical yellow rank 3rd or even 4th level martial artists. Suppressing his excitement, Su Cheng immersed himself once more in his cultivation. In Spirit Source City, at the Master's residence. "Mother, you must speak to Father and persuade him to retrieve the group of heroic swords." Sure, Xianxia clung to the arm of a beautifully adorned woman, shaking her insistently. If that Su Cheng truly took the heroic swords to the Sword Temple, I could see him often, she added. The elegantly dressed woman, named Lu Zurong, was Sure Xianxia's mother. With a gentle expression, Lu Zurong lightly patted Sure Xianxia's delicate hand, assuring her, "Xianxia, do not worry. Mother will ensure such a thing does not come to pass." She turned her head to the side and looked at Sword Dao, saying, "What is the matter with you? How could you give the Kuning sword to that Su Cheng?" Sword Dao replied, "This engagement was arranged many years ago. If we propose to break it, it will be a breach of promise, and naturally, compensation is required. Moreover, Cheng-Er is the son of Brother Su. What problem is there in giving him the Kuning sword? It is absolutely impossible for me to reclaim it now." Sure Xianxia, unable to contain her anxiety, stomped her feet repeatedly, exclaiming, "Father, what if that Su Cheng goes to the Tianjin Hall and it affects my training in the future? If he bothers me every day and goes around claiming to be my fiancé, won't I be the subject of ridicule? How can I concentrate on sword practice after that?" Sure Dao admonished, "Do not speak nonsense. Cheng-Er is not that type of person." Sure Xianxia countered, "You have never spent time with him. How do you know he is not that kind of person?" Sure Dao maintained, "Brother Su is a person of integrity, and I trust his upbringing." Lu Zurong scoffed twice before saying, "Your brother Su has been dead for how long? And you are still reminiscing about him. Furthermore, you have been married for over a decade, yet you still speak of brotherhood like a young lad. How childish. It seems you value your brotherly affection more than our family." Sure Dao was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Lu Zurong continued, "Do you remember the day when Xianxia was identified as possessing the Linglong sword body? You once vowed that you would make any sacrifice for her future. Have you forgotten all that now?" With a heavy sigh, Sure Dao admitted that he indeed had made such promises to his wife. Presently, he stood at the peak of the Xian stage with modest abilities. Though his wife hailed from the prominent Lu family of Tianyuan City, her skills were even weaker than his. This was the very reason the Lu family agreed to marry her to him. When Sure Xianxia was identified as having the Linglong sword body at the age of 6, the couple was overjoyed and made that vow together. At that time, he even risked shaking the foundation of the Sure family in Lingyuan City, relocating the entire family to Tianyuan City. Sensing that Sure Dao was wavering, Lu Zurong added, "I understand that Su Cheng is the son of your good friend. However, we are not denying him compensation. Aside from the Kuning sword, we can offer him other items. Is that not acceptable? Moreover, if he cannot cultivate, taking the Kuning sword to the Tianjin Hall would be of no benefit." Sure Dao remained silent, his expression complex. His wife's argument held some merit. The Tianjin Hall? after all, was a place teeming with talent. The elite of Canglu were essentially gathered there. If Su Cheng could not cultivate, he would undoubtedly face many grievances there. When he had previously decided to give the Kunying sword to Su Cheng, his intentions had indeed been somewhat idealistic. After a long period of contemplation, he finally spoke. How shall we proceed? He pondered. If we retrieve the Sword of Heroes, we must compensate Cheng Er with something else, ensuring his satisfaction. He cast a glance at his wife and sighed. Otherwise, I shall never agree. Lu Zerong responded with a cold smile. I possess a method that will undoubtedly please him. In Lingyuan City, within the scripture pavilion, Su Cheng faced a beautiful young girl across a long table. The girl, approximately 16, had an oval face, her skin as flawless and white as mutton fat, with delicate eyebrows resembling willow leaves and eyes as clear as autumn water. She was adorned in an elegant golden satin palace gown, its silky fabric appearing as though it might slip off at any moment, revealing a hint of her snow-white shoulder. A golden hairpin with cloud patterns held her sleek black hair in place. She lounged like a lazy kitten, resting her chin on the table, her bright eyes blinking incessantly as she watched Su Cheng, who was engrossed in his reading. I didn't see it, Su Cheng replied absently, still flipping through the pages. He had been focused on activating his divine body of light and dark the previous night, and had not paid attention to the celestial phenomena. You didn't see such a grand event? She exclaimed, disbelief etched across her beautiful face. I heard that the entire Lingyuan city was thrown into chaos last night, and even the great mountains outside the city saw spirit beasts fleeing in all directions, causing quite a commotion. Su Cheng looked up at her and asked, was it truly that exaggerated? Yet, I genuinely did not witness it. You must be quite the fool. You must have been dead asleep last night. She teased, covering her mouth with a giggle. Su Cheng replied, somewhat exasperated, does it really matter whether I witnessed the celestial disturbance? Of course it matters. She insisted. Observing the puzzled expression on his face, she elaborated. If you had seen the celestial phenomenon with your own eyes, you would understand its terror. According to my readings, such celestial disturbances are referred to as cosmic flickers. It means that not only in Lingyuan City, but people across the entire Canglu have witnessed this phenomenon. In fact, the whole universe has seen it. Su Cheng was taken aback. Is it truly that outrageous? However, I don't believe I've encountered any records about this in the books. Having been unable to cultivate since childhood, Su Cheng had immersed himself in literature, believing his reading prowess rivaled that of the girl before him. Nevertheless, he had indeed never come across any such accounts. This girl was, in fact, Su Cheng's literary companion named Xia Yuhan, whom he had met 2 months prior in the scripture pavilion. Since then, they had encountered each other almost daily, frequently exchanging thoughts, and their relationship had grown increasingly close. With a playful huff, Xia Yuhan remarked, there are plenty of things you haven't read about. I also know that the cause of such celestial disturbances is the descent of powerful individuals, those with physiques surpassing the sacred body. Su Cheng looked at her in astonishment. Is it possible that the strong physique refers to oneself? Last night, he had just awakened the bright and dark divine body. However, he remained composed and turned to Xia Yuhan, saying, you seem to understand this quite well. You must have some substance. As he spoke, Su Cheng casually glanced, his gaze inadvertently grazing Xia Yuhan's gently curvaceous bosom. Xia Yuhan's fair and delicate face flushed crimson as she shot a fierce glare at Su Cheng. Réalising is faut pas. Su Cheng hurriedly clarified, immense intellect. Rogue. Xia Yuhan gritted her teeth, glaring at him. Just as Su Cheng was about to explain further, a voice from below interrupted. Second young master, are you in the scripture pavilion? Come down quickly. There's an urgent matter. Su Cheng descended and found Xiao Wu panting heavily. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Wu, what is the matter this time? After catching his breath, Xiao Wu replied, second young master, you must go to the Shi family. They have summoned our entire family. It seems there is something important to discuss. The eldest master and the eldest young master have already gone. The eldest master sent me to fetch you, urging you to hurry. Su Cheng muttered softly. What could the Shi family want? Chapter 5. The Handling of the Gathering Sword. After Su Cheng departed, atop the scripture pavilion, a young girl and an elderly man appeared. Elder Ji, what do you think of him? The girl inquired as she observed Su Cheng's retreating figure. The elder replied, Miss, are you referring to young Master Su? I have been in the scripture pavilion for over a decade, and for the past 10 years, young Master Su has come daily. Undeterred by rain or shine, he is indeed a steadfast and resilient youth. It is merely unfortunate that he has been unable to cultivate. With this, Elder Ji sighed softly. Xia Yuan gently shook her head, responding, "No, Elder Ji, you are mistaken. He was unable to cultivate before, but now he surely can. I just sensed the fluctuation of true essence from him." A look of astonishment crossed Elder Ji's face as he pondered for a moment and murmured, "No wonder I also felt a faint trace of true essence from him. I thought my senses might have been deceiving me. Alas, even if he can cultivate now, he has fallen years behind others, making it difficult for him to achieve great success. I believe he will not remain stagnant," Xia Yuan asserted. Pausing, she continued, "Elder Ji, there's one more thing. After the celestial phenomenon last night, the Pavilion Master issued a secret transmission, informing me that this celestial event is not simple." Elder Ji's aged face displayed a glimmer of surprise as he asked, "Even the Pavilion Master was astonished by this celestial phenomenon?" Xia Yuan affirmed, "Yes. The Pavilion Master used the great Xian divination technique to deduce that this celestial event is of cosmic significance. It has been witnessed by people across the entire universe." How could this be possible? Elder Ji's parched face was filled with disbelief as he continued, "If such a level of celestial upheaval were to occur, it would signify the emergence of a formidable being capable of altering the heavens and reshaping the universe." Xia Yuan remarked, "Moreover, the Master has subtly surmised that the Canglu region seems to be the epicenter of this celestial transformation. The powerful entity that is born may very well reside within Canglu." Old Ji murmured, "It appears that the rumors hold truth. A sovereign shall indeed rise from Canglu." Xia Yuan nodded lightly and stated, "Thus, we must accelerate our plans. If we can locate this newly emerged powerhouse, it would be even better. The great era of conflict is fast approaching." Old Ji nodded slightly in agreement. Xia Yuan continued, "By the way, has anyone been able to comprehend the Tian Xin Jing over these many years?" Old Ji replied solemnly, "There were those in the past who claimed to have had a fleeting understanding of it." A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Yuan's beautiful eyes as she inquired, "Who?" Old Ji responded, "It was Su Cheng's father, but that was a decade ago. He has long since passed away." Su Cheng's father? A hint of regret graced Xia Yuan's delicate features as she added, "Since he could understand it, Su Cheng might also hold some secrets. Old Ji, please take good care of him and ensure he comes to no harm. Furthermore, I entrust the matters here to you. I have heard that something new has been discovered over there. I must return as soon as possible." When Su Cheng entered the hall of the Shi family, he expected to find only members of the Su and Shi families. Yet, to his astonishment, he saw that both sides of the hall were filled with a throng of people, all prominent clans from Linyuan City. Even the city's lord, Shang Wanhu, was present. Upon his entrance, the gazes of these individuals fixated upon him. Although perplexed, he maintained his composure. Scanning the hall, he spotted his uncle and cousin, and approached them leisurely. At the head of the hall sat Shi Dao Xian and his wife, Lu Chui Rong, with their daughter, Shi Shui Shui, standing beside them. Lukui Rong Sujin Li Spoke. Now that Su Cheng has arrived, let us commence our discussions regarding this matter. The assembly nodded in agreement, casting curious glances at Su Cheng. Lu Chui Rong then turned to him, saying, "Su Cheng, yesterday we should have given you a heroic sword, correct?" Su Cheng looked at Lu Chui Rong, unsure of the intent behind her question, but he answered truthfully, "Indeed, yesterday Uncle Shi did grant me a heroic sword." "That is good to hear." Upon receiving Su Cheng's reply, Lu Chui Rong nodded slightly and continued, "This heroic sword was originally intended as compensation for your engagement annulment. We do not intend to reclaim it. We merely wish to use it on your behalf. What is your opinion on this matter?" Su Cheng responded, "Aunt, I regret to say that I do not comprehend what you mean by using it on my behalf." He then turned to Shi Dao Xian and added, "Additionally, since Master Uncle has bestowed upon me the Sword of Heroes, it is now rightfully mine. How could I allow another to wield it on my behalf?" Master Dao hesitated to meet Su Cheng's gaze, letting out a sigh as he awkwardly diverted his eyes. Lu Zurong interjected, "Su Cheng, do not rush. Once I elucidate my thoughts, you shall comprehend. What I mean is, you're currently unable to cultivate, rendering the Sword of Heroes useless in your hands. Why not release it for public auction, selling it to the other young talents of Linyuan City?" Su Cheng began to grasp her intent. Lu Zuerong continued, "The prominent families of Linyuan City are willing to pay a handsome sum for this Sword of Heroes. Since you cannot cultivate, the sword serves you no purpose. Selling it to those who need it would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Moreover, rest assured that all proceeds from the auction will belong solely to you. Our clan will not claim a single coin. The families of Linyuan City can attest to this." She then fixed a stern gaze upon Su Cheng, her tone serious. What do you think, Su Cheng? Su Cheng surveyed the eager faces surrounding him. His cousin, Su Jia, urgently cautioned, "You cannot agree to this." Turning to his cousin, Su Cheng noted the anxious expression and could not help but smirk. "It is my possession. I am not in a hurry, so why should you be?" Turning back to Lu Zurong, he stated firmly, "Aunt, I must decline. Since the Sword of Heroes is already mine, I possess the right to wield it myself. I will not consent to such arrangement." Although she had anticipated Su Cheng's refusal, Lu Zurong's expression shifted slightly. Beside her, Xianxia clenched her teeth in frustration. "Young Master Su, do not be so petty." A voice suddenly interjected from across the room. Su Cheng recognized the speaker as Xianxia, a young master from the prominent Yang family. At merely 18, he had already attained the 6th level of the Yellow Stage, making him a standout among the youth of Lingyuan City. Xianxia cast a disdainful glance at Su Cheng and remarked, "Young Master Su, if you cannot cultivate, what use is the Sword of Heroes to you? Do you truly intend to bring it to the Heavenly Sword Hall? Allow me to speak frankly. The Heavenly Sword Hall is not a place for someone of your caliber." Following this, he smirked coldly, adding, "Releasing the Sword of Heroes for auction would benefit both you and us. It is a win-win situation. Do you not see that? I hope your incessant reading in the Scripture Pavilion has not dulled your wits." Chapter 6, Astonishment of the Multitude. The Duel for the Sword. Su Cheng shot a glance at Yang Hongxian, retorting with a cold smile, "A win-win? Not necessarily." Yang Hongxian scoffed at Su Cheng's continued dissent. As he was about to speak again, a young man from the other side suddenly interjected, "Young Master Su, there's no need for such stubbornness. Just speak plainly. What must we do for you to reveal the Sword of Heroes? It makes no sense to hoard it if you cannot cultivate." The speaker was Chun Wu, a young master from the prominent Chun family of Lingyuan City. At 18 years of age, he had reached the 6th rank of the Yellow Stage, standing alongside Yang Hongxian as a distinguished member of the city's younger generation. Su Cheng cast a glance at Chun Wu and replied, "So, you all believe I am incapable of cultivation, hence you wish for me to hand over the Sword of Heroes?" Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Su Cheng slowly raised his palm. He concentrated his energy, and suddenly, a bright white glow flickered along his arm, rippling with faint waves of essence. Genuine energy fluctuations? The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. When did the second young master of the Su family begin to cultivate? Meeting the astonished stares of the crowd, Su Cheng calmly declared, "I am now capable of cultivation. What more can you say?" The atmosphere grew silent. Lu Zurong was taken aback by Qin Che's unexpected turn of events, feeling a surge of frustration. Even Su Cheng's uncle Su Chuang and cousin Su Jia wore complex expressions as they gazed at him. In contrast, the elder Shi Dao seated at the head of the table displayed a hint of satisfaction, while Xianxia, sitting beside him, furrowed her brows, clearly displeased with the outcome. Ultimately, it was Chun Wu who first broke the silence. "Young Master Su, while you may have begun to cultivate, your progress is far too late. With your current strength, you truly bear no distinction from an ordinary person. Taking the Sword of Heroes to the Sword Hall would only lead to tragedy. What is the purpose of that?" On the other side, young Master Yang Hongxian chimed in. "What young Master Chun says holds merit. Permit me to speak candidly. The illusion of being able to cultivate may have led you to believe you are worthy of the Sword of Heroes. However, the truth is, you are not. You are nearly a decade behind us. How can you hope to bridge such a gap?" Just as Su Cheng was about to respond, the previously silent Shi Dao interjected, "Since Cheng is now capable of cultivation, let us consider this matter settled." He then bowed apologetically to the assembly. "I sincerely apologize for taking up your time. My family shall offer compensation for the inconvenience." Seeing Shi Dao speak, the crowd assumed the matter would conclude there. Yet Lu Zurong's voice rang out firmly, "Wait. The matter is not yet resolved." She turned to Su Cheng and continued, "Though you can now cultivate, their words hold truth. Your late start is a significant disadvantage. This group of the heroic sword does not seem suitable. I believe it would be better for you to sell it to someone else." Su Cheng's ability to cultivate only deepens Lu Rong's sense of impending crisis. He fears that Su Cheng harbors unrealistic fantasies about the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and is even more concerned that, upon arriving there, he may develop greater illusions regarding his daughter. Master Dao Xian continuously signaled to Su Cheng, imploring him not to agree to this matter. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Cheng replied with a cold smirk, "As my aunt has mentioned, since everyone deems me unworthy of this heroic sword, I shall demonstrate that it rightfully belongs to me. While many desire to possess it, I am willing to part with it, but not through an auction. Rather, I propose a contest of martial prowess. In 10 days, a competition will be held for this heroic sword. Whoever can defeat me, or claims the title of champion, shall rightfully possess it. As soon as Su Cheng concluded his statement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Young master, Su has lost his senses. Does he truly believe that martial arts is as simple as studying? 10 days? He has scarcely trained for a few days, and is likely only at the first level of the Yellow Realm. Can he truly advance to the second level in such a short span? This is a clear manifestation of being overly ambitious due to excessive study. Master Dao Xian let out a long sigh, perplexed by Su Cheng's thoughts. It is my fault. I should have been more assertive earlier and not allow my wife to speak. He shook his head repeatedly, lamenting his prior weakness. Meanwhile, the young masters from Yang and Chun families exchanged glances filled with a glimmer of excitement. Young Master Su, you explicitly stated the terms of the contest. Do not go back on your word, Yang Hongxian chuckled. Chen Wu added, everyone heard your declaration. You cannot back out now. Of course, Su Cheng replied. With a change of tone, he continued, however, I must present a stipulation that I have yet to disclose. This heroic sword is inherently mine, and I shall not relinquish it without compensation. Anyone wishing to participate in this contest must pay a registration fee of 100,000 spirit crystals to qualify. Upon hearing his words, murmurs of discussion erupted once more in the crowd. 100,000 spirit crystals? That is the profit of our Lin family for 3 years. And there's no guarantee we will obtain the heroic sword. It is not worth it. Many families present instantly decided against participating. In contrast, the Yang and Chun families, along with a few other prominent clans, began to deliberate their options. Ultimately, Yang Hongxian declared, my Yang family will participate. Following suit, Chen Wu stated, my Chen family will also take part. Other families soon expressed their willingness to join as well. In no time, it was settled that 5 families would participate in the contest for the coveted sword. At last, it was Lu Tsuerong's turn to speak. She declared, since the matter has been settled, let the contest for the coveted invitation commence in 10 days, witnessed by all present. With her objective partially achieved, a hint of relief washed over her countenance. Suddenly, City Lord Shangwan Hu rose, seizing upon Lu Tsuerong's words, and proclaimed in a booming voice, this will usher in the 3rd disciple of our young generation to the Heavenly Sword Hall in Lingyuan City, a significant event for our city. I believe it is most fitting for the contest to be held at the City Lord's residence. My daughter, also a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall, will return to Lingyuan City in a few days. She will serve as a judge for this competition. As he spoke, he turned to Su Cheng and inquired, young Master Su, does that pose any issue? Su Cheng replied, no problem. He was indifferent about the contest location. Very well, it is settled then. Shangwan Hu declared again with fervor. Once the discussions concluded, the assembly dispersed, and naturally, Su Cheng did not linger. Upon exiting, he encountered Yang Hongxian, who approached him with arms crossed, surveying him with disdain. TSK, TSK, TSK. A ticket worth 100,000 spirit crystals. Young Master Su, you truly are insatiable. Are you not afraid this money might burn your hands? Su Cheng retorted coldly, if you find it expensive, then do not attend. Yang Hongsuan Lao Gid Heartily. How could I possibly miss it? The Sword of Heroes will soon be mine, although the ticket is a tad pricey. Acquiring the Sword of Heroes for 100,000 is unequivocally worthwhile. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed with his attendant. After walking a few paces, he turned back, fixating on Su Cheng, and said, young Master Su, I look forward to our next meeting when you will graciously present the Sword of Heroes to me. Also, remember, practicing and forging swords is not as simple as you think. It is not merely about reading. One must truly understand. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. That is not for you to ponder. Just ensure you have the funds ready. Chapter 7. The Tsang Yuan Sword Diagram. 30-fold Swordsmanship Training. Mother, how did things come to this? Xianxia grasped her mother Lu Tsuerong's arm, shaking it incessantly. Lu Tsuerong glanced at her daughter with a hint of confusion and replied, Xianxia, is it not as it should be? Could it be that you are genuinely concerned that Su Cheng might win the Sword of Heroes? Xianxia huffed. I simply detest his overconfident demeanor. Lu Tsuerong smiled gently, looking affectionately at Xianxia, and added, ultimately, deep down, you are afraid that Su Cheng might indeed prevail in winning the Sword of Heroes. As a mother who had raised her daughter single-handedly, Lu Tsuerong could not fail to comprehend Xianxia's feelings. She continued, but do not worry. He will certainly not succeed. He is merely at the first level of the yellow stage, and it is likely he has not touched a sword in over a decade. How could he possibly triumph over the other youths who have trained in swordsmanship for years? Sure, Xianxia nodded gently, then suddenly asked, however, his confidence suggests he likely possesses alternative methods. What if he seeks assistance? Lu Tsuerong let out a cold snort and remarked, that would be even more impractical. This competition for the coveted spot is fundamentally an opportunity for the young heirs of the various families in Linyuan City. Naturally, the most formidable among them shall claim the Sword of Heroes. On the day of the competition, we shall reiterate that only the younger generation of Linyuan City is permitted to participate. I'm certain the other families will acquiesce. Regardless of how formidable the helpers Su Cheng finds may be, they shall not be allowed to compete. At that moment, Su Cheng was at home, tinkering with the golden box bequeathed by his father. Merely cultivating the boundless path left by his mother would not suffice to secure first place. As he hammered away, his thoughts wandered. His father's letter mentioned that there were additional items in the third layer that should aid in his cultivation. After considerable effort, he finally managed to unlock the third layer of the golden box. Before him lay a sword hilt and a scroll. Su Cheng first grasped the sword hilt and was suddenly met with a few lines of ancient text that floated into view. The great sword is without edge. The divine sword, without shadow. Without edge, without shadow. The spirits are unfathomable. Then, he noticed a note beside it, clearly written by his father. The sword was named Wuying Wufeng, utilizing true essence as its blade, requiring an exceedingly dense true essence to wield. The more profound the essence, the sharper the blade. Xianxia, this sword is exceptionally suited to your constitution. It shall be yours from now on. Holding the sword hilt, Su Cheng infused it with spiritual energy. After examining it for some time, he finally discerned a faint, almost imperceptible blade. He had to concede, this was indeed a sword. Yet he pondered, what might be its lethality? Withdrawing his spiritual energy, he stowed the Wuying Wufeng sword away. He had no time for testing it now. That could wait for another day. Next, he seized the scroll from the golden box. As he unfurled it, strange ancient characters emerged. Tsang Yuan's sword diagram. The scroll depicted a landscape painting, astonishingly lifelike, with mountains that appeared to sway and rivers that flowed gently. A moving painting? Su Cheng was momentarily entranced. In the next instant, his consciousness was drawn into the Tsang Yuan sword diagram. Su Cheng found himself in an extraordinary space, filled with clear waters and beautiful scenery. Had he truly entered the world within the painting? Realizing the place resembled the painting he had just viewed, he was startled. Suddenly, an aged voice echoed. Within the Tsang Yuan sword diagram, time flows at 1/30th the speed of the outside world. Any sword technique practiced within this diagram will be corrected of its errors. Moreover, within the diagram, one can refine sword techniques to a more exquisite realm. This diagram welcomes those who earnestly aspire to the way of the sword. Should one fail to concentrate on their sword practice, they will be expelled from this diagram. Su Cheng carefully contemplated this profound statement. The sword diagram not only possesses a different passage of time than the outside world, but it also has the remarkable ability to automatically rectify any mistakes made during sword practice when one enters with their sword techniques. This seems quite formidable. By the way, how can I bring my sword techniques in? Su Cheng shouted in confusion, but there was no response. With a thought, he exited the Tsang Yuan sword diagram and retrieved a scroll from the table. This was the ancestral Su family sword technique, a mid-level yellow-grade skill, accessible to all descendants of a Su family. As the grandson of the family head, Su Cheng, despite his previous inability to practice, held the right to observe this scroll. Holding the Su family sword technique in one hand and the Tsang Yuan sword diagram in the other, Su Cheng's consciousness swiftly entered the world of the Tsang Yuan sword diagram. He could genuinely bring his sword techniques inside. Su Cheng gazed in astonishment at the Su family sword technique in his hands. It was said to automatically correct errors in sword practice, though he was uncertain of its efficacy. He opened the Su family sword technique and began to practice slowly, aligning himself with the illustrations within. 2 days swiftly passed. With the passage of time accelerated 30-fold. It had only been 2 days. It had spent 2 months within the Tsang Yuan sword diagram. After 2 months of practicing the Su family sword technique, he pondered its actual effectiveness. He then found a sword and began to demonstrate in the courtyard. His long sword suddenly flicked up, striking a massive rock atop an artificial mountain. Open mountain style. Covering sea style. pursuing the Sun style. With a flurry of techniques, the enormous stone was instantaneously shattered into hundreds of neat fragments. Second young master. I had no idea your sword technique was so formidable. Little 5 entered unnoticed, his face a mask of astonishment as he surveyed Su Cheng and the scattered debris. Su Cheng shook his head slightly and smiled. Little 5, you don't understand. I've only just begun practicing. This is nothing extraordinary. Little 5 replied. Forgive my lack of insight, but it seems to me that your sword technique is even more impressive than the eldest young masters. Su Cheng chuckled softly, remaining silent. The Tsang Yuan sword diagram's built-in error-correcting feature indeed accelerated his practice speed and efficiency significantly compared to others. Yet, was he truly superior to Su Jia, who had trained for many years? Su Cheng found it hard to believe. Little 5 continued, by the way, second young master. The family head returned this morning and has summoned you to the conference hall. The mention of his grandfather's return stirred something within Su Cheng. Upon entering the hall, he saw his grandfather, Su Anlai, seated at the head of the table. Su Anlai, with his graying hair and lean form, exuded an air of sharpness, his tiger-like eyes gleaming with intensity, commanding respect even without anger. Standing respectfully beside him were Su Chuang and Su Jia. Grandfather, you are back, Su Cheng said as he approached Su Anlai, slightly bowing in respect. Su Anlai nodded gently, studying Su Cheng for a moment before declaring, I have heard that your martial veins have awakened. Yes, Su Cheng replied. Excellent. At the age of 16, the awakening of one's martial veins is not considered too late. At the very least, it signifies the beginning of a journey as a cultivator. Su Anlai laughed heartily and added, I wonder who will dare to claim that my grandson cannot cultivate. After a brief pause, he continued, I have heard about your matters concerning the Shi family and the quest for the Sword of Heroes at the Heavenly Sword Hall. It is appalling that the clans of Lingyuan City are taking advantage of the situation to coerce you into surrendering the Sword of Heroes. Had I been present that day, I would have certainly captured them and given them a good thrashing. Su Cheng smiled knowingly, aware that his grandfather's fiery temperament could indeed lead him to such actions. Su Anlai then inquired, however, now that you have made your promise, how do you intend to handle the situation? Su Cheng asked, Are you referring to the duel for the sword? Su Anlai nodded gently, fixing his gaze on Su Cheng, and asked, Indeed, are you truly considering facing them in battle? Just as Su Cheng was about to respond, Su Jia suddenly stepped forward, respectfully addressing Su Anlai. Grandfather, why must you worry so? Allow me to fight in Cheng'er's stead. His cultivation is too low, and he has not practiced swordsmanship. He is no match for those individuals. I am on the verge of reaching the 6th rank of the yellow tier, and I possess the strength to defend the Sword of Heroes for our Su family. Chapter 8. You might as well let it flow. Su Anlai's gaze turned to Su Jia before falling into contemplation. After a moment, he looked at Su Cheng and asked, Cheng'er, Jia wishes to fight in your place. What are your thoughts on this? Observing Su Anya's gestation, Su Kwang and Su Ye Edtangit Blancis, their faces betraying a sense of pride. Su Cheng, fully aware of their intentions, addressed Su Anlai. There is no need for that. This is my own matter, and I shall handle it myself. Su Anlai was somewhat taken aback, then regarded Su Cheng with admiration, stroking his long beard as he smiled. This is the spirit of a true Su family man. Matters concerning men should naturally be resolved by themselves. Meanwhile, Su Chuang and Su Jia were flustered upon hearing Su Anlai's words. Su Chuang hurriedly stepped in front of Su Anlai and said, Father, this may not be appropriate. He turned to Su Cheng and added, The Sword of Heroes is invaluable. If Cheng'er were to lose, would it not mean handing it over to others for nothing? Su Cheng replied with a slight smile, Uncle, the Sword of Heroes rightfully belongs to me. Even if I were to lose, I would have no regrets. Su Anlai waved his hand and declared enough. The Sword of Heroes ultimately belongs to Cheng'er. If he wishes to compete, let him do so without further discussion. He then turned to Su Cheng and asked, How much of our Su family swordsmanship have you learned? Su Cheng replied, A little. Meanwhile, Su Jia, unable to contain himself, suddenly exclaimed, A little? Cheng'er, since you have learned a bit, why not allow your elder brother to guide you in swordsmanship? Regardless of the fact that my elder brother cannot participate, I shall impart my swordsmanship to you, thereby contributing in some measure. With that said, Su Jia turned to Su Anlai and continued, Grandfather, what do you think? My Su family's sword technique has reached a minor level of proficiency. Guiding him as a disciple will undoubtedly facilitate his swift advancement. Su Anlai stroked his beard in contemplation. After a moment, he looked to Su Cheng and inquired, "Cheng, you have only recently begun practicing the Su family sword technique. Engaging in combat with your elder brother should allow you to learn quite a bit." Su Cheng, observing the concealed malice behind Su Jie's smiling facade, responded, "I happen to require some practical combat experience. It is splendid that my elder brother is willing to guide me." Su Jie was taken aback by Su Cheng's bold acceptance. Witnessing Su Cheng's ecstatic demeanor, a hint of mockery flickered across his face, accompanied by an inward scoff. "Fool! How delighted you are! Do you truly believe I wish to instruct you? I shall soon bring you to your knees. And then we shall see how you fare in the upcoming competition. Ultimately, it will be I who fights on your behalf. The illustrious sword shall belong to me." As they made their way to the martial arts hall, Su Chuang walked behind Su Jie and whispered, "When the time comes for battle, you must injure that lad and claim it was an accidental mishap. The old man will not pursue the matter. If he is harmed, he will be unable to compete for the sword in a few days, and you will have to take his place. Once you reclaim the illustrious sword, how can that boy still have the audacity to claim it? Even the old man would be too embarrassed to speak up." Su Chuang chuckled malevolently. "Father is wise. I share the same sentiment." He then shifted the subject, saying, "However, that lad appears to be overjoyed, likely believing I will genuinely teach him swordsmanship. Soon, he shall discover the extent of my prowess." At the Su family's martial arts hall, a considerable crowd had gathered. The news of the sword competition had spread throughout Lingyuan City. Even the tale of Su Cheng, who had long been unable to cultivate, becoming a warrior, had reached every corner of the city. Naturally, the members of the Su family were well aware of these events. As they observed Su Cheng and Su Jie on the stage, whispers rippled through the crowd. The second young master only became a cultivator a few days ago, yet he dares to compete with the eldest young master in swordplay. What is the meaning of this? I have heard that the eldest young master is to instruct the second young master in swordsmanship. I wonder if it is true. How does the second young master have the audacity to allow the eldest to guide him? Does he not know that the eldest sparring partners have either been severely injured or left incapacitated? Surely, the eldest would not be so cruel as to harm his own brother, would he? After all, they're still siblings. Perhaps we should refrain from gossiping. Let this contest be a matter of mutual respect. Su Anlai's powerful voice resonated. He then addressed Su Jie. "Jie, your cultivation is superior to Cheng's, and you have practiced swordsmanship for many more years. You must allow Cheng some leeway and ensure that no harm comes to him." "Yes," Su Jie replied with a respectful bow and a smile. Subsequently, Su Anlai turned his gaze towards Su Cheng and remarked, "Cheng, through practical experience with your elder brother, strive to grasp the essence of our Su family's swordsmanship." "Understood," Su Cheng replied with a respectful clasp of his fists. "Very well, let us commence." Su Anlai proclaimed once more with a resonant voice. Upon the arena, Su Cheng and Su Jie stood facing each other, both wielding long swords. Su Jie, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, fixed his gaze upon Su Cheng and said, "Younger brother, allow me to instruct you on the proper practice of our Su family swordsmanship. Do pay close attention. Su family swordsmanship. First move, opening the mountain." With remarkable swiftness, Su Jie thrust his sword towards Su Cheng, the tip slicing through the air with a howling wind, seemingly imbued with immense power, exuding a fierce aura. Observing Su Cheng said pressions herpenet. A moment later, a question arose in his mind. What is happening? Why does this move contain so many flaws? After diligently refining his skills with the Tsang Yuan sword manual for 2 days, Su Cheng had made considerable progress. He could distinctly perceive the vulnerabilities in Su Jie's swordplay. Could there be a hidden agenda? Without the luxury of contemplation, Su Cheng swiftly raised his sword and countered with his own thrust, naturally employing the first move of the Su family swordsmanship, opening the mountain. Just as Su Jie's blade was about to make contact, Su Cheng deftly pivoted his sword, effortlessly disarming Su Jie's weapon, sending it flying off the arena with a resounding clatter as it struck the ground. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. A single strike to disarm, so effortlessly, some had not even grasped the entirety of what had transpired. Even Su Anlai, seated comfortably, displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, nodding slightly in contemplation. Beside him, Su Chuang, who had been radiating smiles, suddenly found his expression frozen, his face contorting into one of bewilderment. On the arena, Su Jie appeared utterly dumbfounded, a mixture of shock and fury reflecting in his eyes as he rubbed his sore hand. Suddenly, he glared at Su Cheng, teeth clenched, and declared, It was merely a stroke of luck. Let's try again. Su Cheng hastily interjected. Chuanger, how many times must I remind you not to underestimate your opponent? And certainly, do not let your guard down simply because your adversary is your younger brother. Quickly, let us have another round. We cannot afford to be ridiculed. Although he could not fathom why Su Jia had fallen to Su Cheng, he could find no other explanation than that of leniency. Su Anlai stroked his graying beard, observing Su Cheng with a nod of approval, his face radiating commendation. Proceed. A servant promptly presented Su Jia with another sword. Grasping the weapon, Su Jia glared at Su Cheng with a pallid expression, his tone icy as he stated, "Just now, I was merely being lenient. This time, your fortune will not be so favorable." Noticing Su Jia's increasingly desperate demeanor, Su Cheng found it hard to believe that he had indeed been lenient. Yet, considering the evident flaws in his previous strike, it was indeed a possibility. With a smile, Su Cheng replied, "Then I humbly request your guidance, elder brother." Very well. Observing Su Cheng's calm demeanor, Su Jia couldn't help but recall his own recent defeat in a single move. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him. With a mighty shout, he raised his long sword and charged once more at Su Cheng. The Su family's sword technique, 7th form, the Celestial Seal. Su Jia wielded his sword with grand, sweeping motions, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. His figure danced with an enigmatic grace, dazzling to behold. Yet, how was it that he was so full of openings? As Su Jia bore down upon him, Su Cheng's brow furrowed in concern. Swiftly, he executed another strike, aimed directly at Su Jia's vital points. In his furious state, Su Jia's vulnerabilities became all the more pronounced. Although the 7th form of the Su family sword technique was indeed more sophisticated than its predecessors, Su Jia had not the time to fully manifest its potential. Su Cheng's strike sent him reeling. Su Jia stumbled backward several steps before ultimately falling off the platform, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Observing Su Jia disheveletstate. Su Cheng gently shook his head. You might as well have held back. Chapter 9. Earth-class sword techniques. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The members of the Su family were fixated on the spectacle unfolding between Su Cheng and Su Jia. Was this a reversal of fortunes? If it could be argued that the first time Su Cheng had disarmed Su Jia was due to luck and Su Jia's leniency, the same could not be said for this instance. After all, who would intentionally allow themselves to be cast off the platform? Moreover, Su Jia's eyes were bloodshot, his face a mask of fury. Those familiar with him from the Su family knew he was genuinely enraged. Su Cheng hurriedly approached, lifting Su Jia from the ground. Yeah, I told you not to hold back. What are you doing? He then whispered, remember our plan? Incapacitate this brat. At that moment, Su Jia was beyond heeding Su Cheng's words. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging like worms, as he shrugged off his father's hand. Father, let go of me. I must teach him a lesson. Before he could finish speaking, he leapt back onto the platform. Let us have another go. His gaze, as sharp as a blade, fixed upon Su Cheng. Su Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. Enough, there is no need for further combat. Just as Su Jia prepared to advance again, a resonant voice rang out from the sidelines. But, grandfather, I have yet to begin instructing Cheng. Su anlias vorts tempere su ye furi somelat. He turned to Su Anlai, murmuring. Su Anlai replied calmly, Jier, you need not instruct Cheng any longer. He then directed his attention to Su Cheng and added, Cheng, please follow me. As Su Cheng accompanied Su Anlai to a small chamber, Su Anlai remarked, Cheng, your swordsmanship is far beyond what Jier can contend with. This truly took me by surprise. Su Cheng smiled sadly. Grandfather, you flatter me. I thought Su Jia was merely holding back. After heeding his grandfather's words, he finally comprehended the true caliber of Su Jia. At that moment, he could not help but marvel at the might of the Tsungyuan sword diagram. Within the Tsungyuan sword diagram, practicing sword techniques not only rectifies errors in one's training, but can also refine the swordsmanship to an exquisite level. The reason he could easily discern the flaws in Su Jia's swordplay was solely due to 2 months of intensive training within the Tsungyuan sword diagram. To his astonishment, 2 months of rigorous practice in the Tsungyuan sword diagram equated to years of training for others. The power of the Tsungyuan sword diagram surpassed his wildest imagination. He mused silently. On the other side, Su Anlai merely nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiry. He continued, given your current realm, you should be around the 3rd level of the yellow rank, correct? Su Cheng nodded in affirmation. Yes. Su Anlai smiled with appreciation and remarked, not bad, not bad. You have only recently embarked on the path of cultivation, Yet you have ascended to this realm with such swiftness. Your achievements are commendable. As he spoke, he flicked his long sleeve, causing a crystalline card to flutter out from his cuff. Su Enlai added, the higher one's cultivation realm, the more resources are required. Take this card and make good use of it. Su Cheng accepted the card, his eyes widening at the figure of 100,000 embossed upon it. And he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, grandfather. Observing the joy illuminating Su Cheng's face, Su Enlai smiled gently. Return home and cultivate diligently. I have faith that you will safeguard the group of heroic swords. Su Cheng replied respectfully. As he turned to leave, a sudden fit of violent coughing erupted from Su Enlai behind him. Grandfather, are you all right? Su Cheng hastily pivoted to support Su Enlai. He noticed a pool of dark blood staining the floor, and a trace of blackish-red blood marred the corner of Su Enlai's mouth. Su Enlai's complexion paled slightly as he straightened himself, gently pushing Su Cheng away. It's nothing serious. You may go back and let me recuperate on my own. Yes. Su Cheng, seeing that his grandfather declined his support, did not press further. His grandfather had always been strong-willed, a fact well known among the people of Lingyuan City. Gazing at the blood-stained floor and Su Enlai's pallor, Su Cheng pondered for a moment before saying, Then please take care of your health, grandfather. I shall take my leave. In Lingyuan City, at the Yang residence. You truly did not misinterpret. It was Su Cheng who defeated Su Jie, rather than the other way around. Young Master Yang Hongxian caressed the gleaming long sword in his hand, addressing the middle-aged man before him with a tone of indifference. The middle-aged man replied respectfully, Young Master, I can assure you that I did not err. Many members of the Su family also witnessed this, and it won't be long before this matter spreads. Yang Hongxian furrowed his brow slightly. I initially thought that Su Cheng appeared so confident because he intended for Su Jie to take his place. But it seems this lad has hidden talents. However, regardless of his prowess, he is still far from being my match, the middle-aged man remarked. Young master, I have personally witnessed Su Cheng's Su family sword technique, which is remarkably exquisite, far from the clumsiness of a novice. He has defeated Su Jie twice, employing merely a single move, without any unnecessary hesitation. For the sake of your esteemed gathering of heroes, should I discreetly deal with this young man? One move. Yang Hongxian pondered for a moment and replied slowly, As for dealing with him, there is no need. My black wind sword technique has reached perfection. I can subdue that Su Jie with a mere half a move. As for that young lad, Su Cheng, there is no cause for excessive concern. You have more pressing matters to attend to. The middle-aged man inquired with confusion. What matters do you speak of, young master? Yang Hongxuan sneered coldly. I initially believed that the greatest threat from the Su family was posed by Su Chuang and his son Su Jie. However, it appears that it is indeed that young rascal, Su Cheng. Given this shift in circumstances, our strategy must adapt. We shall ally with Su Chuang and Su Jie to confront Su Cheng and that old dog, Su Enlai. Your immediate task is to incite rebellion among Su Chuang and Su Jie. The middle-aged man was taken aback, saying, Young master, this may prove quite challenging. Although Su Chuang and Su Jie harbor disdain for Su Cheng, they are ultimately members of the Su family. Persuading them to betray Su Enlai is no small feat. Yang Hongxian smirked icily. Indeed, it is no easy task. As he spoke, he retrieved a silken letter from his bosom and tossed it to the middle-aged man. His countenance bore a chilling expression as he stated, With this in hand, the matter becomes considerably simpler. What is this? The middle-aged man accepted the letter, unfolding it to read meticulously. Upon completion, shock and horror etched across his face. How is this possible? I have been with the Su family for many years. Why have I never heard of this matter before? Yang Hongxuan's smile was icy. If you deliver this to the father and son, you should have a decent chance of success. Su Cheng, I am about to depart. Do you not intend to present me with a token of farewell? In the scripture pavilion, Su Cheng and Xia Yuhan sat facing each other. Xia Yuhan, with a radiant smile, addressed Su Cheng. Her smile was akin to summer blossoms in full bloom, dazzling and vibrant. Su Cheng found himself unable to divert his gaze, and after a light cough, he replied, Depart? Where are you headed? As for the gift, haha, you ought to have given me a heads up. I had not anticipated this. Although Su Cheng was aware that Xia Yuhan was not a local, he did not expect her to leave so soon. Contemplating this, a faint sorrow unexpectedly welled in his heart. Xia Yuhan shot Su Cheng a playful glance and declared, I am bound for the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Su Cheng exclaimed in surprise, You are also going to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion? Xia Yuhan stated, The Heavenly Sword Pavilion is one of the most formidable sects in the eastern region. Of course, I must go. Su Cheng nodded gently. Suddenly, Xia Yuhan produced a volume of scriptures from her bosom and extended it to Su Cheng, saying, "Although you have not prepared a gift for me, my thoughts are solely occupied with you. Here, this is my present to you." Su Cheng glanced at the ancient scripture with a perplexed expression, suddenly exclaiming, "The Thousand Illusion Shadow Sword. Is this a low-grade sword technique? This is far too precious. I absolutely cannot accept it." Though Su Cheng's words suggested refusal, his hand instinctively reached for the ancient tome. A low-grade martial skill is a rarity indeed. Not only is it nearly impossible to find a copy within the entire Spirit Sword City, but even at the Sky Sword Palace, it is regarded as an invaluable possession. From Xia Yuhan's demeanor and attire, Su Cheng had long surmised her noble status. Yet, the fact that Xia Yuhan would present a low-grade sword technique as a gift to him left Su Cheng both astonished and elated. After taking the Thousand Illusion Shadow Sword, he was momentarily lost in the lingering, delicate fragrance of Xia Yuhan, quickly tucking it into his embrace. Xia Yuhan was momentarily stunned. Despite her insistence that he should not accept it, he had stowed it away so swiftly. She shot a glance at Su Cheng and added, "Su Cheng, you must come to the Sky Sword Palace to find me in the future, and remember to bring the gift you promised me." Su Cheng replied gratefully, "I will come to the Sky Sword Palace to find you soon. The gift I will present to you will surely meet your expectations." At the same time, he silently vowed to safeguard the Sword of Heroes at all costs. Chapter 10, Xianxia. On a certain cliff by the sea, Su Cheng faced the ocean breeze, gazing at the boundless expanse of azure waves. In his hand, he wielded the shadowless, edgeless sword, the ethereal blade of virtual essence poised before him, releasing several beams of ghostly light with a single thrust. The ghostly light struck the tranquil surface of the sea, resulting in a tremendous explosion that stirred towering waves. Observing this, Su Cheng murmured, "The Thousand Illusion Shadow Sword truly lives up to its reputation as a low-grade technique. It surpasses the Su family sword technique I practiced before by more than tenfold." For the past few days, Su Cheng had been diligently honing his sword skills within the Tsang Yuan sword diagram. With the enhancement of the Tsang Yuan sword diagram, his Thousand Illusion Shadow Sword had reached a minor level of mastery. Furthermore, his cultivation had progressed rapidly, now achieving the 5th level of the yellow tier. After all, the boundless void vein left to him by his mother, he suspected, was an extraordinarily profound technique. With the combination of the yin-yang divine body and the boundless void vein, Su Cheng's daily absorption and expulsion of spiritual energy was dozens to even hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary martial artists. Such an extraordinary rate of spiritual energy intake, constantly renewing itself, allowed his cultivation speed to be remarkably swift. "Yuhan, I will soon come to the Sky Sword Palace to find you. No matter what, I will protect this Sword of Heroes." Su Cheng clenched his fist, his gaze filled with determination. After testing the power of the Thousand Illusion Shadow Sword, Su Cheng turned to leave. As he passed through the forest, he suddenly heard the sounds of commotion. What could it be? Is someone fighting? With a sense of curiosity, Su Cheng stealthily advanced towards the source of the noise. He concealed himself within the thicket, holding his breath, and, upon closer inspection, he discerned the situation. A few individuals clad in black robes, their faces obscured by red demonic masks, were engaged in combat with a young woman in white. This young lady appeared to be Xianxia, the daughter of the city lord, Xianxia. Su Cheng felt a flicker of recognition, and upon closer scrutiny, he confirmed her identity as the lord's daughter. But what was she doing here? After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that during his last visit to the Sherf family, Xianxia had mentioned that his daughter would return home a few days later, and she was to serve as a judge in the upcoming sword competition. Indeed, Xianxia was a remarkable talent among the younger generation of Linyuan City. Alongside Xue, who had relocated to Tianyuan City, she was the second disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall from Linyuan City's youth. If one were to exclude others, she could be regarded as the sole high-achieving student from the younger generation eligible for the Heavenly Sword Hall. 3 years prior, she had passed the examination and become a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall. As a disciple, Xianxia was undoubtedly skilled with the sword. Wielding a long sword, she fiercely battled several black-clad assailants, her blade moving swiftly in her delicate hands. The glimmer of the sword flashed, creating a symphony of slicing sounds as she held her ground against multiple foes without faltering. Upon closer examination, Su Cheng observed that Xianxia seemed to have entered the Xian stage, albeit in its early phase. The black-clad attackers. While their leader was also at the early Xian stage, the others were around the 8th or 9th level of the Huang stage. The leader of the black-clad group bellowed, "Make quick work of her. Do not allow this little wench to return to Lingyuan City for reinforcements." With a sweeping motion of his hand, several tendrils of dark energy shot forth from his sleeves. As Xianxia engaged in combat with the black-clad figures, she noticed the dark energy hurtling towards her and swiftly raised her sword in response. With a powerful sweep, her blade unleashed a tremendous gust of wind. A resounding roar echoed as the violent wind dispersed the dark energy in an instant. The dispersing wind slash of the Heavenly Sword Hall's Silence Pavilion? Impressive. The leader of the black-clad figures remarked with a chilling laugh, "But alas, you are still too inexperienced." Suddenly, the dissipated dark energy violently coalesced, forming a colossal, grotesque beast's head. The beast's maw opened wide, lunging directly at Xianxia. She attempted to raise her sword to block it once more, but the beast's speed was astonishing. In a fleeting moment, it collided with her, sending her crashing to the ground, her sword flying from her grasp. Seeing Xianxia fall, the black-clad leader smirked coldly and said, "Little wench, if you wish for a swift demise, you had better reveal where that item is hidden." He cast a glance at the other black-clad figures surrounding them and added, "Otherwise, you will soon understand what it means to wish for life, yet find only death." One of the black-clad figures leered at Xianxia, licking his lips as he said, "Boss, this little lady's beauty is simply irresistible. I have never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. To let her perish would be an utter travesty. Instead, let us indulge ourselves first." Xianxia cast a cold gaze at the encroaching figures cloaked in black, her countenance ashen. The previous strike had disrupted her internal energy, rendering the reconstitution of her vital force a formidable challenge. As she observed the dark-clad men drawing ever nearer, their greedy eyes lurking beneath their masks, a fleeting expression of despair crossed her face. Gritting her silver teeth, she bore the excruciating pain coursing through her meridians and forcefully hurled her long sword with fervor. The sword soared through the air like a silver dart, whistling as it sped toward the leader of the black-clad men. Just as the blade approached him, he suddenly extended a hand, his fingers flicking lightly. A surge of black energy erupted from his fingertip. With a resounding clang, the sword was instantaneously deflected. "It appears you have no intention of cooperating with us." The leader of the black-clad men turned once more to Xianxia, his gaze icy with malevolence. "However, our brothers will be more than willing to cooperate with you," he chuckled ominously. Concealed among the foliage, Su Cheng observed this disconcerting scene and felt an ominous premonition. Although his relationship with Xianxia was not particularly close, they were both from prominent families in Lingyuan City and shared a mutual acquaintance. With a glance at the attire of the assailants, Su Cheng surmised their origins. These men hailed from the Isle of 10,000 Corpses, an archipelago comprised of countless islands, resembling a vast graveyard teeming with the deceased. The Isle of 10,000 Corpses was notorious for its treacherous terrain, a melting pot of pirates and various factions. The inhabitants of this isle were known for their ruthless pillaging, often raiding coastal cities in the Eastern Domain. Even the major sects of the Eastern Domain struggled to eradicate them entirely. How could Xianxia have provoked such individuals? Su Cheng pondered, his heart filled with unease as the black-clad men closed in on Xianxia. Recognizing the dire circumstances, he hesitated no longer. Drawing forth his shadowless, formless sword, Su Cheng channeled his vital energy. A faint humming resonated, and the sword materialized a ghostly dark blade. Phantom shadows, go, aimed at the approaching assailants. Su Cheng unleashed a series of spectral strikes. He chuckled, "Such a lovely damsel. Allow me to savor the moment first." "Join in, you are too slow." Several black-clad men, driven by greed, rushed toward Xianxia. Their masked visages could not conceal their lascivious grins. Suddenly, their smiles faltered. Dark phantasmal glimmers pierced through their backs, creating small, finger-sized orifices in their hearts, blood gushing forth. The black-clad men stared in disbelief at their own hearts before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Xianxia had resolved to take her own life, utterly unprepared for the unexpected turn of events. Observing the fallen figures of the black-clad men, a flicker of astonishment crossed her visage. The leader of the black-clad group was equally taken aback by the sudden demise of his subordinates. He spoke coldly, Which esteemed individual dares to disrupt the affairs of our Xianxia sect? No response came forth. He continued, since you possess the audacity to act, why not reveal yourself? A youth, his face obscured by a veil of black cloth, leapt forth from the thicket. It was none other than Su Cheng. I am the one who has thwarted your plans. What of it? Su Cheng declared. The reason for his mask was straightforward. The influence of the Wanshi demon island had been infiltrating the coastal cities of the eastern domain. Should he expose his true identity, these black-clad men would inevitably recognize him, bringing his family, the Su clan, into dire straits. After all, even the prominent powers of the eastern domain could not eradicate the presence of Wanshi demon island. How could a mere family like his contend with such a formidable adversary? The leader of the black-clad men did not expect to confront such a youthful opponent. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that Su Cheng's cultivation level appeared rather low, hovering around the mid-stage of the yellow rank. Yet, considering how effortlessly Su Cheng had dispatched his subordinates, he dared not underestimate him. The black-clad man probed, since you have the audacity to slay our Xianxia sect members, why do you not reveal your true face? Su Cheng chuckled. Only a fool would unmask himself. He was acutely aware of the black-clad man's intentions. Should he unveil his identity, it would not be long before the Xianxia sect sought vengeance upon the Su family. As far as he knew, the Xianxia sect was merely a minor faction on the periphery of Wanshi Demon Island, which comprised thousands of islands and numerous factions of varying strengths. Although a small force, the Xianxia sect was not one his family could afford to provoke. The black-clad man sneered. You lack the courage to even disclose your name. Yet you aspire to play the hero? You need not tell me. When I slay you, I shall naturally discover your identity. Regardless of who you are, your entire clan shall not escape unscathed. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as his aura surged violently, charging towards Su Cheng. I'm quite terrified, Su Cheng remarked nonchalantly, but you shall not have that opportunity. As he spoke, he revealed the Wufeng sword hidden within his sleeve. With a swift motion, he executed several strikes, unleashing dark sword lights that intertwined with the black energy emitted by the black-clad man. Su Cheng had already observed the man's techniques from the thicket and was aware of their mutable nature. Yet, no transformation could rival the myriad variations of his Qianhuan Yueying sword, a technique imbued with thousands of changes and classified as an earth-tier skill. In the brief exchange between the two combatants, the figure clad in black was swiftly struck on the shoulder by Su Cheng. Youngster, the mountains are high and the rivers long. We shall meet again, he exclaimed, clutching his bleeding arm before turning to flee. His speed was remarkable, covering several paces in an instant. Do not let him escape. Suddenly, Shangwan Yao, who had remained silent, cried out. Su Cheng understood the gravity of allowing the black-clad man to get away. Unfortunately, the man possessed profound skills and had already distanced himself by several hundred feet. Despite Su Cheng's formidable swordsmanship, he found it difficult to catch up. In a moment of inspiration, Su Cheng's eyes brightened. He raised his shadowless, edgeless sword, aiming its ethereal blade at the fleeing figure. With a thunderous roar, a dark sword light surged forth from the blade, hurtling toward the distant foe. The shadowy beam traveled at breathtaking speed, piercing through the black-clad man in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, hundreds of feet away. To slay from such a distance required immense, true essence. Shangwan Yao, witnessing this, was left in a state of astonishment. Her gaze shifted to the sword hilt in Su Cheng's grasp, her expression reflecting even greater shock. Remarkably, Su Cheng himself was somewhat surprised by the power of his Thousand Mirage Shadow Sword. He had not anticipated his true energy to be so robust. This young master, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance, came a soft and melodious voice from Shangwan Yao, breaking the silence. Su Cheng turned to find her gazing at him with admiration, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, as if on the verge of offering herself in gratitude. Chapter 11. Su Cheng is quite a fine young man. Su Cheng chuckled. It was no great matter, merely a trifling effort. Although he wore a mask and had slightly altered his voice, Shangwan Yao discerned that he was still a youth. To possess such prowess at such a tender age, effortlessly dispatching a profound expert, marked him as an exceptional individual even within the ranks of the Tianjin Palace. Added to this was the fact that he had saved her life, which naturally endeared him to her. Her cheeks tinged with further color, she gently inquired, "Might I ask your name, young master? I wish to express my gratitude properly." Su Cheng was taken aback by her demeanor. As a scion of a prominent family in Lingyuan City, he was somewhat familiar with Shangwan Yao's character, despite not being closely acquainted. Her father, Shangguan Hu, was known for his deep cunning and adeptness. Consequently, Shangguan Yao, being his daughter, had undoubtedly absorbed some of his traits. Su Cheng recalled tales of her being a decisive and resourceful young lady, yet here she was exhibiting a delicate shyness. Feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his head and replied, "There is no need for names or formalities. It was merely a small act of kindness." He originally intended to remove his mask and reveal himself to Shangguan Yao. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. Su Cheng did not wish to become entangled in the grievances between Shangguan Yao and the Xianxia sect, nor did he want to drag the entire Su family into the fray. His decision to rescue Shangguan Yao stemmed solely from their acquaintance and a desire to spare her from humiliation. Now that his purpose had been fulfilled, it was time for him to depart. He remarked, "Then, Miss, I shall take my leave." Upon noticing Su Cheng's intention to leave, Shangguan Yao hurriedly interjected, "Please, young sir, wait." She pointed to the bodies of the Xianxia sect, disciples scattered on the ground, and continued, "These disciples are slain by you, and they bear the insignia of the Xianxia sect. With these insignias, you may claim a reward at the Tianjin Hall, or even at the Lord's Mansion in our Lingyuan city. Particularly, the disciple you just dispatched appears to be an attendant, and the reward for him is quite substantial. I hope you will not miss this opportunity." After pondering her words, Su Cheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the myriad forces on the island of 10,000 corpses frequently disrupt the eastern region. As one of the de facto rulers of the eastern region, the Tianjin Hall has always offered bounties. Anyone who presents the insignia of a disciple from the island of 10,000 corpses is eligible for a reward. Moreover, the higher the rank of the individual corresponding to the insignia, the greater the reward. Having exerted considerable effort to eliminate these disciples of the Xianxia sect, the insignias they carry rightfully belong to me. Given that my physical and ethereal forms require numerous cultivation resources, which can become increasingly costly, I cannot let this opportunity go to waste. With that thought in mind, Su Cheng promptly approached and began to collect the insignias and treasures from the Xianxia sect disciples. After rummaging through their belongings, he discovered not only the insignias that denoted their affiliation with the sect, but also a considerable amount of medicinal pills and silver notes. Although the other disciples possessed little wealth aside from the leading attendant, even the smallest gain is still a gain, and Su Cheng gathered everything into his satchel, which soon bulged with his acquisitions. After completing his task, Su Cheng clapped his hands in satisfaction, feeling a sense of bountiful harvest. He adjusted his belt and was about to leave when Shangguan Yao stepped forward again, saying, "This young sir, I am Shangguan Yao, a representative of the Lord's Mansion in Lingyuan City. The mansion is directly appointed by the Tianjin Hall. So if you find it inconvenient to travel to the Tianjin Hall for your reward, you may also come to our Lord's Mansion to exchange it. I will be glad to repay your life-saving grace." She gazed at Su Cheng with hopeful anticipation. Su Cheng was well aware of Shangguan Yao's status and recognized that he could indeed claim his reward at the Lord's Mansion. Yet he replied, "Thank you for the reminder. Mississippi, we shall discuss the matter of the reward exchange at a later time. For now, I must take my leave." Having spoken, he no longer paid heed to Shangguan Yao, turning away as his figure gradually faded amidst the trees. It was not until he had long vanished that Shangguan Yao reluctantly withdrew her gaze. At that moment, she cast her eyes down upon the lifeless bodies of the disciples of the Xianxia sect, her expression heavy with concern. The sight of the gaping wounds in their chests filled her with horror. After a considerable time, a dozen majestic horses with crimson manes appeared in the forest. Upon the lead two steeds sat a middle-aged man and a beautiful young maiden. "Yao, are you unharmed?" The middle-aged man, upon spotting Shangguan Yao, leapt down from his horse. Observing her pale countenance and slight frailty, he continued, "Upon receiving your urgent message, I hastened here at once. It is a relief to see you safe." Seeing that it was her father, Shangguan, who, along with her loyal retainers, her expression relaxed as she replied, "I am well, father." Shangguan, who swept his gaze over the corpses on the ground, and inquired, "By the way, did you slay these individuals?" Shangguan Yao responded, "It was not I who killed them. A mysterious young man saved me moments ago." "A mysterious young man? Could it be that the other body in the forest belongs to him?" Shangguan Hu's heart stirred, and he added, "That individual was a formidable warrior of the second tier of the Xian stage. To have vanquished him, the mysterious young man must possess considerable strength. I observed the wounds on that corpse earlier, and they appeared rather arcane, suggesting death by a highly advanced martial technique." Shangguan Yao gently nodded, saying, "Indeed, it was that young man who dealt the blows." She pointed to the bodies on the ground, further stating, "Father, you possess vast knowledge. Can you discern what martial technique this is? Although I witnessed it firsthand, I cannot fathom it, only sensing its immense power and intricacy." Shangguan, who scrutinized the corpses for a long while before finally stating, "It is beyond my ability to identify this martial technique. The precision of these wounds is extraordinary. Such a technique must be of at least earth-grade quality." Earth-grade? Shangguan Yao's delicate face fell into astonishment. Her heart swelled with admiration for the mysterious young man who had rescued her. How powerful he must be at such a tender age, possessing earth-grade martial skills. She dared not ponder further. By the way, did that young man reveal any information about himself? Shangguan, who suddenly inquired. A youth with earth-grade martial skills would likely be a descendant of a prestigious family or a core disciple of a significant faction. Cultivating a relationship with such an individual could greatly benefit their Shangguan clan. Shangguan Yao gently shook her head, letting out a sigh. That young man was reluctant to divulge any information. Despite my desire to repay his life-saving grace, he declined several times. Shangguan, who remarked, "Indeed, how could such a prodigious youth be swayed by our humble rewards?" At this moment, Shangguan Yao suddenly remarked, "However, I did discern certain traits from that young gentleman. Although he deliberately altered his voice, I still detected a hint of his accent, suggesting he may hail from our Linyuan city." Shangguan, whose face flickered with skepticism as he inquired, "A youth from Linyuan city? That is implausible. Even if we combine the assets of all the families in Linyuan city, we could scarcely afford a set of earth-tier martial techniques. Not to mention, that young man was able to easily slay a Xianxia expert. It is worth noting that among the younger generation of Linyuan city, aside from you and Miss Shi, no one possesses Xianxia cultivation." As he spoke, Shangguan, who glanced at Xianxia, who had also dismounted. "I merely sense something. I cannot be certain," he added. Shangguan Yao's expression mirrored his uncertainty, as she found herself unable to fathom the identity of that enigmatic youth. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to Xianxia, and a flash of joy crossed her face. She hurriedly approached, grasping Xianxia's hands, and exclaimed, "Xianxia, were you not in Tianyuan City? What brings you back to Linyuan City?" Xianxia's icy demeanor seldom revealed a hint of a smile as she replied, "Yao Yao, upon hearing that you were ambushed, I accompanied City Lord Shangguan here. As for my reasons for returning to Linyuan City, it is a lengthy tale that I shall share with you shortly." As she reflected on her return to Linyuan City, thoughts of Su Cheng invaded her mind, prompting her to bite her silver teeth in frustration. Suddenly, she inquired, "By the way, Yao Yao, is what you said about that mysterious young gentleman truly accurate?" Shangguan Yao affirmed, "Indeed, it is entirely true." As if recalling something, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she continued, "Xianxia, you have received the true teachings of Master Feng Qianshan, and his ultimate technique, the Wind Shadow Sword, is also an Earth-tier sword technique. Since you practice Earth-tier martial arts, you should be able to discern just how formidable that young gentleman's swordplay is, correct?" Xianxia nodded lightly, her gaze fixated on the wounds of the corpse lying below. After a moment, she murmured, "These wounds, when considering their size, angle, and force, indeed bear the hallmark of Earth-tier martial arts. Furthermore, while they resemble finger wounds, they are in fact indicative of a sword technique." Turning to Shangguan Yao, she asked, "Yao Yao, am I right?" "Indeed, Xianxia, your talent in swordsmanship is truly remarkable. You have discerned it so swiftly." Shangguan Yao responded, her face displaying a hint of astonishment. "That gentleman did indeed wield a sword, albeit only the hilt." "The hilt?" Xianxia mused, her brow furrowed in contemplation. To inflict such exquisite wounds using merely the hilt of an earth-tier sword technique is rather unbelievable. "Yao Yao, could he genuinely be from Linyuan City? And is he truly a youth?" Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. "It's truly remarkable how youthful she appears. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. It merely seems that her accent resembles that of the people from Linyuan City, but as for the truth of her origins, I cannot say," Shangguan Yao explained. Xianxia nodded gently, lost in her thoughts. Subsequently, Shangguan, who summoned a group of guards to clear the area and then departed with Shangguan Yao and Xianxia. "By the way, Xianxia, you have yet to share the reason for your visit to Linyuan City," Shangguan Yao suddenly inquired as they walked side by side. "My Linglong sword body is currently in the stage of upgrading and closing, and my master suggested that I take this opportunity to rest. Thus, I have come to Linyuan City to resolve some past matters." Xianxia slowly recounted the circumstances surrounding her broken engagement with Su Cheng. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyao's expression shifted to one of surprise. So that is the case. I almost forgot about your engagement with the second son of the Su family. Although he is indeed unable to cultivate, he is quite a decent person. However, if he can now cultivate, why have you chosen to break the engagement? Before she could finish her thought, Shang Wanyao sensed something amiss. Even if the second son of the Su family were capable of cultivation, her dear friend would likely find it difficult to regard him with favor, considering she was the most talented disciple in swordsmanship at the Heavenly Sword Hall in recent years, destined to become a sword saint. With a playful smile, Shang Wanyao continued, Sure, Xue, regardless of your choice, as your devoted sister, I shall always stand by your side. As I serve as a judge in this sword competition, I will not treat your lifelong decisions lightly. 2 days passed, and Su Cheng emerged from the Tsung Yuan sword diagram. During this time, he had made significant progress in both the Su family's sword techniques and the Qianhuan Yuying sword. Most importantly, his cultivation level had advanced to the 6th stage of the yellow tier. The mixed void infinite art left by his mother indeed allowed for rapid cultivation, Su Cheng mused. Due to the strength of his body and techniques, the flow of spiritual energy within him was nearly 100-fold greater than that of an ordinary cultivator, resulting in an astonishingly swift cultivation process. However, this newfound power also brought forth new challenges. The price of such strength was that he had to sacrifice more to maintain it. Each time he cultivated, the expenditure of spiritual crystals drained away like water. The 100,000 spiritual crystals his grandfather had given him 2 days prior had already been spent. With less than 2 days remaining until the martial arts competition for the sword, he realized he must seize the opportunity to cultivate further. He thought it necessary to acquire additional cultivation resources, although he felt a bit embarrassed to ask his grandfather for more, as 100,000 spiritual crystals equated to over half a year's income for the Su family. He recalled that the disciples of the Xianxia sect he had defeated could be exchanged for resources at the City Lord's mansion. Moreover, the City Lord's mansion housed the empty mirror sword pool, where the Heavenly Sword Hall conducted its training. It is said that bathing in the mirror sword pool enhances one's comprehension of the swordsmanship. Why not pay a visit to the Lord's mansion? Upon this thought, Su Cheng hastily procured a mask and donned a cloak, quietly slipping out of his home. Chapter 12. A Fatal Coincidence, Lingyuan City, Lord's Mansion. Young master, you have not departed? Su Cheng was greeted by a beaming Shang Wanyao. Is there a matter that brings you here? She sought to scrutinize Su Cheng more closely, yet found it an impossible task. This time, he was not only cloaked in a voluminous garment, but also wore a white mask that concealed his features. His entire head deeply shrouded beneath the cloak's hood. Even the mask was indistinguishable. Clearing his throat, Su Cheng feigned a hoarse voice. I wish to exchange these tokens from the disciples of the Xianxia sect for rewards. With a grand gesture, several jade pendants soared from his sleeve. He continued, Might I inquire how many resources for cultivation I could obtain in return? Shang Wanyao responded, The token from an ordinary disciple of the Xianxia sect can be exchanged for 2 vials of spiritual essence. The token from an elder can be traded for 1 vial of refined spiritual essence. Would the young master like to proceed with the exchange? After a moment of contemplation, Su Cheng replied, Very well. These resources will suffice for several days, particularly the vial of refined spiritual essence, which is imbued with a rich aura. He then inquired, By the way, what would be required to access the mirror sword pool of the Lord's mansion? Shang Wanyao was taken aback by Su Cheng's request. After a brief pause, she explained, The mirror sword pool is exclusively available to disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and those who have made significant contributions to it. Since you have vanquished numerous disciples of the Xianxia sect, you have indeed made a considerable contribution. You are entirely eligible to utilize the mirror sword pool. After a moment's hesitation, she added, However, if you wish to access the mirror sword pool, the spiritual essence and refined spiritual essence may no longer be available for exchange. Upon realizing this predicament, Su Cheng thoughtfully stroked his chin, contemplating the difficult choice before him. Observing his dilemma, Shang Wanyao giggled softly, saying, You need not fret, young master. You have saved my life. I was just seeking an opportunity to repay you. You may still obtain those vials of spiritual essence as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving deed. Furthermore, you shall still be granted entry to the mirror sword pool as a reward for these tokens. What do you think? Su Cheng had not anticipated such a resolution and inwardly marveled at its ingenuity. If that is the case, let us proceed as you suggest, Mississippi. Given her desire to express her gratitude, he felt no inclination to refuse her offer. Upon hearing Su Cheng's agreement, Shangguan Yao's delicate face blossomed into a radiant smile. And she continued, "The young master may now proceed to the empty mirror sword pool. As for the spiritual liquid and its essence, I shall prepare them for you shortly." Shangguan Yao led Su Cheng to the entrance of Stone Chamber and gestured towards the grand door, saying, "My lord, within lies the empty mirror sword pool of our city, Lord's Manor. Bathing in the pool will enhance your comprehension of the sword path. The pool is only open to the public for a brief hour, so you must make haste." Su Cheng nodded gently, confident that an hour would suffice. Shangguan Yao continued, "I wonder if this is your first visit to the empty mirror sword pool. Allow me to explain the rules within." Indeed, it was Su Cheng's first time, but seeing Shangguan Yao's admiration for him, he chose not to disclose this fact. Instead, he remained silent, encouraging her to proceed. Shangguan Yao elaborated. The empty mirror sword pool is divided into various zones, each catering to individuals with different sword talents. Should you find the current zone unsuitable, you may traverse the barriers between zones to enter the next. However, the further you venture, the greater the requirements for sword talent become. She glanced at Su Cheng and added, "Yet one must not forcefully breach the barriers. Insufficient talent may lead to injury from the sword chi contained within. Minor injuries could result in internal harm, while severe ones might jeopardize your foundational cultivation. Exercise caution, my lord." Su Cheng had not anticipated the intricacies involved in the empty mirror sword pool, and he nodded in understanding. Fortunately, he remained humble and heeded Shangguan Yao's advice. Had he ignored her counsel and recklessly charged in, he could have suffered irreparable damage to his cultivation. "My lord, you may now enter for an hour," she announced, noticing Su Cheng's eagerness. With that, she retrieved a key and unlocked the stone door before him. Inside the chamber, mist swirled, revealing a pool of pure white water. Su Cheng swiftly disrobed, contemplating for a moment before opting to keep his mask on. He then leaped into the pool with remarkable speed. The water was chilling to the bone, and upon immersion, Su Cheng could not help but gasp at the sudden coldness. "Is this truly the empty mirror sword pool? I have heard it greatly enhances one's swordsmanship, yet I feel a little different." After swimming aimlessly for a few laps, Su Cheng grew perplexed. Suddenly, through the dense white mist, he noticed a section of the stone wall ahead that appeared ethereal. It seemed as though the pool's water flowed from this wall. Although the wall was intangible, the thick fog obscured his view of what lay beyond. He could even hear a faint whistling sound emanating from the wall, as if a breath were continuously circulating. Shangguan Yao mentioned that barriers exist between the pools, allowing passage to the next. My sword talent should be considerable. Thus this barrier should not hinder me. Shall we venture beyond this boundary and explore the next realm? With a resolute determination, Su Cheng took a deep breath and plunged his head into the water, swimming towards the stone wall. Shangguan Yao, filled with joy, hummed a cheerful tune while personally preparing the spiritual liquid and its essence for Su Cheng. Although she remained unaware of Su Cheng's true identity, the fact that he was still in Lingyuan City brought her a hidden sense of delight. At that moment, a young girl entered the storeroom, stating, "Miss Shangguan, my lady requests your company for sword practice shortly." Shangguan Yao turned to see it was the maid Xiaoyan from the Shi family. She smiled gently and replied, Xiaoyan, sword practice? That sounds delightful. Has Xianxia arrived?" Xiaoyan responded, "Miss has been here for some time, but she has already gone to the Kongjing sword pool. She said she would practice with you once she has finished her bath." Before Xiaoyan could finish her sentence, Shangguan Yao gasped, nearly dropping the spiritual liquid she held. What a coincidence! Both of them are at the Kongjing sword pool. Surely, they wouldn't encounter each other, would they? Shangguan Yao's mind was thrown into disarray. "Miss Shangguan, what troubles you?" Xiaoyan inquired, her small face filled with confusion. "And no, it's nothing," Shangguan Yao stammered, her complexion regaining its composure. After a moment of contemplation, she reasoned that Su Cheng and Shangguan Yao were unlikely to cross paths. The Kongjing sword pool had two entrances, one accessible to the public and the other restricted. The latter was the most challenging area for swordsmanship within the pool. Since the Kongjing sword pool was constructed by the Tianjin Hall, only the core disciples of the hall possessed the key to that entrance. Even the city lord's mansion could not unlock it. Xianxia, as a direct disciple of the Tianjin Hall with exceptional swordsmanship talent, must have entered through that restricted entrance, although outsiders could not access that entrance. The Kongjing sword pool as a whole remained interconnected. The gentleman's swordsmanship might not be sufficiently advanced to reach the area where Xianxia was. After all, Her talent was a rarity among the Tianjin Hall's disciples. Shangguan Yao could only silently pray in her heart. She understood her dear friend's capabilities and temperament well. If they were to encounter one another inside, it would spell trouble. Su Cheng swam through the Kongjing sword pool for quite a while, traversing several boundaries. Just how many regions were divided within this pool? Why had he not yet reached the end? As he swam, he couldn't help but grumble internally. He had crossed no fewer than 5 boundaries, yet still found no conclusion. Nevertheless, he had no intention of halting his progress. The fact that he could navigate through these boundaries suggested that his swordsmanship was indeed worthy of exploring deeper areas of the sword pool. With only a brief hour at his disposal, he naturally sought the area that would most enhance his abilities. Gritting his teeth, Su Cheng once again traversed the barrier before him. Upon crossing, he was immediately struck by the clarity and comfort of the pool's waters. This must be the deepest region, he mused, as he felt strands of spiritual energy seeping into him through his pores. Opening his eyes, he beheld the pool's waters, which appeared even more pure and luminous than before. To his astonishment, the white before him seemed to shimmer and move. How extraordinary! Su Cheng resolved to immerse himself thoroughly in this enchanting place, swimming upstream until he emerged from beneath the surface. However, just as he broke through, he barely had time to catch his breath when a chilling voice rang out beside him. Who goes there? Chapter 13, A Vow. How could there be a woman's voice? Su Cheng's heart raced in shock. Focusing his gaze through the mist, he was confronted by a breathtakingly smooth, white shoulder and back. She stood with her back to him. Her lustrous black hair coiled elegantly, revealing a graceful swan-like neck. In the next moment, she turned to face him, unveiling an exquisite visage. Upon seeing her, Su Cheng's heart sank. Xianxia? What was she doing here? Before he could gather his thoughts, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in her eyes. She swiftly executed a palm strike, unleashing a wave of formidable energy that shot forth from her hand, aimed directly at Su Cheng's neck. Such potent, true energy. He was no match for her. With no time to ponder, Su Cheng quickly turned to evade. I am sorry for the intrusion, he exclaimed, managing to dodge the oncoming force while taking a deep breath and plunging into the water. He then swam away from her. Where did this lecher come from? I vow to slay you today. The echo of Xianxia's furious shouts spurred him to swim faster. His speed was exponentially greater than when he had arrived. Even so, he could still feel waves of energy slicing through the water, narrowly grazing his body. This woman was far too fierce. He needed to flee quickly. The pool surged with tumultuous waves stirred by her energy, and Su Cheng dared not linger, focusing solely on his escape. In a matter of moments, he returned to the area from which he had first entered. Clambering onto the shore, he gasped for air, having exerted himself entirely to reach this point. Indeed, he felt exhausted. Nevertheless, he dared not tarry, hastily searching for his clothes to don. Fortunately, she had not pursued him. With a sigh of relief, Su Cheng hurriedly opened the stone door to the sword pool and stepped outside. Just as he exited, he collided with Shangguan Yao, who was holding several vials of spiritual liquid and essence, nearly dropping them in shock at the sudden encounter. Young master, there is still over half an hour left. How could you have returned so quickly? She exclaimed, astonished. With a chuckle, Su Cheng recalled that he had yet to feed his cat at home and decided to return. Crafting an excuse on the fly, he turned to leave when Shangguan Yao grasped the edge of his cloak, exclaiming, Young master, you've forgotten your spirit liquid in essence. Although she harbored some doubt regarding Su Cheng's pretext, the urgency in his demeanor suggested he had pressing matters to attend to, prompting her to refrain from further inquiry. Next time then, she concluded. However, Su Cheng's ears caught the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. With no time to spare for anything else, he hastened away. Next time, Shang Guanyao's beautiful eyes widened in confusion. Cradling the spirit liquid and essence in her hands, she murmured, But I've brought everything. Are you truly not taking them? Realizing what she meant, Su Cheng quickly gestured, collecting the items into his possession. Thank you, Miss Shang Guanyao. I must take my leave now. We shall meet again. Without waiting for her response, he swiftly turned and departed. Leica, halt! Before he could take more than a few steps, a tall and graceful figure appeared before him. It was none other than Xianxia, her expression icy and forbidding. Her slender frame, accentuated by the dampness of her recently bathed state, was clothed in a red robe, which clung to her form, emphasizing her exquisite curves. Particularly striking were her long, alluring legs, which stirred the imagination. Her cascading hair, still wet, framed her beautifully pale visage, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Su Cheng had no time for admiration as Xianxia's arched brows furrowed with fury. "Lecher, stop staring. I shall end you today." With that, she deftly drew her sword, lunging towards him with lethal intent. A fragrant breeze swept past as Xianxia's figure transformed into a blur, appearing before him in an instant. Her sword's tip aimed directly at his heart. This was a deadly assault. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Cheng pivoted, raising his own weapon, the shadowless sword, to intercept her strike. Their blades met with a crisp clang, resonating in the air. Undeterred, Xianxia altered her technique with a subtle flick of her wrist, redirecting her sword towards Su Cheng's throat. He quickly bent low, narrowly evading the lethal thrust. Indeed, Xianxia was a disciple of the Sword Sovereign. Each of her movements was exquisitely fierce. Fortuitously, his training with the Tsungyuan sword scroll had prepared him well. Otherwise, he would surely have fallen beneath her skill. As they exchanged blows, Su Cheng sensed the formidable intricacy of Xianxia's swordplay. Moreover, every strike she executed aimed to bring about his demise. Su Cheng felt he could no longer engage in such a fierce struggle with her. With a swift motion, he invoked the phantom shadow of 1,000 transformations. The ethereal, unblemished blade of his shadowless sword suddenly transformed into a faint, dark hue. He pointed the long sword ahead, and a deep, somber glow erupted from the tip of the blade. The phantom shadow sword was, after all, a technique of earth-tier caliber. Xianxia had not anticipated that Su Cheng possessed such formidable prowess. Momentarily taken aback, she unleashed a dazzling white light from her own sword. The two streams of brilliance collided, generating a tremendous noise that sent both combatants staggering back. As Xianxia regained her footing, gritting her silver teeth, she prepared to launch another strike at Su Cheng. However, Shangguan Yao hastily intervened, positioning herself between them to halt the impending confrontation. She looked at both individuals and said, "Is there perhaps some misunderstanding here?" They had engaged in combat from the moment they met, and given the intensity of their clash, she truly felt unable to interject. Reflecting on Xianxia's earlier accusations, she sensed that there must be some error in judgment. "Yao, step aside. Let me slay this scoundrel." Xianxia had disregarded Shangguan Yao's words, her cold gaze fixated on Su Cheng, filled with a murderous intent. "Xianxia, please remain calm. You must have misunderstood," Shangguan Yao urged. Noticing the murderous expression on Xianxia's face as she quickly embraced her. Turning to Su Cheng, she continued, "This gentleman is the mysterious savior who rescued me earlier. He cannot possibly be the scoundrel you claim." Xianxia, fueled by righteous indignation, retorted, "Even if he saved you, he is undoubtedly a scoundrel." With that, her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Su Cheng, her thoughts too furious to articulate. Shangguan Yao quickly deduced the situation. It was evident that Su Cheng had ventured deep into the empty mirror sword pool and crossed paths with Xianxia. Indeed, the worst-case scenario had unfolded. At that moment, Shangguan Yao could not help but feel astonished. She had not anticipated Su Cheng's swordsmanship to be so formidable, allowing him to reach the depths of the empty mirror sword pool, a place no one had attained since its establishment at the city lord's residence. This indicated that Su Cheng's talent in swordsmanship might rival that of Xianxia, the unparalleled genius of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Sangguan Yao regarded Su Cheng, struggling to fathom the implications. Su Cheng, at a loss for words, replied, "This cannot be blamed on me, Miss Shangguan. You ought to have informed me beforehand that someone else was also utilizing the sword pool. Besides, I hardly observed much." Inwardly, he thought, "I merely caught a glimpse." Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, Xianxia seethed, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Scoundrel, how dare you speak? Prepare to meet your end." Fearing that Shangguan Yao might indeed permit Xianxia to kill Su Cheng, she quickly embraced her once more, saying, "Xianxia, please calm down." Despite being held by Shangguan Yao, Xianxia's expression remained one of fierce indignation. Yao, let me go. I must kill that lecher. Today, I will ensure his demise. No one can stop me. I am resolute." Observing Xianxia's fierce demeanor, Su Cheng felt a sense of speechlessness. It was indeed a wise decision to agree to dissolve their engagement. Had they entered into matrimony, he dared not imagine the tumultuous life that awaited him. As he saw Shangguan Yao struggling to restrain Xianxia, Su Cheng realized time was of the essence and hastily departed. He understood that if he lingered any longer, the opportunity would slip away. Just as Su Cheng made his exit, Shangguan Yao could no longer hold back Shi Xianxia. Lecture, where do you think you're going? Shi Xianxia, resembling a feral beast unleashed, raced in the direction Su Cheng had taken. Shangguan Yao watched their disappearing figures, her heart laden with ominous foreboding. After a prolonged moment, Shi Xianxia returned, her expression devoid of emotion. Xianxia, what happened? Shangguan Yao inquired cautiously, her heart racing with fear that Shi Xianxia had indeed taken Su Cheng's life. Shi Xianxia clenched her teeth and proclaimed that Lecture was extraordinarily fortunate to escape. She then turned to Shangguan Yao, her voice firm. Yao, from now on, you must provide me with information about that scoundrel. If he dares to approach you again, you must inform me. I will personally ensure his demise. Shangguan Yao released a sigh of relief, replying, understood. Shi Xianxia tightened her delicate fists, her face radiating with murderous intent. I, Shi Xianxia, vow today that if I do not eliminate that Lecture, I shall marry that scoundrel, Su Cheng. Shangguan Yao couldn't help but feel a chill. What a dreadful oath this was. Chapter 14. The martial arts competition begins. Upon returning home, Su Cheng removed his long robe and mask, storing them away. Reflecting on the near brush with death at the hands of his childhood companion, he felt a mix of incredulity and amusement. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated that he could hold his ground against such a formidable disciple of the swordmaster. Naturally, if a protracted battle ensued, he would undoubtedly be the one to falter. He sensed that Shi Xianxia had yet to unleash her full potential. If this was the extent of the swordmaster's direct disciple's prowess, it was rather farcical. In light of the harrowing encounter, he thought it prudent to refrain from utilizing that identity too frequently. With a wry smile, he recalled the recent alarming episode. It was imperative to continue his cultivation. Su Cheng retrieved the spiritual liquid and its essence that Shangguan Yao had given him and began to meditate. 2 days swiftly passed. Through diligent practice, Su Cheng ascended to the 7th level of the yellow stage. Concurrently, he delved into the Tsung Yuan sword diagram, honing his swordsmanship. He had also mastered the Su family's ancestral sword technique, reaching a state of great proficiency. Opening the jade box left by his father, he perused the letter within. My child, to access the items in the next layer of the jade box, you must comprehend the Xuantian scripture housed in the scripture repository. Surely, you have heeded your father's teachings and frequently visited the repository to study the Xuantian scripture, have you? Xiantian scripture? Su Cheng pondered for a moment. Over the years, his frequent visits to the sutra repository had primarily been driven by his quest to uncover the mysteries of the so-called Xiantian Sutra. This endeavor was instigated by his father during his childhood. In truth, his daily excursions to the repository were largely due to his father's influence. It seemed that a profoundly enigmatic force lurked behind the Sutra repository, which had branches across various dynasties within the Canglu realm. Not everyone was permitted to borrow books from the repository. Su Cheng's access was granted because his father had previously rendered services to it. Following his father's passing, he inherited the credentials to peruse the sacred texts. The Xiantian Sutra was reputed to be the most arcane of tomes housed within the repository. Few could comprehend its contents, and despite years of study, Su Cheng had yet to glean any significant insights. He wondered what level of understanding his father had anticipated he would achieve in order to unlock the next layer of the jade box. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he unsealed the next layer of the jade box. A cascade of ethereal lights flickered above, seemingly forming an intricate and elusive formation. Life and death danced in obscurity, while the 2 grand arrays loomed before him. The solutions to these arrays appeared to be inscribed within the Xiantian Sutra. A surge of excitement coursed through Su Cheng's heart. Following the methods outlined in the Xiantian Sutra, he channeled his vital energy to manipulate the 2 grand arrays. Moments later, a crisp crack echoed as the seal of the next layer of the jade box gradually dissipated. Before Su Cheng's eyes lay 3 sacred texts: Tian Zhao Dan Shu, Jiuzhuan Yi Shu, and Dong Wu Kong Jian Shu. As he hastily flipped through the pages of these texts, he found himself utterly perplexed. The characters danced like tadpoles, eluding comprehension. He concentrated deeply, scrutinizing the text once more. After a considerable time, fragments of understanding began to unfold. Su Cheng's astonishment was palpable as he exclaimed, at last, I comprehend why my father urged me to delve into the Xiantian Sutra. The content recorded in the Xiantian Sutra corresponded directly with the 3 sacred texts. Only by thoroughly grasping the Xianxia Sutra could one hope to understand these writings. Viewed in isolation, both would appear as inscrutable as celestial scripts. At that moment, the contents of the three texts became clear to Su Cheng. The Tianjiao Dan Shu detailed an array of potent and rare medicinal elixirs. The Jiuzhuan Yishu chronicled the methods for treating a myriad of ailments. As for the Dong Wukong Jian Shu, it was even more astonishing, containing techniques for manipulating space, including methods for opening and closing portals. In the realm of cultivators, time was deemed unalterable. Only deities could engage with the laws of time. Space, too, was a domain accessible only to those of the sacred realm. The existence of techniques for manipulating space within the Dong Wukong Jian Shu left Su Cheng utterly astounded. Clutching the three sacred texts, he was unable to contain his tears. Originally, the father had silently devoted so much for himself. The methods recorded in the Insight Space technique proved to be remarkably effective. After spending an entire morning following the method of creating space detailed in the technique, Su Cheng crafted a storage ring possessing an independent space. This item is exceedingly precious. Perhaps there is not even one of its kind in the entire Lingyuan city. As he played with the storage ring in his hand, Su Cheng felt a surge of joy within. However, given his current mental strength and cultivation, the creation of this ring had indeed consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Subsequently, Su Cheng placed all his treasured belongings into the storage ring. With this artifact, he no longer needed to worry about carrying too many items with him. Previously, he had been rather anxious about the possibility of his shadowless sword being accidentally exposed. If it were to be seen by Xianxia, it would spell considerable trouble. Clearly, that concern was now rendered unnecessary. After placing 3 scriptures into the storage ring, Su Cheng noticed a note nestled in the final layer of the jade box. It appeared to be left behind by his father. His father's lifelong wish was for their family of 3 to reunite one day. Unfortunately, his father's strength was too weak to fulfill this wish. Child, you are the heir of the bright and dark divine body, and you have also obtained several legacies from the Tianxianjing. You should not disappoint your father nor your mother, right? The final layer of the jade box contains secrets about your mother. You must not open it until you reach Donghua Heaven. Your father's long-cherished wish can only be fulfilled by you. Donghua Heaven? Su Cheng pondered for a long time, but had never heard of this place. Nonetheless, he clenched his fists and resolutely affirmed within himself, "Father, do not worry. I will not let you down." With that, Su Cheng raised his head, his gaze shimmering with fearlessness and determination, and declared, "In the future, I will definitely reach Donghua Heaven, no matter where it is. The first step begins with entering the sword hall. I will undoubtedly protect this gathering of elite swords. Today marks the day of the martial arts competition for the sword." And Su Cheng arrived at his family's great hall. At that moment, his grandfather, the head of the family, Su Anlai, along with his uncle Su Chuang and cousin Su Jie, were already waiting in the hall. Since the last time Su Cheng had dueled with Su Jie, where Su Jie suffered a crushing defeat, it had been many days, and this was their first meeting since then. At this moment, Su Jie seemed to have forgotten the humiliation of that day, his demeanor now exceedingly arrogant. Upon seeing Su Jie, he could not help but sneer coldly. "Cheng Di, the competition for the sword is approaching. Why have you been cooped up in your room these past few days? Have you not practiced your sword at all? And to come so late today, are you planning to flee from the competition? If that is the case, let me, your elder brother, take your place." Su Cheng replied calmly, "I appreciate your concern, elder brother, but I fear you may not be able to win." Su Yis took fed. Previously, it was merely a suggestion. You wouldn't genuinely believe that with your limited skills, you could triumph over me, would you? As the elder brother, I must consider your feelings, lest I wound your pride. Wouldn't you agree? Su Cheng cast a glance at Su Jie, feeling a flicker of doubt within. Indeed, his aura seemed significantly stronger than just a few days prior. Su Cheng chuckled. "I too fear to damage my elder brother's pride, hence I graciously conceded at that time. You, retorted coldly. Suddenly, Suani interjected, "All right. Since everyone is gathered, let us proceed to the city lord's manor." Chapter 15. The favorite for victory? Not even a match for a single sword. Upon arriving at the city lord's manor, Su Cheng observed a throng of people crowded beside the martial arts arena. In addition to the prominent families competing for the sword, various others were present, including many young ladies from affluent families, adorned in extravagant attire, vying for the attention of the day's champion. It is well known that the victor of this sword competition would become the 3rd disciple of the Tianjian Hall from the younger generation of Lingyuan City. What young lady could resist the allure of such a title? However, the majority of the young lady's gazes were primarily fixed upon young master Xianxia of the Yang family and young master Chen Wu of the Chun family, both of whom were favorites to win this contest. In contrast, Su Cheng, the actual possessor of the grouping sword, garnered little attention from these young women. Before the age of 16, Su Cheng was unable to cultivate, and even now, despite having the ability to do so, he lagged significantly behind his peers. To many, he appeared merely as a stepping stone for Xianxia or Chun Wu. As Su Cheng and the members of the Su family settled into their spots beside the martial arts arena, he noticed Master Dao Xian approaching him. Ipan reaching Su Cheng. Master Dao Xian wore a concerned expression and said, "Cheng, you have arrived." Puzzled, Su Cheng inquired, "Uncle Master, is there something amiss?" With a sigh, Master Dao Xian replied, "Cheng, do you feel confident? The competitors for the grouping sword are formidable. I have considered this for the past few days. Perhaps we should cancel the competition for the sword. I would prefer you to take the grouping sword to the Tianjin Hall instead. At worst, I shall bear the consequences and compensate the other families." Feeling a sense of warmth from Master Dao Xian's concern, Su Cheng replied, "There is no need to cancel. Rest assured, Uncle Master, I have my own confidence." Seeing Su Cheng's unwavering confidence, Master Dao Xian was at a loss for words and could only sigh again. At that moment, a resonant and powerful voice emanated from the main seat beside the arena. The speaker was the city lord of Lingyuan City, Shangguan Hu, who proclaimed, "Today's sword competition is of great significance for Lingyuan City. After today, we shall witness the emergence of the third talent destined for the Tianjin Hall. In the realm of Lingyuan City, where harmony is paramount, the city lord proclaimed that the upcoming martial arts competition would be conducted with restraint, firmly instructing that no participant should deliberately inflict harm upon another." As he spoke, Lord Shangguan turned his gaze towards his daughter, Shangguan Yao, and declared, "My daughter is a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and shall serve as the judge for this competition." Shangguan Yao gracefully accepted her father's words, offering a gentle smile as she replied, "It is an honor to witness the prowess of our city's third disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. I do not consider myself a judge, merely a witness alongside all of you." With that, Shangguan Yao surveyed the crowd, her eyes ultimately resting upon Su Cheng. Her interest in him stemmed primarily from the fact that he was the fiancé of her close friend, Shi Xianxia. Moreover, Su Cheng had recently resumed his cultivation after years of stagnation, compelling her to take a closer look. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that his presence was somehow familiar, though she could not pinpoint why. The arrival of Shangguan Yao drew the attention of the young scions from various families, their gazes filled with fervor and admiration. Though her beauty and poise rivaled that of Shi Xianxia, the latter was a prodigy, a disciple of the Sword Sovereign, and thus beyond their reach. In contrast, Shangguan Yao seemed far more approachable. However, upon noticing her lingering gaze upon Su Cheng, the young men silently gritted their teeth, wishing to unleash their frustrations upon him in the arena. Lord Shangguan then declared, "I have outlined the rules. Do any of you have objections? If not, let the competition commence." Just then, a voice interrupted from the Shi family's side. It was none other than Lu Tsurong, the mother of Shi Xianxia. She stated, "Though the Kunying sword currently belongs to Su Cheng, it is originally a treasure that has been passed down from my Shi family. To ensure fairness in this contest, I propose an additional condition, which I trust will meet with your approval." The assembly shook their heads in agreement. For the Shi family was a prestigious lineage from Tianyuan City, beyond the reach of their humble town. Moreover, the Shi family rightfully held the title of the sword's first owner, leaving no room for dissent. Su Cheng remained silent, curious to see what conditions Lu Tsurong would impose. Lu Tsurong continued, "My condition is this. Since the Kunying sword is intended for the most exceptional youths of Tianyuan City, only the young heirs of the participating families may compete, without the assistance of substitutes. I trust there are no objections?" The crowd nodded in consensus, acknowledging the validity of her proposal. Lu Tsurong then cast a cold glance at Su Cheng, stating, "And Su Cheng, you too must compete without relying on others. I presume you have no objections?" "No," Su Cheng replied calmly. He had anticipated a more challenging stipulation, but it appeared she merely sought to prevent him from enlisting assistance. Internally, he couldn't help but smirk at her assumption that he would require help. Upon hearing that Su Cheng had no objections, the young scions of several families could not help but express their delight. Previously, when Su Cheng exhibited such confidence, they presumed he would surely seek assistance. At the very least, they expected his cousin, Su Jie, to participate on his behalf. Now, upon discovering that Su Cheng had resolved to compete himself, their joy was palpable, as this effectively eliminated one opponent. In contrast, Yang Hongxian, the heir of the Yang family, appeared to be well aware of the underlying circumstances, maintaining a calm demeanor. Su Cheng then proclaimed, as the possessor of the Kuning sword, "I too have a condition." Facing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he continued, "If you wish to compete, you must first pay the entry fee." Aside from the Su family, 5 families in total were set to participate. The first round would consist of matchups, with half of the contestants being eliminated. To Su Cheng's surprise, he drew Chen Wu from the Chen family as his opponent in the inaugural bout. On the arena, Su Cheng and Chen Wu stood face to face, both wielding long swords. Chen Wu, with a disdainful gaze, sneered, "Young Master Su, considering you delivered the Kuning sword to me, I could spare you the pain of defeat. You should surrender now." Su Cheng replied coolly, "Do you possess such unwavering confidence in your victory?" Chen Wu erupted into laughter and, turning back to Su Cheng, muttered, "Could I possibly lose to you? You have barely trained for a few days and think you can contend with me. Your confidence is misplaced. However, since you refuse to concede and remain obstinate, you shall only have yourself to blame for the suffering that awaits you." With a glint of malice in his eyes, he added, "Young Master Chen, the entry fee of 100,000 spirit crystals is no trifling sum. If I do not reduce you to a state where you require 10 times that amount in medicinal expenses for your recovery, I shall not relent." Suddenly, Chen Wu's aura surged as he lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Su Cheng. A faint smile graced Su Cheng's lips as he executed a sweeping motion with his sword. Su family sword technique. First form, opening the mountain. The vital energy coalesced around his sword, imbued with tremendous force, radiating an overwhelming power. As their swords clashed, a resounding explosion of energy echoed through the arena. Chen Wu was propelled backward at an astonishing speed, his feet leaving distinct marks upon the tiled arena floor. Ultimately, he crashed outside the confines of the stage, leaving the spectators in utter disbelief. How could the favored contender, Chen Wu, be bested by a single strike from Su Cheng? Even the typically composed Xianxia, observing Su Cheng's proud stance, could not suppress the flicker of complexity in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 16. A Sword Through the Heart. How could this be? Young Master Su emerged victorious with but a single move? Had he not just recently become a practitioner? And had he not previously lacked any sword training? This Chen family scion is remarkably weak, indeed. The crowd present turned their gaze towards Su Cheng, engaging in animated discussions. The young ladies from affluent families gazed at him with sparkling eyes, some even sending him flirtatious glances. Even the previously composed Shangwan Yao displayed a fleeting look of surprise. While she had heard of Su Cheng's ability to cultivate, she was utterly astonished that he could defeat Yang Wu. This was a stark contrast to her previous impression of Su Cheng. Contemplating this, Shangwan Yao shifted her attention towards the Shi family. Apart from the Shi family head Dao Xian, who wore an expression of delight, Shi Xiue and her mother Lu Zerong both furrowed their brows. What happened earlier was an accident. It doesn't count. Let us try again. Chen Wu, overhearing the derision directed at him, felt a surge of humiliation and rage. His eyes turned crimson as he slammed his hand on the ground and leapt up fiercely. Su Cheng replied calmly, "Young Master Chen, you have already lost. Such opportunities are not plentiful. If you wish to compete again, you must provide another 100,000 spirit crystals." Chen Wu ascended the arena, shouting, 100,000 it is. Do you think I would lose to you? With such a sum required, I fear you may not live to spend it. With that, he swung his sword and charged at Su Cheng once more. His sword technique was imbued with boundless murderous intent, aimed directly at Su Cheng's heart. The spectators were instantly alarmed. They had agreed to a restrained contest, yet here was Chen Wu, intent on violence from the very first round. Even the city lord, Shangwan Hu, called out, "Stop." However, his words fell on deaf ears. As Chen Wu approached with ferocity, Su Cheng's gaze sharpened, and he raised his own sword. In an instant, his sword radiated a brilliant light, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual power. Su Clan's sword technique. Fifth form, embrace the moon. Su Cheng's sword was now aimed at Chen Wu's heart as well. The two forces collided, resulting in an outcome that astonished everyone. The seemingly ferocious Chen Wu was pierced in the heart by Su Cheng's blade, while Su Cheng remained as composed as a mountain. Chen Wu's sword did not even graze the hem of Su Cheng's garment. At that moment, crimson blood gushed from Chen Wu's wound, and his pupils dilated in sheer terror. "Stop!" Do not harm my son. A powerful voice echoed as a middle-aged man suddenly leaped onto the arena. It was Chen Jichuan, the patriarch of the Chen family and Chen Wu's father. Channeling his spiritual energy, he struck towards Su Cheng's sword with a force that resonated deeply, displacing the blade. After deflecting the sword, Chen Jichuan turned to embrace Chen Wu, retrieving a pill from his robe and feeding it to his son, his face etched with concern. Vuya, are you all right? Chen Wu's complexion was ashen, his lips tinged with purple, as he slowly replied, Father, avenge me. This Su Cheng dares to take my life. Chen Jichuan slowly nodded, then turned to Su Cheng, coldly stating, Su Cheng, we had agreed before the match that we would hold back. How dare you resort to such brutality and harm my son? Do you not recognize your wrongdoing? You must apologize to the Chen family. Su Cheng sneered. It was Chen Wu who struck first. I merely acted in self-defense. If anyone is at fault, it is your son. Sharp-tongued indeed. Chen Jichuan snorted disdainfully and replied, My son is gravely injured due to your actions. Thus it is evidently you who are in the wrong. If you present the Kunying sword as an apology to the Chen family, we shall let bygones be bygones. Once again, it all circles back to the Kunying sword. Su Cheng thought, unable to suppress a smile. Just as he was about to speak, a booming voice rang out from the crowd below. Chen Jichuan, do you think the Su family is without defenders? Su Mi leaped onto the platform, standing beside Su Cheng. His hawk-like gaze bore into Chen Jichuan as he spoke with a voice like thunder. It was your Chen family who initiated the attack. Everyone here has witnessed it. Do you think you can twist the truth? The crowd nodded in agreement, having clearly seen that it was indeed Chen Wu who first attempted to stab Su Cheng's heart. As the host of the duel, Xianxia who felt compelled to interject. It is true that young Master Chen struck first against young Master Su. However, he was also injured by young Master Su. Thus he has paid the price for his mistake. Turning to Chen Jichuan, Xianxia who continued, Patriarch Chen, let this matter rest. Your family should not pursue any grievances against the Su family. He then addressed Su Cheng. Though young Master Chen used lethal force against you, he did not succeed in harming you. Instead, he suffered for his own misdeeds. You need not hold further grudges against him. Su Cheng wore a cold expression, remaining silent. This Xianxia who, as the city lord, was indeed a cunning fox, playing both sides against each other. Meanwhile, Chen Jichuan, upon hearing Xianxia whose pronouncement and observing the disapproving looks from the gathered crowd, felt the weight of their judgment. Even members of other prominent families regarded him with disdain upon hearing his demand for Su Cheng to offer the Kunying sword as an apology. Chen Jichuan's expression shifted slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, he declared, Very well. Since Lord Xianxia has chosen to resolve the matter this way, I have no further objections. This duel for the sword does not concern the Chen family, so I shall not disturb your enjoyment any longer. With that, he signaled for several of his clan members to assist Chen Wu away. Before departing, he turned to Su Cheng, his demeanor darkening. Though this matter concludes today, the debt is far from settled. The Chen family shall remember this incident. Su Cheng met Chen Jichuan's chilling gaze and replied, Wait, Master Chen. Who says this matter has concluded today? What more do you desire? Chen Jichuan coldly glared at Su Cheng, his expression a steely gray, seemingly harboring boundless rage. He continued, Youngster, do not presume to overstep your bounds. With a faint smile, Su Cheng replied, Master Chen, you misinterpret my intentions. I merely seek to reclaim the funds for the tickets to the Gathering of Heroes. Young Master Chen participated in the tournament twice, yet only compensated for one ticket. He still owes for another. Furthermore, he explicitly stated that it would be 100,000, a sentiment echoed by all present. Surely, you cannot deny this? A fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flashed across Chen Jichuan's stern countenance before he swiftly reined it in. He coldly instructed the members of the Chen family beside him. Transfer 100,000 spirit crystals to the Su family. Turning his gaze back to Su Cheng, he reiterated icily, Second young Master Su, for over a decade. You have been a mere wastrel, and now, as a novice, you exhibit such greed. Misfortune will soon befall you. I am simply reclaiming that which rightfully belongs to me. How is that an act of greed? Su Cheng replied calmly. Without further words, Chen Jichuan snorted coldly and departed hastily with the members of the Chen family. Observing their retreating figures and glancing at the various families surrounding the arena, Su Cheng could not help but smirk inwardly. He was deemed greedy? What then could be said of those coveting the Gathering of Heroes? The onlookers, taken aback by the swift escalation following the initial match, began to engage in fervent discussions. The Chen family has suffered a significant loss. Not only did they fail to secure the Gathering of Heroes, but their young master also sustained grave injuries. And they have squandered an additional 200,000 spirit crystals. Not just 200,000. Young Master Chen's medicinal expenses must also be considerable. Do you think the Chun family will retaliate against the Su family? Certainly. Who could swallow such humiliation without response? Moreover, the Chun family has deep ties with the Lord of Sword-Tide City. A counterstrike against the Su family is inevitable. The future of Lingyuan City does not bode well. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Su Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. If Lingyuan City were considered a small settlement, then Sword-Tide City was the sole medium-sized city among the nearby territories. The cities under the purview of the Heavenly Sword Hall are generally classified into 3 tiers: large, medium, and small. Large cities, typically situated in the heart of Heavenly Sword Hall's domain, have names beginning with Tian, such as Tianyuan City. Medium cities, considerably smaller than their large counterparts, bear names beginning with Jian, like Sword-Tide City. Small cities have no specific naming conventions. All city lords are appointed by the Heavenly Sword Hall, establishing a hierarchical management system. A large city usually oversees a dozen or so medium cities, while a medium city manages several to dozens of small cities. Lingyuan City, where Su Cheng resides, is theoretically governed by Sword-Tide City. Su Cheng had previously heard of the close ties between the Chun family and the Lord's Mansion of Sword-Tide City. Yet he had not given it much thought until now. Certainly, even at the mere thought, he would still respond to Chun Wu with the same demeanor. Su Anlai listened to the surrounding discussions, then noticed Su Cheng in deep contemplation, seemingly discerning his thoughts. He patted Su Cheng's shoulder and exclaimed, Cheng, splendidly done. I had thought that after years without practicing martial arts, you would be overshadowed by others. Yet, your recent performance has truly brought honor to our Su family. After a brief pause, he continued, the conflicts among families, the struggles for interests, are indeed fierce. You must now grasp this reality. As for the rumors regarding the Chun family and the Lord of Xianxia City, do not let them weigh heavily on your mind. No matter how powerful the Lord of Xianxia City may be, he shall not devour our Su family in Lingyuan City. Su Cheng nodded slightly, remaining silent. At that moment, the resonant voice of Shangguan Hu echoed again. There have been minor interruptions, but the tournament for the sword shall resume. Chapter 17. What are you celebrating? Shue. This young master, Su Cheng, seems far from ordinary. He appears quite formidable, entirely unlike someone who has just begun their training. Beside the arena, Shangguan Yao and Shue stood conversing. Both were breathtakingly beautiful and of noble lineage. Although the spectators were focused on the competition, their gazes inevitably wandered to the two ladies. The unparalleled beauties were undoubtedly the most striking feature of the scene. The other young ladies from prominent families in Lingyuan City appeared utterly overshadowed in their presence. However, at this moment, the two young women directed their attention towards Su Cheng. Formidable? Just how formidable could he be? Shue scoffed softly, casting a fleeting glance at Su Cheng. His performance indeed took her by surprise. It had hardly reached a level warranting her notice. Of course, he is no match for our future sword saint of the Tianjin Hall. Shangguan Yao replied with a gentle smile. Nonetheless, young Master Su Cheng does not seem weak either. Shue, I believe he has a high probability of obtaining the Kunying sword and heading to the Tianjin Hall. Yao, do not speak such ill omens. Shue retorted. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to her father, who was watching Su Cheng with a delighted expression. If Su Cheng were to truly obtain the Kunying sword and go to the Tianjin Hall, she had a nagging feeling that her father would once again bring up the matter of her marriage to Su Cheng. How troublesome! Shue instinctively smoothed her flawless forehead. Recently, she had indeed been plagued by numerous worries. This thought reminded her of the encounter with the man in the white mask at the Mirror Sword Pool. As a disciple of the Sword Sovereign at the Tianjin Hall, Shue held an extraordinary status. Within the sect, she not only had her own mountain palace, but even the Mirror Sword Pool on her peak was designated solely for her. This was her first time utilizing the external Mirror Sword Pool on this outing. She had heard from her peers within the sect that the empty Mirror Sword Pool outside was entirely constructed by the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, thus ensuring complete safety. However, to her astonishment, during her inaugural use, she encountered such an incident. This nearly cast a shadow over her, leaving her too frightened to utilize the empty Mirror Sword Pool again. Remembering that masked lecher, Shue clenched her snow-white fists and turned to Shangguan Yao, inquiring, Yao, has that lecher sought you out again in recent days? Lecher? Shangguan Yao momentarily froze, then, after a brief pause, grasped what Shi Shueshu meant and hastily replied, "Oh? You're referring to that gentleman. Since that day, he has not returned. I am uncertain if he has left Linyuan City." "Not returned?" Shi Shueshu scoffed coldly and insisted. "Yao Yao, continue to keep watch for me. Inform me of any slightest movement regarding him. He must pay a heavy price." Observing her resolute friend, Shangguan Yao nodded gently, assuring her, "Shueshu, rest assured, should that gentleman return, I will inform you." She had already resolved that if she encountered that mysterious gentleman again, she would surely seek to dissolve the misunderstanding between him and Shi Shueshu. After all, this gentleman had demonstrated the ability to reach the deepest depths of the empty mirror sword pool, indicating his formidable talent in swordsmanship, potentially rivaling that of Shi Shueshu. Furthermore, having witnessed their duel previously, Shangguan Yao recognized the intricacies of his swordplay, which was by no means inferior to Shi Shueshu's. It would be best for these two prodigies to reconcile, rather than engage in a battle that would lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, one was her savior, while the other was her dearest friend. She certainly wished to avoid seeing them at odds with one another. Yet, where could she find that enigmatic gentleman? A hint of sorrow flickered in Shangguan Yao's eyes. Could it be that he had already departed? Would she ever have the chance to meet him again? She pondered silently. At that moment, the commanding voice of Shangguan Hu resonated, announcing, "Let the decisive duel for the sword commence." Meanwhile, Su Cheng ascended the stage, facing off against the eldest son of the Yang family, Yang Hongxian. A total of 6 youths had participated in the sword contest, with only 3 remaining after the first round. As the master of the group of Heroes' Sword, Su Cheng possessed the privilege of waiting for the outcome of the duel between the other two before confronting his opponent. Ultimately, it would be Yang Hongxian who would face Su Cheng in the final battle. Standing tall on the stage, the two faced one another. "Su She, it seems we have underestimated you. Who would have thought you were so profoundly concealed?" Yang Hongxian remarked, casting a calm smile towards Su Cheng, devoid of any harsh words. He continued, "Chen Daxiao, regarded as a paragon among the youth of Linyuan City, surprisingly found himself unable to withstand even a single move from you." Su Cheng smiled faintly and remarked, "Young Master Yang, you are not without merit." In Yang Hongshuan's eyes, Su Cheng perceived an overwhelming confidence. Yang Hongxian had easily triumphed in his previous 2 matches, even finding it simpler than his victory over Chen Wu. Thus, a barely concealed air of arrogance and disdain lingered on Yang Hongshuan's face, as if the coveted Sword of Heroes was already within his grasp. With a slight shake of his head, Yang Hongxian continued, "However, second young Master Su, with merely this, you are still far from being my opponent. The Sword of Heroes ultimately belongs to me." A fervent spark suddenly ignited in Yang Hongshuan's gaze. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Only through battle will the truth be revealed." Outside the arena, Shangguan Hu called out, "Today, one among you shall surely be chosen as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall. I hope you both seize this opportunity." Upon hearing this, the spectators outside were filled with fervor. A disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall, after all, was akin to a star surrounded by the moon. They turned their eager eyes towards the two on stage, anxious to discern who would ascend to the Heavenly Sword Hall. Meanwhile, on the arena, Su Cheng and Yang Hongxian had already drawn their long swords, standing in a tense standoff. "Second young Master Su, my Yang family sword technique is also a mid-tier yellow-level martial art. Although it is a family inheritance, it is merely the lower-tier variant that I have practiced. Surely, you cannot even compel me to employ a higher-tier technique?" Yang Hongxian's expression brimmed with pride. With a scornful laugh, he shrugged his shoulders and lunged forward like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, his sword glowing brightly and emitting a series of resonant clangs. Su Cheng, in turn, swung his sword, advancing with the techniques of the Su family's long sword. The moves unfolded: the mountain opening style, the ocean covering style, the sun pursuing style, the star plucking style. On the arena, the two figures darted with incredible speed, their sword lights dazzling and mesmerizing. In mere moments, Su Cheng and Yang Hongxian exchanged numerous blows. Su Cheng soon realized that Yang Hongshuan's true energy was exceptionally deep, at the level of either the 8th or 9th tier of the yellow level. It was no wonder he exuded such confidence. However, by this point, the pride on Yang Hongshuan's face had diminished significantly. With each clash of their swords, he discovered that his true energy was vastly inferior to Su Cheng's. Unbeknownst to him, Su Cheng possessed the enlightened and obscure divine body, which granted him 2 sets of meridians. coupled with the intricacies of the mixed void infinite pulse that Su Cheng cultivated. The flow of spiritual energy within him was profoundly mysterious. The true energy he generated was immensely powerful. Although Su Cheng's cultivation level was merely at the 7th tier of the yellow level, the intensity of his true energy rivaled that of ordinary practitioners at the mystic level. Of course, even without the advantage of true energy, Su Cheng's swordsmanship alone was enough to keep Xianxia at bay. His skills were honed within the illustrious Zhongyuan sword diagram. The Zhongyuan sword diagram not only possesses an automatic error correction function, but also engages in simulations, allowing the sword techniques practiced to continually advance. Although both the Su family sword technique and the Yang family sword technique are classified as medium-level Huang rank martial arts, the proficiency with which Su Cheng employs the Su family sword technique far surpasses that of Yang Hongshuan's use of the Yang family sword technique. How has the young master Su managed to refine the Su family sword technique to such an exquisite level? This medium-level sword technique in his hands seems to rival the prowess of Xian rank sword techniques. Onlookers by the arena gazed at Su Cheng, nodding in admiration. Particularly, members of the prominent families from Lingyuan City displayed expressions of astonishment. As fellow members of the elite families in Lingyuan City, they naturally engaged in mutual studies. Although they had not personally practiced the Su family sword technique, they had conducted considerable research. They were witnessing for the first time someone wielding the Su family long sword to such a masterful extent. Furthermore, it appeared that Su Cheng's rendition of the Su family sword technique included his own enhancements. Could it be that this young master Su is truly a prodigy of a sword? The crowd regarded Su Anlai with a glimmer of envy in their eyes. Su Anlai himself was equally taken aback by Su Cheng's mastery of the Su family sword technique, which he had not anticipated reaching such heights. He had initially thought that Su Cheng's previous victory over Su Jia marked the limits of his swordsmanship. Observing Su Cheng, who now commanded the upper hand on the stage, Su Anlai could not help but stroke his long beard and nod in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the expressions of Su Chuang and Su Jia, standing beside him, were fraught with complexity, their gazes towards Su Cheng betraying a hint of barely concealed malice. Above the arena, Yang Hongxian had been relentlessly pressured by Su Cheng. Finally, he sees an opportunity to break free. Young Master Su, I must admit I underestimated you until now, he said, his previous confidence and arrogance having completely evaporated, yet still laced with haughtiness. However, to think you could compel me to use my ultimate skill, you ought to feel satisfied with your impending defeat. With that, Yang Hongxian channeled his vital energy, and an ominous black aura began to emanate from his sword. A faint black mist wafted above the blade. This was the low-grade Xian rank black wind sword technique. It was unexpected that the Yang family possessed a Xian rank sword technique. Given this, young Master Su's defeat seemed inevitable. How could a Huang rank sword technique compete against a Xian rank one? Thus, the Sword of Heroes would surely belong to the Yang family. Once Yang Hongxian revealed his sword technique, those who had previously supported Su Cheng now shook their heads slightly in dismay. Even Su Anlai and Sword Dao displayed expressions of grave concern. Young Master Su, tonight my Yang family is hosting a competition to celebrate the acquisition of the Sword of Heroes. As its rightful owner, do remember to attend. Young Hongshuan sneered coldly, slowly waving his sword. Dense black energy surged from the blade, manifesting the black wind sword technique. Wind Strangle, he declared, sweeping his sword fiercely, unleashing a barrage of sharp sword energy composed of the dark aura towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng responded with a cold smile, his figure suddenly shifting rapidly. He brandished his long sword, charging towards the ominous black sword energies aimed at Yang Hongxian. Suddenly, a startling scene unfolded. Those formidable sword energies struck Su Cheng's body, yet failed to inflict any harm. Instead, they dissipated like mist into the air. Those with keen eyes could perceive that Su Cheng had cleaved the sword energies into vapor. This technique was the 7th move of the Su family swordplay, known as the Heavenly Seal. As Su Cheng closed in on the astonished Yang Hongxian, he thrust his long sword forward, sweeping it directly at Yang Hongxian. Caught off guard, Yang Hongxian attempted to raise his sword to block, but Su Cheng sent both him and his sword crashing to the ground. Gazing down at Yang Hongxian, Su Cheng remarked nonchalantly, "Might I inquire what occasion you are celebrating tonight, young Master Yang?" Chapter 18. The Alliance of Offense and Defense. The Commanding Sword. Young Master Su, you are formidable, I concede. Yang Hongshuan's face was a mask of reluctance, his eyes betraying a deep-seated resentment. However, he did not exhibit the anger that Chen Wu had previously displayed. Seeing his surrender, Su Cheng paid him no further heed. This young Xian was far more cunning than Chen Wu. Witnessing this, Lord Shangwan proclaimed loudly, "Excellent. Since young Xian has conceded, I hereby declare Su Cheng the victor of this duel for the sword." His sharp gaze turned to Su Cheng as he continued, "Congratulations, Su Cheng, on becoming the third disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall among the younger generation of Linjiang City." His voice resonated powerfully throughout the arena. The spectators fixated intently on Su Cheng. After all the commotion, the sword ultimately returned to its rightful owner. Among the crowd, young women cast flirtatious glances at Su Cheng, hoping to capture his attention. Some bolder souls even tossed their handkerchiefs and hairpins gently in his direction. Meanwhile, Shi Zerong from the Shi family wore a grim expression at Su Cheng's victory, while beside her, Shi Daoxian beamed with joy. As for Shangguan Yao and Shi Xianxia, their reactions varied. Shangguan Yao looked on with curiosity and surprise, perceiving that this Su Cheng seemed increasingly distant from her memory of the incapable second young Master Su. Conversely, Shi Xianxia furrowed her brows, glaring at Su Cheng, lost in her thoughts. "Haha, Xianxia, I knew you would not disappoint me." As Su Cheng descended from the arena, Su Enlai approached him, laughing heartily and patting him on the shoulder. Following closely were Su Chuang and Su Jie, both wearing forced smiles that seemed rather strained. "Congratulations, Cheng, on becoming a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall. This is indeed a grand occasion for our Su family." Though Su Jie spoke words of congratulations, his expression was complex, a blend of jealousy, resentment, and feigned joy. At this moment, other prominent families began to approach Su Cheng to offer their congratulations. It was now an established fact that Su Cheng had become a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace. With this newfound status, the Su family standing would undoubtedly rise. Naturally, they sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Su family. Su Anlai then proclaimed with a hearty voice, "Tonight, my Su family will host a banquet to celebrate my grandson's successful defense of the Kunying sword. I sincerely invite all of you to join us." At that moment, Su Cheng suddenly noticed that Shangguan Yao had, unbeknownst to him, arrived before him. Accompanying her was Shi Xianxia, whose face was adorned with a faint frost. After appraising Su Cheng for a moment, Shangguan Yao softly said, "Young Master Su Cheng, congratulations. I never imagined that in just a few years, you would change so remarkably." Su Cheng smiled modestly, replying, "Miss Shangguan, you flatter me. I merely won by chance." Although both were scions of great families in Lingyuan City, Su Cheng had been unable to cultivate previously, spending his days immersed in the scripture pavilion. He and Shangguan Yao were merely acquaintances, not particularly close. Shangguan Yao continued, "Chance? Young Master Su Cheng, you are far too humble. As fellow sword practitioners, you certainly did not appear to have won by mere luck just now. You cannot deceive us." As she spoke, she glanced at Shi Xianxia beside her and added, "If you doubt it, you can ask Xianxia here. She is one of the most talented prodigies of our Heavenly Sword Palace." "Xianxia, would you care to evaluate young Master Su's swordplay just now?" Xianxia cast a glance at Su Cheng, letting out a cold huff, and remarked, "Su Cheng, I hope you do not become overly proud. You should know that you are not yet a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace. Moreover, the Kunying sword was given to you by my family." Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, "I am well aware that the Kunying sword was bestowed upon me by your uncle, yet it is now mine. Do you wish to reclaim it?" Shi Xianxia retorted, "I never said I wanted it back. I mentioned this merely to remind you that your opportunity at the Heavenly Sword Palace owes much to my family. Therefore, once you are there, do not mention anything regarding our relationship." A cold smile crept onto Su Cheng's face. He had thought Shi Xianxia was about to express something significant. Instead, she was simply concerned about being associated with him. It was no wonder that Lu Zerong and she had always attempted to obstruct his acquisition of the Kunying sword. Realizing this, he replied indifferently, "You are overthinking. I am not that petty." "You." Observing Su Cheng's nonchalant demeanor, Shi Xianxia couldn't help but bite her silver teeth in frustration. Although she should have found Su Cheng distasteful, his complete indifference towards her sparked a flicker of displeasure within her. After a moment, she coldly stated, "I hope you remember what you have said." Su Cheng responded, "Such matters are reciprocal. I hope you remember your own words as well." Shi Xianxia was about to speak again when Shangguan Yao interjected, saying, "Ladies, we are all disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion now, hailing from Lingyuan City. Let us maintain a harmonious atmosphere. Shangguan Yao had initially allowed Xianxia to speak in hopes that she would commend Su Cheng's swordsmanship, thereby easing the tension between the two. Indeed, Su Cheng's swordplay was commendable, and even Shangguan Yao had recognized this. She believed Xianxia must have seen it as well. Although the engagement between Xianxia and Su Cheng had been annulled, and she held no affection for him, Shangguan Yao felt that Su Cheng's recent performance could potentially alter Xianxia's perception of him. After all, the three of them were disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and it would be advantageous for their relationships to remain amicable. However, given the exchange between the two, Shangguan Yao realized her naivety. Their relationship seemed to be deteriorating further. Thus, she hastily spoke up, fearing that if they continued their conversation, it might escalate to confrontation. With nothing more to discuss, Su Cheng and the two women dispersed. As this occurred, the crowd of onlookers began to gradually thin out. Noticing this, Shangguan Hu suddenly called out, "Everyone, please do not leave just yet. Today, in addition to the competition for the sword, I have some important announcements to make." The departing crowd paused, turning their attention to Shangguan Hu, curious to learn what he had to share. He scanned the audience with a commanding gaze before finally fixing his eyes on Su Cheng, proclaiming loudly, "First, our city lord's mansion will henceforth form a defensive alliance with the Su family." The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd was left astounded. The city lord's mansion was to ally with the Su family? What could this mean? Clearly, with the emergence of a second family in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, an alliance was preferable to conflict. Indeed, it is said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless they are of different genders. Did this imply a potential marriage between the two families? Could it be that Master Su Cheng and Miss Shangguan Yao were wed? Would it be wrong with that? Both were disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, truly a match made in heaven. It seemed that if the alliance succeeded, the landscape of Lingyuan City would undergo significant transformation. Shangguan Hu's announcement sparked a flurry of reactions and discussions among the crowd. Even Su Cheng could not help but furrow his brow, uncertain of the intentions behind Shangguan Hu's declaration. The heads of other prominent families in Lingyuan City wore grave expressions. This was no trivial matter, as it could affect the survival of their clans. In fact, even Shangguan Yao, standing beside Shangguan Hu, gazed at her father in astonishment, especially upon hearing the crowd speculate about her potential marriage to Su Cheng. A pallor washed over her face. The notion of marriage brought forth memories of the mysterious gentleman who had rescued her by the seaside. Disregarding the reactions of the crowd, Shangguan Hu cleared his throat and once more proclaimed, "As for the reason behind our alliance, I shall reveal it shortly." He then turned to Shangguan Yao and said, "Yao, please present that item for everyone to see." Shangguan Yao nodded gently and produced a finely crafted blue longsword from her sleeve. Channeling her inner energy, she raised her delicate hand and with a gentle flick, sent the sword soaring. In an instant, the longsword transformed into a brilliant beam of light, hurtling forth. Ultimately, the sword struck the nearby wall with a resounding thud. A cascade of radiance burst forth from the blade, morphing the sword into a luminous curtain spanning 3 yards wide. Above the light, dozens of robust characters floated gracefully. Among the crowd, an astute observer recognized the sword and exclaimed, This is the Edict Sword of the Heavenly Sword Hall." Chapter 19, The Traitor. An edict is a decree issued by an emperor, encompassing commands and laws. As one of the 3 dominant powers in the Eastern Domain, the Heavenly Sword Hall not only governs countless cities, but also oversees numerous kingdoms, both large and small, which serve as its vassals. Thus, it naturally possesses the authority to issue edicts. The method employed by the Heavenly Sword Hall to proclaim edicts is through a specially crafted longsword known as the Edict Sword, which cannot be counterfeited by any other faction. According to Su Cheng's knowledge, the edict swords issued by the Heavenly Sword Hall are typically associated with significant matters. The blue Edict Sword is classified as a level 3 Edict Sword. One wonders what important issue it pertains to. Another voice rang out from the crowd. The Edict Swords of the Heavenly Sword Hall are categorized into 3 grades: gold, purple, and blue. Even though the blue Edict Sword is merely a level 3, it still signifies a matter of considerable importance. As Su Cheng gazed at the flowing blue text on the Edict Sword's luminous curtain, he fell into a momentary contemplation. He was not alone. Many present also turned their attention to the content of the Edict Sword. By the decree of the Heavenly Sword Hall, investigations reveal that the coastal cities of the Eastern Domain have been deeply infiltrated by the island of 10,000 corpses. Each city lord must thoroughly investigate this matter. As he meticulously read the contents of the Edict Sword, Su Cheng began to grasp the underlying situation. At that moment, Shangguan, who scanned the crowd once more and stated loudly, "I believe you have all discerned the contents of the Edict Sword, but I must add a few more words. According to the Heavenly Sword Hall's investigations over the years, numerous families in the coastal cities of the Eastern Domain have already been infiltrated by the island of 10,000 corpses, resulting in many traitors. Even our Lingyuan city is not exempt, despite having already seen the contents of the Edict Sword. The revelation that Lingyuan city harbored traitors from the island of 10,000 corpses still evoked expressions of shock among the gathered individuals. They exchanged glances, seemingly eager to assert their innocence, while simultaneously curious about the identity of the traitor. After all, this was a matter of immense gravity. The three major sects of the Eastern Domain and the island of 10,000 corpses are locked in a life-and-death struggle, where one's existence hinges on the other. Regardless of who it may be, anyone acting as a traitor for the island of 10,000 corpses would face severe retribution. Indeed, those present predominantly focus their attention on the prominent families of Lingyuan City. Typically, it is only these esteemed clans that possess the potential to harbor traitors. Common folk, lacking any leverage, cannot be exploited by the island of 10,000 corpses. At this moment, the members of the leading families in Lingyuan City scrutinized one another, exchanging glances filled with both astonishment and wariness. The atmosphere grew hushed, a chill enveloping the gathering. Suddenly, Lord Shangguan let out a cold chuckle. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not rush to speculate on the identity of the traitor. I can merely state that this individual is exceedingly cunning and currently conceals themselves quite adeptly. However, I assure you, there is indeed a traitor among us, as confirmed by the Heavenly Sword Hall." As he spoke, he let out a disdainful huff and continued. "Merely days ago, my daughter, while returning to Lingyuan City with the commanding sword, was intercepted by agents of the island of 10,000 corpses." At this juncture, Shangguan Yao nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, the assailants were from the outer two killers' gate of the island of 10,000 corpses. They came in large numbers and were quite formidable, seemingly having prepared in advance. Fortunately, I was rescued by a mysterious gentleman at that time." Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with immense shock. Although the Two Killers Gate was merely an outer faction of the island of 10,000 corpses, they held a notorious reputation. The audacity of these individuals to brazenly attack the daughter of the city lord was beyond imagination. Furthermore, the location of the assault was alarmingly close to Lingyuan City. It is worth noting that these outer forces of the island of 10,000 corpses typically only dared to engage in piracy on the seas, rarely committing such reckless acts on land in the eastern region. This surely indicates that a significant event is on the horizon. Su Cheng furrowed his brow, recalling his previous encounter when he saved Shangguan Yao. He vaguely remembered the steward of the Two Killers Gate he had slain, who had demanded something from Shangguan Yao. What could possibly warrant such a collective effort from these individuals? With a sense of perplexity, Su Cheng turned his gaze toward Shangguan Yao. Nevertheless, he concluded that whatever it was, it had little bearing on him. As for the traitor, it likely had no connection to the Su family either. After failing to comprehend the situation, Su Cheng gently shook his head. Such matters were the concern of those with vested interests, not his own. At that moment, Lord Shangguan spoke again. "My daughter brought back the commanding sword from the Heavenly Sword Hall specifically to investigate the matter of the traitor. The commanding sword clearly states that I possess the authority to thoroughly investigate this affair. I hope that, in the time to come, you will all cooperate fully with my endeavors." Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Su Cheng and said slowly, "Young Master Su, you are now considered a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Consequently, the Su family is also regarded as part of the Heavenly Sword Hall family. Thus, the Su family must participate in assisting us with this investigation. This is also the reason why my lordship sought to forge an alliance with the Su family." Lord Shangguan paused briefly before inquiring of Su Cheng. "Moreover, this matter unfolded right at our doorstep. How could we possibly remain indifferent? Should you assist my lord in accomplishing this task, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion will undoubtedly bestow rewards upon your esteemed Su family in the future. What is your perspective on this?" Su Cheng offered a faint smile, remaining silent. After all, he had not yet truly become a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Why should he be compelled to serve them beforehand? Observing Su Cheng's lack of response, Shangguan Yao interjected, "Young Master Su, this endeavor is advantageous for your family and poses no detriment. If you are willing to collaborate with our Lord S estate to see this matter through, The Heavenly Sword Pavilion will certainly recognize your contributions in due course. This third-level decree, once fulfilled, will yield substantial rewards. Furthermore, it will greatly benefit your family's future. Ultimately, Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Then my Su family is willing to join forces with the Lord's estate to investigate this matter collectively." According to the decree's stipulations, Su Cheng found it nearly impossible to decline. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion's decree possessed the authority to summon all families under its jurisdiction, particularly those associated with the pavilion. Those who defied the decree would face severe repercussions. Upon hearing Su Cheng's agreement, Xianxia nodded slightly and declared, "Excellent, the arrangements are settled. I, the Lord of this city, hereby announce that the thorough investigation into the traitor within the Xianxia Demon Island will be led by my estate, with the Su family assisting. Other families are also required to cooperate with our 2 houses. In 3 days, each family must send forth a representative to convene at my estate to discuss the details of this matter." As Su Cheng returned home, his mind remained preoccupied with the thorough investigation of the traitor. He was uncertain whether this endeavor would yield favorable or unfavorable outcomes. His thoughts felt rather unsteady. It could be said that this was both a peril and an opportunity. However, from Xianxua's demeanor today, Su Cheng could subtly sense that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Never mind. After all, the Lord's estate is the principal authority in this affair. If any misfortune were to arise, they would bear the brunt of it. Resolving this in his mind, Su Cheng settled into a state of cultivation. Chapter 20. 8th level of Yellow Rank. Young Lord of Sword-Tide City. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, through an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, Su Cheng ascended to the 8th level of Yellow Rank, which brought him considerable satisfaction. The only discomfort stemmed from the fact that the resources expended in cultivation flowed away like water. Fortunately, from the recent martial arts competition, he had amassed 600,000 spirit crystals in ticket sales. He had heard that even the most ordinary servant disciples within the Heavenly Sword Pavilion were expected to possess at least the 9th level or even the pinnacle of Yellow Rank. With less than a month remaining before his entrance into the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, he pondered whether he could achieve this rank before then. While he cultivated, he quietly calculated his progress. Meanwhile, within one of the rooms of the Su family, Su Jie seethed with resentment, exclaiming, "How infuriating, father! That brat truly believes he is the master of the Su family. What did he say last time? He claimed to represent the Su family and form an alliance with the City Lord's mansion. Does he truly believe that the Su family is under his control now?" Su Cheng remarked coldly, "Jie, do not rush. This brat's triumph shall not endure for long. First, behold this item." As he spoke, he retrieved a brocade letter from his sleeve. Su Jie accepted the letter, and upon reading it, his face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. For a long moment, he murmured, "Father, is this truly real?" Su Cheng nodded slightly, saying, "It is unlikely to be false. I never anticipated that I, too, have been kept in the dark." Su Jie exclaimed, "Then what shall we do?" A cruel expression suddenly crossed Su Cheng's face as he replied, "We must ensure that the Su family remains firmly in our grasp." Su Jie quickly grasped the implication and declared, "Indeed, we cannot allow that little brat to have it easy. However, how shall we deal with him? He seems to be favored by the City Lord's mansion. And if his affair with the Lord's daughter truly succeeds, what shall we do?" Su Cheng pondered for a moment before gradually responding, "He possesses allies. Do we not have any? Since young Master Yang has bestowed this upon us, it signifies his intent to collaborate with us. It also suggests that he must have a means to deal with this brat. During this time, maintain close contact with young Master Yang, and ensure that no one else is aware." In the Chun family hall, apart from the 3 members of the Chun family, there was a richly dressed, defiant young stranger. "What has befallen Cousin Chun Wu?" the elegantly attired youth inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Chun Wu. "Is there anyone in the humble Lingyuan city who dares to harm you?" Chun Wu, having sustained an injury to his heart meridian, appeared pale and weak even after 2 days of recuperation. He smiled at the youth, saying, "Thank you for your concern, cousin. I was merely injured by an impudent little brat." Initially, Chun Wu had been resting in bed, but he felt compelled to greet his cousin in person upon his arrival. His cousin, Wan Jingming, was not only the son of the city lord of Jianchao City, but also a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace. His status and position demanded Chun Wu's utmost respect. "Oh, cousin, please enlighten me about the matter," Wan Jingming said, curiosity flashing across his face. Chun Wu recounted the entire sequence of events to Wan Jingming. After listening, Wang Jingming nodded thoughtfully and remarked, I see. No wonder upon my arrival in Jiang City, I overheard discussions about who had become a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace. So is this fellow named Su Cheng? Since he dares to injure you, he clearly does not regard the Wan family of Jianchao City with any respect. You shall not swallow this grievance in silence. Upon hearing this, Chen Wu's face lit up with a delighted smile as he responded. Cousin, this young man is currently quite formidable. Not only is he a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall, but the Su family has also allied with the City Lord's Mansion of Linyuan City. I wonder, what clever strategy do you possess to deal with this young man? Wang Jingming replied with a calm smile. Why should I expend any effort against someone as inconsequential as Su Cheng? He is not yet a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall. What significance does he hold? Moreover, even if he were a disciple, he would be just another mediocre member of the elite hall, far inferior to the genuine disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Chen Wu's face revealed a flicker of confusion as he inquired, Cousin, why do you say that the elite hall is filled with mediocrity? Wang Jingming elucidated, you see. To outsiders like you, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall appear to be illustriously noble, and indeed they are, except for one exception, the disciples of the elite hall. After a brief pause, Wang Jingming continued with a sneer, the elite hall, being one of the 10 halls of the Heavenly Sword Hall, is peculiar indeed. Only those bearing the elite sword may enter this hall. The disciples within are either immensely powerful, having received their elite sword directly from the sex elders, or they are unremarkable in strength, but have obtained the sword through various connections. The latter category constitutes at least 4/5 of the members in the elite hall. This Su Cheng, without a doubt, belongs to that latter group. His elite sword was given to him by another. Even if he ranks first in this small city, his capabilities are woefully inadequate when he arrives at the Heavenly Sword Hall. He will be an easy target for bullying. Chen Wu nodded gently, admiration evident in his gaze toward Wang Jingming. He had not anticipated such complexities. If that were the case, then his cousin Wang Jingming, as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall, held a far superior status compared to Su Cheng. This meant that his quest for vengeance was now hopeful. With that thought, a sudden joy illuminated Chen Wu's face. At that moment, the head of the Chen family, Chen Jichuan, interjected, let us not dwell on this troublesome young man for now. Wan Xianxia, what brings you to Linyuan City? Wang Jingming replied, Uncle, I have no desire to conceal the truth from you, so I shall speak plainly. I have come to Linyuan City for 3 matters. First, I intend to propose to the City Lord's daughter, Miss Shangguan Yao. Second, I have invited a first-grade alchemist, who will assist in establishing a new market for medicinal pills. This market will be jointly managed by our 2 families. A look of astonishment and joy crossed Chen Jichuan's face. The status of an alchemist is revered, and there is not a single one in the entire Linyuan City. To think that his nephew had brought an alchemist with him, the Chen family would surely share in the profits. This endeavor is indeed a coveted opportunity. Though Chen Jichuan's heart was tumultuous with excitement, he maintained a facade of composure and asked, And what is the third matter, my dear nephew? Wang Jingming replied nonchalantly. The third matter pertains to the spies of the Wanshi Demon Island. Chen Jichuan exclaimed in surprise, My dear nephew, have you already heard about the traitors within Linyuan City associated with Wanshi Demon Island? Wang Jingming replied with a cold smile. This issue has long been a topic of discussion at the Tianjin Hall. My father has been scheming for quite some time. The only thing I can convey is that this situation is far from straightforward. Following this incident, it seems that Linyuan City will likely be left with only the City Lord's mansion and another prominent family. What? Chen Jichuan gasped in shock, murmuring. The 2 prominent families must be the City Lord's mansion and the Su family, the 2 clans of Tianjin Hall, right? Wang Jingming smiled slightly and reassured, Uncle, there is no need for alarm. Although the City Lord's mansion and the Su family have formed a defensive alliance, the Su family is utterly unworthy. Moreover, that brat Su Cheng has obstructed my path. Why would I allow him and the Su family to thrive? I have heard that tomorrow all the young scions of the major families in Linyuan City will gather at the City Lord's mansion. Let me show him what I am capable of. The following morning, Su Cheng awoke from his cultivation, feeling an exhilarating surge of true energy within him. After tidying himself, he set off towards the City Lord's mansion of Linyuan City. Chapter 21. He is not worthy. According to the previous arrangement, each prominent family in Linyuan City was to dispatch a young scion to gather at the City Lord's mansion as the representative of the alliance with the Shangguan family. It was only fitting that Su Cheng was sent by the Su family. Upon arriving at the City Lord's mansion, Su Cheng noticed that the young heirs from the various families had also gathered. To his surprise, Xianxia was among them. Strictly speaking, she was not a resident of Linyuan City. However, considering her close friendship with Shangguan Yao, it was likely she was there to assist her. Su Cheng did not dwell on it. However, as he cast a puzzled glance at Xianxia, she shot him a cold, disdainful look in return. There were also 4 unfamiliar young men present, each exuding a deep, formidable aura that surpassed that of the other young scions of Linyuan City. Who were these young masters from families he had never encountered before? Su Cheng wondered as he scrutinized them. They all carried an air of arrogance, holding their heads high as if looking down upon everyone. The leader among them, in particular, seemed to be gazing towards Shangguan Yao with an almost haughty demeanor. As Shangguan Yao noticed Su Cheng's arrival, she gracefully approached him, taking delicate steps. Once near, she spoke softly, "Young Master Su Cheng, you have finally arrived." Su Cheng nodded slightly and inquired, "Miss Shangguan, what shall we do next?" Shangguan Yao replied with a gentle smile, "There is an important task at hand. However, since not everyone has arrived yet, I will explain once we are all together." Then, with a playful laugh, she added, "Young Master Su Cheng, for this task, you shall be my assistant. I trust you will lend me your utmost support." Despite his lingering doubts, Su Cheng affirmed, "I shall certainly do my utmost." "With your assurance, that is sufficient. Please find a place to sit and enjoy a cup of tea," suggested Shangguan Yao. Su Cheng located a stone bench and settled down. Just as he was getting comfortable, several young gentlemen and ladies from Linyuan City approached him, greeting him warmly. "Young Master Su, we hope you will look after us later." One remarked. "Indeed, we have long admired young Master Su," another added. "You are truly modest. I have heard that a gentleman conceals his talents until the opportune moment, and that certainly describes you." Su Cheng responded to each with a polite smile. Since he had successfully secured the Kunying sword and formed a defensive alliance with the City Lord's mansion, his reputation in Linyuan City had grown immensely. However, Su Cheng did not particularly relish the attention. Even a group of 4 unfamiliar youths nearby cast curious glances in his direction. One of the boys turned to the leader of the group and asked, "Brother Wan, has that Su Cheng arrived yet?" Another chimed in, "Rest assured, Brother Wan. If Su Cheng dares to show up, we will certainly drive him away." The leader, Wan Jingming, the young master of Jianchao City, fixed his gaze on Su Cheng and remarked coldly, "Is that not Su Cheng?" He had been observing Shangguan Yao intently and had caught her addressing Su Cheng by name during their conversation. "Oh, is that little brat Su Cheng?" one boy mused, scrutinizing Su Cheng for a moment. After a brief pause, he shook his head and said, "He is rather ordinary, not even having stepped into the Xian rank. Yet he dares to call himself a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace and stand on equal footing with us." Another boy followed suit. "What a bunch of country bumpkins. Treating such a waste as if he were a gem. Once we reveal our identities, will they not kneel and lick our boots?" Seeing Su Cheng surrounded by so many people, particularly with a few attractive young ladies among them, made Wan Jingming's teeth clench in irritation. The 3 youths accompanying him were also disciples of the Heavenly Sword Palace, hailing from families in Jianchao City, with Wan Jingming being the leader among them. At that moment, Shangguan Yao spoke up, "Now that everyone is present, let me explain today's mission." The crowd gathered closer to her. Shangguan Yao scanned the group and continued, "This task is an absolute secret operation. Our City Lord's mansion has uncovered 3 hidden strongholds of the Wanshur Demon Island's forces overseas. These strongholds are quite close to Linyuan City and may harbor their supplies and treasures. Our mission is to launch a night raid on these 3 locations tonight." Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd displayed expressions of alarm. The first mission involves launching a surprise attack on the Wanshur Demon Island's forces? Even Su Cheng found it somewhat unbelievable. Wasn't it agreed that they were to investigate the traitor? How has the situation transformed? "Miss Shangguan, do you think our strength alone will suffice?" a young gentleman in the crowd inquired. Indeed, the followers of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island are ruthless fiends, their power far surpassing ours. Are we not merely walking to our doom? Another voice echoed. The others nodded in agreement, their apprehension palpable. Miss Shangguan cast her enchanting gaze over the assembly and reassured them, "Please do not fret. We have conducted thorough investigations. These 3 strongholds merely serve as supply depots for the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island, lacking formidable guardians. Our mission is solely to disrupt their supply lines. Taking action under the cover of night, they may not even have time to react." As she spoke, she turned her attention to Su Cheng, adding moreover, "This mission will be led by myself and young Master Su Cheng. With your support, we shall be more than capable." "Young Master Su Cheng?" The crowd turned their gaze toward him. If Su Cheng and Xianxia were involved, there might indeed be a glimmer of hope. They had observed his prowess during the last martial arts tournament. Although he may not have been as strong as a true disciple of the Sword Temple, he was certainly not lacking. At that moment, Wan Jingming suddenly stepped forward, declaring there is no need for alarm, for besides Miss Shangguan, I shall also do my utmost to assist you all. The crowd looked at Wan Jingming and his companions with puzzled expressions, speculating about his identity. Wan Jingming continued, I presume you are unaware of who I am, so allow me to introduce myself. I am Wan Jingming, a member of the Sword-Tied City Lord-S Estate, and I am also a disciple of the Sword Temple. These esteemed companions by my side are likewise disciples of the Sword Temple. We are here to lend our support to Miss Shangguan. Before he could finish, a young gentleman in the crowd exclaimed, So it is the esteemed young Master Wan from Sword-Tied City. He is none other than the young Lord of Sword-Tied City. With young Master Wan and so many disciples of the Sword Temple aiding us, this mission will surely be a success. At this moment, the crowd began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, their faces reflecting astonishment as they regarded Wan Jingming. Sword-Tied City is a superior city to Linyuan City. Although they had never encountered the Wan family personally, they had heard tales of their renown. With such a figure present, the task at hand seemed significantly more attainable. Seeing the admiration in their eyes, Wan Jingming wore a proud expression and remarked, This mission, though concerning Linyuan City, falls under the dominion of Sword-Tied City. Thus it is also a matter of our own. I hope for your full cooperation. As he spoke, he cast a fleeting, cold glance at Su Cheng and added, Of course, my participation in this mission is also due to my connection to the Chun family. According to the regulations, each prominent family in Linyuan City must dispatch a descendant. However, my cousin, Chun Wu, has been injured and is gravely ill. Therefore, I, as his elder cousin, shall take his place in this endeavor. As the crowd observed Wan Jingming directing his gaze towards Su Cheng, infused with a palpable tension from his recent remarks, they could not help but adopt a voyeuristic demeanor, eager to witness the unfolding drama. It was Su Cheng who had previously inflicted a wound upon Chun Wu with a single stroke. Curiosity enveloped them, as they speculated on how Wan Jingming would address Su Cheng. However, Su Cheng remained unperturbed, dismissing Wan Jingming's words with an air of nonchalance. Noticing the escalating tension, Shangguan Yao interjected promptly, with senior brother Wan's assistance. Our chances of success have increased significantly. For this mission, let's appoint myself, young Master Su Cheng, and senior brother Wan Jingming as the three leaders. We shall convene shortly to deliberate on the specifics of the task. The Lord's Manor of Sword-Tied City serves as the superior authority to that of Linyuan City, and Wan Jingming, being a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall, would inevitably partake in this endeavor. Although Shangguan Yao harbored reservations about Wan Jingming, she found herself unable to refuse his involvement. Wait, Wan Jingming suddenly interjected. He slowly turned to face Su Cheng, his tone frigid. Junior sister Shangguan, I believe he lacks the qualifications to serve as a leader. Shangguan Yao responded, Senior brother Wan, it has already been established that young Master Su Cheng will be one of the leaders for this mission. I hope you will refrain from interfering. Wan Jingming fixed his gaze upon Shangguan Yao, cautioning, Junior sister, do not be misguided. He is merely a neophyte from the Kunying Hall, and he has yet to prove himself worthy to stand alongside us. The Heavenly Sword Hall comprises 10 sub-halls, with the Kunying Hall notoriously housing the most ne'er-do-wells, where at least 4/5 of its members fall into that category. Nevertheless, Shangguan Yao, having witnessed Su Cheng's swordsmanship, did not equate him with the dregs of the Kunying Hall. On the contrary, she harbored an inkling that Su Cheng's skills could rival even the elite fifth among them. Senior brother Wan, young Master Su Cheng does not belong to the category of individuals you describe. Moreover, I must reiterate that our Shangguan family is the designated executor of this edict. Even with your status as the Lord of Sword-Tied City, you have no authority to interfere in our arrangements. Wan Jingming smiled faintly and replied, Of course, I possess no authority over such matters. However, given my standing and identity, it would be reasonable for me to assume a leadership role in this mission, would it not? As one of the leaders for this task, it is only natural for me to question the competence of the other leaders. With that, he turned his gaze back to Su Cheng, his demeanor frosty. So you're Su Cheng, are you? Although you claimed the top position in Linyuan City, it is hardly a noteworthy accomplishment. To be frank, even if you were to join our Heavenly Sword Hall in the future, you would at most be a mere neophyte from the Kunying Hall. You may not grasp the implications of this. So allow me to clarify. It signifies being at the very bottom of the hierarchy. He then gestured towards a nearby youth, stating, "This is junior brother Dong, who has only recently become a disciple of our heavenly sword hall this year. If you wish to command respect and have others wholeheartedly acknowledge your authority, you must at least surpass brother Dong in prowess, do you not? Would you dare to engage in a contest with him?" The youth known as Dong Fan is the youngest among the four. Upon hearing Wan Jingming mention his name, he slowly emerged, sword in hand, exuding arrogance as he regarded Su Cheng with disdain, stating, "I, Dong Fan, wish to test your strength. Do you possess the courage to undergo this trial? Rest assured, your abilities have yet to reach the Xian stage, while I have already ascended to it. In a moment, I shall restrain my power, and since you are also a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, we shall only compete in swordsmanship." Such audacity, Su Cheng thought as he regarded the young man, a cold smile creeping into his heart. He replied nonchalantly, "What is there to fear?" Observing Su Cheng's calm demeanor, Dong Fan secretly mused, still pretending, "You shall soon face the consequences." Their impending duel instantly captured the attention of the surrounding disciples of Lingyuan City. Although Su Cheng held the title of the strongest in Lingyuan City, it was merely a distinction among the less formidable. When confronted with truly skilled opponents, victory was not guaranteed. Even Shangguan Yao felt a twinge of concern for Su Cheng. While she acknowledged the finesse of his swordsmanship, she doubted it would suffice against Dong Fan. Despite only joining the Heavenly Sword Pavilion this year, Dong Fan had already trained there for half a year, establishing himself as a practitioner of the sword. In contrast, Su Cheng, despite his formidable skills, had yet to be officially recognized within the pavilion, rendering him akin to a ragtag group. In a contest of swordsmanship, it was unlikely that a mere motley crew could triumph over a disciplined force. However, when Shangguan Yao sought to halt the duel, she realized it was too late, for Su Cheng had readily accepted the challenge without a hint of hesitation. In an instant, the crowd parted to form a space for the two. "You, the scoundrels of the Kunying Hall, dare to be so brazen before me, the one who shatters the heavens? Today, you shall be enlightened." With that, Dong Fan bellowed fiercely, raising his sword to Su Cheng and thrusting it forward with great fervor. His sword tip targeted Su Cheng's vital points, executing 7 rapid strikes in the air. In an instant, 7 dazzling points of light shot forth, radiant as the stars. These points coalesced into a single line, forming a stream of sword energy that hurtled towards Su Cheng. Su family sword technique. 4th form, star plucking. Su Cheng swiftly drew his long sword, executing several strikes in the air to intercept the incoming energy. Then, with a gentle flick of his sword tip, he sent it back to its origin. The sword energy, imbued with both intent and force, returned to Dong Fan with even greater potency and speed. Dong Fan, taken aback by Su Cheng's unexpected counter, stood momentarily stunned before raising his sword to block the incoming assault. Yet, at that moment, it was already too late. The formidable sword energy, imbued with unmatched might, struck him with a resounding thud. Dong Fan's body was involuntarily spun around several times by the impact. The long sword in his hand was cast aside, propelled by the overwhelming force of the sword energy, and with a clang, it embedded itself into a nearby stone platform. After spinning in place, Dong Fan staggered backward, ultimately being caught by his senior brother. He appeared utterly disheveled and somewhat comical. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, unable to fathom that Su Cheng would emerge victorious, let alone with such ease. It was a victory that could only be described as a complete overpowering. Even the usually silent and aloof Xianxia turned to glance at Su Cheng. Once Dong Fan regained his footing, he clutched his right arm, which throbbed with intense pain, and glared at Su Cheng with an expression of humiliation and indignation. As a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall, he could not accept losing to a novice in front of so many witnesses. The memory of his earlier bravado weighed heavily on him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. "Let us go again," he exclaimed, violently seizing the long sword of a nearby senior brother and casting a fierce look at Su Cheng. At that moment, Shangguan Yao stepped forward and declared, "Dong Fan, cease. You have already lost." "I have not lost," Dong Fan retorted, his expression filled with defiance. This brat must have resorted to trickery. How could he possibly withstand the sword energy of the 7 stars breaking heaven sword? On the other side, Wan Jingming concurred indeed. The 7 stars breaking heaven sword is a supreme technique of the breaking heaven sect, possessing immense power. Even surpassing several realms, one would struggle to withstand it. Su Cheng's ability to endure it must have been mere coincidence. He continued, for him to not only absorb the sword energy, but also return it. can only be attributed to luck. I propose a rematch between the two. Su Cheng replied, a loss is a loss. There is no need for such excuses. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the 7 stars breaking Heaven Sword's energy. Indeed, it was beyond the capability of an average Xian-level expert to withstand. His ability to endure it stemmed partly from his possession of the dark light divine body, which granted him considerable inner energy, and partly from the advancements of the Su family sword technique, which had significantly evolved through his training within the celestial Yuan sword diagram. The techniques of the Su family sword had transcended the ordinary, and his star-plucking move not only allowed him to seize the sword energy, but also to return it in kind. Upon hearing Su Cheng's refusal and his acceptance of defeat, Dong Fan grew anxious. You little brat, only relying on luck to defeat me? Let us have another match. Su Cheng merely smiled faintly, recognizing Dong Fan's unyielding spirit. Just as he was about to respond, Shangguan Yao interjected once more, stating firmly, regardless of the circumstances, Su Cheng has won, and that is the final word. Today, as pressing matters lie not here, let us proceed to discuss the important issues at hand. Wan Jingming stated. Yet he cast a furtive glance at Su Cheng, harboring a subtle fury. Su Cheng had fortuitously triumphed over Dong Fan, which not only brought embarrassment to Dong Fan, but also cast a shadow upon himself before the onlookers. His initial intention had been to utilize this method to oust Su Cheng, and now that his desires remained unfulfilled, he could not simply relent. After a brief contemplation, Wan Jingming resolved to exert pressure by invoking his status as the Deputy Lord of Sword-Tide City, stating, Senior Sister Shangguan, as a representative of the Sword-Tide City Lord's residence, I believe it is imperative to conduct a further examination. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice interjected. Since the executor of this edict is Yao Yao, we ought to proceed as she dictates. The speaker was none other than the previously silent Xue. Wan Jingming turned to Xue, quickly concealing his resentment and adopting a demeanor of utmost respect. Since Senior Sister has spoken, we shall defer entirely to your and Senior Sister Shangguan's instructions. The nearby disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall echoed his sentiments, asserting, we shall comply with Senior Sister's directives. Observing this scene, Su Cheng felt a flicker of surprise within. It appeared that his childhood companion held a position of considerable esteem within the Heavenly Sword Hall, commanding such deference from the proud disciples. Noticing the silence that had enveloped the room, Shangguan Yao declared, very well, let us not delay further. We shall now deliberate on the specifics of this mission. Chapter 23, Xiao Yi. Thus the plan stands. Tonight, at the stroke of midnight, we shall divide into 3 teams to launch a surprise attack on the 3 strongholds of the Wansha Demon Island. After finalizing the strategy, Shangguan Yao surveyed the assembly, continuing to delineate the personnel assignments. 3 teams? Wan Jingming, one of the leaders, inquired, might Senior Sister elaborate on how we shall delineate these 3 teams? Shangguan Yao replied, there will be 3 leaders, each commanding a team, which is perfectly balanced. Is he truly fit to lead a team? Wan Jingming shot a cold glance at Su Cheng, believing that despite Su Cheng's victory over Dong Fan, he remained unworthy of standing on equal footing with them. Aware of Wan Jingming's biases stemming from his connection to Chen Wu, Shangguan Yao defended, since young master Su has just bested brother Dong Fan. It attests to his capability to lead. Furthermore, this mission is not overly arduous. Young master Su's strength is entirely sufficient. Wan Jingming was poised to contest further. Yet upon noticing Xue by Shangguan Yao's side, he refrained from voicing his objections. Instead, he let out a dismissive huff and conceded, very well. I shall acquiesce to your arrangement, Senior Sister. He then turned to the others, inquiring, how shall we allocate the remaining personnel? Shangguan Yao responded, in a normal division. This task is not particularly challenging. Thus, everyone has the liberty to choose their team leader. Once everyone has made their selections, I will allocate based on the actual circumstances. Upon hearing this, Wan Jingming let out a hearty laugh and remarked, that is splendid. He gestured to create a circle around the 3 youths he had brought along, stating, then the 4 of us shall form a team. That should pose no problem. Shangguan Yao nodded in agreement, saying, if none of you have objections, then it is certainly acceptable. She then turned to her companion, Xue, and added, this time, Xue has come to assist me, so we shall also be on the same team. Subsequently, Shangguan Yao glanced at Su Cheng and, feeling slightly embarrassed, remarked, as for you, young master Su Cheng, you are one of the leaders, yet currently remain alone. However, do not fret. You will certainly have teammates shortly. Su Cheng immediately smiled fondly, not expressing any concern regarding this matter. Shang Yao then continued, "All right, everyone, you may now choose which leader you wish to team up with." As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Jingming eagerly interjected, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of strength, it is indeed true that Sister Xue and Junior Sister Shangwan possess the strongest capabilities. However, our team also comprises 4 disciples from the Heavenly Sword Hall, which should not be underestimated. I wholeheartedly welcome anyone wishing to join me. I am eager to make more friends." With that, Wan Jingming proudly raised his chin. "Young Master Wan, I have long admired your reputation. I am Lin Tian from the Lin family, and I hope to join your team." A young man from the crowd exclaimed, "I am Sun Han from the Sun family, and I too wish to follow young Master Wan." Another youth added, "Then I shall join Miss Shangwan's team," another declared. In the span of a moment, the participants had selected their teams. The majority chose to align with Shangwan Yao or Wan Jingming, leaving Su Cheng as the solitary figure in his team. Wan Jingming and the 3 youths beside him could not help but display expressions of mockery upon witnessing this. This is indeed a demonstration of voting with one's feet. Although Su Cheng had recently triumphed over Dong Fan, the crowd remained perceptive, well aware of whom it was safer to team up with. Su Cheng appeared to have anticipated such an outcome, yet he maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unaffected by the situation. Wan Jingming smirked and remarked, "Young Master Su Cheng, it seems that the others are not entirely convinced by your leadership, as no one is willing to follow you." Just as his words fell, a clear, melodious voice rang out, "I shall team up with Su Cheng." Turning to look, Su Cheng was met by a gracefully poised figure. The girl was none other than Zhou Yi, the distinguished young lady of the Zhou family from Linyuan City. It is worth mentioning that the Su and Zhou families share a long-standing connection, albeit limited to the previous generation of Su Cheng's grandfather and Zhou Yi's grandfather. In Su Cheng's father's generation, however, his father had forged a deeper bond with the Shi family. The relationship with Zhou Yi's father is not particularly close. As for the connection between Su Cheng and Zhou Yi, it is also not intimate. Nevertheless, the 2 families maintain a cordial relationship, which renders their rapport quite amicable. Zhou Yi approached Su Cheng and said, "Su Cheng, I trust you." Su Cheng nodded gently in acknowledgement. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Yi possesses a captivating beauty. Her features are exquisite, her skin as fair as snow, and her stature is tall and elegant. Even in the presence of the stunning Xianxia and Shangwan Yao, she does not fall short. Wan Jingming was taken aback to see such a beauty standing alongside Su Cheng. He cast a glance at Zhou Yi, a fervent light flashing in his eyes, and remarked, "My dear lady, have you perhaps chosen the wrong side? Following this individual named Su Cheng may lead to perilous circumstances. He is not even at the Xian stage. He may struggle to ensure his own safety, let alone complete the task. Why not join our team instead? The 4 of us from the Tianjin Hall will certainly guarantee your protection." Zhou Yi gave Wan Jingming a faint glance and replied, "No need. Thank you for your concern. I shall remain steadfast by Su Cheng's side." Wan Jingming could hardly believe that someone of his standing would be rejected by a mere inhabitant of Linyuan City. A trace of embarrassment and displeasure crossed his face as he said, "Then I hope you won't regret your choice." Zhou Yi responded, "Why would I regret? I have faith in Su Cheng and will always stand by him." Although Su Cheng felt a surge of gratitude towards Zhou Yi, he couldn't help but feel perplexed. Trusting him was one thing, but what did she mean by always standing by him? At that moment, Shangwan Yao suddenly interjected, "There are only 2 people on Su Cheng's side. If everyone has made their choices, I can proceed to allocate the remaining individuals accordingly." Another voice chimed in, "Hold on, I haven't chosen yet. I wish to join Su Cheng's team." To everyone's surprise, it was Yang Hongxian from the Yang family. With a calm demeanor, he glanced at Su Cheng and said, "Su Cheng, I lost to you in the martial arts competition, and I believe in your strength. Thus I would like to join your ranks." "Very well, welcome." Su Cheng nodded lightly. However, despite his words, Su Cheng couldn't help but scrutinize Yang Hongxian a bit more closely. He had just sensed that beneath Yang Hongxian's calm and friendly exterior lay a subtle undercurrent of ruthlessness. Although Yang Hongxian was making an effort to conceal it, Su Cheng had caught a glimpse. The situation of Yang Hongxian joining his team is likely more complex than he admits. Yet, he could not directly inquire about it. Su Cheng pondered internally, deciding that he must remain vigilant during the upcoming mission. Seeing that the teams had been finalized, Shangwan Yao continued, "Since everyone has made their selections, I shall proceed with the division." She pondered for quite a while, feeling a lingering dissatisfaction as her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She murmured to herself. The strength distribution seems rather unbalanced. How should it be divided? Suddenly, Wan Jingming stepped forward and said, Junior sister, there is no need for concern. If you fear an imbalance in strength, perhaps I should join young Master Su's team. As he spoke, he cast a cold smile towards Su Cheng. This suggestion left Shangguan Yao slightly astonished. She found it perplexing why Wan Jingming would suddenly wish to team up with Su Cheng. She replied, that may not be ideal. With 3 leaders, it would be better to have separate teams. Furthermore, a team without a leader may encounter difficulties in task execution. Wan Jingming, however, chuckled. There's nothing wrong with that. We have a total of 7 disciples from the Tianjin Hall, and dividing us into teams of 2 and 3 would be most balanced. Moreover, let junior brother Liang take my place as the team leader. He has considerable experience with various sect tasks. The young man named Liang stepped forward and assured Shangguan Yao, Senior sister Shangguan, please rest assured. Senior brother Wan, please do not worry. My 2 companions, and I will ensure the task is completed flawlessly. Shangguan Yao contemplated for a moment before turning to Su Cheng and inquired, Young Master Su, since senior brother Wan wishes to join your team, what are your thoughts? Su Cheng maintained a calm demeanor, observing Wan Jingming's antics with indifference. He could not fathom Wan Jingming's intentions, only feeling a cold amusement within. Just as Su Cheng was about to respond, Wan Jingming interjected, Junior brother Su, you wouldn't deny your senior brother the opportunity to complete the task with you, would you? Or are you afraid of teaming up with me? Su Cheng replied, if you wish to join my team, I certainly welcome it. However, let me make it clear, I am the captain, and you are a team member. Hearing Su Cheng's words, a fleeting chill crossed Wan Jingming's eyes before it swiftly vanished. He smiled, since junior brother Su is willing to have me on your team, I shall not overstep my bounds. With Su Cheng's approval, Shangguan Yao chose not to elaborate further. She then turned to Yang Hongxian and stated, since senior brother Wan has joined young Master Su's team, that team has become considerably stronger. Conversely, junior brother Liang's team appears somewhat weaker. Pedefore, young Gongzi. I propose you switch places with young Master Nya from Liang's team. Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of disappointment and reluctance crossed Yang Hongxuan's eyes, but was quickly suppressed. After a moment, he replied with a faint smile, I shall comply with Miss Shangguan's arrangement. At midnight, along the shores of Linyuan City, in an inconspicuous and secluded spot, 3 small boats quietly set sail into the sea, heading towards 3 different directions. Chapter 24, Landing. On a small island 100 miles beyond the coastline, within a certain cave. The interior of the cave was spacious, occupied by a dozen individuals clad in black robes. Their faces concealed by green, fawn-like masks. What does the informant say? The leader, a figure clad in black with a crimson mask, inquired in a gravelly voice. A second figure, donning a blue mask, responded, the informant has just reported that over a dozen young scions from the grand clans of Linyuan City have arrived. They are divided into 3 groups, launching surprise attacks on our 3 strongholds. The masked leader scoffed, it seems we have a traitor amongst us, otherwise. How could that old rogue, Shangguan Hu, have uncovered all our positions? This matter is of utmost importance. We must promptly report this to the deputy master and ensure the traitor is swiftly identified. Furthermore, relay this information to the personnel on the other 2 islands. The blue-masked figure replied respectfully, the information has already been communicated to them. Very well, the crimson-masked leader cackled softly before adding. Let's also prepare ourselves to greet these petty thieves. That old rogue, Shangguan Hu, must be underestimating us, dispatching these young rascals from Linyuan City to confront us as if we were mere trifles. The blue-masked figure interjected, Sir, the informant also mentioned that, in addition to these young rascals from Linyuan City, they have sent 7 disciples from the Sword Heaven Pavilion. The crimson-masked leader pondered for a moment and remarked, Linyuan City is but a small place. Including Shangguan's daughter and that Su family member who obtained the heroic sword, there are only 2 or 3 of them. How could there be so many disciples from the Sword Heaven Pavilion? The blue-masked figure clarified, they are individuals from Jianxia City. According to the informant, the one leading them is the young lord, Wan Jingming, accompanied by 3 disciples from the Sword Heaven Pavilion. All of them possess cultivation above the Xian level. Above the Xian level? The crimson-masked leader contemplated this before stating, no wonder that old rogue, Shangguan, would send such individuals. A force of this caliber cannot be underestimated. After a brief pause, he continued, however, there is no need for us to fear. They are divided into 3 teams, significantly diluting their strength. Moreover, We possess the blood-sealing bone corrosion incense, personally concocted by the deputy master, ensuring that these youngsters will come and go without return. The blue-masked figure added. The informant also mentioned that two significant individuals are coming our way. One is Su Cheng, the champion of the recent Lingyuan City Sword competition, who may be carrying the heroic sword. If we eliminate him and seize the heroic sword, it would be a tremendous accomplishment. The crimson-masked leader nodded in agreement, indeed. We require more individuals to infiltrate the Sword Heaven Pavilion. Securing that heroic sword would guarantee us commendations from both the deputy master and even the master himself. And who is the other significant individual? The blue-masked figure replied. The other person is Wan Jingming, the young lord of Xianxia City, who is also heading this way. The figure in the scarlet mask let out a piercing, raspy laugh that echoed sharply, causing the other black-clad individuals with green masks to instinctively cover their ears. After a prolonged moment, the one in the scarlet mask spoke. So, the young lord of Sword-Tide City has arrived? What a splendid catch. Relay my orders. We shall release the colorful, enchanting smoke shortly. The black-clad figure with the green mask paused in surprise and inquired, Steward. The colorful, enchanting smoke is intended for dealing with the old man Shangwan and the heads of the various families in Lingyuan City. The deputy master has instructed that this substance, provided by high-ranking officials, is limited in quantity and should not be squandered. Is it not excessive to use it against these petty thieves? The scarlet-masked figure waved dismissively and sneered. Fear not. What is a mere bit of colorful, enchanting smoke? If we capture these two big fish, I shall be promoted and you will receive a raise. The deputy master would not reprimand us over such a trivial matter. Understood. I shall obey the steward's commands. The green-masked figure replied respectfully with a slight bow before stepping back. The night sea was shrouded in darkness. Tumultuous waves crashing under the gusty winds. A group of 6, cloaked in form-fitting black attire, navigated a small boat. Beside Su Cheng, Sat Zui. Her figure accentuated by the snug outfit. Miss, your surname is Zhou, correct? May I have the pleasure of knowing you? You're likely aware of my identity. Once our mission is complete, return with me to Sword-Tide City. I will treat you to a meal at the Linxian Pavilion, the finest restaurant in Sword-Tide City. Rest assured, my father is the Lord of Sword-Tide City and holds a modicum of influence at the Heavenly Sword Hall. If you agree, he shall surely grant you an opportunity to interview with the elders in Sword-Tide City. On the other side, Wan Jingming engaged Zhou Yi in idle conversation. Part of his motivation for joining Su Cheng's team stemmed from his interest in Zhou Yi. Her beauty rivaled that of the enchanting Xue and Shangwan Yao, making her a rare find within the Heavenly Sword Hall. Having encountered her, he could not let the opportunity slip by. Though he had come to Lingyuan City to propose to Shangwan Yao, he viewed the proposal as one thing and enjoying himself outside as another. Despite being under 20, he had experienced a myriad of romantic encounters, and if Zhou Yi could be obedient, her company would be quite delightful for a time. However, Zhou Yi paid no heed to Wan Jingming, instead retreating behind Su Cheng. The latter, observing Wan Jingming buzzing around like a fly, coldly remarked, Young Master Wan, I believe you just stated that you would follow my lead, did you not? If you recall, then find a cooler spot to occupy. We are nearing our destination, and I expect silence from everyone. Wan Jingming glared at Su Cheng, retorting, Boy, it is not your place to reprimand me. You truly regard a mere chicken feather as a command token, believing you could direct my actions? I shall make it abundantly clear. I am the one in command here. You must heed my words. With that, he cast a sweeping glance at the onlookers and stated, If you truly have doubts, feel free to inquire whether they prefer to follow your orders or mine. The individuals aboard the vessel, who had been observing the confrontation between Su Cheng and Wan Jingming, turned their heads upon hearing Wan Jingming's proclamation, yet remained silent. This predicament placed them in a challenging position. Aligning with either party seemed unwise. Su Cheng was the designated leader appointed directly by Shangwan Yao, and thus they were expected to comply with his authority. However, Wan Jingming, being the young lord of Xianxia City and a genuine disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace, commanded respect that they were reluctant to disregard. Observing the other's taciturnity, a smug expression crossed Wan Jingming's face as he addressed Su Cheng. Do you see? They have tacitly acknowledged me as the captain. Su Cheng retorted with a cold laugh. I have yet to hear anyone declare you the captain. Furthermore, as we approach the shore, if you continue to shout and create a scene, you will jeopardize our cover. As captain, I will be compelled to impose regulations upon you. Wan Jingming chuckled derisively. Impose regulations upon me? How amusing. You truly overestimate your significance. Take a moment to reflect. In what way do you surpass even a single hair on my head? You should silence yourself immediately and henceforth comply with my directives. My cousin Shun Wu has some matters to settle with you, which I may choose to mitigate. Wang Jingming's decision to join Su Cheng's team was largely motivated by his desire to provoke him, in addition to his connection with Zhou Yi. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Yi, who stood behind Su Cheng, and continued, "And you, a coward, dare to stand before Miss Zhou? This outpost is guarded solely by a mere Xianxia expert from the Wanshi Demon Island, while the rest are nothing but pathetic weaklings. It is no surprise that you quail in fear. You are truly a waste, incapable of confronting even this. No matter how loud I call, what of it?" With that, Wang Jingming raised his voice in a boisterous shout. At this moment, not only Su Cheng, but all those aboard regarded Wang Jingming with a mixture of incredulity and disdain. He was courting disaster. Su Cheng addressed the two youths manning the oars. "Enough. We have arrived. Let us disembark." The boat came to a halt at the shore, and Su Cheng along with the other youths stepped off the vessel, leaving Wang Jingming alone aboard. He glared at the group and coldly asserted, "Hold on. Who permitted you to leave the ship?" The others did not respond to him. Instead, they turned their attention to Su Cheng. Su Cheng replied, "I am the captain. I have commanded that we disembark, so we shall indeed do so." Ignoring Su Cheng, Wang Jingming shot a frosty glance at the others and asked, "So, are you all in agreement to follow his orders?" The other youths remained silent once more, though they dared not provoke Wang Jingming. They were not foolish enough to follow him to certain death. Wang Jingming, perceiving the silence, coldly remarked, "Very well, I have noted your faces." Su Cheng turned to Wang Jingming and inquired, "Young Master Wang, will you disembark or not?" Wang Jingming replied, "You cannot command me, boy." He then turned to the others. "Will you board or not?" The others remained mute. Observing their lack of response, a glint of cold malice flashed in Wang Jingming's eyes as he sneered. "What a bunch of cowards! You lot, hiding behind this timid fool. Indeed, wolves and dogs shall never walk together with such cowardice. You are doomed to remain unworthy of becoming disciples of the heavenly sword hall. When I accomplish this task alone, I shall report back to my father and ensure that your families face dire consequences." With that, Wang Jingming began to row his boat deeper into the island's interior, casting a smile towards Zhou Yi as he did so. "Miss Zhou, you are an exception. I shall share half of my merits with you." After speaking, he steered his boat away, leaving the others shaking their heads in dismay. Wang Jingming had chosen to act alone, and Su Cheng could not be bothered with him any longer. Suddenly, he noticed a faint, multicolored glow emanating from the gorge where Wang Jingming had vanished, as if a delicate mist enveloped the entrance. Turning to his companions, Su Cheng asked, "Do you see that place? Is there not a strange light?" The others looked in the direction he indicated, but shook their heads, claiming to see nothing at all. Even Zhou Yi, with a puzzled expression, replied, "Su Cheng, I see nothing, just a dark expanse. Why can only you see it, while others cannot?" Su Cheng stroked his chin in contemplation. After a moment, he recalled that since he had begun studying the Nine Turns medical manuscript, his vision had undergone a miraculous transformation, enabling him to perceive things invisible to the ordinary eye, such as viruses, injuries, and various toxins within the human body. If I am not mistaken, those colorful glimmers must be a form of poisonous smoke, visible only to me, suggesting that its potency may be extraordinarily formidable. Gazing at the seven-color toxin, Su Cheng speculated silently. He then addressed the young man beside him. "Everyone, please ensure you wear your masks and breathe cautiously. There is likely poisonous smoke laid by the disciples of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island on the Isle." Chapter 25. Seven-color bewitching smoke. The group exchanged wary glances before tightening their masks. Although they had seen no smoke, it was prudent to take precautionary measures. Thus, they quietly ventured deeper into the island. At this moment, Su Cheng once again retrieved the island's topographical map for further examination. The objective of their mission is to annihilate the stronghold located on the island. According to the situational map, the followers of the Wanshi Demon Island are concentrated within a cavern. To dismantle the island, a direct confrontation with the followers may be unavoidable. However, intelligence reports indicate that aside from a formidable guardian possessing profound skills, the remaining followers are of lesser strength. Despite this, Su Cheng remains prudent. He does not wish to jeopardize himself or others due to carelessness. It is well known that the followers of Wanshi Demon Island are ruthless and cunning, and the accuracy of the intelligence cannot be fully trusted. In the darkness, Su Cheng gestured for his companions to gather close and whispered, "Let us proceed directly to their storage warehouse, destroy the supplies, and then make our exit. The primary aim of this mission is indeed the destruction of the stronghold. Avoiding direct confrontation with the followers of Wancher Demon Island would be most advantageous, for this is, after all, their territory." The team nodded in agreement, sharing Su Cheng's sentiments. Before long, guided by the map, Su Cheng and his 4 teammates stealthily entered a narrow gorge. At the gorge's base flowed a river connecting to the sea, and at its end stood a colossal wooden gate, nearly 10 zhang in length and width. This must be their storage site. The sheer size of the gate left Su Cheng pondering the treasures concealed within. He contemplated how to open this gate and gain entry. Surveying the surroundings, he suddenly noticed 2 massive iron chains connecting the gate's ends, stretching across the riverbank. At the terminus of these chains lay a stone house, brightly lit, and he could faintly discern several figures moving within. It was likely that the mechanism to open and close the gate resided inside that stone house. To access the gate, it was imperative to deal with the individuals inside. Resolute in his plan, Su Cheng signaled to his companions, and they quietly advanced towards the stone house. Upon nearing it, Su Cheng deftly leapt atop the structure, overhearing a cacophony of laughter and banter from below. "Get ready! Hurry! Big, 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 small, small, small." Peering through a skylight, he observed several men engaged in gambling, their fearsome masks laid aside. Only one individual retained a green mask, seated apart and not participating in the game, admonishing the others. "You lot, hurry and stow away your belongings. We cannot afford to relax tonight. The deacon has just conveyed that something will transpire tonight, so everyone must remain vigilant." Su Cheng furrowed his brow. Could it be that they have been discovered, and an ambush is imminent? It seems a swift resolution is necessary. These individuals are not particularly formidable, possessing only the cultivation of the 5th rank of the yellow level. The masked man, while slightly stronger, is still merely at the 7th rank of the yellow level. Upon discerning the situation further, Su Cheng suddenly drew his sword. He aimed the tip at the skylight and channeled his energy. The sword's tip unleashed several streaks of dark light that pierced through the throats of the men below without a sound. Not even the slightly more powerful black-clad man could utter a word after a low groan. His voice was abruptly silenced. Su Cheng's 4 teammates observed from outside the window, their faces etched with astonishment. They were aware of Su Cheng's prowess, yet they had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. With a single strike, he had dispatched them all. Moreover, his movements were remarkably decisive, devoid of any hesitation. By the time they regained their composure, Su Cheng was already gesturing for them to enter the room. Inside, there indeed existed a mechanism to open the massive gate. Through their concerted efforts, the gate finally began to creak open. Su Cheng led them stealthily inside. Beyond the gate lay an enormous stone chamber. As they entered, Su Cheng felt his vision suddenly expand. The chamber was vast. At that moment, everyone ignited torches. The flickering flames illuminated the interior, revealing a neat array of treasures and valuables. There were swords, spears, halberds, armor, and various military supplies, including provisions and explosives. Upon seeing these items, not only Su Cheng, but also the other youths displayed expressions of shock and even a hint of avarice. As scions of prominent families, they could easily ascertain the immense worth of these goods. Any family fortunate enough to acquire such resources could equip an extraordinarily powerful army. Regrettably, these items would soon meet destruction, and a flicker of regret crossed their faces. Time was of the essence. We must act. Before Su Cheng could finish his sentence, he suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. He quickly admonished, "Everyone, hold your breath." After uttering these words, he promptly stifled his own breath. At that moment, brilliant flames erupted from all directions, illuminating the entire stone chamber. Too late. A hoarse voice resonated from above. A figure donning a crimson mask emerged atop a platform, accompanied by a dozen individuals wearing green masks. The man in the crimson mask continued, "The little rabbits are audacious, daring to approach our storeroom directly. Fortunately, I remained vigilant. Otherwise, it could have jeopardized our grand plans. Well then, enjoy this mesmerizing, 7-colored smoke. Soon, I shall make you wish for life, yet find death elusive." Ha. The voice of the man in the red mask gradually faded, and at that moment, the flames extinguished. Within Su Cheng's heart, an ominous premonition began to stir. The 7-colored smoke, he recalled, was mentioned in the 9 Turns medical book. This tome documented numerous potent poisons, among which the seven-colored smoke was noted. According to the records, merely a trace of it would induce poisoning, leading to immediate onset of symptoms. Those affected would swiftly lose their sanity, ensnared in the fantasies of their innermost desires, unable to extricate themselves. Although Su Cheng had instinctively held his breath, he still inhaled a small amount of the seven-colored smoke. He felt a lightheadedness, as if he were treading upon clouds. However, endowed with a stronger spiritual force than most, he quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of disorientation. The antidote for the seven-colored smoke was recorded in the Nine Turns medical book, yet he lamented the absence of any necessary materials. Thus, it was imperative to vacate this stone chamber promptly. With this thought, Su Cheng hurriedly called upon his teammates to retreat. Yet, his four companions had already succumbed to the poison of the seven-colored smoke, ensnared in their illusions. I possess boundless wealth. I am a great magnate. The riches of the world pale in comparison to mine. Fair maiden, where do you flee? I am the eternal sovereign, ruling over all realms. I shall create another glorious era, and all shall prostrate themselves at my feet. Observing his deranged companions, Su Cheng could only sigh in disbelief. The seven-colored smoke conjured illusions based on one's deepest desires. It appeared that each of his teammates yearned for something distinctly different. The followers of the 10,000 Corpses Island did not attack immediately. Instead, they withdrew. Given the potency of the seven-colored smoke and the value of its antidote, they likely possessed no means to counteract it. Thus, they retreated, intending to return once the smoke had dissipated. Seizing this interval, Su Cheng resolved to take action. He decided it best to disregard his teammates for now. He needed to exit the stone chamber and deal with the followers of the 10,000 Corpses Island first. This was the most prudent approach to resolving the situation. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a pair of arms tighten around his neck. Su Cheng, darling, don't abandon me. Let us return home and have children. Turning to face the voice, he was startled to find Zoe. Her complexion flushed and radiant as a peach blossom. A dark line crossed his forehead. How could her innermost desires differ so greatly from those of others? Chapter 26. Woman. You are hindering my speed in drawing my sword. It is often said that even the most unattractive woman, when touched by love, can bloom like a peach blossom, becoming more beautiful. Not to mention a rare beauty like Zoe, whose enchanting visage is simply irresistible, with a flushed complexion and flirtatious eyes. She gazes affectionately at Su Cheng. She clings to him like an octopus, whispering sweet nothings, her breath fragrant as orchids. Su Cheng, my dear, let us return home. She coos. Su Cheng, a kiss, please. Su Cheng, feeling a loss, struggles to refrain from looking at Zoe. At this moment, she has even begun to act with both her hands and lips. If it weren't for the amicable relations between their families, he would have been unable to resist giving her a firm kick to push her away. Nevertheless, he decides that leaving this place is of utmost importance. The intensity of the colorful, enchanting smoke is increasing, and he fears he may not withstand it much longer. After a moment's contemplation, Su Cheng resolves to take Zoe with him. After all, leaving her behind would not bode well. He swiftly touches the foreheads of his three teammates. And in an instant, they, still lost in their fantasies and in a state of delirium, close their eyes and collapse to the ground, succumbing to sleep. The longer one remains in the grip of the colorful smoke, the greater the damage to their soul and spirit. It is fortuitous that they can rest here. The inhabitants of the Xianxia Demon Island are unlikely to intrude at this moment, and they should be safe for now. With a glance at the three slumbering figures, Su Cheng carries Zoe and quietly exits the storeroom. Meanwhile, on the river, Wan Jingming rows his boat deeper into the gorge. The colorful smoke here is even more potent, yet he remains unaware. In just a brief moment, he falls victim to its effects. Ha ha ha! I am a young lord of Xianxia City. The future of Xianxia City belongs to me. The heavenly sword palace is mine, and the world is also mine. Beauties. I desire beauties. All the beauties of the world are mine. Having unified the world in his delusion, he boisterously declares his imperial edict, demanding all treasures to be gathered into his possession. Wan Jingming, lost in his fantasies, laughs heartily aboard his small boat, his steps unsteady. Moments later, several figures clad in black appear behind him and swiftly kick him overboard. Who is there? An assassin. Someone protect me. Wan Jingming, sprawled on the boat, shakes his head incessantly. A figure in a green mask delivers a kick to his shoulder, chuckling mockingly. Ha ha, little brat, Do you really see yourself as an emperor? Open your eyes and see who we are. Feeling the pain, Wan Jingming's consciousness flickers back to life slightly. I am the young lord of Xianxia City. You thieves, surrender at once. Moments later, the effects of the colorful smoke surge within him again, and he bellows, if not, I shall unleash the full might of the heavenly sword palace to eradicate you vermin. A figure clad in black, with a green mask, raised his hand and struck Wan Jingming across the face, exclaiming, You wretched fool, still pretending. I shall toss you into the sea to feed the fish. With that, he seized Wan Jingming by the neck, hoisting him above the water surface. Another masked individual interjected, Hold on, do not kill him, just yet. I overheard this lad, claiming to be the young lord of Sword City. The steward has mentioned that there are 2 significant catches, and the young lord of Sword City is one of them. Let us keep him alive and present him to the steward for his judgment. The first black-clad figure, upon reflection, conceded and unceremoniously tossed Wan Jingming onto the deck. Regardless of whether you are indeed a prize catch, tell us where the others are hiding, demanded the second. Wan Jingming retorted, Who dares to disrespect me? A sovereign? I shall annihilate your entire lineage. Quickly, summon women for me, and I may yet spare your life. The black-clad figure responded with another slap across Wan Jingming's face, saying, How dare you threaten my kin? I shall first turn you into a grotesque spectacle. With that, he unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Wan Jingming. A third figure suggested, Let us first distance ourselves from this colorful, bewildering smoke before we press him for answers. The preventive measures provided by the steward cannot hold out much longer. If we do not leave soon, we shall meet the same fate as this fool. Outside the supply warehouse on the island, a figure in a crimson mask stood with nearly 10 others clad in green masks. I just observed inside. It appears there are a couple of women among those brats, one remarked. Indeed, their figures seem quite appealing, another added. Damn it. After toiling on this island for so long, we finally see women. We must indulge ourselves, another green-masked individual chimed in. The crimson-masked figure remained composed, listening to the murmurs of his associates, and coldly stated, You imbeciles, once the task is accomplished, what need do we have to fear the absence of women? Await my command to capture these brats alive. If we secure those 2 prize catches, the deputy lord will surely reward us handsomely. Now be vigilant. The others nodded sheepishly in agreement. One of the green-masked figures inquired, Steward, when do we make our move to capture these brats alive? The crimson-masked individual replied, coolly, Patience. The concentration of the colorful, bewildering smoke inside is still quite high, and among those brats, 2 are particularly troublesome. If you rashly enter, even if you manage to capture them, you will succumb to the smoke. Let them indulge in it for now. Soon, we shall catch them as easily as fish. The green-masked figures could not help but exclaim, The steward is wise. And so, time lingered on. The scarlet-masked figure suddenly declared, It is time. Open the valve and let the water flow in to catch the fish. A group of figures clad in black sprang into action, moving towards the winch beside the valve, working together to turn it. However, in that very instant, several streaks of brilliant sword light surged forth from a distance. In the darkness, these beams of light were exceptionally dazzling. Wherever the sword light passed, a sizzling sound could be heard. The black-clad figures attempting to operate the winch fell lifelessly to the ground in an instant. Who goes there? Show yourself. The steward was momentarily taken aback, then let out a low growl, his aura surging dramatically. Su Cheng emerged slowly from the shadows, wielding a gleaming long sword. With a fair-faced Zhou, he slung over his back. The steward glared coldly at Su Cheng and inquired, How did you manage to come out? With a gentle motion, Su Cheng redirected Zhou Yi's head, which was enthusiastically leaning towards him for a kiss, and replied, Since you are able to emerge, I naturally can as well. You're quite clever. Evading even the colorful, mesmerizing smoke, the steward sneered, then continued, However, lacking even the realm of Xian level, you are destined to perish. Having slain so many of my subordinates, I will ensure that you wish for life, yet cannot have it. A chilling glimmer flashed in the steward's eyes beneath the scarlet mask. He moved with great force, lunging towards Su Cheng, as thick black vapor erupted from his sleeves. Su Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. The steward employed the same techniques as the one he had previously slain from the Twin Demon sect. It appeared he too was affiliated with that sect. Nevertheless, Su Cheng sensed that this steward's strength surpassed that of the previous one significantly. Likely possessing a cultivation level around the 4th tier of Xian, Su Cheng swiftly drew his long sword. Mountain-splitting style, with a single strike, he dispelled the encroaching black mist. The steward chuckled coldly and remarked, "You are stronger than I anticipated. You must be the other big fish. I shall not toy with you any longer." Dark Knight's malevolence. Extending his arms, a dense black mist surged forth, enveloping him and the ground within several feet. "You could die now," echoed the steward's savage voice from within the darkness. Su Cheng witnessed the massive cloud of mist hurtling towards him. Su family sword technique. 7th style. Celestial Cell. Without hesitation, he prepared to counter with his swordplay. At that moment, he suddenly clung tightly to his arms, murmuring, "Su Cheng, darling, hurry and give me a kiss." She leaned her exquisite face closer to his. Su Cheng glanced at Zoe, her complexion as rosy as a begonia, and a dark line crossed his forehead. "Woman, you are hindering my sword-drawing speed." Chapter 27. Testing the medicine. "You should take a nap as well." In a moment of urgency, Su Cheng had no time to contemplate further. He directed a point towards the center of Zoe's brow. Instantly, Zhao Yi, who had previously gazed with a hint of autumnal affection, gradually closed her beautiful eyes and drifted into slumber. Su Cheng swiftly laid Zoe upon the ground before turning once more to confront the swirling black mist. At this juncture, the black mist was encroaching upon him. From within the murky depths, a series of potent streams of true energy erupted forth. Su Cheng employed the Su family sword technique, deftly countering each assault with his blade. "Young man, your swordsmanship is indeed commendable. However, your cultivation level remains woefully inadequate." The stern voice of the steward echoed ominously from the depths of the black fog. In an instant, Su Cheng found himself enveloped by the dark mist, plunging his vision into utter darkness. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength can accomplish." The steward's chilling words resonated. Subsequently, Su Cheng felt an overwhelming force of true energy hurtling towards him at great speed. Unbeknownst to him, a sword hilt had materialized in his hand. With a cold smile, he retorted, "You claim that in the face of absolute power, all technique is futile." As he spoke, an ethereal blade shimmered into existence along the edge of his formless sword. Slowly raising his hand, Su Cheng aimed the formless sword towards the terrifying true energy. With a soft whoosh, he heard the sound of blood gushing forth. "How is this possible? You cannot be my match. You haven't even reached the Xian stage. You cannot possess such formidable true energy." The steward's voice trembled with shock and fear from within the black mist. Yet his voice gradually diminished, fading into silence. The black mist began to dissipate, leaving behind the severed remains of the steward's body, cleaved in twain. The crimson mask upon his face had fallen away, revealing his agape mouth and wide, staring eyes, seemingly unable to close in death. Su Cheng let out a cold smile, lightly prodding the steward's belongings with his sword. This steward of the double evil gate must possess a higher cultivation level than the last. Surely, he has treasures to offer. As he rummaged through the belongings, he discovered not only several 100,000 spirit crystal notes, but also some elixirs and spiritual herbs. Indeed, he found no other valuables on the steward's person. Suddenly, Su Cheng's gaze fell upon a small medicine vial. He uncorked it and poured its contents out, inhaling the aroma. He then murmured to himself, "This appears to be a preventative medicine against the 7-colored bewitching smoke." No wonder the disciples of the island of 10,000 corpses dare not linger too long within its grasp. They, too, lack an antidote. Retrieving the 9 turns medical art from his storage ring, he flipped to the pages concerning the 7-colored bewitching smoke and meticulously absorbed the information. Moments latte. He expressed his delight. The components of the preventative medicine and the antidote do indeed overlap. "I seem to be able to transform these preventive medicines into an antidote. Although its efficacy may not rival that of a perfect cure, it should alleviate, albeit slightly, the effects of the mesmerizing, multicolored smoke." Resolute in his decision, Su Cheng acted swiftly, soon converting the preventive medicines in his possession into an antidote. Gazing at the antidote in his hands, he couldn't help but ponder. "I wonder how effective it is." As he spoke, he glanced at the still unconscious Zoe lying nearby, an expression of regret crossing his face. "Xianxia, I'm truly sorry for using you as a test subject. Consider a compensation for your earlier affectionate gestures towards me, or perhaps a contribution to the greater good." Bending down, Su Cheng gently parted Zoe's luscious red lips and administered a dose of the antidote. The antidote dissolved instantly upon contact. However, after waiting a considerable time, he saw no signs of Zoe awakening. Just as he began to doubt the success of his endeavor, he suddenly heard Zhou emit a couple of soft coughs. She propped herself up, scanning her surroundings in confusion before finally fixing her gaze on Su Cheng. Her curiosity piqued. Su Cheng, how do we end up here? Is the mission complete? Su Cheng shook his head gently, smiling as he replied, Not yet. You've completely forgotten what transpired before you fell asleep? Zhou Yi's cheeks flushed slightly as she scratched her head and said, I only remember that we seemed to have opened the supply depot valve on the island and entered the warehouse. Then, just as we were about to set it ablaze, it seemed they arrived. Suddenly, a look of realization crossed Zhou Yi's face. Wait, I remember. They must have used poisonous smoke against us. What happened next? Su Cheng yin wei. And then? Zhou Yi, looking perplexed, scratched her head and replied, After that, I cannot recall. Amused internally, Su Cheng noted that she was not feigning ignorance and decided not to press the matter further. Just moments ago, she had been affectionate with him, and now it was as if she had forgotten entirely. By the way, what about the others? Zoe suddenly asked. Su Cheng responded. They too have been affected by the poison and are currently unconscious, but they are not in immediate danger. Zoe queried, Su Cheng, did you find the antidote for that poisonous smoke? Should we wake them up? Su Cheng handed her several pills, saying, the antidote may not be very potent. While it can neutralize the poison, it does not entirely eliminate it. You have just recovered and will need to meditate to expel the toxins from your body. Later, you can administer the antidote to them and awaken them. Curiously, Zhou Yi asked Su Cheng, did you also take this antidote? Of course. She was unaware that Su Cheng had developed it himself. However, he chose not to disclose this, simply nodding lightly before turning to leave. Wait, where are you going? Zhou Yi exclaimed anxiously upon seeing Su Cheng's intent to depart. Su Cheng replied, on the island, there are other devotees of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island, and they must be eradicated. Zhou Yi hastily rose from the ground and said, Then I shall accompany you. Su Cheng glanced at Zhou Yi and replied, What about the other teammates? Shall we awaken them first and then proceed together? Xiao Yi suggested. With that, the two re-entered the warehouse. After a brief search, they finally located the other 3 individuals, who were sleeping soundly like dead pigs. Among them were 2 young gentlemen and a young lady. Su Cheng administered a pill to each of the young gentlemen, while Zhou Yi did the same for the young lady. They waited for quite some time, but the 3 remained unresponsive. What is happening? Why haven't they awakened? Zhou Yi asked in confusion. Is the antidote ineffective? Su Cheng, feeding somewhat over, chuckled. Haha. I'm not entirely sure. In truth, he too was intrigued as to why the antidote had failed. After pondering for a moment, Su Cheng deduced the reason. The 3 had been exposed to a significantly greater amount of the mesmerizing psychedelic smoke than Zhou Yi. Given that the antidote he had developed was imperfect, it likely had little effect on those who were deeply poisoned. Su Cheng explained to Zhou Yi, it seems they inhaled too much of the psychedelic smoke. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. We should eliminate the devotees of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island first, then return to retrieve them. Zhou Yi nodded thoughtfully and added, Should we burn this warehouse now? Su Cheng surveyed the warehouse, filled with a plethora of items, and replied, There is no rush. As he wandered within, he noted that although most of the contents were military supplies, such as equipment and explosives, their worth was relatively low. They would not be able to carry away much. However, after a thorough exploration, Su Cheng discovered several valuable items. To his astonishment, he found a box of spiritual liquid. He quietly tucked it into his storage ring. Incredible! There are also 5 boxes of healing pills. He exclaimed, seizing those as well. Furthermore, he discovered 10 boxes of vitality pills, which could replenish one's energy. He continued to fill his storage ring with treasures. In a short while, it was completely packed. Once outside, he resolved to study the inside space technique further to increase the capacity of the storage ring. Looking at the treasures that could no longer fit, Su Cheng felt a pang of regret. So many valuable items would go to waste if left behind to be burnt. Su Cheng, what are you doing? Just as he lamented his predicament, Zhou Yi's voice suddenly emerged from behind him. I'm merely inspecting what treasures the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island has concealed, Su Cheng replied. Is that truly all? Zhou Yi questioned, casting a skeptical glance at the vast emptiness before them. After a brief moment, she spoke. If we are to take action and eliminate those from the island of 10,000 corpses, we should set forth immediately. Time is of the essence. Chapter 28, Cloudy Island. Following the map, Su Cheng and Zhou Yi soon arrived at the edge of another gorge. Here, vibrant clouds of color swirled about, and not far off stood a stone chamber. It appeared to be a hideout for another group of followers from the island of 10,000 corpses. Due to Su Cheng's extraordinary vision, he could faintly discern that the mist here emanated from the chimney of that stone chamber. The two of them suppressed their presence and cautiously approached the stone chamber. To Su Cheng's astonishment, Zoe appeared unaffected by the entrancing, colorful mist that wafted around them. This antidote was derived from a preventive medicine I modified. After taking it, I should remain unharmed by the toxic fog for a while, Zoe explained. Upon realizing the situation, Su Cheng also consumed an antidote. Although his mental fortitude was far superior to most, he believed it prudent to exercise caution to avoid unforeseen misfortunes. As they neared the stone chamber, Su Cheng began to hear a cacophony of voices from within. "You wretched servants, bring me women. I am famished." The voice unmistakably belonged to Wan Jingming. Su Cheng's heart sank. It seemed that Wan Jingming had been captured by these individuals. Following this, several resounding slaps echoed, accompanied by a menacing voice. "Damn it. I've been on this island for over half a year without seeing a single woman. Do you think you have a chance? I'm just looking for an outlet for my frustration. I'll take it out on you first. Damn it, I want to hit someone. I'll go first." What followed was a flurry of punches, kicks, and pitiful cries. Su Cheng and Zoe exchanged glances, both having heard the commotion. Su Cheng then signaled, and together they leaped onto the rooftop. Through the skylight below, Su Cheng observed nearly 10 figures clad in black, their faces obscured by masks with menacing features. Wan Jingming was being beaten by 2 of these black-clad individuals. However, what captivated Su Cheng's attention was a large incense burner in the corner of the room, comparable in size to an armchair. It seemed to be consuming something that emitted a kaleidoscope of lights. Above the incense burner, a chimney connected it to the outside world, from which the colorful mist appeared to originate. As Su Cheng fixated on the incense burner, he suddenly heard Zhou Yi's voice, faint as a whisper. "What should we do?" Su Cheng replied softly, "Of course, we must go in and deal with them all." "Huh?" Zhou Yi paused momentarily, then added, "They are numerous, and we may not be their match. I have a plan." Su Cheng looked at Zhou Yi with curiosity. "What plan?" Suddenly, a faint and delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Zhou Yi drew closer to Su Cheng, whispering a few words in her ear. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Wonderful." The two then set their plans into motion. They first moved a massive stone to block the entrance of the stone chamber. Next, they carried a smaller stone onto the rooftop to seal the chimney. After a brief wait, a commotion erupted from below. By the heavens, why is it so stifling inside? Is it just me? Or has it indeed grown hotter? How did the 7-colored, bewitching smoke seep in? Quick, fan it out. Listening to the voices from below, Zoe couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth. She then winked at Su Cheng, as if to say, "What do you think of my strategy?" Su Cheng returned her a look of approval, then continued to observe the activity below. "This is bad. Both the chimney and the vent are blocked. The 7-colored bewitching smoke cannot escape, and the entrance is sealed as well. What shall we do?" Then, a series of thunderous noises emanated from the stone door below. The entire stone chamber trembled slightly. Su Cheng peered through the skylight to see the black-clad figures attempting to smash the door with various martial techniques. However, it was futile. This stone chamber, built for military purposes, featured door panels and walls nearly 20 feet thick. They had inadvertently dug their own grave. "This is terrible. I am poisoned. I am the emperor. You all must listen to me. Come, each of you shout Zhangge once, and upon exiting, I shall bestow upon you a piece of innate Taoist treasure. No way. Having lingered on this island for too long, I crave a woman." At this point, even a sow would seem alluring. Zoe, who had initially worn a mischievous smile, felt her cheeks flush slightly as a torrent of vulgarities erupted from within the chamber. She turned to Su Cheng, speaking in a voice as soft as a whisper. "Su Cheng, let us depart." Su Cheng, also finding the utterances within to be somewhat outrageous, nodded gently. "All right." These individuals were presumably afflicted by the poison of the 7-color bewitching smoke and likely had no chance of escape. With that, the duo made their exit, heading toward the core of the island. According to the map, the island's heart was a cavern. Before long, they arrived at the cave, only to discover that, despite its spaciousness, it was completely empty. Could it be that these were the only individuals on the island, with the most formidable among them being the steward whom I had just slain? Recalling the words of Shangwan Yao before their departure, who had mentioned that the task was exceedingly simple, Su Cheng began to entertain this possibility. After emerging from the cavern with Zoe, they searched the surroundings but found no other souls. This further confirmed Su Cheng's suspicions. At this moment, he also contemplated a grave issue. The figures clad in black were not inside the stone cave. Rather, they guarded two pivotal locations. This indicates that they must have been forewarned of visitors arriving tonight. How could they have known? Surely, someone must have leaked information. This implies that within Su Cheng's group, or perhaps among the other two squads, there exists a traitor. Contemplating this, Su Cheng could not help but furrow his brow. It was no wonder that the old man Shangwan had previously mentioned the presence of a traitor from the island of 10,000 corpses in Lingyuan City. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly pointed to a spot not far below and exclaimed, "Su Cheng, look, a boat is departing." Peering down, Su Cheng observed a small vessel gliding away from the island, manned by a black-clad individual who was rowing. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Cheng summoned his spiritual energy and leaped from the cliff. "Hey, Su Cheng, are you insane?" Zhou Yi's face instantly filled with concern upon witnessing his reckless jump. Only when she saw he was unharmed did she call out, "Su Cheng, wait for me." However, Su Cheng remained indifferent to her pleas, prompting her to stamp her foot in frustration. Upon landing on the boat, Su Cheng coldly inquired, "Are you attempting to flee? Where do you think you can escape to?" The rower, startled by Su Cheng's sudden appearance, initially failed to register the threat. But as he sensed Su Cheng's faint aura, he sneered, "What a foolish creature. Instead of fleeing for your life, you have walked into a trap." The black-clad man abruptly drew a long knife from his waist and swung it at Su Cheng's head. Su Cheng deftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a swift thrust of his sword, severing the man's arm in an instant. "Spare me," the black-clad man pleaded, quickly kneeling and bowing his head repeatedly. Su Cheng offered a faint smile and asked, "Where are you headed?" The man hesitated, glancing at the gleaming sword in Su Cheng's hand before responding. "I came from Xianxia Island to deliver a message." "Xianxia Island? Isn't that where Shangwan Yao and Xianxia went?" A glint of sharpness flashed in Su Cheng's eyes as he demanded, "What message?" The black-clad man replied, "Our steward mentioned that there are two larger fish over there. Moreover, these two are even more troublesome, so I was sent to seek reinforcements. However, our steward here said they also have two large fish and couldn't spare anyone, so I left. Little hero, please spare me." Su Cheng glanced at the man's chest and added, "Is that all you were sent for? You seem rather disingenuous." The black-clad man hurriedly produced an item from his chest, stating, "This is the seven-colored bewitching smoke given to me by the steward here. He is aware that the two large fish over there are formidable, so he allocated some of this smoke to deal with them." Seven-colored bewitching smoke? Su Cheng pondered, taking the item from the man's hand. Before him lay a substance of deep yellow, shaped like a block, reminiscent of agar, exuding a faint yet captivating aroma. This was indeed the mesmerizing, seven-colored bewitching smoke. Once ignited, it would release an enchanting haze capable of bewildering the mind. A flicker of delight surged within Su Cheng. The value of the seven-colored bewitching smoke was exceedingly high. As he scrutinized it closely, the kneeling figure in black suddenly revealed a glint of malice in his eyes. With a swift motion, he drew a sharp, gleaming dagger from his waist and lunged towards Su Cheng's abdomen, exclaiming, "You brat." Su Cheng responded with a cold smile, brandishing his sword. In an instant, the blade flashed, leaving a fine line across the black-clad man's hand and neck. The next moment, the man was reduced to mere fragments. Su Cheng nonchalantly kicked the lifeless body overboard, remarking coolly, "Those who are disobedient shall meet their end." He then lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where the distant sea glowed a fiery red, as if engulfed in raging flames. That direction led to Cloudy Mist Island. From what the black-clad man had just revealed, it seemed that Shangwan Yao and her companions were in dire straits. Without hesitation, Su Cheng channeled his true energy into his palm and struck the surface of the sea behind the boat. With a resounding boom, a massive shockwave propelled the vessel forward with great speed. Chapter 29. How could it be you? On Cloudy Mist Island, the flames blazed intensely, illuminating the sky. At that moment, Shangwan Yao, Xianxia, and several other young nobles found themselves encircled at the valley's base by a group of black-clad assailants. Atop the valley, two figures donned in crimson masks presided over the scene, their cold gazes fixed upon those below. One of the masked men sneered, "You little brats dare to burn our stronghold. None of you shall escape today. I will capture you and make you suffer. Your families will be stripped of their wealth, and you will remain unreleased." Shangwan Yao glared upwards, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "You think you could defeat us?" The other masked figure chuckled, "Haha, you may have two profound realm experts, but so do we. In a direct confrontation, it is not certain you would prevail. However, you have already been poisoned by the seven-colored bewitching smoke. Before us, you will possess no capacity for resistance. Haha. The mention of a seven-colored bewitching smoke caused a shadow of despair to cross Shangguan Yao's face. Although she had never encountered this poison, she had heard of its dreadfulness. It was said to have been developed by the upper echelons of the Huan sect within the Isle of 10,000 Corpses, a second-tier power far superior to the peripheral forces like the Xianxia sect. Moreover, the individual responsible for its creation was rumored to be a high-ranking member of the Huan sect. Aside from the creator of this toxin, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to possess its antidote. As Shangguan Yao glanced at her fellow nobles, she noticed their eyes had glazed over, succumbing to a state of madness. This was a clear symptom of the effects of the seven-colored bewitching smoke. The only solace lies in her companionship with Su Cheng. Su Cheng possesses a formidable constitution and has yet to succumb to the venom. However, she herself feels a faint sense of losing her spirit. Fragmented illusions seem to materialize within her mind. Suddenly, Su Cheng draws her long sword with fervor, gritting her silver teeth as she exclaims, "You dare to poison us!" Such cowardice! With a powerful thrust of her long legs, she leaps into the air. The two crimson-masked figures in black attire gaze upward at Su Cheng. One of them remarks, "Little girl, you managed to withstand the seven-colored enchantment smoke. Your resilience is surprisingly formidable. We are aware of your identity. You must be the renowned genius girl from the Wind Hall of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Surrender peacefully. We wish to avoid conflict, lest you be harmed. Our young master is in search of an exceptional wife. Come with us and become his bride. Our young master is also an extraordinary talent. You will surely come to love him in no time." Fury ignites in Su Chen's beautiful eyes as she retorts, "I care not who you are, behold my sword." Wind's flight. She fiercely points her sword at the two men, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she lunges forward. The other crimson-masked figure counters, "Is that your final stance? While you possess profound cultivation at the Xian tier, our abilities are quite comparable. You cannot defeat us. Regardless, capturing you to present to our young master will yield the same outcome." He then commands the other blue-masked figures, "Engage. Spare the girl. Eliminate everyone else." His finger points menacingly at Shangguan Yao below. Simultaneously, the two crimson-masked figures launch an assault on Su Cheng. Su Cheng, return quickly. It's dangerous. Shangguan Yao gazes anxiously at Su Cheng hovering above. Suddenly, she perceives the blue-masked figures closing in on her. Upon glancing at her teammates, who have succumbed to madness, Shangguan Yao cannot help but sigh. Although these blue-masked figures possess only yellow-tier cultivation and are far inferior to her, she too has been poisoned by the seven-colored enchantment smoke, and her affliction is likely to manifest soon. Is it truly her fate to perish here today? A sense of regret fills her heart. In her haze, she recalls the day the masked youth in white saved her by the seaside. Alas, she still has yet to behold his true visage. Memories of her fleeting moments with the white-masked youth surge forth in her mind. Though scarce and brief, they are undeniably sweet. At that moment, she almost perceives the young man as if he were right before her, tall and extraordinarily gallant. "Is it you?" Shangguan Yao instinctively extends her arm. Yet, it is but an illusion. She gently shakes her head. No, it is not an illusion. In the next moment, Shangguan Yao realized that she had truly, palpably touched the young man. Could it be that the illusion felt so tangible? A wave of clarity washed over her. However, Su Cheng appeared utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why these women seemed so eager to touch him today. Young master, it truly is you. I can't possibly be dreaming." Shangguan Yao exclaimed with surprise. Su Cheng chuckled, "What dream? Could you elaborate?" As he spoke, he retrieved a pill from his pocket and handed it to Shangguan Yao, adding, "Before anything else, you should take this antidote for the poison." Realizing it was not an illusion, Shangguan Yao regained her composure. She accepted the pill, murmuring, "Does this antidote cure the seven-colored enchantment smoke?" Indeed, Su Cheng nodded slightly. This antidote was a recent innovation of his, derived from the very seven-colored enchantment smoke he had just procured. Most poisons in the world share a remarkable resemblance to their antidotes. It merely depends on their application. Su Cheng was confident that his newly crafted antidote would effectively neutralize the effects of the seven-colored enchantment smoke. As anticipated, after taking the antidote, Shangguan Yao's visage regained its luster within moments. This antidote truly counteracts the seven-colored enchantment smoke. She gazed at Su Cheng in disbelief, expressing her gratitude. Young master, I cannot thank you enough. I truly wonder how you accomplished this. Su Cheng merely smiled, remaining silent. Suddenly, Xianxia inquired, by the way, young master, how did you know we would fall victim to the seven-colored enchantment smoke? Su Cheng paused momentarily. This was indeed a pertinent question. He was reluctant to reveal his identity. Xianxia's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red as she lowered her gaze, saying, could it be that you've been quietly watching over me all along? Su Cheng was at a loss for words. Did he truly appear to be that dull? Now is not the time for such discussions. You should focus on administering the antidote to the others, he urged, handing her several more antidotes. Realizing the implications, Xianxia's face reddened further. Oh, very well, she stammered, taking the antidotes and unable to meet Su Cheng's gaze. How could I have said such things just now? She felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Before long, the other young masters and ladies had also recovered after taking the antidotes. Xianxia addressed the group. Since everyone has regained their strength, let us confront the minions of the Xianxia Demon Island. With her powers restored, Xianxia brimmed with confidence. After all, she possessed strength beyond the Xian tier, while those in green masks were merely Huang tier cultivators. Coupled with the prowess of the young masters and ladies from Lingyuan City, they were more than capable of dealing with these foes. As she turned her gaze back to Su Cheng, she noticed that he was fixated on the sky. In the air, Xianxia was engaged in combat with two men clad in black and adorned with crimson masks. She found herself at a disadvantage. Startled, Xianxia turned to Su Cheng and implored, young master, might you lend me a favor? Please save Xianxia. Realizing that the youth before her might not recognize Xianxia, she added, she is the maiden up there, a dear friend of mine. You have met her before. Su Cheng nodded slightly and ascended into the sky. At that moment, Xianxia was grappling with her adversaries when she noticed Su Cheng's sudden appearance. She mistakenly assumed that yet another opponent had joined the fray, a sense of foreboding washing over her. With her Linglong sword body still in a closed state, taking on two foes was already her limit. Although her constitution was formidable enough to withstand the seven-colored bewitching smoke to some extent, the excessive inhalation of the fumes had begun to reveal signs of toxicity. Should another adversary join, her situation would surely become dire. However, upon catching sight of the white mask adorning Su Cheng's face, a mixture of shock and fury crossed her features. You lecher! How dare you show up here? Chapter 30. I shall break your mask. It dawned on her that he was in cahoots with these individuals. I knew you harbored no good intentions. Gazing at Su Cheng's white mask, she continued, who needs the help of a lecher like you? Su Cheng, with an air of resignation, replied, I am merely here to assist you. It was only then that Xianxia noticed that although Su Cheng was also clad in black and wore a mask, his design was entirely distinct from that of her assailants. Yet, she remained obstinate. I do not require your assistance. Su Cheng shrugged. Very well. I shall stand by and watch you fight. If she did not wish for his help, he had no desire to offer it. Were it not for Su Daoxian's involvement, he would hardly bother with her attitude. Meanwhile, the two black-clad men, upon witnessing Su Cheng's sudden appearance, initially assumed he was one of their own. However, upon overhearing the exchange between the two, they quickly grasped the situation. It became clear that this young man was not part of Xianxia's group. As they assessed Su Cheng, they noted his feeble aura, which barely reached the level of a Xian tier warrior. One of the masked men sneered. Where did this brat come from? If you value your life, you should scram far away. This is no place for you to meddle. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. I shall remain here and observe. You may continue your battle without concern for me. Sharp-tongued, one of the black-clad men suddenly lunged at Su Cheng, extending a claw toward him. A massive black energy claw print surged towards Su Cheng's face. You initiated this, Su Cheng remarked with a cold smile, drawing forth his shadowless sword and making a swift, delicate slash. An ethereal blade of sword light erupted forth, and in the blink of an eye, the hand of the black-clad assailant was severed in two, his fingers tumbling from his palm. The entire palm was suddenly bare. You dare! The man in black grimaced in pain, clutching his hand, his eyes filled with anguish and fury. I will surely kill you today. With that, he lunged towards Su Cheng. Another man in black, realizing he could not call back his companion, chose not to pursue Su Cheng, but instead approached Xianxia, saying, Little girl, now it's just you and me for some fun. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a 2-on-1 scenario. You little wretch, having severed my finger, I shall dismantle your limbs to quench my wrath. The man in black descended into madness, unleashing lethal moves towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng replied with a cold smirk. You must possess the ability to do so. Thousand Phantom Shadow Sword. Suddenly, the ethereal edge of the formless blade burst forth, shooting several ghostly rays. The beams pierced through the vital points of the man in black, creating gaping holes in his brow and heart. His body fell from the sky, like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, the other man in black, engaged with Xianxia, occasionally cast sidelong glances at Su Cheng. He was taken aback to see his companion slain in such a brief moment. Fear flashed in his eyes, and he ceased his attacks on Xianxia, turning to flee in the opposite direction. Don't even think about escaping, Xianxia exclaimed, her voice ringing out. She then activated the Wind Shadow Sword, transforming into an illusion as she pursued him, her sword aimed at his back. Just as she was about to pierce him through the heart, a thick fog suddenly erupted around the man in black. Little girl, it won't be so easy to kill me, his grim voice echoed from within the black mist. In the next moment, a wave of black sand burst forth from the fog. Hee, taste this explosive poisonous sand. As she beheld the fine particles, Xianxia's beautiful eyes momentarily glazed over. At that moment, the colorful, mesmerizing poison within her body began to take effect. She felt dizzy and disoriented, unsure of how to act, though she realized that being struck by this poisonous sand would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries on her, potentially even mar her appearance. Her body no longer obeyed her mind. The poison had dulled her senses, leaving her vulnerable to the incoming toxic sand. Would she truly be disfigured? Tears threatened to spill from Xianxia's eyes. In the next instant, a towering figure stood before her, shielding her from the poisonous sand. She looked up to find a white mask. How can it be him? Why is he blocking these toxic sands for me? Confusion clouded her thoughts. After using his sleeve to shield her from the poisonous sand, Su Cheng swiftly struck back, sending the toxic particles toward the black mist. In the midst of the black mist, a piercingly tragic scream reverberated. I will remember you. Wait for me. Another menacing voice echoed from within. There will be no future. You shall die now. Su Cheng let out a cold chuckle. Just as he was about to pursue, he suddenly felt a small, delicate hand gripping his shoulder. He then sensed two warm, soft masses against his back, accompanied by gentle, short breaths and a faint fragrance. It was Xianxia, unexpectedly collapsed onto him. Su Cheng was somewhat at a loss for words. After a brief moment of contemplation, he extended his hand to support Xianxia. However, when he attempted to chase after the shadowy figure once more, the black mist had already vanished into the deep night. Su Cheng shook his head lightly, descending slowly with Xianxia on his back. Why did you help me block that poisonous sand? Xianxia, not fainted, but merely momentarily dazed, opened her enchanting eyes and inquired. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, Do not misunderstand. I had no intention of aiding you. I merely returned the favor to capture that cloaked figure. Xianxia further asked, Did you sustain any injuries? Her tone surprisingly softened, which took Su Cheng aback. He chuckled, Such trivial skills cannot harm me. I have returned all the poisonous sand to him, unharmed. Then release me. Xianxia's face suddenly flushed, and she wriggled free from Su Cheng's back. Is it necessary to change her demeanor so swiftly? Su Cheng gazed at her in disbelief. At that moment, Xianxia approached, observing the two, and said, How wonderful. You're both safe. Then she turned to Su Cheng and expressed, My lord, I truly thank you this time. Su Cheng replied, It was but a trifling effort. Xianxia smiled gently, then walked to Xianxia's side, inquiring, Xianxia, You are not injured, are you? She produced a pill and added, This is the antidote for the 7-colored bewitching smoke. You should take one. The antidote for the 7-colored bewitching smoke? Xianxia looked at Xianxia with curiosity before swallowing the pill and asking, Yao, where did you acquire the antidote? Xianxia gazed at Su Cheng with admiration and said, It was, of course, provided by this esteemed gentleman. Xianxia nearly choked. Glaring at Su Cheng with her beautiful eyes, she exclaimed, How could you possess the antidote for the 7-colored bewitching smoke? Clearly, your intentions for approaching us are less than honorable. As she uttered the words, less than honorable, she recalled their intimate encounter in the air. Her cheeks involuntarily tinged with a faint blush. Su Cheng scoffed, Then you shall regurgitate my antidote. You are forbidden to consume it. I have already finished it. Xianxia, with her delicate pink tongue, let out a soft huff. At that moment, the followers of the Wanshi demon island in the valley had completed their tasks. Su Cheng, no longer lingering, bid farewell to Shangguan Yao and departed. Before leaving, Xianxia addressed him. You lecher, regardless of your intentions, I shall let this pass for now. Should you dare to show your face again, I will shatter your mask. Su Cheng responded with a cold smirk. You seem to have a few screws loose. His words nearly provoked Xianxia to rush at him in fury. What did you say? If you have the guts, don't leave. I'll break your mask right now. Despite being held back by Shangguan Yao, Xianxia could not restrain herself from brandishing her sword and throwing punches and kicks at Su Cheng from distance. Su Cheng, at a loss for words, found it pointless to engage further with this madwoman. Upon returning to the original island by boat, he was taken aback to find Zhou Yi waiting for him on the shore. The moment she saw Su Cheng reappear, a look of surprise flashed across her face, quickly replaced by an expression of deep longing. Su Cheng, why have you been gone for so long? Chapter 31. The antidote provided by Su Cheng. Su Cheng awkwardly smiled. The black-clad individual was rather difficult to deal with, which caused the delay. By the way, why are you still here? Zhou Yi, with an incredulous expression, replied, Since you, the captain, left, I had no idea what to do next. Naturally, I had to wait here for you. Su Cheng smiled. Then let us be on our way. However, after taking a few steps, Zhou Yi suddenly exclaimed, Ah, Su Cheng, did you drop something? Turning around, Su Cheng saw Zhou Yi holding a small piece of deep yellow substance resembling gelatin. Wasn't he that the 7-colored bewitching smoke he had just acquired? Upon receiving the item, he quickly stowed it away to avoid any mishaps. Noticing his actions, a hint of curiosity appeared on Zhou Yi's face as she inquired, Su Cheng, what is that? Su Cheng explained, This is the 7-colored bewitching smoke. The poison you just encountered emanates from this. Oh, so I nodded thoughtfully, then asked, by the way, is this 7-colored bewitching smoke truly as potent as you previously claimed? Su Cheng affirmed, Indeed. This poison penetrates the soul and is exceedingly difficult to dispel. Moreover, those afflicted will fall into illusions, revealing their innermost desires. Zhou Yi's face flushed slightly as she asked, When I was poisoned before, did I express my desires? Recalling Zhou Yi's earlier state while poisoned, Su Cheng felt a wave of amusement. No, you remained quite composed, almost like a simpleton. I don't believe it. Just as Su Cheng was about to continue, he suddenly heard a delicate cry from Zhou Yi nearby. He then felt a dense cloud of fine powder enveloping him, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself. The powder was abundant, and it diffused into the air, splattering across his face. Suddenly, Su Cheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his head spinning and his limbs heavy. This was the powder of the colorful, enchanting smoke. How could Zhou Yi possess such a substance? Su Cheng, since you have uncovered my secret, let us exchange fairly. I wish to see what you desire most within your heart, just before succumbing to a trance. Su Cheng caught a glimpse of a mischievous smile fleeting across Zhou Yi's exquisite visage. However, her smile was short-lived. In the next moment, the powder that Su Cheng had retaliated with also sprayed onto her face, plunging her once more into a state of oblivion. Su Cheng, my love, do not leave me again. Let us consummate our bond immediately. Zhou Yi's gaze was dazed, her eyes shimmering alluringly as she embraced Su Cheng. At that moment, having been tainted by the colorful, enchanting smoke, Su Cheng's consciousness became hazy. With Zhou Yi's sudden embrace, he lost his balance and stumbled, collapsing to the ground. The two were traversing a slope, and upon falling, they rolled down like tumbling pebbles. Once they reached the shoreline, Su Cheng's awareness began to clear. He hastily concentrated his energy, channeling his vital essence to expel the toxins from his body. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi remained ensnared in her trance, exhaling sweetly towards Su Cheng. My beloved Su Cheng, let the heavens be our canopy and the earth our bed. Su Cheng felt speechless within, attempting to pry Zhou Yi's arms away, only to find himself unable to do so. How is it that this woman possesses such strength? At that moment, within the island's warehouse, Shangguan Yao and her companions unexpectedly appeared. After dealing with matters on Xianxia Island, Shangguan Yao had learned of the formidable nature of the colorful, enchanting smoke. Thus, she divided her team into two halves, one led by her to the island where Su Cheng was, and the other dispatched to the island of another squad. She hurried over, eager to assist her companions in detoxification. Before parting ways with that nobleman, Shangguan Yao had requested a dozen antidotes precisely for this purpose. Miss Shangguan, we have only located these 3 individuals. The other 3 remain missing, a youth informed her. Shangguan Yao's brow furrowed slightly. Su Cheng's team was missing three of its most formidable members, Captain Su Cheng, Wan Jingming, and Zhou Yi. A sense of foreboding suddenly seized her heart. It seems these three have also fallen victim to the colorful, enchanting smoke. Let us administer the antidote to them first. Before long, the three who had been in slumber awakened after consuming the antidote. Shangguan Yao quickly inquired of one among them, Noble Nye, "Where are the other three members of your team?" The youth named Nye scratched his head, replying, "I am not entirely sure. Noble One separated from us long ago to act alone. As for Noble Su and Miss Zhou, I seem to have forgotten the details." Another young gentleman and lady followed suit, stating, "Indeed, I only remember that upon our entrance, we seem to have been poisoned. After the poisoning, I noticed that young Master Su appeared rather composed." The three gradually regained their senses, beginning to faintly recollect some memories. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now. Although I was already poisoned at the time and could recall nothing, a fragment lingers in my mind. Young Master Su delivered a punch to me, then embraced Miss Zhou and exited." Another chimed in, "It seems so. He also struck me, but my recollection is of Miss Zhou holding young Master Su." A third interjected, "You are all mistaken. The fragment in my mind is of them embracing one another as they departed." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. If all three had indeed been poisoned, then Su Cheng and Zhou Yi were likely not exempt. They were both strikingly handsome, and in such an impetuous age. After succumbing to poison, embracing each other as they left, what could that imply? She murmured, "They have been gone for such a long time. Could something have happened?" One must exercise restraint at a young age. Even the usually composed Xianxia, upon hearing the trio's remarks, displayed a fleeting expression of displeasure on her cold visage. She let out a soft huff, lost in her thoughts. Just then, Su Cheng and Zhou Yi returned. Su Cheng had just subdued Zhou Yi and administered an antidote to her, ensuring that she concealed no further dangers. Their arrival drew peculiar glances from those present. Su Cheng, about to inquire what they were staring at, Su noticed Zhou Yi's disheveled appearance and realized the implications. After they had rolled around on the ground, it was miraculous that they appeared even somewhat presentable. It seemed these individuals had misconstrued the situation between him and Zhou Yi. As he prepared to clarify, Shangguan Yao gently cleared her throat and asked him, "Young Master Su, where have you two been?" Su Cheng was taken aback that Shangguan Yao had arrived on the island so promptly. He replied, "Oh, Miss Zhou and I just went to deal with the other followers of the Wancher Demon Island." "Indeed, indeed," Zhao Yi echoed. The crowd remained silent, their expressions betraying their disbelief. The two of them hardly looked like they had gone off to slay anyone. It was more fitting to suggest they had engaged in other pursuits. Shangguan Yao suspected Su Cheng might be fabricating a story, yet she chose not to confront him, instead offering a light laugh. "As long as you are safe, that is what matters." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and inquired, "By the way, you both must have been affected by the seven-color bewitching smoke, correct? How did you manage to antidote yourselves?" Su Cheng found himself momentarily at a loss for an answer. Even Xianxia seemed to be drawn into the inquiry. She slightly tilted her head, her cold gaze fixated on Su Cheng. Just as Su Cheng contemplated whether to reveal his true identity, Zhou Yi suddenly interjected, "It is the antidote that Su Cheng provided me." Chapter 32, Returning Loaded. Su Cheng's antidote. Both Xianxia and Shangguan Yao turned towards Su Cheng in unison. Zhou Yi continued, "Here, these are the antidotes that Su Cheng just gave me." As she spoke, she produced the vibrant, colorful antidote from earlier. Shangguan Yao quickly took the antidote, examining it with great scrutiny. At that moment, in her other hand, she held another pill. The one Zhou Yi had given her was gray and quite diminutive, while the bright yellow pill she possessed was lustrous and notably plump. After comparing the two, Shangguan Yao let out a long sigh of relief, stating, "What a false alarm." She then returned the antidote to Zhou Yi and remarked, "Miss Zhou, what Su Cheng provided you is not a complete antidote. It is merely a modified preventive medicine." She showcased the bright yellow pill in her hand and added, "This one is the true antidote. You have not consumed it before, have you? Here, take it." "Oh." Zhou Yi accepted the antidote, nodding thoughtfully. Su Cheng had not anticipated that the two types of antidotes he developed would inadvertently complicate matters. Suddenly, Shangguan Yao inquired, "By the way, young Master Su Cheng, where is senior brother Wan Jingming?" "Wan Jingming? He should still be confined in the stone chamber with the followers of the Wan Corpse Demon Island," Su Cheng replied. Young Master Wan, eager for achievements, acted impulsively and departed alone. Su Cheng's companions echoed his sentiment, having witnessed Wan Jingming rowing away by himself. However, aside from Zhou Yi and him, the others were unaware that Wan Jingming had been captured. Shangguan Yao nodded gently. Her earlier agreement for Su Cheng and Wan Jingming to team up was an attempt to ease the tension between them. Yet, given the current circumstances, she realized that Wan Jingming would likely not heed Su Cheng's words. She inquired further, then where is he now? Do you know? Su Cheng's small team had suffered no casualties besides Wan Jingming, and given Wan Jingming's unique status, Shangguan Yao, despite her disdain for him, felt a responsibility as the mission's leader to ensure his well-being. Exchanging glances with Zhou Yi, Su Cheng replied, "It seems he has been captured by the people of Wan Corpse Demon Island and is confined in a stone chamber. I am unsure of his current condition. Let me take you there." Before long, the group arrived at the stone chamber that Su Cheng and Zhou Yi had previously visited. The entrance to the chamber remained obstructed by a massive stone, and the ventilation shaft and chimney above were also filled with debris. Observing this, Shangguan Yao inquired with curiosity, "Is senior brother Wan Jingming truly confined within this room?" Before Su Cheng could respond, Zhou Yi affirmed, "Indeed. Aside from Master Wan Jingming, numerous disciples of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island are also imprisoned within. At that time, they outnumbered us, leaving Su Cheng and me no choice but to counter them with the colorful, mesmerizing smoke they released." Upon hearing this, the others instinctively turned their gazes towards Su Cheng and Zhou Yi, their expressions seemingly conveying the sentiment that the two had indeed been engaged in significant undertakings. Shangguan Yao nodded gently and remarked, "Given the passage of time, the colorful, mesmerizing smoke should have dissipated by now. The silence within suggests that the disciples of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island have likely succumbed to the effects, their spirits drained and rendered unconscious." With that, he beckoned Su Cheng and several other young masters to assist in moving the colossal stone blocking the entrance. Once the door to the stone chamber was opened, Su Cheng suddenly cautioned, "There may still be lingering, colorful, mesmerizing smoke inside. Please wait outside while I investigate first." As he stepped into the chamber, he was met with a scene that would forever haunt his memory. A dozen or so male disciples of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island were huddled together, with Wan Jingming among them. A wave of revulsion washed over Su Cheng, prompting him to retreat hastily. "Master Su Cheng, what is the situation inside?" Shangguan Yao asked, perplexed by Su Cheng's expression and prepared to enter herself. Su Cheng quickly interjected, "Miss Shangguan, it would be best if you do not proceed. The circumstances within are not suitable for anyone to witness, especially for someone of your delicate disposition." Shangguan Yao regarded Su Cheng with curiosity, unsure of his implications. The others shared her confusion, and even Zhou Yi, intrigued, inquired, "Su Cheng, what exactly is going on inside?" "Su Cheng, if you have something to say, please be forthcoming," one young master urged with curiosity. "Indeed, Su Cheng, what is the situation within?" Another echoed, equally inquisitive. Su Cheng replied, "If you are so eager to know, why not venture inside yourselves? However, allow the two young masters to enter first." After the two young masters stepped inside, it was not long before they emerged, their expressions grim. Shangguan Yao turned to them and asked, "Gentlemen, what is the situation inside? I shall need to consult a physician to cleanse my eyes." One young master lamented, "What sin have I committed to harbor such curiosity?" At that moment, even Shangguan Yao and the others, despite their naivety, comprehended the grave reality of the situation within. After all, even if one has never tasted pork or seen a pig run, one must have at least heard of them. Su Cheng could not help but remark, "I have already said, this is not suitable for your eyes." "Bah, you still dare to say that." Both Shangguan Yao and Zhou Yi shot him a disapproving glance. Shiue let out a cold snort. Subsequently, Shangguan Yao inquired, "Then Brother One must still be alive, right? Whoever can rescue him will receive additional task rewards." Ultimately, it was two disciples brought by Wan Jingming who volunteered to enter and bring him out, administering the antidote to the seven-colored mesmerizing smoke. After a considerable time, Wan Jingming awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he saw a group of people, including Shangguan Yao, and he inquired, "Junior sister Shangguan, what brings you to our side?" He then turned to Su Cheng and added, "Su Cheng disregarded my commands, potentially jeopardizing this mission. I implore junior sister to punish him." Shangguan Yao remained silent. The onlookers regarded Wan Jingming with peculiar expressions. He had no recollection of the events that transpired after succumbing to the seven-colored mesmerizing smoke. For him, this was perhaps a blessing in disguise. Noticing the odd gazes directed at him, even from the 3 disciples he had brought along. He asked, "Why are you all silent? Have you lost your voices?" Finally, Shangwan Yao spoke. "It is like this, Brother Wan. All tasks have concluded. This mission has been successfully accomplished." Recalling the potential occurrences within the stone chamber, Shangwan Yao dared not approach Wan Jingming closely. She continued, "Well, since the mission has concluded successfully, let us return." Chapter 33. Grandfather's Illness Before Long. The group boarded the ship, laden with their bounty. Initially, the objective of this mission was merely to destroy the stronghold of the corpse Demon Island. However, the sudden entrance of a mysterious youth not only turned the tide of battle, but also provided the antidote, leading to a resounding victory for their party. The stronghold need not be burned. Naturally, the treasures within were shared among Shangwan Yao, Su Cheng, and their companions. Collectively, the 3 strongholds proved to be incredibly lucrative. Based on their contributions, each individual or family received a substantial share. As one of the leaders, and with no casualties within the team, Su Cheng excelled, earning an additional 20% of the spoils. Coupled with the items he had previously secured within his storage ring, this mission was a tremendous windfall for him. However, the others also garnered considerable rewards. The young lords and ladies aboard the ship wore expressions of joy. Yet Su Cheng noticed one individual among the crowd whose expression was decidedly forced, Xianxia. Despite his best efforts to feign happiness, it was evident he was struggling. However, Su Cheng observed that his smile was tinged with bitterness. Another discontented soul was naturally Wan Jingming. As Wan Jingming's consciousness gradually returned, he seemed to recall the events of his capture by the disciples of the Wansher Demon Island while on the ship. He likely also remembered the harrowing experiences he endured in the stone chamber after his captivity. Consequently, his expression was exceedingly somber, casting cold glances at Su Cheng from time to time. Yet, Su Cheng remained composed. For who could blame him when Wan Jingming had chosen to disregard the commands of his captain and act independently? Before long, the ship reached Lingyuan City. Upon disembarking, Su Cheng summoned his servants to transport his spoils back home. Meanwhile, among the members of the Zhou family who were also busy moving their belongings, he was conspicuously present. Spotting Su Cheng, he called out, "Su Cheng, please don't leave just yet. I have something to inquire of you." Su Cheng glanced at the solemn-faced Yi. Curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Yi replied, "By the way, has your grandfather been unwell lately?" After pondering for a moment, Su Cheng asked, "Why do you want to know that?" He had indeed not seen his grandfather, Su Anlai, when he had called for help to move things, and thus had no knowledge of his health. He was more intrigued by the peculiar nature of Yi's question. Suddenly, he recalled their last private meeting when his grandfather had coughed up blood. Could it be that his grandfather was indeed ailing? However, how did Yi know about his grandfather's condition? Su Cheng regarded Yi with confusion. With a deep sigh, Yi explained, "Alas, my grandfather has recently fallen victim to a strange illness. He has consulted many physicians, all of whom claim it to be untreatable." Su Cheng interrupted, asking, "Is your grandfather's illness related to mine?" Yi shot him a glare, responding, "Isn't it obvious? My grandfather and yours are good friends. You were unaware?" After their last outing together, they returned home ill. According to my grandfather, they were ambushed by a group of mysterious individuals. Thus, I sought to inquire whether your grandfather might be experiencing a similar plight. Su Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Ambushed by mysterious figures? Why had his grandfather not mentioned this to him? He recalled that when he had previously asked Su Anlai about it, his grandfather had merely urged him not to worry. It seemed his grandfather was too proud for his own good. Yi pressed on, "So, does your grandfather indeed share the same fate as mine?" Su Cheng gently nodded, stating, "If they were both attacked, then it is undoubtedly the case." After receiving Su Cheng's affirmative response, Yi appeared increasingly anxious, exclaiming, "What shall we do? My grandfather is in great distress. When I returned home just now, he was already in a state of confusion. Is it truly that severe?" Su Cheng hastily bid farewell to Yi and swiftly returned home. Upon arriving at his residence, he made a beeline for his grandfather's chamber. At the entrance of the chamber stood his cousin, Su Jie. "Oh, Chengdi, what brings you back?" Su Jie exclaimed, his expression revealing a fleeting surprise, and added, "I thought with your skills, you had already met your demise." Su Cheng offered a cold smile and replied, "That would indeed disappoint you." He then inquired, "Where is grandfather?" Su Jie responded, "Grandfather is sleeping and does not wish to see anyone." "Sleeping?" Su Cheng glanced at the sun, which was already high in the sky. His grandfather, Su Anlai, never indulged in late slumbers, so how could he be sleeping now? Without further ado, Su Cheng forcefully pushed the door open. At that moment, Su Jia abruptly blocked his path, saying, "Grandfather has ordered that no one is to enter. What do you intend to do?" A glint of determination flashed in Su Cheng's eyes as he gently shook Su Jia off and disregarded his furious expression, striding directly into the room. Inside, he beheld his grandfather Su Anlai lying peacefully on the bed, albeit with a faint breath. Since practicing the 9-turn medical book, Su Cheng had developed an extraordinary vision, enabling him to perceive various ailments. He noticed that critical areas of his grandfather's body were shrouded in a faint black mist. Even the internal organs seemed to be afflicted. It appeared there was not merely one illness, but two. How peculiar, Su Cheng murmured as he approached Su Anlai, gently shaking his shoulder. "Grandfather?" Receiving no response, he checked his grandfather's pulse, which was weak and erratic. At that moment, Su Jia had approached him, sneering, "Cheng Di, I told you grandfather is sleeping. How could you possibly awaken him?" Su Cheng cast a cold glance at Su Jia, incredulous at his naivety. Even without any medical training, he could discern that this was a state of unconsciousness. Su Jia's brazen demeanor suggested that matters were more complicated than they appeared. Nevertheless, Su Cheng maintained his composure, stating, "Who cannot be awakened from sleep? Grandfather is unconscious due to illness. Why have you not sought a physician for him?" Su Jia retorted, "Witas mirk, Cheng Di. Are you instructing me on how to act? How do you know I haven't called for a doctor? Is it not possible that the doctor advised grandfather to rest more? Yet here you are. Instead of being by his side during his illness, you have gone to the city lord's residence to stir up trouble for our family. Now you dare question me about this?" Su Cheng glanced at Su Anlai, noting the weakening breath. He chose to disregard Su Jia and exited the room. The 9-turn medical book contained remedies for the affliction his grandfather faced. However, he currently lacked the necessary materials and needed to procure some from the apothecary. Upon seeing Su Cheng walk out, Su Jia laughed heartily. "What's the matter? Have I struck a nerve?" In a fit of rage, "Now you wish to leave? I believe you are the one who does not care for grandfather." In Lingyuan City, a voice spoke, "Young Master Yang. Did you not claim that Su Cheng would meet his demise on the island?" Another voice replied, "That lad possesses extraordinary luck. It is fortunate we did not form a team together. However, he was destined for death. Who could have anticipated that a mysterious figure would emerge midway through this mission?" Chapter 34. What manner of sorcery is this? Mysterious figure? The earlier voice inquired. Indeed, it's unclear from whence he came. Upon his arrival, he swiftly vanquished a profound-level expert, his strength unfathomable. The previous voice pressed on, "Regardless, since Su Cheng has survived, what shall we do now?" The other responded, "His good fortune cannot last forever. Once that old dog, Su Anlai, is dead, killing him will be as effortless as crushing an ant. By the way, after you administered poison to that old dog, Su Anlai, what is his condition now? Is he dead?" The earlier voice asked. "Not yet," came the response after a brief pause. "I fear it may raise suspicion among others." The second voice chuckled coldly. "What is there to fear? You must swiftly eliminate Su Anlai. Otherwise, our collaboration will falter." "Yes," the previous voice replied obediently. "Additionally, you must assist me with another task that I cannot undertake myself. I have heard that a remarkable alchemist and physician has arrived in Lingyuan City. Under the pretense of treating Su Anlai, you must bring him to my residence." Su Cheng arrived at the bustling marketplace of Lingyuan City, where a myriad of shops sold everything from elixirs to weapons. Cloaked in a black robe that concealed his features, he acquired some materials for alchemy and a box of silver needles before quietly departing. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a newly opened apothecary. The establishment was lavishly adorned, clearly owned by someone of considerable wealth. However, Su Cheng's attention was not drawn to this aspect. His gaze settled on the figure seated prominently before the shop. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, sat upright in front of the store. Beside him rested a sign that read, "First-rank alchemist Yu Si Yuan, Master of Alchemy and Medicine, grand opening with complimentary consultations." A first-rank alchemist? Su Cheng found himself intrigued and cast another glance at the old man. The status of an alchemist is exceedingly esteemed. Not a single alchemist resides in the entirety of Lingyuan City. Even in the surrounding cities, including Xianxia City, it would be a challenge to find one. The presence of such a distinguished individual in the modest Lingyuan City was quite unexpected. However, after a moment of contemplation, Su Cheng departed. He possessed the Tianzhao Dan book and was capable of alchemy. Yet, he was uncertain of his proficiency level. Should the opportunity arise, Su Cheng truly desired to seek validation from the alchemist's institution. Just as he was about to leave, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar group. It was Zoe. Behind her trailed several servants of the Zhou family, who were carrying a stretcher. Upon the stretcher lay none other than Zhou Cheng, the patriarch of the Zhou family and Zoe's grandfather. What could their purpose be? A question stirred within Su Cheng's mind. Zoe instructed the servants to bring the stretcher before Yu Xiyun and implored, "I have heard that you, esteemed physician, are a first-level alchemist, possessing unparalleled skills in both medicine and alchemy. Please, I beg you to save my grandfather. We, the Zhou family, are willing to pay any price for his recovery." The elder known as Yu Xiyun nodded slightly, then scrutinized Zhou Cheng upon the stretcher. Subsequently, he shook his head gently, stating, "His illness has reached an incurable stage. Preparations for his final rites should commence." Upon hearing this, Zoe's delicate face turned pale, and she insisted, "You are a first-level alchemist. Surely you must have a method to treat him. You must save my grandfather." Yu Xiyun appeared to have encountered many such situations before. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and replied calmly, "It is futile. His current condition is beyond remedy." Zoe gazed at her grandfather, whose breath was growing faint, and was about to plead further with Yu Xiyun when a voice suddenly emanated from within the shop. "Mr. Yu, there is no need to conceal your medical expertise any longer. Please assist this young lady in treating her grandfather." To her surprise, the speaker was Wan Jingming. Wan Jingming turned his attention to Zoe, his eyes brightening as he approached her, smiling, "Miss Zoe, rest assured, this establishment is owned by my family, and I have invited Mr. Yu to serve as our resident physician in Lingyuan City for some time. As long as I request it, Mr. You will certainly aid in treating your grandfather's ailment. Of course, I merely wish to invite Miss Zoe to share a meal. Might you grant me this honor?" As he spoke, Wan Jingming's gaze lingered upon Zoe's graceful figure. Upon meeting his eyes, a shade of pallor crossed Zoe's face. She harbored no affection for Wan Jingming. Her previous maritime expedition had exposed his true character. More importantly, recollecting the events that transpired in the stone chamber filled her with revulsion. She was not a naive girl oblivious to the implications of his dinner invitation. Internally, she was vehemently reluctant to acquiesce. However, with her grandfather in such grave condition, it seemed that only this esteemed physician could provide salvation. Yet, as he was affiliated with Wan Jingming, she found herself at a loss. At that moment, the esteemed physician spoke. "Young Master Wan, I regret to inform you that I am indeed unable to cure this ailment." Upon hearing this, Wan Jingming, who had been on the verge of celebration, exclaimed, "How can this be? Old Mr. Yu, with your remarkable medical skills, isn't it a simple task for you to treat this? Surely, you must have a solution, correct?" As he spoke, he incessantly gestured towards Yu Xiyun. However, Yu Xiyun remained unresponsive, coolly retorting, "I have never uttered a falsehood. If I cannot cure it, then I cannot." In a fit of urgency, Wan Jingming insisted, "Regardless of your capabilities, I command you to do so." Yu Xiyun shrugged his hands dismissively, stating, "Young Master Wan, do not overestimate your own significance. The only reason I have come here is at the behest of your father. Furthermore, I wish to promote the spirit of the 100 Herbs medical path and its humanitarian mission. Even your father is not in a position to command me." Wan Jingming, accustomed to his usual noble demeanor, felt a flicker of panic cross his face upon hearing Yu Xiyun's words. With his stature, he could not afford to offend someone of Yu Xiyun's caliber. He hastily replied, "Old Mr. Yu, please do not take offense. I spoke out of turn just now." At that moment, Zoe interjected, "So you are indeed a practitioner of the 100 Herbs medical path, Dr. Yu. I have heard of your noble mission to alleviate suffering. Given this mission, why can you not make every effort to save my grandfather?" Yu Xiyun turned his gaze towards Zhou Cheng, saying, "Your grandfather is afflicted with a most peculiar and potent poison. Even my senior brother would struggle to cure it. If I were to intervene forcefully, it might only prolong his agony before death. What purpose would that serve?" Upon hearing this, sorrow deepened on Zoe's face. Even Wan Jingming, who was usually indifferent, displayed disappointment. His concern, however, lay not in the fate of Zoe's grandfather, but rather in the loss of his means to ingratiate himself. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension. "I can cure his illness." As the crowd turned in astonishment, a figure cloaked in a dark cape stepped forward. It was Su Cheng. Everyone's attention shifted to him, and Wan Jingming sneered, "Might I ask who you are? This is not a place for you to cause a scene." Mistaking Su Cheng for an intruder from another establishment, he coldly warned, This illness is beyond the capabilities of even old Mr. Yu from the 100 Herbs medical path. How do you presume to cure it? Before making a scene here, you should inquire about our establishment's reputation. Do you know that this shop is owned by the Wan family of Xianxia City? Leave at once, or we will uncover your background and arrest you for disturbing the peace. Su Cheng replied calmly, my ability to treat this illness is unrelated to your identity. Just as Wan Jingming was about to retort, he heard Yu Siyuan say from the side, I hope you do not speak carelessly and become the subject of ridicule. Even Yu Siyuan harbored deep doubts regarding Su Cheng's ability to cure Su Cheng's ailment. He suspected that Su Cheng had deliberately stepped forward to embarrass him. After all, this illness had proven unmanageable even for his senior brother. Su Cheng's audacity to stand forth could only be seen as an invitation to disgrace. Nevertheless, Su Cheng disregarded Yu Siyuan's skepticism and turned his gaze towards Zhou Yi, inquiring, do you believe I can heal your grandfather? Zhou Yi scrutinized Su Cheng for an extended period before finally nodding in agreement. Since even the esteemed physician Yu is at a loss, I suppose we must treat this as a desperate gamble. Su Cheng gently nodded. Her willingness to place her faith in him was all that mattered. He had already discerned that his grandfather's condition mirrored that of Zhou Yi's grandfather. However, despite Su Cheng's remarkable talent, he had yet to practice medicine extensively. Thus, Zhou Yi's grandfather would serve as his experimental subject. On the other side, Yu Siyuan cautioned, Miss, I believe it is prudent for you to reconsider. Allowing just anyone to intervene could lead to your grandfather enduring further torment in his final moments. Wan Jingming concurred, adding, indeed, Miss Zhou, it would be wise to reconsider. Otherwise, why not join us for dinner tonight? I would be more than willing to offer alternative medical consultations. The Wan family of Xianxia City possesses ample connections. Zhou Yi remained silent, her attention focused solely on Su Cheng. At that moment, he approached her grandfather and produced the box of silver needles he had recently acquired. Upon witnessing this, Yu Siyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Today has proven to be the most absurd of days, witnessing someone practice medicine with newly purchased silver needles. One must understand that silver needles are akin to a warrior's weapon, always at hand. If Su Cheng truly possessed the skills to heal Zhou Yi's grandfather, he would certainly be a renowned figure, perpetually equipped with his silver needles. However, in the next instant, as he observed Su Cheng's technique with the needles, Yu Siyuan's expression shifted to one of profound astonishment. What manner of technique is this? Su Cheng remained silent, manipulating the silver needles with his vital energy from a distance. The needles danced swiftly in his hands, puncturing Zhou Cheng's skin and key acupoints with precision. Within moments, faint streams of dark mist began to emanate from the tips of the needles. Ultimately, Zhou Cheng suddenly coughed violently, expelling a copious amount of foul, dark blood. Seeing her grandfather stir, Zhou Yi rushed to the stretcher, her face alight with excitement. Grandfather, you have finally awakened. Although Zhou Cheng had regained consciousness, it was evident that he had been in a deep coma for an extended period, leaving him exceedingly weak. Dear child, do not cry, he murmured feebly. Su Cheng interjected. The poison within him has been entirely purged, but he has only just awakened and remains frail. It would be best to allow him some time to rest. Zhou Yi, overwhelmed with emotion, nodded eagerly and turned to Su Cheng. This esteemed healer, I am profoundly grateful for your miraculous restoration of my grandfather's health. Would you accompany us back to the Zhou residence? Our family is determined to express our gratitude to you. Su Cheng waved dismissively, stating, there is no need for such formalities. It was merely a trifling effort. Now that he had come to realize the true efficacy of his medical skills, Su Cheng's sole focus was on returning home promptly. His grandfather's condition was no better than that of Zhou Cheng, and he was reluctant to waste any precious time. Zhou Yi was taken aback by Su Cheng's refusal of compensation. Just as she was about to speak again, Wan Jingming interjected with evident skepticism. How can this be possible? How could he have cured the head of the Zhou family? Even if he could, it must surely be a deception. He then turned to Yu Siyuan and continued. Old Master Yu, I have already stated that this ailment is easily treatable, is it not? Instead of taking action yourself, you've allowed a stranger to intervene and steal your credit, thereby tarnishing our reputation. Yu Siyuan, however, responded to Wan Jingming with an icy demeanor. Young Master Wan, I implore you to show the healer the respect he deserves and refrain from slandering him. I am immensely impressed by his recent medical prowess. How dare you, of such a lesser rank, utter such baseless accusations? You should apologize to the healer at once. or else our collaboration with the Wan family will come to an abrupt end. Wan Jingming was momentarily rendered speechless, his expression betraying a mix of confusion and indignation. You want me to apologize to him? Surely, that is impossible, old master you. How could the young master of Xianxia City humiliate himself before a stranger in front of everyone? Yu Yuan, with arms crossed, coldly replied. Then our partnership with the Wan family shall conclude here. My visit was, in part, to facilitate the expansion of your medicinal herb market, and I consider that obligation fulfilled. Upon hearing Yu Yuan's words, Wan Jingming quickly exclaimed, Wait, old master Yu, I will apologize to this esteemed healer. Wan Jingming had invited Yu Yuan to Lingyuan City not only to develop the medicinal market, but also to seek his assistance in other matters. The termination of their collaboration would spell disaster for his plans. Furthermore, given Yu Yuan's stature, even his father would not dare to neglect him. If he were to provoke Yu Yuan, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences upon returning to Xianxia City. Approaching Su Cheng with utmost reverence, he said, Esteemed healer, I was blind to your greatness earlier. I now extend my sincerest apologies. I hope you can overlook my previous indiscretions. I am the young master of Xianxia City, and perhaps we could cultivate a friendship. Wan Jingming was not foolish. Understanding that Yu Yuan was willing to risk his standing for this healer indicated the latter's extraordinary medical expertise. As the young master of Xianxia City, he naturally wished to leverage his status to curry favor. Yet, Su Cheng interrupted him, saying, Remember to open your eyes next time. Wan Jingming's expression turned sour in an instant. Although the healer had accepted his apology, it seemed he harbored no intention of forging a friendship. Yu Yuan observed as Su Cheng graciously accepted Wan Jingming's apology, and with a respectful demeanor, he addressed Su Cheng, saying, Senior, I humbly beg your forgiveness for my earlier disrespect. May I have a moment of your time? Having witnessed the entirety of Su Cheng's remarkable acupuncture technique, he was still overwhelmed with emotion. This method of acupuncture was unlike anything he had ever encountered before, and the fact that Su Cheng had managed to heal Su Cheng in a mere span of a stick of incense left him utterly astounded. Su Cheng, on the other hand, was taken aback by Su Cheng's audacity to refer to himself as a junior at his advanced age. Yet, with no time to engage in further conversation, he replied curtly, I am afraid I am quite busy. Yu Yuan's expression faltered, mistakenly believing that Su Cheng still harbored resentment over his prior disrespect. He quickly added, It was indeed my rudeness before, and I sincerely hope you will not take it to heart. Observing Su Cheng's lack of response, he pressed on, Senior, could you kindly enlighten me about the acupuncture technique you just employed? Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, It is the Tiangang piercing soul needle. The Tiangang piercing soul needle is a formidable technique recorded in the 9 Transformations medical book, capable of expelling many viruses from a body. Tiangang piercing soul needle. Yu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Hadn't this technique been lost with the legendary Qian Gushen Yi? To think I would one day bear witness to this method once more. Senior, if you're preoccupied, might you share your whereabouts? I would be honored to pay a visit in the near future. Su Cheng had no time to entertain Yu Yuan's request and stated flatly, I am busy. With that, he turned to leave. Before departing, Zhou Yi interjected, Divine Healer, may I request your assistance once more? Su Cheng paused and replied coolly, Speak quickly. Zhou Yi continued, It is not for myself, but for a friend. My friend's grandfather suffers from the same ailment as my own grandfather. Might the Divine Healer lend a hand to treat my friend's grandfather as well? Once the matter is resolved, our families will surely express our gratitude. Su Cheng regarded Zhou Yi, contemplating herderts. Could the friend she spoke of possibly be me? Not wishing to reveal his medical skills, he replied, To save lives and alleviate suffering is the duty of a healer. Lead the way. Seeing Su Cheng's acquiescence, a glimmer of joy flickered across Zhou Yi's face. She then instructed the members of the Zhou family to carry Zhou Cheng back home before departing alongside Su Cheng. In a short while, they arrived at the entrance of the Su residence. Zoe called out sweetly to the door, Su Cheng, come out quickly. I have wonderful news to share with you. Grandpa Su's illness can be treated. Su Cheng stood aside, feeling somewhat awkward. After a brief moment, the door of the Su residence opened, and Su Jie emerged. Upon seeing Zhou Yi, his eyes lit up, and he hastened towards her with a smile, saying, Miss Zhou, what brings you here? Please come in and have a cup of tea. Zhou Yi glanced at Su Jie with an air of indifference and inquired, Young Master Su, is Su Cheng at home? Upon hearing Zhou Yi was seeking Su Cheng, A fleeting expression of jealousy crossed Su Jie's face as he replied, "As for Cheng, I have no idea where he is. He just returned a moment ago, and now he has vanished again. He has always been quite oblivious to time. If you have something to discuss, you may share it with me." He pondered for a moment before responding. "I suppose it is permissible to confide in you. I have heard that grandfather Su has been poisoned." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Jie interjected, "Miss Zhou, where did you hear that?" His expression was laden with gravity. He paid little heed and replied, "I naturally heard it from Su Cheng." A glint of coldness flashed in Su Jie's eyes as he remarked, "Cheng is simply prone to reckless chatter. Do not be deceived by his words." Yi, looking perplexed, asked, "Is it not true that grandfather Su is unwell? I heard from my grandfather that both he and grandfather Su were attacked. They were afflicted with the same virus." Su Jie laughed heartily and said, "What I mean is, Cheng cannot seem to keep his mouth shut. How could he casually divulge news of grandfather's illness?" Suddenly, he inquired warily, "Miss Zhou, what is your purpose in coming here?" Yi replied, "I have come for grandfather Su's ailment." She gestured towards Su Cheng beside her and added, "This esteemed physician has just cured my grandfather's illness. Surely, he can restore grandfather Su's health as well." Su Jie's countenance darkened significantly as he forced a smile. "We are most grateful for your concern, Miss Zhou. In truth, grandfather's condition has long been resolved." At this, Su Cheng let out a faint, cold chuckle. Even Yi, standing nearby, expressed her astonishment. How is that possible? This illness was beyond even the renowned physician from Xianxia City. Only this esteemed physician can cure it. Has he already treated you? Realizing the deceit was unraveling, Su Jie hastily responded, "Miss Zhou, that is not my intention. What I mean is, my grandfather has almost fully recovered, requiring no further treatment." Observing the web of lies spun by Su Jie, Su Cheng could not help but smile. It seemed his elder brother was quite fearful of their grandfather being fully healed. He addressed Yi, "Since you have invited me here, I must, without fail, take action to treat the ailment. It is my principle as a physician." Just as Yi was about to ask Su Jie to invite Su Cheng inside, Su Jie suddenly turned to glare at Su Cheng, coldly stating, "I do not care whether you are a physician or not, nor do I concern myself with your principles. Leave our Su residence at once. No one here requires your services. If you seek to profit, go elsewhere." Suya displayed a fierce de manor, seemingly declaring that he would not allow Su Cheng to enter under any circumstances. At that moment, a stern voice echoed from the street corner. "Bold! Who dares to show disrespect to the esteemed physician of the Wan family?" Suddenly, the figures of Wan Jingming and Yu Siyuan appeared. As they approached Su Cheng, both bowed respectfully, addressing him as esteemed physician. Su Cheng was taken aback by their presence, yet he slightly nodded, refraining from uttering a word. Wan Jingming, with a sycophantic expression, continued, "Esteemed physician, I am the young lord of Jianchao City. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope the Wan family can establish a good rapport with you." After Su Cheng's departure, Wan Jingming had learned from Yu Siyuan that Su Cheng's medical prowess far surpassed that of Yu Siyuan himself, even rivaling the renowned physicians of the Baichao medical sect in the eastern domain. He hurriedly followed, believing that befriending such a distinguished figure would make his journey worthwhile. His visit to Linyuan City was primarily to propose to the Shangwan family and to explore the elixir market there. To meet such a prominent individual was indeed a double blessing. If he could forge a connection with this esteemed physician, the standing of the Wan family in Jianchao City would be further solidified. Subsequently, Wan Jingming directed his ire at Su Jie. "Are you from the Su family? Each member of the Su family seems more arrogant than the last. This young lad, Su Cheng, has yet to pay for injuring my cousin. And you, who do you think you are, daring to challenge the physician of the Wan family? What audacity! Do you even regard this young lord?" Having heard Su Jie speak disrespectfully of the physician, coupled with his existing disdain for the Su family, Wan Jingming seized the opportunity to vent his frustration. As the young lord of Jianchao City, his presence in Linyuan City was significant, and Su Jie, belonging to a prominent family there, had certainly heard of him. Seeing Wan Jingming vent his anger upon him, Su Jie could not help but display a hint of trepidation. "I truly did not realize that this esteemed physician was under your patronage, young Master Wan. Had I known, even with tenfold courage, I would never dare to oppose him. As for the individual who injured your cousin, it was my brother Su Cheng. He acted alone, and I am not involved. Should I encounter him, I will ensure he personally apologizes to both you and young Master Chun." Saying Su Yedent, Wan Jingming felt a sense of satisfaction and remarked, "Since you are of the Su family, this matter pertains to you. However, I shall refrain from discussing it further today. Just ensure that you accommodate our esteemed physician's wishes without delay. Do you understand? Su Jie could only nod repeatedly in agreement. Wan Jingming then turned to Su Cheng with a self-satisfied expression, indicating his desire for recognition. Divine Doctor, please feel free to express any request you may have. In the realm of Xianxia City, among the numerous smaller towns under its dominion, not a single family would dare to disregard the prestige of the Wan family. Yet, Su Cheng regarded Wan Jingming with a cold smile, initially disinclined to engage with him. However, recognizing his potential utility, he decided to entertain him for the time being. With a slight nod, he remarked, I merely came upon hearing from a nearby young lady that someone from the Su family required medical attention. As practitioners of medicine, we are imbued with benevolence. Wan Jingming swiftly reciprocated with a smile. Indeed, the divine doctor exemplifies the virtuous heart of a healer, which commands my utmost admiration. He then turned to Su Jie, saying, What are you waiting for? Do not keep the divine doctor standing outside. A flicker of panic and fear crossed Su Jie's countenance. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately led Su Cheng and his entourage into the residence. Upon arriving at Su Anlies Kamber, Suya Aukmardli Stammered, Divine Doctor. This is the place. My grandfather is gravely ill. I wonder if you might be able to cure him. His tone betrayed an apparent reluctance for his grandfather to recover. Without uttering a word, Su Cheng entered the room. At this juncture, Yuan stepped forward, saying, Divine Doctor, may I be permitted to observe? I hold a profound admiration for your exquisite medical skills. After a brief contemplation, Su Cheng nodded gently. He indeed required an assistant. Inside the sick room, Su Anlai lay on the bed, his breath increasingly feeble. The severity of his condition appeared graver than that of the previous patient. He was already teetering on the brink of death. Could the divine doctor possibly save him? Yuan, noticing Su Anlai's symptoms, gazed at Su Cheng with curiosity. Perhaps. Su Cheng nodded slightly, swiftly retrieving silver needles and various medicinal herbs. Time was of the essence for Su Anlai's condition. Yuan, his face alight with concentration, observed Su Cheng closely, eager not to miss a single movement. Witnessing the revival of such a critically ill patient intrigued him greatly. In that moment, Su Cheng abruptly channeled his vital energy. The silver needles within the box danced through the air under his command. Heavenly Gong Soul Piercing Needle. Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Su Cheng skillfully execute the technique. The fluidity of his movements was nothing short of extraordinary. Even without prior training in the Heavenly Gang soul-piercing needle, it was evident that Su Cheng had mastered this art to perfection. As a stick of incense burned down, Su Cheng withdrew the silver needles, and Su Anlai suddenly expelled a mouthful of foul blood, followed by a few light coughs. Had he truly awakened? Yuan stared at Su Anlai in disbelief. To revive such a patient was akin to snatching a soul from the clutches of the king of hell. He could not help but exclaim, the divine doctor's skill is truly remarkable. Su Cheng, however, responded with indifference. Come here, assist me with a task, hold this medicine jar. In his hands, a multitude of medicinal herbs and a jar had appeared unbeknownst to him. Yuan, with a perplexed expression, accepted the jar as instructed by Su Cheng. Thereupon, Su Cheng gently crushed the herbs and placed them within the jar. Subsequently, he channeled his vital energy, manipulating the ingredients inside the jar. Before their eyes, the herbs swiftly amalgamated into several pills at a remarkable pace. Refining pills with bare hands. Yuan gazed at Su Cheng as if he were a creature of legend. Although it was known that the arts of alchemy and medicine were intertwined, and practitioners often possess knowledge of both, the sight of Su Cheng crafting pills by hand was something he had never witnessed in his life. As an alchemist himself, Yuan was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in this craft. To concoct pills, one required a suitable alchemic furnace. Without it, producing quality pills was nearly impossible. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the newly formed pills and inquired, Divine Doctor, what kind of pills are these? Su Cheng replied, These are the dispelling evil and dispelling een pills. Dispelling evil and dispelling een pills? Are they medicinal? Yuan looked towards Su Anlai and further questioned. Could it be that this individual suffers from additional ailments? Su Cheng nodded in affirmation. In truth, he had discerned this long ago. Within Su Anlai's body, in addition to suffering from the same affliction as Old Man Zhou, there resided a peculiar poison of een and sha. Yuan could not help but express his admiration. Your medical skills are truly extraordinary, akin to divining the secrets of the heavens. You can perceive that this person is afflicted with another illness. It was only natural that he could not detect the additional malady. This poison was particularly insidious. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Taizu Qi Huang, I from the Nine Turns medical book, he too would have struggled to identify it. Yusi Yuan continued. By the way, divine doctor, what is the function of this dispelling evil and dispelling yin pill? Su Cheng explained. This healing pill can eliminate all yin and sha poisons within the body. Any toxin of yin and sha nature will be dispelled by this pill. With that, Su Cheng pried open Su Amlai's mouth and inserted one of the pills. As the dispelling evil and dispelling yin pill entered Su Amlai's mouth, a visible aura of yin and sha began to evaporate from his body. Witnessing this phenomenon, Yusi Yuan murmured, in this world, there exists such a wondrous pill. A pill capable of dispelling all yin and sha toxins. He understood the immense value of such a creation. Most antidotes address specific toxins individually. Yet the dispelling evil and dispelling yin pill can remedy an entire category. Should this pill ever be unveiled, its worth would be incalculable. Chapter 37. When even disciples are unworthy. After healing Su Amlai, given his lingering weakness, Su Cheng advised him to rest. As Su Cheng stepped out of Su Amlai's room, the onlookers noted the profound admiration in Yusi Yuan's expression towards him. Upon witnessing this, he speculated that Su Amlai must have been cured, and couldn't help but exclaim, Divine Doctor, have you truly healed Grandfather Su? Su Cheng nodded gently. He felt an even greater joy, pondering that Su Cheng would surely be delighted to know of this development. Meanwhile, Wan Jingming, observing Yusi Yuan's reverence for Su Cheng, hastily flattered him, saying, The Divine Doctor truly possesses the miraculous ability to restore life. May I inquire where you reside? I shall certainly visit with a grand gift. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. I am accustomed to a life of solitude and shall soon depart from Linyuan City, wishing to avoid disturbances. Wan Jingming continued, Might I ask about the Divine Doctor's lineage? However, Yusi Yuan shot him a glance, prompting him to refrain from further inquiries. On the other side, Su Jie displayed no signs of joy despite his grandfather's recovery. Instead, his expression was laced with bitterness. After some idle chatter among the group, Su Cheng, lacking interest, made his exit, prompting the others to follow suit. As they walked, Wan Jingming asked Yusi Yuan, Elder Yu, why did you stop me from inquiring about the Divine Doctor's lineage? If he leaves today and we never see him again, wouldn't that be a pity? Yusi Yuan replied earnestly, Young Master Wan, a figure such as the Divine Doctor is not someone you can simply inquire about. Wan Jingming, perplexed, asked, Could it be that the Divine Doctor is even more formidable than you previously stated? Recalling the Divine Doctor's earlier conduct, Yusi Yuan nodded emphatically. He is at least 10 times more impressive than I described. Such an individual, I am unworthy even to be his disciple. Wan Jingming was taken aback, resolutely deciding that he must establish a connection with the Divine Doctor at all costs. Not long after Su Cheng departed, he was halted by a voice calling from behind. Surprisingly, it was Su Jie. Su Cheng turned to him and asked coolly, What is it you desire? The gloom that once clouded Su Jie's face had vanished, replaced by a cheerful demeanor as he replied, Divine Doctor, you honor me too greatly. Simply call me Little Su. I merely wish to request your assistance. Assistance? Su Cheng glanced at Su Jie and added, Have you fallen ill as well? Su Jie quickly chuckled, Certainly not. He is a friend of mine. Curiosity piqued. Su Cheng inquired about this friend, to which Su Jie explained, His family is also a prominent clan in Linyuan City. Su Cheng remarked, If my services are required for healing, the fee will not be modest. I wonder if he would be willing? Su Jie assured him, Rest assured, Divine Doctor. He will definitely agree. The price his family offers will surely satisfy you. Su Cheng feigned curiosity and inquired, Oh, pray tell, whose family is it? Su Jie scrutinized Su Cheng for a considerable time, a flicker of hesitation gracing his features. Eventually, he replied, It is the Yang family, a prominent clan in our Linyuan City. Su Cheng's heart brimmed with curiosity. Naturally, what intrigued him even more was how Su Jie had become entangled with the Yang family. Historically, the Su and Yang families had been rivals, particularly during the time when Su Cheng had yet to embark on his path as a cultivator. Su Jie's rapport with Yang Hongxian had been rather strained. Could it be that their relationship had improved since Su Cheng's ascension to the realm of cultivation? Or was there some clandestine scheme at play, uniting these erstwhile adversaries? The sole motivation for such harmony could undoubtedly be linked to mutual benefit. However, Su Cheng refrained from probing further. As a healer from outside, he should remain oblivious to the affairs of Linyuan City. Overstepping could risk exposing him to unwanted scrutiny. Too many words could lead to misfortune. He stated, "From your description, it seems to be a distinguished family. I shall pay a visit." Upon hearing Su Cheng's agreement, a glimmer of delight flickered in Su Jie's eyes, and he added, "I must extend my gratitude to you, esteemed healer." Thus, they arranged to visit the Yang residence together the following morning. In search of a secluded spot, Su Cheng changed out of his attire and ventured once more to the marketplace. Arriving at a large herbal shop, the proprietor, upon spotting Su Cheng, hurried over with a smile. "Young Master Su, welcome. What can I assist you with today? We have special offers just for you." Su Cheng replied with a grin. "I seek 5 purple cloud wood lotus buds. You must have some in stock." The shopkeeper looked at Su Cheng in astonishment and remarked, "Could it be that young Master Su is preparing to ascend to a higher realm, perhaps in anticipation of the future at the Sword Temple?" Su Cheng nodded, affirming, "Indeed. You are correct. The purple cloud wood lotus buds, when consumed, can enhance one's physique. Though presently at the 8th level of the Xian stage, Su Cheng's Ming and in divine body could continue to evolve. With one more step, he could even strive for the Xian stage." The shopkeeper responded, "Of course we have them. You require 5, correct? Allow me a moment to retrieve them." Shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper emerged, cradling several purple lotus buds. As Su Cheng approached, he felt a vibrant life force emanating from them. Such a potent vitality was essential for catalyzing the evolution of one's physique. The shopkeeper placed the purple cloud with lotus buds on the counter and continued, "Young Master Su, we currently have 6 in total. Why not take them all? I can offer you 5 at the price of 1. Each bud priced at 150,000 spirit crystals." Su Cheng was pleasantly surprised by the favor he had received. He chuckled. "How could this be appropriate?" "No meri, no worth." The shopkeeper replied, "There is nothing inappropriate about it. Young Master Su, you are destined to become a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace. Your Su family is also one of the legendary families of the Heavenly Sword Palace. Our shop will rely on your support in the future." Su Cheng replied, "Such a favor, I fear I cannot accept." The shopkeeper reassured him, "There is no need for such modesty. We simply believe that you have a bright future." Ultimately, unable to refute the shopkeeper, Su Cheng purchased 6 blossoms at the price of 5. As he joyfully exited the shop, he unexpectedly encountered Master Dao, Xian, and Master Shui. Upon seeing Su Cheng, Master Dao Xian's expression brightened. "Cheng, what brings you here? Are you here to buy spirit herbs?" Su Cheng smiled and replied, "Indeed, Master Uncle, what a coincidence. Are you also here to buy spirit herbs?" Master Dao Xian gestured to Master Shui beside him, saying, "Yes, I came to buy some purple cloud with lotus buds to enhance her sword physique." Suddenly, he noticed the purple cloud with lotus buds in Su Cheng's hand and exclaimed, "Chinger, I didn't expect you to be purchasing purple cloud with lotus buds as well." At this moment, Master Shui also looked at Su Cheng with curiosity. The purple cloud with lotus buds can enhance a cultivator's physique, but they also impose high requirements on the cultivator's attributes and realm. If one's physique and realm are inadequate, forcibly consuming the purple cloud with lotus buds will not only fail to enhance, but may also backfire. Could Su Cheng truly benefit from so many purple cloud with lotus buds, given his current physique and realm? Master Shui couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Su Cheng smiled, saying, "With less than a month until I head to the Heavenly Sword Palace, I'm buying some herbs to enhance my physique." Master Dao Xian nodded slightly, smiling very ambitious. "Well done." After conversing for a while longer, Su Cheng bid farewell and departed. Master Dao Xian and Master Shui entered the herb shop. Upon seeing them, the shopkeeper quickly rose to greet them. Although the Shi family had moved to Tianyuan City a decade ago, Master Shui's fame was such that it was difficult for anyone in Linyuan City not to recognize her. Master Dao Xian inquired, "Shopkeeper, I would like to buy some purple cloud with lotus buds." The shopkeeper hesitated, saying, "I'm afraid we're out of stock. We had some just now." In total, there were 6, but they were all purchased by young Master Su. Upon hearing this, Master Shui swiftly dashed out of the shop. Chapter 38, Get One for Me Too. Seeing that Su Cheng had not gone far, Master Shui called out to his retreating figure, "Su Cheng, stop." Hearing her words, Su Cheng turned back, his expression stern, and said, "Miss Shi, do you have any instructions?" Master Shui replied, "Sell me all the purple cloud with lotus buds you bought. I am willing to pay double the price." Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, "I will not sell." "You." Master Shui's expression turned urgent. Suddenly, he noticed his father approaching and hurriedly addressed him. Father, please persuade him to sell us the Ziyun with lotus bud. Su Dao glanced at Su Cheng for a long moment before turning to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, do not act rashly. Cheng'er also needs the Ziyun with lotus bud. How can it be sold to you? He is merely at the beginning stages of his cultivation, and this item may be of great importance to him. Seeing her father siding with Su Cheng, Xianxia became increasingly anxious and retorted. With his constitution, how could he possibly make use of something like the Ziyun with lotus bud? Is his physique truly more formidable than mine? Furthermore, father, if I miss the opportunity to evolve my Linglong sword body due to the absence of the Ziyun with lotus bud, what shall I do then? As Su Dao observed Xianxia's almost tearful countenance, his heart softened. However, after a moment's contemplation, he replied, You should ask Cheng'er about this matter yourself. The transaction of goods is fundamentally a matter of mutual consent and order of arrival. Moreover, did old Master Feng not advise that your constitution should not be recklessly acted upon? We are not far from returning to the Heavenly Sword Hall. Once we return, you can enhance your constitution according to old Master Feng's guidance. Before Su Dao could finish, Xianxia turned to Su Cheng and proposed, Su Cheng, why don't you sell me half of the Ziyun with lotus bud? Su Cheng, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, Miss Shi, I cannot sell it to you. I need these Ziyun with lotus buds. If Xianxia had adopted a more amiable attitude, Su Cheng might have considered selling her half, but given her current demeanor, it was difficult for him to do so. However, out of respect for Su Dao, who had been kind to him and was a close friend of his father, Su Cheng did not wish to be entirely heartless. He finally said, How about this? I will give you one bud. With that, Su Cheng handed a Ziyun with lotus bud to Xianxia, as he had received it free of charge from the shopkeeper. He felt no regret in giving it to her. Xianxia was taken aback that Su Cheng would actually gift her a bud, and a flicker of joy crossed her face as she remarked, Su Cheng, it seems you are quite discerning. After receiving the Ziyun with lotus bud, she tossed a spirit crystal card worth 200,000 towards Su Cheng and stated, I promised I wouldn't take your things for free. Take this money. Su Cheng glanced at the spirit crystal card, noting its substantial value, but said nothing and accepted it. He then bid farewell to Su Dao once more before departing. Watching Su Cheng's retreating figure and the Ziyun with lotus bud in her hand, Xianxia could not help but grumble through clenched teeth, that infuriating Su Cheng. What does he need so many Ziyun with lotus buds for? He must be doing this to provoke me. And he claims it's for preparation to go to the Heavenly Sword Hall. Hearing his daughter's words, Su Dao could not help but respond sternly, Child, how can you speak of Cheng'er in such a manner? Regardless, he willingly offered you a Ziyun with lotus bud. Xianxia, in distress, exclaimed, Father, I distinctly purchased this with my own money. Moreover, I am not mistaken. He possesses no extraordinary constitution, nor has he attained the Xian level of cultivation. Why would he require such an abundance of Ziyun Mulian buds? I am more concerned that he may be too feeble and suffer a backlash. Master Dao Xian coldly interjected, Cheng'er is not as incompetent as you claim. I heard from Lord Shangwan that during your recent maritime expedition, his team sustained the least damage. This clearly demonstrates Cheng'er's intelligence and meticulousness. Could he accomplish such feats without capability? Xianxia, perplexed by the influence Su Cheng seemed to have over her father, retorted, Him? He merely had a stroke of good fortune. She vividly recalled the disheveled appearance of Su Cheng and Zhou Yi upon their late return after completing the mission. She contemplated whether to disclose this incident, shattering Su Cheng's esteemed image in her father's eyes. Master Dao Xian shot Xianxia's stern look and admonished, My child, despite your prodigious talent, you must not be overly critical of others. Cheng'er completed the task through his own efforts, and in your words, he is rendered worthless. Xianxia felt a surge of anxiety. Su Cheng accomplished the task by his own merit? If she revealed the truth, Su Cheng himself would likely find it amusing. Xianxia insisted, Father, he only succeeded due to luck. Even if not, he is far from as formidable as you suggest. Master Dao Xian declared, Enough. No more disparagement of Cheng. Let us return. Xianxia felt utterly wronged. She merely spoke the truth, yet was perceived as an attack on Su Cheng. She was left questioning her identity as either Master Dao Xian's daughter or Su Cheng's peer. Upon returning home, Su Cheng unempestedly encountered Suya. Su Jie appeared rather displeased, and, upon seeing Su Cheng, spoke with a mocking tone. Cheng Di, you have finally returned. Do you know that I found a miraculous doctor who has cured grandfather? Su Cheng feigned ignorance and expressed faux astonishment. Grandfather has truly recovered? Seeing Su Cheng's surprised expression, Su Jie sneered and boasted, "Of course. The doctor I personally sought after was bound to heal grandfather." While speaking, he shot Su Cheng a disdainful glance, taunting, "Yet you, who professes concern for grandfather, acted in direct contradiction. You weren't by his side during his illness, nor did you seek a physician. Instead, you pursued your own affairs. How selfish." Su Cheng, hearing this, could not help but smirk inwardly. He remembered how Su Jie previously had impeded his efforts to save their grandfather. Maintaining his act of ignorance, he inquired, "So, where's grandfather now?" Su Jie replied, "He has already regained consciousness, accompanied by several family retainers. He has been lamenting your unfilial behavior. You should hasten to him and seek his forgiveness." Chapter 39. The Traitor Within the Su Family. Su Cheng folonet su ye into su anlies kambe. Inside, Su Anlai had already regained consciousness and was being attended to by several elderly members of the Su family. Su Jie led Su Cheng in and respectfully addressed Su Anlai. "Grandfather, Cheng is back." Su Cheng approached the bedside, slightly bowing, and said, "Grandfather, you have finally awakened. Are you feeling any better?" Su Anlai regarded Su Cheng with a gentle nod before turning to the others, instructing, "You all may leave for now. I have some matters to discuss privately with Cheng." Su Jie was taken aback by Su Anlai's lack of anger towards Su Cheng. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face as he followed the others out of the room. Instantly, the room was left with only Su Cheng and Su Anlai. Su Anlai's expression suddenly became serene as he said, "Do you know why I wish to speak with you alone?" Su Cheng, puzzled, replied, "I do not." Su Anlai continued, "Cheng, you need not pretend any longer. It is evident that you were the one who cured my ailment, was it not?" Su Cheng maintained a calm demeanor and smiled. "How did you come to know, grandfather?" Su Anlai replied, "How could I not know? Do you truly believe your grandfather has lost his wits with age? Your medical skills are on par with your father's. Although I was in a stupor, upon awakening and seeing you, everything became clear." Su Cheng had not anticipated that his father's medical prowess was equally impressive. However, considering his father had unraveled the secrets of the Xianxia classic and bequeathed its legacy to him, it was only fitting that he possessed some understanding of the 9 Revolutions medical book. As Su Cheng pondered this, Su Anlai inquired, "Cheng, do you comprehend why I dismissed everyone else, leaving only you here?" Su Cheng replied, "Grandfather must have something important to discuss with me. Suanya nadi lightly. Indeed, I shall not beat around the bush. There is a traitor within our family." Su Cheng had already surmised this and did not feign surprise. Su Anlai observed him for a moment before continuing, "You have healed my ailment, and you should discern that I am afflicted with 2 maladies." Su Cheng picked up on Su Anlai's words, saying, "Grandfather, your first ailment is an injury, much like the elder of the Zhou family. You must have been attacked, correct? And it seems the assailants were from the forces of the Wancher Demon Island." Su Anlai nodded in affirmation. "You speak truly. Such sinister techniques are employed solely by those from Wancher Demon Island. Furthermore, considering the recent edict from the Tianjian Hall to the city lord's mansion, you should realize the current unrest in Lingyuan City." Su Cheng nodded slightly and added, "As for your other ailment, grandfather, it appears you have been poisoned. This poison is colorless and odorless, possessing an extremely potent toxicity. Does grandfather know who is behind this?" Su Anlai beckoned to Su Cheng and said, "Come here." He then whispered a few words into Su Cheng's ear. As Su Cheng listened, he nodded in understanding. Ultimately, Su Anli stated, "Chengya, it would be best if you feign ignorance regarding this matter. We must lure out the bigger fish behind it." Su Cheng smiled slightly, for he had already deduced who the larger fish might be. However, he had no intention of revealing this to Su Anlai. As Su Cheng added Su Anli's combe, he found Su Jie waiting at the door. Observing Su Cheng's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unaffected by any reprimand, confusion crossed Su Jie's face as he inquired, "Brother Cheng, what did grandfather just say to you? After such a long absence, he did not scold you?" Su Cheng replied with a slight smile, "Why would grandfather scold me?" Su Jie retorted anxiously, "You are being unreasonable. If grandfather does not chastise you, how could he possibly reprimand me?" Su Cheng cast a cold glance at Su Jie and remarked, "It seems you are quite eager for me to be reprimanded." Su Jie gazing at Su Cheng fell silent, fully aware of the widening chasm between them since Su Cheng's awakening. Recognizing that he was no match for Su Cheng, he refrained from posturing in his presence. Ultimately, he could only cast a resentful look at Su Cheng before departing in frustration. The following day, Su Cheng donned a black robe once more and met Su Jie in a secluded location. Upon seeing him, Su Jie exclaimed with joy, "Divine Doctor, you have finally arrived." Su Cheng replied tersely, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Take me to the Yang family." Before long, the two arrived at the Yang residence. Su Jie introduced Su Cheng to Yang Hongxian, and after a brief exchange of hushed words, Su Jie departed, leaving only Yang Hongxian to attend to Su Cheng. Yang Hongxian scrutinized Su Cheng's black robe for an extended period before respectfully smiling. "It is said that the divine doctor has cured the illness of the Su family patriarch. I have heard that this ailment is exceedingly difficult to treat, one that even the renowned Dan physician, Mr. Yu Siyuan, could not remedy. Might I inquire what affliction the Su family patriarch suffers from?" Su Cheng replied coolly, "Merely some minor ailments." Yang Hongxian pressed further, "Do you know where this illness originates?" Internally, Su Cheng scoffed, thinking, "Am I a census taker? How would I know its origins?" He then stated bluntly, "Are you going to treat the illness or not? If not, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, a flicker of relief crossed Yang Hongxuan's face as he laughed. "Haha, I was merely curious. Please do not take offense, divine doctor. I certainly wish to treat the illness. However, there are indeed patients in the manor. Please follow me." He then led Su Cheng onward to a small room within the Yang estate. Yang Hongxian pressed a vase on the table, and suddenly an entrance appeared in the floor below. To his astonishment, it led to a basement. Su Cheng gazed at the opening, feigning surprise as he inquired, "You must be young Master Yang? Is this place where livestock is kept?" "Let me clarify. I only know how to tend to humans, not animals. If you require treatment for livestock, you should seek someone more skilled." Yang Hongxian hastily interrupted Su Cheng, saying, "The esteemed physician is jesting. There are no animals within. Only a person." With that, he guided Su Cheng step by step into the basement. The entrance was exceedingly narrow and shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light. Su Cheng then asked, "What is your relation to this person? Why are they confined in a place meant for animals?" Yang Hongxian responded with an awkward smile, "He is a distant relative of mine, an uncle, if you will. The esteemed physician need not concern himself with these details. Your sole focus should be on the healing. Furthermore, if possible, I would appreciate your discretion regarding this matter." Su Cheng replied, "Do you think I am so idle as to chatter about everything? I treat dozens of patients daily. If I were to disclose every case, I would surely be overwhelmed." A glint of coldness flickered in Yang Hongxuan's eyes as he smirked and said, "That would indeed be for the best." Before long, they reached the end of the basement, which led to a small chamber. Torches illuminated the room, revealing a modest bed upon which lay a middle-aged man, face down. His back was a gruesome sight, bloodied and torn, shrouded in a mysterious dark aura, suggesting he had suffered grievous and peculiar injuries. Two attendants were tending to him, and upon the arrival of Su Cheng and Yang Hongxian, they silently acknowledged their presence, clearly having anticipated their visit. As Su Cheng drew closer to examine the man's injuries, his eyes brightened slightly. This wound was inflicted by explosive poison sand. The image of a figure from his past suddenly flashed through his mind, the steward who had fled from Xianxia Island. Could this middle-aged man be that same steward? If so, it implied a collusion between the Yang family and the forces of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island. The traitor within Lingyuan City was indeed one of the Yang family members, a well-concealed secret. A hint of amusement danced in Su Cheng's gaze. Yang Hongxuan suddenly inquired, "PCTN, do you have confidence in treating this ailment?" Su Cheng smiled faintly and replied, "Certainly, I am confident, but I will need you to procure some medicinal herbs for me. Also, this condition is exceedingly challenging to treat. When I begin the procedure, no one else is to remain in this room." Chapter 40. Treating the illness? Surgery. Before long, everyone had exited the chamber, leaving only Su Cheng and the prostrate middle-aged man within. At that moment, in a room within the Yang residence, Yang Hongxian and his father, Yang Xianxia, were clandestinely engaged in a discussion. Yang Xianxia inquired, "Hongxian, the divine physician you sought, should pose no problem, correct? In any case, it is imperative that we restore Elder Zhua to health. He is a favored aide to the young master, and our future hinges upon him." Yang Hongxian replied with a smile, "Father, rest assured that divine physician will undoubtedly cure Elder Zhua. Su Jie has stated that the physician is exceptionally skilled, capable of neutralizing even the poison we administered to Su Anyue. Moreover, it is rumored that he has connections with the Wan family of Sword Tide City. Thus his medical expertise is beyond reproach." Yang Jingzi nodded, "That is reassuring." Yang Hongxian then continued, "However, The prescription provided by the physician requires medicinal materials worth at least 500,000 spirit crystals. Additionally, he insists on 30,000 spirit crystals before he will commence treatment. In total, that amounts to 800,000 spirit crystals. This is no trifling sum for the Yang family. Upon hearing this, Xianxia furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly stated, "Then we shall provide it to him. Regardless, Elder Zhuo must be treated." Young Hongsuan nodded, "Yes. I shall attend to it immediately." Just then, Xianxia called him back, adding, "Wait a moment. Find a few capable individuals to stand guard at the basement door. Once the physician has healed Elder Zhuo and emerges, eliminate him." "Understood," Yang Hongxian affirmed, casting a determined glance at his father. Meanwhile, within the basement, Su Cheng was attentively observing the middle-aged man on the sickbed, while silently contemplating various matters. Suddenly, the basement door creaked open, and Yang Hongxian entered, accompanied by several servants. Yang Hongxian turned to Su Cheng, a curious smile gracing his lips, and said, "Divine physician, here are the medicinal materials you requested, along with the 30,000 spirit crystal card." Su Cheng nodded indifferently. "Very well. Your efficiency is commendable. Please hand me the spirit crystal card. You may leave the materials there." Of course, Yang Hongxian instructed the servants to place the items accordingly before taking his leave. As he departed, he smiled at Su Cheng, saying, "Please take your time with the treatment. I assure you, no one will disturb you. I earnestly hope you can cure my distant uncle." Su Cheng remained silent, yet inwardly smirked. The followers of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island have now become your distant relatives, have they? Once everyone had exited, the basement was left with only him and the man on the sickbed. Su Cheng gazed at the medicinal materials strewn across the floor. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from the storage ring on his finger, and the materials were swiftly absorbed into the ring. The Yang family truly possesses considerable wealth, willingly expending 500,000 on medicinal materials. Having known earlier, I would have urged them to procure more. As Su Cheng stored the items in the storage ring, a sense of amusement welled up within him. Save a life? Particularly that of the inhabitants of the island of 10,000 corpses? He had no intention of doing so. Perhaps it was the radiant glow of the storage ring that stirred the man on the sickbed, who had been resting with his eyes closed, to suddenly open them wide and turn to face Su Cheng. His gaze was filled with menace as he coldly stated, "You are the doctor, aren't you? Make sure you treat me well. If you don't comply, I will skin you alive. You should be aware of my formidable nature." Su Cheng merely smiled fondly. This middle-aged man had likely perceived that his aura was exceedingly weak. Su Cheng estimated that even if he were to heal the inhabitant of the island of 10,000 corpses, his own life would still be forfeit. They would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Su Cheng replied, "Rest assured, I will certainly heal you. Just lie back and relax." With a disdainful grunt, the middle-aged man reluctantly turned away once more. Su Cheng chuckled softly as he stealthily drew the long sword concealed at his waist and advanced step by step. He gradually brought the blade to the side of the man's neck. Sensing a hint of danger, the middle-aged man swiftly turned his head again, only to catch a glint of cold steel. He exclaimed, "Do you really need a blade to treat me?" His eyes were filled with wariness, fixated on Su Cheng, as if he would strike at any moment should Su Cheng make even the slightest move. Unperturbed, Su Cheng replied, "One does not require a blade to heal, but when it comes to surgery, a knife is indeed necessary. Just look at who I am." With that, he revealed the white mask hidden beneath his cloak, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. I knew something was amiss. The middle-aged man's pupils flickered with murderous intent as he reprimanded. Upon recognizing Su Cheng's white mask, a look of terror swept across his face, his body trembling slightly as he uttered, "How can it be you? Didn't he expect that, did you?" Su Cheng replied with a chilling smile, and in that moment he swiftly brought his sword down towards the middle-aged man's neck. The speed of his strike was astonishing. Though the middle-aged man managed to react, he was too late to defend himself and was decapitated in one swift motion. "No!" His head fell to the ground, his eyes still fixed on Su Cheng, refusing to close even in death. Su Cheng gazed upon the severed head with a cold smile. Subsequently, he began to rummage through the middle-aged man's corpse. Since the Yang family was willing to expend such a considerable amount of spirit crystals to procure medicinal materials for this steward, it was evident that the steward held a significant position and likely harbored numerous secrets. Before long, Su Cheng indeed retrieved a brocade letter from the steward's personal belongings. Additionally, there was a large package on the table nearby. It is evident that this steward was involved. Su Cheng also placed him into the storage ring and then leisurely exited the basement. In the grand hall of the Yang family, Yang Xianxia and Yang Hongxian were seated, both displaying signs of considerable unease. Yang Xianxia inquired, "Hongxian, what is happening? It has been quite some time, and night is approaching. Why has the treatment not been completed?" Yang Hongxian gazed toward the outside, where dusk had already settled. Several hours had passed since the divine physician commenced his treatment. He replied, "This poison may be particularly difficult to eradicate. The explosive toxic sand has penetrated deeply into the physician's flesh and bones. Completely extracting it may require a significant amount of time." Although Yang Xianxia found Yang Hongxuan's reasoning sound, he still instructed his servant, "Go to the basement and ascertain what exactly is occurring." The servant nodded and exited the hall. After a considerable time, he hurriedly returned, his face etched with terror. "This is dire news, master. The Steward Zhua, is dead." "What?" Yang Xianxia and Yang Hongxian exclaimed in unison, springing from their seats. "What about the doctor?" Yang Xianxia asked anxiously. The servant replied, "I did not see him." Yang Hongxian questioned, "How could he have escaped? What about those who were stationed outside the basement?" The servant trembled as he stammered, They're all dead as well." Chapter 41. The Nine Spirits Transformation Pill Upon Returning Home. Su Cheng locked himself within his chamber. Today's earnings were rather satisfactory, yielding over 1 million spirit crystals. After briefly assessing the contents of the steward's package, Su Cheng smiled with satisfaction. The steward was quite affluent, possessing nearly 400,000 spirit crystals. Coupled with the 800,000 spirit crystals acquired from the Yang family today, Su Cheng had amassed over 1 million spirit crystals in a single day. With the necessary medicinal materials now in hand, it was time for him to concoct the Nine Spirits Transformation Pill. Su Cheng retrieved the Heavenly Illumination Pill Manual and began to peruse its pages. The Nine Spirits Transformation Pill, imbued with vitality and transformative power, has the potential to enhance one's physical constitution. The Xianwood Lotus Bud that Su Cheng previously purchased from the market was specifically intended for the preparation of this elixir. Besides this key ingredient, the Nine Spirits Transformation Pill also requires several other materials, all of which Su Cheng had adequately prepared. To be precise, it was Yang Hongxian who had assisted him in gathering these materials, as detailed in the prescription he had provided. Once all the ingredients were laid out, Su Cheng extracted a cauldron from his storage ring. He then channeled his true energy into his palm, which swiftly transformed into a flame infused with intense heat. As described in the Heavenly Illumination Pill Manual, only by mastering this technique can one manipulate the true energy flames and concoct elixirs. Once all preparations were complete, Su Cheng activated the alchemical furnace and began the slow process of refinement. How infuriating! Should I encounter that dog of a quack again, I will surely flay him alive. In the basement of the Yang family, Yang Xianxia roared in rage. Before him lay the chaotic scene of the basement, which, aside from the dismembered body of Elder Zhua, was in utter disarray, as if it had been thoroughly ransacked. Apart from a single sickbed, not a single valuable item remained. The more Yang Xianxia gazed upon the wreckage, the more incensed he became. With a fierce strike, he shattered the sickbed into dust and bellowed, "This is outrageous. Not only did they steal 800,000 spirit crystals from me, but they also killed Elder Zhua. They've left me with no avenue of escape. That dog of a quack, if I ever catch you, I will ensure you meet a most gruesome end." The members of the Yang family trembled in fear behind him, too afraid to even breathe audibly. As for Yang Hongxian, he rummaged through the debris with a furrowed brow. After a thorough search, he turned to Yang Xianxia and said, "Father, this is dire. The package belonging to Elder Zhua has vanished. Moreover, his personal correspondence is also missing." Hearing his son's words, Yang Xianxia finally calmed somewhat. Yet a look of dread crossed his face as he replied, "Search again with utmost care. We cannot afford to lose that item." A shadow of unease flickered across Yang Hongxuan's face as he asked, "Father, is what was on Elder Zhua so crucial?" Yang Xianxia asserted, "It is of utmost importance. It concerns our very lives. That correspondence contains the map and contact details for Dragon God Island. Should this map fall into the hands of others, the plan of the young master will be exposed, and our fate will be dire." After a pause, he continued, "Furthermore, his package contains critical information regarding our communications with others. If this information is discovered, our people will undoubtedly be compromised." Yang Hongxuan's complexion turned pale as he exclaimed, "Father, does that mean we too will be exposed?" Yang Xianxia snapped back, Is that not the obvious conclusion? Without that contact information, how would Elder Zhuo have sought us out? If this information comes to light, our entire family is doomed. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongshuan's hands trembled uncontrollably as he queried, Father, with such vital items at stake, why did you not secure them for Elder Zhuo beforehand? Yang Zhengzi replied, I did mention it to him, but he refused. He claimed our status was too lowly to warrant access to his belongings. As he spoke, Yang Zhengzi glanced at the lifeless head of Elder Zhuo on the ground. With a forceful kick, he sent it flying and cursed vehemently, What a wretched creature! You have brought ruin upon me. Yang Hongxian, filled with trepidation, watched it bounce away and asked, Father, what shall we do now? Yang Zhengzi replied, In recent days, you should inquire about Su Jie and seek information regarding that dubious quack. I shall discreetly manage our estate. Should we fail to locate that so-called divine doctor, we shall flee without delay. Yang Hongxian then inquired, What if we do find him? Yang Zheng coldly snorted, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he replied, Then we shall flay this charlatan alive. Moreover, you previously mentioned that this quack seems to be connected to Wan Jingming. Pay attention to that front as well. Remember to act swiftly. Su Cheng meticulously studied the precious letter obtained from the steward. A map to the Dragon Island? Upon gazing at the bold characters on the letter, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Dragon Island is a vast isle situated off the coast of Lingyuan City, surrounded by treacherous waters, fierce storms, and tumultuous waves, deterring most from venturing there. However, it is said that the island is rich in treasures. Could this map to Dragon Island suggest that the forces from the island of 10,000 corpses intend to gather there? Observing the numerous red dots marked on the map, Su Cheng felt perplexed. With so many points indicated, where exactly would the rendezvous take place? He pondered deeply, concluding that only by setting foot on the island could he discern the truth. Alternatively, the elder of the city, Lord S. Mansion, or Shangwan Yao, might possess knowledge regarding the use of this map. Choosing not to dwell on it further, Su Cheng tucked the map into his storage ring and resumed his examination of other items. Suddenly, he noticed a circular book cover. Upon lifting the cover, he poured out several slips of paper. After a swift perusal, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. To his surprise, the small Lingyuan city had been infiltrated so extensively by the forces of the island of 10,000 corpses. The following day, upon awakening, Su Cheng was enveloped by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the room. This scent seemed to carry a subtle essence of transformation. Had the 9 spirits transformation pill been completed? Approaching the alchemy furnace, he opened it to reveal nearly 10 pale purple pills, each the size of a longan. Such an abundance of materials had produced merely 10 pills? This was an expenditure of over 1 million spirit crystals, causing Su Cheng a twinge of regret. Yet upon reflection, he reassured himself that it was indeed sufficient. These 9 spirits transformation pills would suffice for an extended period. Gently swallowing one of the pills, he then settled into a meditative position. Several hours later, when he opened his eyes once more, he was suddenly filled with an overwhelming surge of power, as torrents of true energy surged within him. I have now reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the yellow stage. I am but a step away from Xian stage. The potency of the 9 spirits transformation pill is indeed astonishing. Merely through the evolution of my physique, I have experienced such a remarkable enhancement. As Su Cheng focused his mind and held his breath, he turned inward to observe his luminous and shadowy spiritual body. His spiritual essence possessed 2 dantians, 2 sets of acupoints and meridians. At present, both the bright and dark dantians had expanded to a vast, oceanic realm. This was the Qi Sea. Su Cheng recalled that ordinary cultivators could only establish a Qi Sea upon reaching the Xian level. Remarkably, he had achieved this at the Huang level. If this were to be known, no one would believe it. Even more astonishing was the fact that he possessed not 1, but 2 Qi Seas. This would render his spiritual power exponentially greater than that of his peers at the same level. In addition to the dantians, the over 1,000 acupoints on Su Cheng's body had also undergone evolution. Now, these acupoints resembled a multitude of wind outlets, whistling as they greedily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He pondered the current strength of his true qi. Stretching his body, Su Cheng stepped out of the door and made his way toward the Su family's martial arts hall. As he passed through the main gate of the Su residence, he was suddenly startled by a frantic knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find Yang Hongxian standing there. Yang's complexion was ashen, his face betraying deep concern and urgency. Su Cheng appraised Yang Hongxian, then remarked with a smile, "Young Master Yang, you appear unwell. Did you not sleep well last night?" Yang Hongxian seemed taken aback at the sight of Su Cheng. A complex expression flickered across his face before he replied with a forced smile, "Oh, it's just young Master Su. I had a few matters to attend to last night, and couldn't he sleep well, haha." Su Cheng found it amusing internally, knowing that the item taken from the steward killed at the Yang residence had vanished. It was a wonder that they could sleep soundly at all. Yang Hongxuan continued. "By the way, is your elder brother, Su Dao, around?" Feigning curiosity, Su Cheng responded, "Elder brother? He should be here. You may go in and look for him." "What business do you have with my brother, young Master Yang?" After a prolonged silence, Yang Hongxian replied with a faint smile, "It's a trivial matter." Suddenly, he added, "Young Master Su, I heard that a divine doctor has recently come to your family and cured the illness of the Su patriarch. Do you know this divine doctor?" Su Cheng shrugged. "Indeed, that is true. However, I have not met this doctor. It is my elder brother who has been in contact with him." "Are you seeking the divine doctor to treat your insomnia?" Yang Hongxian inquired, sensing he could not extract further information from Su Cheng. "Something like that," Yang replied. "I won't keep you any longer. I'll seek out your elder brother." Watching Yang Hongxian depart, Su Cheng secretly smiled to himself. Did he believe that finding his elder brother, Su Jia, would lead him to discover his whereabouts? In Lingyuan City, within the Chun family Escran Hall, several large boxes adorned with red satin ribbons were prominently displayed at the center of the hall. The members of the Qin family were impeccably dressed, seated to one side. Among them was Wan Jingming, adorned in luxurious attire, clad in a deep black brocade robe and donning intricately patterned golden boots. He exuded an air of remarkable valor. Beside him, Chun Wu appeared to have fully recovered from his injuries, now brimming with vitality. He turned to Wan Jingming and said with a smile, "Cousin, today marks your day of proposing to the Shangguan family. You must exert yourself diligently." Wan Jingming suddenly unfurled the jade-handled folding fan in his hand and fanned himself leisurely, replying with a calm smile, "Dear cousin, fret not. Do you fear my proposal will falter? The betrothal gifts I have prepared are more than sufficient to impress both Lord Shangguan and his sister. Moreover, with Mr. Yu's support by my side, Lord Shangguan will be eager for me to become his son-in-law." Chun Wu glanced at the betrothal gifts in the center of the hall and then regarded Mr. Yu, who sat solemnly beside Wan Jingming, with deep respect, replying, "Cousin speaks wisely." Wan Jingming suddenly rose and declared, "All right, the time is nearly upon us, and I shan't waste further words. Once my proposal succeeds, the first step will be to dismantle the alliance between the Shangguan and Su families. The second step will be to elevate the Chun family, positioning us as the second most prominent family in Lingyuan City. Soon, Lingyuan City shall belong to us all." Not only Qin Wu, but even the head of the Qin family, Chun Jichuan, brightened at Wan Jingming's words. Chun Jichuan laughed heartily, "Noble nephew, your uncle wishes you swift success." Wan Jingming nodded and added, "Furthermore, once our alliance with the Shangguan family is solidified, our first target will be the Su family. That rascal Su Cheng will not escape my wrath." Whenever he recalled his previous mission and the humiliation he endured, a surge of anger welled up within Wan Jingming. He attributed all his misfortunes to Su Cheng, the captain who had caused him to lose face before so many. Not to mention, Su Cheng had thwarted his attempts to collude with Zhou Yi. He now longed to teach Su Cheng a lesson. Upon hearing Wan Jingming's intent toward the Su family and Su Cheng, Qin Wu eagerly chimed in, "I shall also assist cousin in achieving swift success. Rest assured, it will be triumphant." After a cold chuckle, Wan Jingming summoned the servants to carry the large chest from the hall. In the Lord's mansion of Lingyuan City, Shangguan Yao paced anxiously, exclaiming, "Xianxia, what shall I do? You must help me devise a plan." She implored her companion, Xianxia, who was practicing her swordsmanship. Upon completing her sword forms, Xianxia sheathed her sword and turned her beautiful gaze toward Shangguan Yao, inquiring, Yao, what troubles you?" Shangguan Yao replied, "I have heard that Wan Jingming is on his way to propose to me." Xianxia furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding, "It is merely a proposal. If you do not fancy him, you can simply decline." Shangguan Yao continued, "However, judging by my father's demeanor, he seems to hold Wan Jingming in high regard." Xianxia remarked, "Then you should tell Uncle Shangguan that you do not wish to marry him." Sighing deeply, Shangguan Yao shook her head. "Xianxia, you still do not comprehend. I lack your formidable talent to defy my parents' wishes at will. My father will undoubtedly coerce me into agreement." "Sure, Xianxia, a disciple of the Sword Sovereign, possessed extraordinary abilities. She had no affection for Su Cheng and boldly called off her engagement, knowing the sure Daoxian would not dare to impose his will. Yet, Xianxia was different. Lacking such powerful talents, she was fated to comply with her parents' commands. Realizing this, sure Xianxia's brows furrowed in concern. She then inquired, Xianxia, what would happen if you disobeyed your father? Xianxia responded sorrowfully, that would likely lead to severing our relationship. Sure Xianxia pondered, what should we do then? Suddenly, she appeared to have an epiphany. What if you find a fiancé in advance? Wouldn't that resolve the issue? Xianxia considered sure Xianxia's suggestion, deeming it sensible. However, after a moment's reflection, she replied, but who would I find? Moreover, I actually have someone in mind. As she spoke, memories of the masked youth who had saved her twice flooded her mind, bringing a sweet warmth to her heart. She continued, if I choose someone else as my fiancé, wouldn't that be merely jumping from one pit into another? Sure Xianxia retorted, Yao Yao, you are being utterly foolish. This is not at all like your usual clever self. The temporary fiancé you select will certainly be a facade. Just have him play the role of your temporary fiancé. Once this period has passed, you can end it. Xianxia found merit in sure Xianxia's reasoning, yet she remained somewhat reluctant. Her thoughts lingered. What if that gentleman learns I have become another's betrothed? Would he no longer care for me? Observing Xianxia's hesitation, sure Xianxia understood she might be struggling with this decision and urged, Xianxia, you must decide swiftly. Just moments ago, you mentioned Wan Jingming was on his way. If you fear the temporary fiancé may not be trustworthy, I have a candidate for you. You can be assured. Curiously, Xianxia asked who? Sure Xianxia replied, of course. It's Su Cheng. Your family and the Su family are allies. As a comrade, it is only natural for him to assist you. Besides, given his lackluster appearance, it's unlikely you would develop an affection for him. Xianxia tilted her head in contemplation. Su Cheng left a relatively favorable impression on her. He was not the kind of man one could easily despise. Employing Su Cheng as a stand-in fiancé could indeed be a viable option. However, she feared the ramifications of such an arrangement and worried that Su Cheng might refuse. Observing her dear friend's continued indecision, sure Xianxia urged her forward. Yao Yao, stop pondering. Let it be as it is. I have even relinquished my man for you. So what are you still hesitating about? Xianxia gazed blankly at sure Xianxia and remarked, Xianxia, when did Su Cheng become your man? Realizing her slip of the tongue, sure Xianxia's delicate face flushed a shade of crimson as she replied, it was merely a verbal misstep. Yao Yao, I trust you comprehend my intent. Without further ado, we shall now proceed to the Su residence to find Su Cheng. Should he dare to refuse, I shall strike him down with a single sword. At that moment, Su Cheng was testing his true energy in the martial arts hall. Suddenly, a servant called out to him, second young master. There are 2 young ladies here to see you. 2 young ladies? A look of confusion crossed Su Cheng's face as he struggled to recall which 2 women might seek him out. He responded, please bring them in. Chapter 43. I want you to propose to me. The servant acknowledged and departed. Su Cheng resumed testing his strength. It is said that a practitioner at the Xian level, upon opening their Qi Si, possesses a true energy strength equivalent to 10,000 pounds. I wonder how much strength I possess now. As he pondered, Su Cheng looked at the enormous stone plate on the ground, resembling a small mountain. These stone plates are used for strength training and testing. The largest one weighs precisely 10,000 pounds. I wonder if I can lift it? Approaching the largest stone plate, Su Cheng bent down and placed both hands beneath it. Channeling the immense true energy within him, he suddenly straightened his waist. Astonishingly, the 10,000-pound stone plate was lifted effortlessly. Is this truly 10,000 pounds? It doesn't feel like much at all. Su Cheng weighed the plate in his hands. The massive stone, akin to a small mountain, felt as light as a balloon, bouncing playfully in his grip. At that moment, he heard the servant's voice once more. Second young master, the 2 young ladies have arrived. The visitors were none other than sure Xianxia and Xianxia. Upon witnessing Su Cheng casually tossing the 10,000-pound stone plate as if it were a mere plaything, both women were momentarily taken aback. As cultivators of considerable standing, they understood the weight of the stone plate, especially Xianxia, who felt as though she were gazing upon a monster. Although she too was a beginner at the Xian level, she doubted her ability to handle the stone plate with such ease as Su Cheng displayed. Moreover, it appeared that Su Cheng had not yet reached the Xian level. Did he? On the other hand, Xianxia, despite her initial surprise, soon regained her aloof demeanor. Yet her gaze remained fixed upon Su Cheng, lost in thought. Su Cheng was astonished to find that the visitors were indeed Xianxia and Xianxia, particularly Xianxia. Why would she come to seek him out? He inquired with curiosity, "What brings the two young ladies to my humble abode?" Xianxia replied with a gentle smile, "Young Master Su, I apologize for the intrusion. I sought you out because I require your assistance with a matter." Young Master Su inquired with curiosity, "What could I possibly assist Miss Xianxia with?" Xianxia responded, "It is merely that I wish for you to propose to me." This revelation piqued Su Cheng's curiosity even further, as it implied that only Xianxia sought his aid, excluding Xianxia entirely. After a moment of contemplation, Su Cheng realized that given Xianxia's disposition, it would indeed be unusual for her to request his help. Xianxia's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered, "Young Master Su, please do not mock me. I genuinely wish for you to propose." At that moment, Su Cheng was still weighing the heavy stone disc in his hands. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, he nearly lost his grip, struggling to catch the disc as it slipped from his grasp. He swiftly dodged the falling object, which crashed heavily to the ground, causing the floor to tremble beneath them. Observing the fallen disc, Su Cheng could not help but mutter, "I nearly crushed myself." Both Xianxia and Xianxia felt the vibrations in the floor and shared looks of astonishment, having previously suspected the stone disc was merely an illusion. Their doubts were now thoroughly dispelled. Su Cheng turned to Xianxia and requested, "Miss Xianxia, could you please elaborate on what you just said? I find myself somewhat confused. You mentioned a proposal, and I cannot have misheard you." Xianxia met his gaze and nodded gently, affirming, "You heard correctly, young Master Su. Allow me to explain. It is, in fact, a ruse." She proceeded to clarify that Wan Jingming had proposed to her, and she desired Su Cheng to play the role of her fiancé. After listening intently, Su Cheng nodded slightly, finally grasping the situation. Xianxia then asked, "Young Master Su, would you be willing to agree to this?" Su Cheng pondered for a moment before replying, "That may not be advisable. Although it is a pretense, it still feels rather peculiar." He continued, "Moreover, such matters can easily offend others. If I were to comply, Wan Jingming would undoubtedly retaliate against the Su family." While Su Cheng was not particularly afraid of offending anyone, nor did he fear Wan Jingming, he was reluctant to involve his family in this affair. Sensing his implicit rejection, Xianxia's expression dimmed slightly. However, Xianxia stepped forward, asserting, "Su Cheng, why are you so apprehensive? Rest assured, we will shield you from any trouble that may arise. Furthermore, Yao's family is allied with yours. You are both comrades. As allies, why should you not assist Yao?" Su Cheng cast a glance at Xianxia and retorted, "Whether or not to assist Miss Xianxia is a matter between her and me. What concern is it of yours?" Xianxia gritted her teeth, wishing she could draw her sword and strike Su Cheng in an instant. Su Cheng then remarked, "Moreover, this matter brings no benefits. Having more allies is of little value. I simply do not wish to implicate the Su family." Another reason Su Cheng opposed the alliance with Xianxia was that the endeavor was purely thankless. He stood to gain nothing, merely acquiring the title of an ally. Even the title of fiancé was a mere facade. Agreeing would be akin to inviting disaster upon himself. However, Xianxia countered, "Young Master Su, our alliance is, in fact, genuine. No benefits could replace its authenticity." Su Cheng, puzzled, inquired, "I do not comprehend. I implore you to elucidate, Miss Xianxia." She replied, "You may be unaware, but the Wan family has proposed marriage to my Xianxia family. Their intent is to unite with the Chun family and us to annex the other clans within Lingyuan City. Should they succeed, the first to be targeted might very well be your Su family." Su Cheng, taken aback, questioned, "If they succeed, would you truly turn against my Su family?" Xianxia asserted, "Of course not. I have no desire for such an outcome. That is precisely why I sought you out, to request your assistance and simultaneously strengthen our alliance." Su Cheng pondered her words, finding some merit in her reasoning. Wan Jingming's actions, opening a medicinal shop and seeking marriage, suggested he was indeed planning something significant. His relationship with Wan Jingming was already strained, compounded by the fact that he had wounded Chen Wu, the son of the Chun family. If Wan Jingming successfully allied with Xianxia, they would inevitably target the Su family. Thus, whether or not he feigned the role of Xianxia's fiancé, he would inevitably cross paths with Wan Jingming. Why then should he allow Wan Jingming to succeed in his pursuit? With these thoughts in mind, Su Cheng nodded slightly. Just as he was about to express his agreement, Xianxia interjected furiously. You are truly despicable, Su Cheng. She had observed his prolonged hesitation and assumed he was only seeking personal gain before consenting. After casting him a disdainful look, she produced a tome from her robes and tossed it to him, stating, This book, Swift Wind, Instant Killing Sword, is yours to peruse for a time. Will this suffice to persuade you? It is a high-level sword technique of the Xian rank, acquired with nearly a year's worth of merit points. Su Cheng accepted the Swift Wind Instant Killing Sword, leafing through it briefly before swiftly tucking it away, laughing as he said, Haha, this will certainly suffice. I am willing to heed your requests. Pretending to be a fiancé is but a trifling matter. Witnessing Su Cheng's rapid change of demeanor, Xianxia stomped her foot, exclaiming, This is not a gift for you. I hope you understand. You may only view it for a month. I have yet to practice it. Su Cheng replied with a smile, Very well. For him, a month was more than sufficient. With the Tsang sword diagram, a single day of practice equated to a month's worth of training for others. Furthermore, with the addition of the Tsang sword diagram and its ability to deduce sword techniques, a month's time is more than sufficient to master the Su Cheng sword. It is worth mentioning that Su Cheng is currently in need of a suitable sword technique. The Su family sword technique is merely of intermediate yellow rank, which is utterly inadequate for making an impression. In contrast, the Qianhuan Yuying sword bestowed upon him by Xia Yuhan is a formidable earth rank technique, but it is far too powerful for regular use, serving only as a killing move. The Su Cheng sword, being of high mystic rank, is exceedingly fitting for him. On the other hand, Xianxia Yao was astonished that Xianxia would gift such a precious sword technique to Su Cheng for his cultivation. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hall, she was well aware of the immense value of the Su Cheng sword. In Yufeng Hall, aside from the supreme technique Yufeng Feiying Shenjian, this sword technique is the most formidable. The fact that her dear friend would go to such lengths for her deeply moved Xianxia Yao. At that moment, Su Cheng inquired, By the way, ladies, when do I commence my role as your fiancé? Sure, Xianxia, biting her silver teeth, replied, Right now. From this moment forth, you must heed our wishes. Come with us to the City Lord's mansion immediately. Chapter 44. A True Love. When Su Cheng accompanied Xianxia and Xianxia Yao to the City Lord's mansion, as soon as he stepped into the grand hall, he beheld several satin treasure chests filled with various items. At the head of the hall sat Xianxia Hu, his expression calm as he occupied his seat. Below him stood Wan Jingming, clad in new attire, accompanied by the expressionless Yu Siyuan. Upon noticing the sudden entrance of the trio, particularly recognizing Su Cheng among them, a flicker of confusion crossed Xianxia Hu's eyes. However, his demeanor quickly returned to normal as he addressed Xianxia Yao, saying, Yao Yao, where have you been wandering off to? Wan Xinzi has come to propose to you. What are your thoughts? At this moment, Wan Jingming also turned his gaze toward the newly arrived trio. Upon spotting Su Cheng, his brows furrowed in evident displeasure. He then smiled at Xianxia Yao, stating, Xianxia Junior sister, I have long harbored feelings for you. You must understand my intentions. My primary purpose for coming to Lingyuan City was to propose to you. I have brought an abundance of betrothal gifts, including 2 chests of intermediate spirit liquid essence and 5 chests of lower-grade spirit liquid essence. In addition, there are numerous other treasures such as spirit liquids, elixirs, spirit herbs, and gold, totaling over a dozen chests. Everyone present was slightly taken aback. The betrothal gifts brought by Wan Jingming were indeed extravagant, particularly the 2 chests of intermediate spirit liquid essence, which are incredibly valuable. Only a seasoned first-grade alchemist could refine such goods. Such treasures would certainly hold their own even in the grand halls of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Wan Jingming then turned to Xianxia Hu and added, Uncle Xianxia, I believe that if the marriage between me and Xianxia Junior sister is realized, it would bring immense benefits to both our families. From this moment forth, the elixir market in Lingyuan City shall be divided equally between our 2 families. This esteemed physician Yu Siyuan is an exceptional alchemist, possessing unparalleled skills in both alchemy and medicine, and he is also the heir to the ancient art of herbalism. Currently, he is employed by the Wan family, and with his assistance, the enterprises of our 2 families are bound to flourish. Furthermore, my father holds the title of City Lord of Jianchao City, which will greatly benefit Uncle Xianxuan's future. Xianxia Hu slightly nodded and replied, Young Wan, there is no need for excessive formalities. Your father, Brother Wan, and I were once fellow disciples at the Heavenly Sword Hall. He currently governs Jianchao City, making him in a sense my superior. As a disciple of the heavenly sword hall, you possess a lineage and talent worthy of a union with Yao Yao. Upon hearing Shangguan Hu's words, Wan Jingming could not suppress his joy. With Shangguan Hu's tacit approval, this engagement was essentially half conceded. Suddenly, Shangguan Hu pondered for a moment and continued, however, I have but one beloved daughter, Yao Yao. For such a momentous decision in her life, I must consider her wishes. If she consents, I shall not oppose this union. Then, Shangguan Hu turned to Shangguan Yao Yao and said, Yao Yao, you and Young Wan are both disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall and must have met on numerous occasions. Young Wan has achieved the remarkable realm of the 5th level of the profound stage at such a young age and is indeed a talented individual. In my view, this match is quite favorable. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing her father's words, Shangguan Yao Yao's face paled slightly. Although her father did not speak explicitly, he was subtly pressuring her to acquiesce to this union. Wan Jingming, keenly aware of the implication in Shangguan Hu's words, smiled at her and said, Shangguan Shimmy, you must know that I have long held deep feelings for you. He had coveted Shangguan Yao Yao's beauty for quite some time, and now, the prospect of fulfilling his desires filled him with exhilaration. Moreover, should this marriage come to fruition, the Wan family would undoubtedly grow even stronger, which further fueled Wan Jingming's enthusiasm. Shangguan Yao Yao, observing Wan Jingming's triumphant demeanor, felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Turning to her father, she said, Father, I must respectfully decline. Shangguan Hu's gaze shifted, and he inquired, what is the reason for this? What shortcomings does young Wan possess? In terms of family background, appearance, talent, and character, he is exceptional. Shangguan Yao Yao found herself at a loss for words, when suddenly Su Cheng stepped forward and declared, City Lord Shangguan, I understand the reason. It is because Yao Yao and I are genuinely in love. As soon as Su Cheng spoke, the atmosphere fell silent. Numerous glances turned coldly towards him. Yet internally, Su Cheng smiled. These words were not born from his own volition. On the journey here, Shi Shue and Shangguan Yao Yao had informed him to portray a loving couple. Just moments ago, Shi Shue had been signaling him to step forward and speak, prompting him to utter this declaration. Sovereign Hu glanced at Su Cheng, his face betraying no emotion, and spoke in a calm tone. Young Master Su, you must understand that my lordship's mansion is not a venue for jest. Are you aware of the gravity of your words? Su Cheng smiled faintly, replying, I am well aware of what I have articulated. If Lord Sovereign did not catch my meaning, I am more than willing to repeat myself. My love for Yao Yao is genuine. I have come today to propose to her and seek your blessing for our union. Since the pretense had been established, Su Cheng felt compelled to perform with fervor. At this moment, Shangguan Yao also reacted, gently linking her arm with Su Cheng's, affirming, Indeed, Father, Su Cheng and I are truly in love. Sovereign Hu regarded the pair in silence before turning his gaze towards Wan Jingming. Wan Jingming understood that Sovereign Hu had ceded the floor to him, and thus he addressed Su Cheng with a stern demeanor. Su Cheng, are you aware that you are playing with fire? This is not a jest. You must leave immediately, for within the domain ruled by Sword-Tide City, there is no refuge for your Su family. Su Cheng retorted, Young Master Wan, are you not being overly domineering? My love for Yao Yao is sincere. Must only you be permitted to propose while I am barred from doing so? Guan Hingmin is it, Su Cheng. If you are here to stir trouble, then be candid. You claim to come to propose, yet arrive empty-handed, devoid of any betrothal gifts. Is that not a sign of insincerity? He then turned to Sovereign Hu, saying, Uncle Shangguan, this Su Cheng has come here to disrupt the significant matters between our families. In my humble opinion, it would be wise to expel him at once. Sovereign Hu regarded Su Cheng, his brow slightly furrowing, Young Master Su. If you genuinely love my daughter, is it not rather disrespectful to come to propose without any gifts? At this moment, both Shangguan Yao and Shi Shue exchanged uneasy glances. Realizing in their haste, they had neglected the matter of preparing a betrothal gift. They anxiously looked at Su Cheng, fearful that the truth would be revealed. However, Su Cheng maintained his composure, stating, Who says I have come empty-handed? Van Jingming erupted in lauter. Ah, you arrive without a gift, yet claim to possess one. Su Cheng, could it be that the gift you speak of is merely the grandiose words from your lips? In response, Su Cheng remained silent, revealing his open palm. To their astonishment, nestled within his hand was an ancient-style ring. He projected the ring towards Sovereign Hu, declaring, This is a spatial ring I serendipitously acquired, containing a small space for storage. Accept this ring as my betrothal gift. It should suffice to demonstrate my sincerity. Chapter 45. The Sword Contest. Sovereign who accepted the ring. Scrutinizing it within his palm before channeling his energy into it. Suddenly, the ring emitted a brilliant white light, causing a pen on the table before him to vanish instantaneously. Absorbed within the ring, he couldn't help but murmur in awe. This is indeed a storage ring with a unique spatial dimension. I never expected to have the opportunity to utilize such an item personally. Xianxia, who has certainly heard of storage rings, although he holds the esteemed title of City Lord. Acquiring a spatial ring remains a formidable challenge for him. The manipulation of space is a privilege reserved for those of the sacred realm. While there are other means for powerful individuals beneath the sacred realm to control space, these methods are merely temporary and lack permanence. A spatial ring requires stability and longevity, capable of sustaining itself for many years. This scarcity renders such items exceedingly rare. Su Cheng observed Xianxia, who was lost in admiration of the storage ring, and discreetly cleared his throat to offer a gentle reminder. City Lord Xianxia, surely this spatial ring suffices as a betrothal gift? In truth, the ring in question was a replacement for the one Su Cheng had previously used. Following the last mission, when the items amassed could not be contained due to the ring's limited capacity, Su Cheng resolved to forge a new spatial ring. Upon returning to Lingyuan City, he had indeed crafted a new one over the past couple of days, which boasted several times the capacity of the previous ring. Naturally, he had replaced the former one, never anticipating that it would find purpose here. Su Cheng was confident that the individuals present had likely never encountered such a rare artifact. As a betrothal gift, it would undoubtedly overshadow any offerings made by Wang Jingming. At that moment, Xianxia, who seemed to regain his composure, but showed no intention of returning the ring to Su Cheng. Instead, he nodded and remarked, "Your betrothal gift is quite commendable. Young Su Cheng, this city lord is very pleased." Su Cheng noted the change in how he was addressed, silently acknowledging that the old man was adept at adapting to circumstances. Xianxia, who continued, "By the way, where did you acquire this storage ring? It wouldn't happen to be a family heirloom, would it? Presenting such a gift clearly demonstrates your regard for Yao Yao. However, if this is a treasured item passed down through your family, I can only imagine your grandfather's reaction given his temperament." Su Cheng replied with a smile. "City Lord Xianxia, as I mentioned earlier, this ring was an unexpected acquisition and is unrelated to my family. My offering of this spatial ring as a betrothal gift is entirely my own decision, and no one else has a say in it." Upon hearing this, Xianxia, who nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "That is good to hear." Yet, he still showed no intention of returning the ring to Su Cheng. Meanwhile, Xianxia Yao and Shi Xianxia, upon witnessing the spatial ring, were utterly astonished. They recognized the item's value and rarity, particularly for Shi Xianxia. As a disciple of the Sword Sovereign, she did not possess a spatial ring of her own. Such treasures were exceedingly precious. She had only seen her master utilize one, and her master was none other than the legendary Sword Sovereign renowned throughout the Eastern Domain. Xianxia Yao also gazed at Su Cheng in sheer disbelief. The two women were intrigued by the peculiar item he possessed. Su Cheng's claim of acquiring it by chance was met with skepticism. What they found most incredulous was that Su Cheng, instead of keeping such a treasure for himself, chose to present it as a betrothal gift. Although Xianxia Yao was aware that her connection with Su Cheng was fabricated, she felt a profound sense of emotion. On the other hand, Shi Xianxia also recognized the falsehood, yet felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Meanwhile, across the room, Wang Jingming clenched his fists, his cold gaze fixed on Su Cheng, harboring a hidden malice. The gifts he had were utterly insignificant compared to Su Cheng's spatial ring. After a lengthy silence, he spoke in a deep voice, "Su Cheng, you have truly lost your mind. You dare to present your ancestral heirlooms as a betrothal gift? Your ancestors must be fuming in their graves." Su Cheng cast a nonchalant glance at Wang Jingming and replied, "You need not concern yourself with my affairs, young Master Wang. My betrothal gift surpasses yours. Thus I believe I am entitled to propose to Yao Yao." The last remark was directed at Xianxia. "Sangwanu chakil, haha, dear nephew Su Cheng. This is more than sufficient." Observing that Xianxia, who still clutched the spatial ring, Su Cheng continued, "In that case, I kindly ask Lord Xianxia to return the ring to me. I wish to personally place it on Yao Yao's finger. This ring is not merely a betrothal gift, but a token of our commitment." Xianxia, who laughed, "Haha, you are quite thoughtful." Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, He reluctantly returned the spatial ring to Su Cheng, convincing himself that it was for his daughter, so it was not a loss. Upon receiving the ring, Su Cheng grasped Shangguan Yao's delicate hand and formally adorned her with it. Shangguan Yao's face flushed with embarrassment and panic. She wished to withdraw her hand, but feared revealing the truth. On the other side, Xianxia watched as Su Cheng placed the ring on Shangguan Yao's finger. Despite knowing it was a charade, her heart felt an unaccountable bitterness. Internally, she scolded, "How infuriating, Su Cheng! Must you act so convincingly?" Once the ring was secured, Su Cheng released Shangguan Yao's soft, smooth hand and turned to Shangguan Hu, saying, "Now, Lord Shangguan, can you bless the union between Yao Yao and me?" Having already agreed to this pretense, Su Cheng was committed to playing his part thoroughly. Shangguan Hu did not respond immediately, instead furrowing his brows in contemplation. Meanwhile, Wan Jingming interjected, "Consent? You think this union can be approved merely because of a spatial ring? I do not deny its value. But what good is it if it cannot be protected? Without a solid family background or the strength to safeguard such possessions, it is all for naught." With a chilling smile, Wan Jingming turned to Shangguan Hu and added, "Uncle Shangguan, I believe I know who would be the best match for Shangguan's disciple. One must engage in a comprehensive comparison. Merely assessing the betrothal gifts is of no consequence. The younger generation believes that Su Cheng's lineage, status, and prowess are inferior to theirs. Although he possesses the qualifications to propose to senior sister Shangguan, the most suitable marriage partner remains with the younger generation." Shangguan, who merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. To a certain extent, Wan Jingming's words hold a modicum of truth. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Without power, even the finest possessions become a burden, ultimately leading to loss. Shangguan Yao and Xianxia, however, were taken aback by Wan Jingming's maneuver. Noticing Shangguan Hu's hesitation, a flicker of concern crossed their faces. When making a comprehensive comparison, it is indeed evident that Su Cheng's lineage and strength do not measure up to Wan Jingming's. At this moment, Su Cheng unexpectedly spoke. "I acknowledge that the Su family is currently inferior to the Wan family. However, my strength may not necessarily be less than that of young Master Wan." Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, a triumphant expression surfaced on Wan Jingming's face as he coldly laughed. "Haha, Su Cheng, it is commendable that you possess self-awareness regarding your lineage. Yet your understanding of your own strength appears rather blurred. Since you believe your strength rivals mine, would you dare to engage in a duel?" Chapter 46. The Swift Wind Slayer Sword. Wan Jingming turned to Shangguan Hu and added, "Uncle Shangguan, we are both cultivators under the dominion of the Eastern Domain's Heavenly Sword Palace, where swordsmanship signifies strength. I believe a duel between myself and Su Cheng would effectively establish our respective powers." Shangguan Hu nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before addressing Su Cheng. "What say you, Su Cheng?" Wan Jingming again directed his gaze at Su Cheng, his voice icy. "Su Cheng, do you dare?" Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, "What is there to fear?" Wan Jingming erupted into laughter. "Since you dare, that is splendid indeed." Meanwhile, Shangguan Yao and Xianxia felt a surge of tension upon hearing that Su Cheng had agreed to duel Wan Jingming. Wan Jingming is a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace's Duantian Hall. The hall's ultimate technique, the 7 stars breaking heaven sword, is a profound level swordsmanship. To their knowledge, Su Cheng currently knows only the Su family's sword technique, which belongs to the medium tier of the yellow grade. In the context of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it is something that even dogs would disdain. How could Su Cheng, relying on this technique, possibly contend against Wan Jingming, who has practiced the 7 stars breaking heaven sword for many years? Furthermore, Wan Jingming became a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace 5 years ago, possessing undeniable talent and years of sword training. Although Su Cheng wields the Kunying sword, he is not even a formal disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace and has not practiced swordsmanship for long. Thus, he stands no chance against Wan Jingming. Most critically, the gap in their realms is rather substantial. Wan Jingming possessed the cultivation of the 5th level of the Xian realm, while Su Cheng was barely at the threshold of the Xian realm. Even if Wan Jingming were to suppress his strength, he could effortlessly triumph over Su Cheng. Observing Wan Jingming's menacing expression, Shangguan Yao felt a surge of fear, concerned that their duel would turn unfavorable for Su Cheng. Unable to restrain herself, she stepped forward and addressed Shangguan Hu. "Father, Su Cheng has only recently begun his sword training. This hardly seems fair. Perhaps we should cancel a match." Before Shangguan Hu could respond, Wan Jingming interjected, "Junior sister, your words are misguided. Since Su Cheng has consented to duel with me, He must have some confidence in his ability to prevail. Fear not, I shall temper my efforts. Of course, if a cancellation is preferred, I would not object. He then turned to Su Cheng with a derisive laugh. Su Cheng, if you are afraid, you still have the opportunity to surrender. Simply acknowledge your inferiority and withdraw from this engagement, and I shall let you go. What say you? Su Cheng replied with a calm smile. No need. Since we have agreed to this duel, we must determine the victor. His words incited a hearty laugh from Wang Jingming, who exclaimed, your confidence is truly unfounded. He then glanced at Shang Guanyao and added, see, it is he who refuses to recognize his own limitations, despite the chances I have granted him. Shang Guanyao and Xianxia exchanged worried glances, surprised by Su Cheng's tenacity. Particularly for Shang Guanyao, realizing he was steadfastly clinging to this hollow engagement stirred her emotions. Upon hearing Su Cheng still wished to proceed with the duel, Shang Guanhu declared, in that case, the duel shall commence in 2 hours. It is also time for lunch. Let's take a break and prepare ourselves. At that moment, Shang Guanyao suddenly pulled Su Cheng and Xianxia aside. Once outside, she removed the ring that Su Cheng had given her and handed it back, saying, Su Cheng, I truly appreciate your efforts today. However, let us end this matter here. Wang Jingming has been in the Tianjin Hall for 5 years. You cannot hope to match him, and I do not wish for you to be harmed. Understanding that Shang Guanyao was concerned for his safety, Su Cheng accepted the ring and inquired, so, do you intend to accept Wang Jingming's proposal? Shang Guanyao sighed softly. I shall not consent to this union, but I will find another way to refuse him. Su Cheng returned the ring to Shang Guanyao with a smile. Rest assured, having accepted your tokens, I will see this through. I shall consider myself engaged today. I will still duel him, and believe me, I can win. Gazing into Su Cheng's resolute eyes, Shang Guanyao found herself at a loss for words. Even Xianxia was taken aback by Su Cheng's sense of responsibility. Shang Guanyao said, given the circumstances, there remain 2 hours for Xianxia to impart her swordsmanship to you. Xianxia is an unparalleled genius in the art of the sword within our heavenly sword hall, and she possesses the knowledge to unravel the 7 stars severing the sky sword. After speaking, Xianxia's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Deep down, she felt that even if she were to guide Su Cheng for 2 hours, he would ultimately still fall short. Albeit not as miserably, Xianxia declared, Su Cheng, make sure to learn diligently from me. However, I cannot guarantee your victory. You're far too weak. I can't teach you much. Even if I did, you likely wouldn't comprehend it. Su Cheng's earlier determination had somewhat altered her perception of him, prompting her to speak frankly. Su Cheng said nothing, merely offering a faint smile, and turned to Guanyao, inquiring, do you have a secluded training room here? Guanyao replied, of course. Yes, I will take you and Xianxia to the secluded training room right away. With that, Guanyao led Su Cheng and Xianxia to a training chamber. As soon as the door opened, Su Cheng stepped inside. He then addressed Guanyao and Xianxia. I will emerge after 2 hours. Please do not disturb me. Before the two could respond, the door to the training room had closed. Since it was a chamber meant for seclusion, it could only be opened from the inside if someone was present. Neither Xianxia nor Guanyao understood Su Cheng's intentions. They had agreed for Xianxia to teach him sword techniques, yet he had chosen to enter seclusion instead. Xianxia could not help but pound on the door, exclaiming, Su Cheng, what are you doing? Open the door. You are truly arrogant. However, Su Cheng paid no heed to the voices outside and sat down to meditate. From his spatial ring, he retrieved the Tsang Yuan sword diagram and the sudden wind instant kill sword, then entered the realm of the Tsang Yuan sword diagram. Within this world, time flowed 30 times slower than in the outside world. Thus, the 2 hours outside would equate to nearly 2 to 3 days inside the Tsang Yuan sword diagram. Su Cheng believed that with his comprehension and the formidable capabilities of the Tsang Yuan sword diagram, mastering the sudden wind instant kill sword within 2 to 3 days would not pose a significant challenge. Although he felt confident that he could defeat Wang Jingming using merely the Su family long sword, he was aware of the vast disparity between the Su family long sword and the 7 stars severing the sky sword. Su Cheng was not one to overestimate himself. With some time on his hands, he intended to refine his skills with the sudden wind instant kill sword. After Su Cheng entered seclusion, Guanyao and Xianxia returned to the main hall. Wang Jingming, noticing Su Cheng's absence, remarked with a chuckle, Junior sister, where has Su Cheng gone? Could it be that he has fled? He was so boastful just moments ago, and now he has run away. Such a thing is within his character. In fact, when Guanyao had taken Su Cheng and Xianxia outside moments earlier, Wang Jingming anticipated that the two women likely intended to instruct Su Cheng in swordplay. However, he remained completely indifferent. Mastering swordsmanship is not a simple endeavor. It requires consistent practice over time. If Su Cheng could surpass him after merely a few hours of training, then there would be no need for anyone to devote years to honing their sword techniques. Shang Guanhu, too, felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that Su Cheng truly fled? Soon, 2 hours elapsed. Su Cheng emerged from the seclusion of the training chamber and returned to the main hall. Chapter 47. A Sword's Instant Kill. Wang Jingming was amused to see Su Cheng daring enough to return. Su Cheng, I thought you had run away. I didn't expect you to come back. Su Cheng replied calmly, since we have agreed to a duel, we shall complete it before discussing anything further. At that moment, Shang Guanhu interjected, well, the time has come. Let us proceed to the martial arts hall to duel. In the City Lord's martial arts hall, just days prior, he had defended the gathering of the elite swords. Now, standing upon the stage again, Su Cheng felt a rush of emotions. On the arena, Su Cheng and Wang Jingming stood face to face. Wang Jingming gazed at Su Cheng and declared, do you truly believe that after preparing for 2 hours, you can defeat me? During those 2 hours, Shang Guanyao and Xianxia were mostly in the hall. Wang Jingming had initially thought they would provide guidance to Su Cheng, but to his surprise, they did not. Had Xianxia offered even a modicum of instruction, Wang Jingming would have thought Su Cheng might withstand a few of his strikes. Yet, without her guidance, no matter how many years Su Cheng practiced, he would not be his match. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, you will know once we engage. Wang Jingming nodded with a smile and added, let me be clear. The disparity in our realms is vast. You have yet to reach the Xian stage. I will grant you one last opportunity to surrender. Su Cheng retorted, spare me the chatter. Let us begin. Very well. You asked for it. 7 stars break the sky. 7 stars radiant. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Jingming's eyes as he abruptly raised his hand, and his sword soared from its sheath with a resonant hum. He then struck the air with his sword multiple times, creating a flurry of dazzling light points. These luminous points connected in groups of 7, forming a total of 49 points that composed 7 radiant lines. This intricate formation corresponded precisely to all of Su Cheng's vital points, hurtling toward him with deadly intent. This technique, known as the 7 stars break the sky, had reached the minor accomplishment stage, manifested in the form of 7 stars radiant. Observing the incoming light points, Su Cheng slowly raised his own sword. He had already witnessed the might of the 7 stars break the sky during his confrontation with Dong Fan. Now, facing Wang Jingming, he sensed a different aura altogether, distinct from that of Dong Fan. Dong Fan had only been practicing the 7 stars breaking heaven sword for a short period. Hence he could muster no more than 7 points of light. In stark contrast, Wang Jingming was capable of conjuring forth 49 points of light, far surpassing Dong Fan in strength. Nevertheless, Su Cheng remained undaunted, employing his swordsmanship to confront his opponent. Meanwhile, the two spectators, Xianxia and Shang Guanyao, exchanged glances that betrayed their unease, for they had not anticipated that Wang Jingming would unleash all his power in his first strike. This duel, being a measure of strength, did not impose any restrictions on Wang Jingming's cultivation level. Possessing the formidable prowess of the 5th tier of the Profound Realm, he stood in stark contrast to Su Cheng, who had yet to reach the Profound Realm. With Wang Jingming unleashing his full potential, coupled with the disparity in their respective sword techniques, Su Cheng's defeat appeared inevitable. Shang Guanyao felt a twinge of regret, foreseeing the injury that awaited Su Cheng. She sighed inwardly, wishing she had been more assertive and prevented the duel between Su Cheng and Wang Jingming. However, an unexpected spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Su Cheng's figure on the stage suddenly pointed his long sword, and a tempest erupted from its blade. The array of light points hurtling towards him was abruptly shattered, exploding into fragments at his feet. The beams of light severed and dissipated, while Su Cheng transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting forward with remarkable speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. His long sword pierced directly through Wang Jingming's arm. The sudden wind, instant kill sword. Impossible. This was a technique of the wind control pavilion. How could he possibly wield it? Wang Jingming furrowed his brow and hastily raised his sword to block. Yet, Su Cheng's strike was too swift. Although he attempted to parry, he could not fully deflect the blow. Su Cheng's long sword struck his shoulder with a resounding clang, causing Wang Jingming's weapon to slip from his grasp. A searing pain radiated through his hand, and as he gasped in shock, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Looking down, he found Su Cheng's long sword poised against his jugular. He had lost. Wang Jingming had never anticipated such a turn of events. Even Xianxia and Shang Wanyao below the stage wore expressions of disbelief. Su Cheng's victory shattered their preconceived notions. The fact that he had achieved this using the sudden wind instant kill sword was even more astonishing, particularly for Xianxia. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions. Hadn't she only imparted the sudden wind instant kill sword to Su Cheng that very morning? How could he have mastered it so swiftly? It was essential to note that this advanced sword technique, a hallmark of the Wind Control Pavilion, typically required disciples years of arduous training to even grasp the fundamentals. Could it be that Su Cheng had accomplished this feat in merely 2 hours of seclusion in the training chamber? Xianxia found it hard to fathom. If Su Cheng had merely learned the technique, that would have been remarkable enough. But to wield it effectively against a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace was an extraordinary gift. Even with her exquisite sword body, she felt her own cultivation progressed at a much slower pace. Yet, the astonishing reality was unfolding right before her eyes. Speaking of the sudden wind instant kill sword, although Xianxia had borrowed it using her merit points, she had yet to practice it. She had been at the Heavenly Sword Palace for many years, diligently training Undersword Master Feng Qianshan with the Wind Control Flying Shadow Divine Sword, being a ground-level sword technique. It surpassed the sudden wind instant kill sword by leaps and bounds. Logically, there was no necessity for her to practice the latter. However, her master had once remarked that with her exquisite sword body, the more sword techniques she mastered, the deeper her understanding of the sword path would become. Hence, she seized the opportunity while her sword body was dormant to exchange for the sudden wind instant kill sword in preparation for her training. Nevertheless, as a disciple of the Wind Control Hall, even if she had not practiced the sudden wind instant kill sword, she had witnessed her fellow disciples employing it. The move that Su Cheng had just executed was the ultimate technique of the sudden wind instant kill sword, known as the 1,000-mile instant kill. She could discern that Su Cheng's execution was as proficient as that of her peers. Meanwhile, Shang Wan gazed at Su Cheng with astonishment. In his youth, he too was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace and later became the city lord of Lingyuan City upon the palace's assignment. Naturally, he recognized the sudden wind instant kill sword. The fact that Su Cheng, not yet a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace, had managed to defeat Wang Jingming using this technique was utterly unexpected. After a long pause, he declared with a booming voice, "Enough. The victor is clear." Su Cheng wins. On the field, Wang Jingming wore an expression of anguish, humiliation, and resentment. He had never anticipated losing to Su Cheng, let alone being vanquished in a single strike. Had this been a real battle, he would have been dead. After a prolonged silence, Wang Jingming glared at Su Cheng, his voice low and menacing. "You are not even a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Palace. How could you possibly have mastered the sudden wind instant kill sword? Someone must have taught it to you. You, who rely on a woman to achieve victory, can hardly be deemed a winner. This match does not count." Chapter 48. Accusation against you. Originally, Wang Jingming planned to humiliate Su Cheng thoroughly in this sword competition, to vent the grievances he had previously endured and to ensure Su Cheng lost all face. Yet, he never imagined that he would be unable to withstand even a single move from Su Cheng, resulting in his own disgrace. On the other side, upon hearing Wang Jingming's words, Su Cheng couldn't help but feel amused. He replied, "I defeated you using my own sword. Why should it not count?" Wang Jingming glared at Su Cheng and retorted, "With your own strength, how could you possibly defeat me?" As he spoke, his gaze swept towards Xianxia, standing off the field. "If it were not for my master and the teachings of my senior sister regarding the swift wind instant kill sword, you would not stand a chance against me." Although the swift wind instant kill sword was indeed bestowed upon Su Cheng by Xianxia, she never imparted any techniques to him. Nonetheless, Su Cheng chose not to argue, instead responding with a smile. "Could it be that your swordsmanship was not taught to you by another?" Wang Jingming was momentarily rendered speechless by the question and retorted, "Senior sister must have not only taught you the swift wind instant kill sword, but also how to counter my 7 stars breaking heaven sword." Wang Jingming believed that Su Cheng, relying solely on his own abilities, would never be able to withstand his 7 stars breaking heaven sword. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Su Cheng possessed the Tsang Yuan sword diagram. After practicing sword techniques from the Tsang Yuan sword diagram, Su Cheng's comprehension of swordsmanship deepened profoundly. Even though he had never practiced the 7 stars breaking heaven sword, he could faintly discern the flaws in Wan Jingming's swordplay. Just as Su Cheng was about to speak, Xianxia interjected from the audience. Wan Jingming, do not speak nonsense. I have not taught Su Cheng anything. Although she had contemplated teaching Su Cheng some sword techniques, he had not afforded her the opportunity. Now, she felt there was no necessity to do so. In truth, even if she had wished to teach him, she would be incapable of imparting the 7 stars breaking heaven sword, as she had yet to practice it herself. Xianxia's words left Wan Jingming hesitant to retort. At this moment, the host, Shang Wanhu, felt it was time to intervene. He stated, "All right, is settled. The victor has been determined. Su Xianxia, Wan Xianxia, you may step down." Su Cheng turned calmly, intending to leave the stage. Wan Jingming, however, called out, "Do not leave. I declare that the previous bout does not count. Let's fight again." He then looked toward Shang Wanhu and added, "Uncle Shangwan, it was my mistake earlier. I was unprepared. I hope Uncle Shangwan can grant me another opportunity." Shang Wanhu's expression hardened, and he replied coolly, "A loss is a loss, regardless of the circumstances. Furthermore, this is no great matter. Life is full of victories and defeats." While the principle held true, Wan Jingming could hardly accept losing to Su Cheng. As he observed Su Cheng about to leave the stage, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and his gaze gleamed with malice. "Su Cheng, you are in for a misfortune. If you do not agree to fight me again, upon my return to the Heavenly Sword Hall, I will immediately report you." Su Cheng turned to face Wan Jingming, his expression one of resignation. Did this young master truly believe he could summon authority like a child calling upon a parent when faced with defeat? He chuckled. "Pray tell, what do you intend to report me for? Are you going to accuse me simply because you were unable to defeat me?" Wan Jingming replied with a cold smirk. "Humph. Su Cheng, do not become too complacent. Do you realize that you have committed an exceedingly grave offense?" Su Cheng remained silent, intrigued to hear what charge Wan Jingming would concoct against him. Wan Jingming cast a sidelong glance at Su Cheng, a hint of a sardonic smile flickering in his eyes. "You may not realize this," he remarked. "Though you possess the Kunying sword, you are not a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Furthermore, you dare to secretly learn the sword technique known as the Xianxia sword. Stealing martial arts techniques is a grave taboo among warriors. The fact that you have pilfered from our Heavenly Sword Pavilion makes your transgression even more heinous." Wan Jingming let out a cold chuckle, a fierce glint flashing in his gaze. "If I were to report this matter to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, you can surely imagine the consequences awaiting you, can't you? If you are uncertain, allow me to enlighten you. You would be stripped of all your martial prowess, and your family would also be implicated." Just as Su Cheng was about to respond, Shang Wanhu interjected, his voice low and steady. "Young Master Wan, your antics have gone on long enough. Su Xianxia is already a designated disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Whether or not he has stolen the Xianxia sword is not your concern. This matter shall be resolved upon our arrival at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion." However, Wan Jingming laughed heartily. "Shang Wan Shu, are you attempting to shield him? I would advise you. It would be unwise to involve yourself in such affairs." Shang Wan, who retorted coolly, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Wan Jingming replied, "I would not dare to presume, merely offering a word of caution. If you would grant me another opportunity to duel with Su Cheng, I could easily feign ignorance of this incident." Shang Wanhu's brow furrowed. Wan Jingming's words were clearly an attempt to pressure him into forcing Su Cheng to face him once more. At that moment, Su Cheng, with an air of indifference, declared, "You lost, and thus are unworthy of another match with me. Furthermore, should you choose to report me to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, it matters not to me." He then turned to Xianxia, saying, "This Xianxia sword was given to me by her. If you intend to report me, you should first implicate her." Wan Jingming, initially perplexed by Su Cheng's audacity, suddenly recalled the circumstances upon hearing his words. Turning to Xianxia, he felt a pang of anxiety. To report her would be an act he would not dare consider. She was one of the most gifted disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, her standing far surpassing his own. Xianxia shot Su Cheng a glare. When she had gifted him the Xianxia sword, she had never anticipated this outcome. After all, Su Cheng was permitted only a month to observe. She had not believed he could master it in such a short span. Even with exceptional talent, one would typically require at least half a year to fully grasp such a technique. Naturally, even if Su Cheng were to succeed, she assumed it would be a month hence. By then, he would be a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and the matter of stealing would be rendered moot. Yet, She never imagined that she had bestowed this sword technique upon him in the morning, and by afternoon he had already mastered it. Upon whom shall this responsibility rest? Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? Xianxia glanced at Wang Jingming and remarked coolly, Wang Jingming, I shall not hinder your intent to report me to the Tianjin Hall. The occurrence has transpired, and, as the one who imparted the sword technique, she does not seek to evade accountability. Her words, however, startled Wang Jingming, who replied, How could I dare to report my senior sister? With that, he turned his gaze back to Su Cheng, his expression twisted with malice, declaring, I only know that Su Cheng has illicitly learned the sword technique. Beyond that, I am unaware. Su Cheng could not help but smirk inwardly. Wang Jingming truly was a coward who bullied the weak, mistaking him for an easy target. He retorted, Then go ahead and report me. Su Cheng felt no trepidation. Having learned the technique, could he truly forget it? At that moment, Shangguan who intervened, stating, Enough. Today's matters are concluded. Regardless of who wishes to propose to Yao Yao, please return another day. Upon hearing Shangguan whose dismissal, everyone recognized his desire to halt the progression of events. Wang Jingming declared, Then I shall take my leave. I will return another day to propose to Sister Shangguan. He then cast a murderous glance at Su Cheng, saying, Su Cheng, I shall remember what transpired today. I will repay you tenfold. None of you from the Su family will escape. With a flourish of his sleeve, he gathered his companions and departed with the bridal gifts. Having thwarted Wang Jingming's proposal to Shangguan Yao, Su Cheng had fulfilled his task. He addressed Shangguan Hu, saying, City Lord Shangguan, I too must take my leave. Just as he was about to exit, Shangguan Hu called him back, stating, Young Master Su Cheng, hold on. I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 49, New Developments at Dragon God Island. The leader of the Absolute Silence Hall. Su Cheng looked at Shangguan Hu with a puzzled expression, asking, What further matters does City Lord Shangguan wish to discuss with me? Shangguan Hu surveyed Su Cheng, Shangguan Yao, and Xianxia, saying, Come closer. I have something significant to share with you. The three exchanged curious glances directed at Shangguan Hu. He continued, You have not forgotten the task you previously undertook, have you? I have now uncovered the latest movements of the disciples from the Wan Shi Demon Island. They are active on Dragon God Island, which lies 100 miles from the coast of Linyuan City. Su Cheng's heart stirred at this revelation. The information he acquired from the steward he had slain in the Yang family was also connected to Dragon God Island. Shangguan Hu added this time, The Tianjin Hall has sent me a message via the Swift Sound Sword, urging me to intercept them upon the island. He then looked at Su Cheng and stated thus, Young Master Su Cheng, I require your family's assistance. Su Cheng, unsure of Shangguan Hu's true intentions, cautiously inquired, Our Su family is rather weak. I am uncertain how we could assist the city lord. Shangguan Hu replied, Su Chengshin's nephew, you are being overly formal. I have already considered you as part of our family. How can we, as a family, speak as if we were strangers? Su Cheng could not help but feel speechless. His relationship with Shangguan Yao was fabricated, yet the elder Shangguan remained blissfully unaware of this reality. Could it be that his earlier display had been so remarkable that the elder Shangguan genuinely regarded him as a potential son-in-law? Even Shangguan Yao, standing beside him, felt a twinge of embarrassment at her father's words and offered Su Cheng a faint smile. After all, Su Cheng's sole mission was to thwart Wang Jingming's proposal to Shangguan Yao. With the matter seemingly resolved, he did not mind clarifying the situation. Just as he prepared to speak, Shangguan Hu observed his silence and added, Do you believe that our Shangguan family is unworthy of your Su family? Or perhaps the reverse? Rest assured, I have always held you in high esteem. You have consistently been my top choice for son-in-law. Su Cheng gazed at the elder Shangguan, realizing the absurdity of his claims. He had barely begun his cultivation. How could he possibly be the elder's esteemed choice for son-in-law? Shangguan Hu continued, I hereby announce my approval of your union with Yao Yao. Shangguan Yao could not help but step forward, her face flushed, exclaiming, Father, what nonsense are you spouting? She was uncertain whether to reveal the truth. However, Shangguan Hu, mistaking her embarrassment, insisted, If your father has consented to your marriage, why do you speak to me in such a manner? Truly, a daughter cannot remain at home for long. Beside them, Su Cheng wore an expression of disbelief. This misunderstanding seemed to be deepening. Shangguan Hu turned to Su Cheng and inquired, Su Cheng, my esteemed son-in-law, do you not truly love one another? Why the long faces? Su Cheng awkwardly smiled. Then I must thank Lord Shangguan for your kind approval. Since we are already pretending, we might as well go all the way. In any case, It won't be long before I depart from Linyuan City for the Heavenly Sword sect. Eventually, this matter will resolve itself. However, Shangwan Hu pressed, do you still refer to me as Lord? Surely you cannot address me as such. Su Cheng shot a glance at the elder Shangwan. Could he really call him father? That was simply beyond him. Yet, Shangwan Yao stepped forward again, sweetly saying, Father. Isn't that a bit premature? Shangwan Hu, puffing out his cheeks in indignation, retorted, how can it be too soon? I shall soon have this matter proclaimed throughout the city, so that all will know. Our Shangwan family and Su family are not only allies in defense, but also kin by marriage. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded, staring at Su Cheng and Shangwan Yao. Hadn't they agreed to act? Why were they blurring the lines between pretense and reality? Shangwan Hu continued, esteemed son-in-law, where were we? I require your Su family's assistance this time, correct? Have you heard the whispers in Linyuan City, claiming that I, Shangwan Hu, am exceptionally cunning? Thus, one might speculate that this could be an underhanded ploy against your esteemed Su family. Su Cheng smiled faintly within, well aware of your profound scheming in Linyuan City. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead saying, as a junior, I am unaware of the Lord's reputation. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Hu chuckled awkwardly and responded, haha, I shall not engage in banter with you any longer. Let us return to the matter at hand. This mission will significantly elevate both the Shangwan and Su family standings. The recent actions of the Wanshi Demon Island on Longshan Island have been nothing short of astonishing, even alarming the prominent figures of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Master Qi of the Absolute Silence Hall will personally arrive in Linyuan City to thwart the followers of Wanshi Demon Island on Longshan Island. At this revelation, both Shangwan Yao and Xianxia were momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be so remarkable that even the Hall Master of the Heavenly Sword Hall would intervene personally? It is worth noting that the Heavenly Sword Hall comprises 10 halls and 10 masters, all possessing formidable cultivation, making them the most powerful figures beneath the Hall Master. Indeed, one could assert that if a ranking of the most powerful individuals in the Eastern region were to be compiled, they would undoubtedly feature prominently. As a member of the Absolute Silence Hall, Shangwan Yao, with a look of surprise, inquired, Father, is this true? Even our master is coming here? Shangwan Hu nodded affirmatively, stating, how could this be a falsehood? This matter is of great significance. Thus, our task is to proceed to Longshan Island and intercept those followers of Wanshi Demon Island before Master Qi arrives. With that, he turned his gaze towards Su Cheng and added, Su Cheng, our mission is merely to impede their escape from Longshan Island. Once Master Qi arrives, he will personally handle them. Rest assured, it shall not be overly perilous. Upon the successful completion of this endeavor, the Heavenly Sword Hall will bestow rewards based on merit. And our two families, having contributed the most, will naturally receive the greatest accolades. In due time, only our two families will flourish in Linyuan City. Or rather, it shall be solely our family. Observing Shangwan Hu's demeanor, Su Cheng secretly felt that this matter was far from simple. In the distant sky, a colossal golden rock soared swiftly through the clouds, its destination being Linyuan City. Upon its back stood a wiry old man with graying hair, accompanied by a young man and woman. The girl, approximately 16, was strikingly beautiful and graceful. She turned to her brother and asked, Brother, are we truly heading to Linyuan City? I hear it is the hometown of cousin Xianxia. Moreover, cousin Xianxia has already returned there. I wonder what it is like. The young man, around 19 or 20, stood tall and poised, his hands clasped behind him. With an air of arrogance, he replied, Linyuan City? Such a small settlement is merely a remote location. What significance could it possibly hold? The girl inquired further, by the way, brother, do you know why cousin Xianxia has returned to Linyuan City? The young man replied indifferently. I heard from my aunt that cousin Xianxia's exquisite sword body is currently in a closed state, as she is returning to Linyuan City to handle her marriage contract. The young girl couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, covering her mouth and exclaiming, Ah, so cousin Xianxia actually has a fiancé. No wonder so many prodigies in the Heavenly Sword Palace are pursuing her, yet she remains indifferent. I'm truly curious about what kind of fiancé could maintain such aloofness from our talented cousin for so many years. The young boy scoffed softly and said, Ting Jing, you may not know this, but cousin Xianxia has returned to Linyuan City to break off her engagement. The girl's expression shifted to one of disappointment, but then she smiled, a hint of schadenfreude evident in her grin. So it's like that. I thought her fiancé would be quite exceptional. I was eager to catch a glimpse of him. The boy added, Such a person is not worth your attention. I heard from my aunt that Xianxia's fiancé is a waste who, even at the age of 16, is unable to cultivate. How could such a useless person have any connection with Xianxia? Chapter 50. The Underground Palace of Dragon God, Island. Upon returning home, Xianxia was greeted by her mother, Lu Cheng, with a beaming smile. Xianxia, you have finally returned. I have good news to share with you. Curious about her mother's cheerful demeanor, Xianxia inquired, Mother, what is the good news? Lu Cheng replied, Your cousin Xinyu and cousin Tingjing are coming to Lingyuan City to see you. I heard they will arrive in 2 days. Xianxia frowned slightly and asked, Lu Tingjing? What is she coming here for? Lu Cheng lightly scolded her, saying, My dear child, how can you speak of your cousin in such a manner? She is making a special trip to see you, and you're not pleased? Xianxia made a face, but said nothing. In truth, she was not particularly fond of this cousin, as they were of similar age and both exceptionally gifted, often leading to comparisons between them. Overall, they simply did not get along well. The mere thought of her visiting made sure Xianxia suspect ulterior motives. Lu Cheng continued, Actually, your cousin Xinyu and cousin Tingjing are coming to Lingyuan City for a purpose. They are accompanying Master Qi from the Jueshi Hall. It is said they have urgent matters to attend to. Sure, Xianxia nodded gently, having already heard about this from Guardian Shangwan. Suddenly, she asked Mother, Is this good news you mentioned merely this? Lu Cheng smiled and said, Of course, it is not just this. I have also informed your cousins about your relationship with that Su Cheng boy. Sure, Xianxia gasped in shock. Mother, why did you tell others about this? She could already envision the triumphant expression on her cousin's face upon learning of her fiancé, especially since he was someone like Su Cheng, who had mediocre talents. Did you not always wish to prevent Su Cheng from going to the Heavenly Sword Palace? Xinyu has informed me that he will handle this matter on your behalf. Sure, Xianxia fell silent for a moment, a loss for words. In truth, after spending time with Su Cheng recently, her impression of him had changed slightly. Moreover, after breaking off their engagement, their relationship had practically ceased to exist. They were no longer bound by any ties. Additionally, the Kunying sword now wholly belonged to Su Cheng, rendering their family powerless to intervene. Lu Cheng cast a puzzled glance at Xianxia and said, Xinyu has assured me that he will never allow Su Cheng to reach the Heavenly Sword Palace. If others were to learn that Su Cheng is your fiancé, it would not only tarnish your reputation, but also bring disgrace to our Shi family and further insult the Lu family. Rest assured, your grandfather's Lu family is a prominent clan in Tianyuan City, and your cousin possesses ample means to prevent Su Cheng from going there. Xianxia let out a gentle sigh and replied, Mother, I think we should refrain from indulging in this matter concerning Su Cheng. Is there no other way? Seeing her daughter less elated than expected, Lu Cheng reassured her, Dear daughter, do not fear. Your cousin has given me his word that Su Cheng will definitely not reach the Heavenly Sword Palace. The Zhongyuan sword diagram, which I have been studying for an extended period, has deepened my understanding of the swordsmanship. Since returning from the Lord's mansion, Su Cheng has devoted himself to practicing the Sufeng instant kill sword within the Zhongyuan sword diagram over the past 2 days. During his previous visit to the Lord's mansion, due to time constraints, he had only learned one technique from the Sufeng instant kill sword, the 1,000-mile instant kill. However, with more time at his disposal now, he has finally mastered the entirety of the Sufeng instant kill sword. He could sense the immense power of this sword technique, which was exceptionally suited for combat. Moreover, Su Cheng discovered a delightful change. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged stay in the Zhongyuan sword diagram, but he realized his understanding of swordsmanship was growing increasingly profound. Aside from his martial training, Su Cheng had not neglected his other studies. During this time, he delved deeper into the 3 major inheritances of the Tianxian Sutra, the Tianjiao Dan book, the Zhizhuan medical book, and the insightful space technique. Among them, he found the eye technique recorded in the Zhizhuan medical book, the Tai Su Chi Huang eye, to be particularly fascinating. Now, his Tai Su Chi Huang eye had evolved to the point of perceiving through barriers, allowing him to see clearly across vast distances, even discerning minute details as if they were right before him. In fact, he could even faintly perceive things invisible to the naked eye, such as a person's soul and aura. I once believed the Tai Su Chi Huang I was solely for healing, but it turns out to be so powerful. Su Cheng felt a surge of astonishment within. Just as he was about to step outside, there was a gentle knock on the door. Xiao Wu entered and addressed him. Young master, a messenger from Lord Shangwan has come to summon you. Su Cheng nodded gently and remarked, Very well. Last time, The old man Shangwan mentioned he would soon embark for Dragon God Island. Could it be that the journey is upon us today? After a moment of contemplation, Su Cheng stepped outside. Upon arriving at the Lord's manor, Su Cheng beheld Lord Shangwan seated at the head of the grand hall, with Shangwan Yao quietly standing beside him. Upon noticing Su Cheng, Shangwan Yao offered a faint smile. Lord Shangwan then spoke, "My esteemed son-in-law, you have finally arrived. Su Cheng Yingwei. May I ask what business Lord Shangwan has with me?" Lord Shangwan replied, "This undertaking will primarily be led by our two families, so I shall speak candidly. Yao Yao, please present that item." Shangwan Yao nodded softly and unveiled a black cloth, revealing a robust azure dragon, roughly the size of a forearm. Su Cheng gazed in astonishment at the dragon and queried, "What is this?" Lord Shangwan explained, "You have likely heard of the secrets surrounding treasures on Dragon God Island. In truth, our investigations have uncovered a remarkably intricate underground city beneath the island." Su Cheng, having never encountered such information, felt a surge of skepticism and asked, "Then how does this item relate to the underground palace on Dragon God Island?" Lord Shangwan chuckled. "It is indeed connected. This object is, in fact, the key to entering the underground palace." Su Cheng continued, "So our expedition to Dragon God Island is to access the underground palace? I recall you mentioned previously that our mission was to thwart the disciples of the island of 10,000 corpses." Lord Shangwan responded with a smile. "We must prevent them from succeeding while simultaneously gaining entry ourselves." Su Cheng, perplexed, questioned, "If we do not go, would that not suffice to stop them? They too must be drawn to the underground palace, correct? Our presence would merely provide them with a key." Lord Shangwan laughed heartily. "My astute son-in-law, your cleverness is indeed remarkable. However, you are mistaken. The underground palace of Dragon God Island possesses more than one entrance. This is merely one key among many. Recently, the individuals from the island of 10,000 corpses have acquired another key." After a brief pause, Lord Shangwan added, "In truth, had they not discovered an additional key, we could have taken our time. However, since they have, we must hasten our departure." Su Cheng, compelled by curiosity, inquired, "So, when Yao Yao returned from the Sword Heaven Pavilion, those from the island of 10,000 corpses attacked her for this key, but they have now located a new entrance?" Lord Shangwan affirmed, "Precisely. Thus, we must set forth immediately." Su Cheng then posed another question. "What lies within the underground palace remains a mystery to all. No one knows what it is," Shangwan who remarked, shaking his head. He then cast a glance at Su Cheng and added, "Given your current state of weakness, you should focus on enhancing your cultivation before venturing to the Dragon God Island." Su Cheng nodded gently. Indeed, his realm was merely at the pinnacle of the yellow rank. However, endowed with the evolved Yin-Yang divine body, his true capabilities rendered him unafraid of any mid-tier Xian rank adversary. Shangwan who assessed Su Cheng and stated, "You should strive to reach the Xian rank during this period. You may cultivate within the City Lord's Mansion, which houses not only the empty mirror sword pool, but also the Spirit Hill Chi Forest, both conducive to expedited cultivation. It is imperative that you ascend to the Xian rank before then. Should you require any cultivation materials, feel free to consult Yao Yao." Su Cheng nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, City Lord Shangwan." At last, this elder had provided him with tangible support rather than mere empty promises. With a smile, Shangwan who replied, "We are family, so there is no need for formality." Suddenly, Su Cheng recalled something and retrieved a scroll from his robes, presenting it to Shangwan Hu. "City Lord Shangwan, this is something I acquired from an attendant of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island. Perhaps you would like to examine it." The scroll contained a list of traders within Lingyuan City that Su Cheng had confiscated from the aforementioned attendant. Shangwan Hu accepted the scroll and, upon perusing its contents, his expression turned notably complex. "I had no idea there were so many infiltrators within Lingyuan City." He decided to keep the information for himself. Su Cheng Yingwei. "City Lord Shangwan, how do you intend to handle these individuals?" "Dear son-in-law," Shangwan Hu replied, "do not make this public. For now, focus on your cultivation. I have my methods to deal with them and will capture them all." Su Cheng nodded with confidence in Shangwan Hu's capabilities. The elder then turned to Shangwan Yao Yao and instructed, "Yao Yao, please escort Su Cheng to his training. Fulfill any of his needs to the best of your ability. I must also prepare for the upcoming matters." Shangwan Yao Yao led Su Cheng to the Spirit Hill Chi Forest within the City Lord's Mansion, where the concentration of spiritual energy was several times, if not a dozen times, greater than that found outside. Cultivating here would significantly accelerate his progress. Su Cheng had chosen this location due to his yin-yang divine body, which possessed 2 dantians and 2 sets of martial veins, thus requiring a greater abundance of spiritual energy. Training here would yield remarkable results. Upon arriving, Shangguan Yaoyao opened the entrance to the Spirit Hill Chief Forest and said, Su Cheng, as you enter to cultivate, you must exercise caution. Do not be overly greedy in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, should your meridians prove inadequate to withstand it. The consequences could be dire. Many have suffered harm to their bodies in the Chi Forest due to their avarice. Su Cheng smiled fondly, eschewing. There is no need for concern. Even if my bright and dark divine body has not yet evolved, I can freely absorb the spiritual energy within the Chi Forest. Moreover, now that both my dantians have transformed into Chi Seas, I even wonder if the energy here will suffice for my needs. After ushering Su Cheng inside, Shangguan Yao returned to the hall. She inquired of Shangguan who, Father, I have sent Su Cheng to the Spirit Hill Chi Forest. He is currently cultivating. What shall we do next? Shangguan, who held the letter that Su Cheng had given him, pondering deeply. Suddenly, a surge of formidable true energy erupted from his palm, incinerating the letter into ashes. He spoke solemnly, summon the members of our clan. Lingyuan City, Su family. In a dark corner, 2 shadows whispered furtively. An aged voice remarked, Young Master Su, you must have heard that Su Cheng has now allied with the Shangguan family through marriage. Moreover, Old Shangguan has just announced that several families are to head to Dragon God Island, and your Su family is among them. A younger voice retorted angrily, Since it is Su Cheng who is marrying into the Shangguan family, let him face his demise alone. It has nothing to do with me. I will not be going. If he wishes to represent the Su family with such grandeur, he can go by himself. The old voice chuckled indeed. Our master merely intends to act swiftly in light of Su Cheng's absence from home. Once these families set sail tomorrow, we shall move immediately. In Lingyuan City, the Chun family. Wan Jingming stood in the Chun family hall, accompanied by 4 disciples from the Heavenly Sword Palace whom he had brought from Jianxiao City. One disciple remarked, Senior brother Wan, that brat Su Cheng dared to ruin your engagement. Shall we not teach him a lesson? Wan Jingming replied coldly, A lesson is indeed warranted. That wretch has even taken residence in the city lord's manor. Clenching his fists, he added, furthermore, that old Shangguan has tricked me. Just days ago, he announced Su Cheng as his son-in-law. I shall ensure that both the Su and Shangguan families pay dearly for this. Another disciple interjected. I have heard that old Shangguan is about to set sail for Dragon God Island, and many families from Lingyuan City will accompany him, including the brat Su Cheng. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Wan Jingming's eyes as he stated, I have also heard of this matter. Let's prepare thoroughly and stealthily trail behind them. On this journey to the sea, we shall undoubtedly cast that scoundrel Su Cheng's lifeless body into the depths. Indeed, the 4 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall echoed in unison. As they spoke, Wan Jingming seemed to recall something, adding, By the way, that brat, through some stroke of fortune, has managed to acquire a spatial ring. When we capture him, we must force him to relinquish it. He must not be granted an easy demise. The 4 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall exchanged astonished glances, fully aware of the immense value of such a treasure as the spatial ring. However, how could it possibly belong to Su Cheng? Yet, Wan Jingming appeared earnest, prompting them to respond. Rest assured, senior brother, we will make that fellow kneel and present his spatial ring to you obediently. A sinister smile flickered across Wan Jingming's face as he declared, Once our mission is accomplished, I will ensure that my father elevates your families. Chapter 52. Entering the Underground Palace. At long last, I have ascended to the profound stage. Upon reopening his eyes in the Chi Forest, Su Cheng was filled with exhilaration. Having entered the profound stage, he felt an overwhelming surge of true energy coursing through him. With my current genuine strength, I wonder how many formidable opponents at the various tiers of the profound stage I could contend with? Su Cheng pondered while stretching his body. At that moment, Shangguan Yao suddenly appeared. Sensing the shift in Su Cheng's aura, she exclaimed with delight, Su Cheng, congratulations on reaching the profound stage. Suddenly, she glanced around and was taken aback to discover that the concentration of spiritual energy in the Chi Forest had diminished significantly. The mist of spiritual energy that once enveloped the forest had completely dissipated. Even the spiritual liquid and its essence that had coalesced on the stone platforms on either side had entirely evaporated, leaving not a single drop behind. The spiritual liquid and essence used by the city lord's mansion as rewards had primarily been derived from this very source. How could it have vanished entirely? A look of astonishment crossed Xianxia Yao's face. She was not lamenting the loss of the spiritual liquid and essence, but rather astounded that Su Cheng, at his level, could absorb such resources completely. How was this even possible? Such a vast quantity of spiritual liquid and essence would likely be beyond the capacity of even peak 9th-tier profound stage experts, or those on the brink of the Earth stage, to absorb within such a brief period. Of course, unbeknownst to her, if there had been enough spiritual liquid and essence, Su Cheng's yin-yang divine body could have absorbed even more. Su Cheng, oblivious to Xianxia Yao's thoughts, simply inquired, Yao, are we heading to Dragon God Island? Xianxia Yao nodded gently. Yes, my father and I have prepared everything. We shall set off now. At the harbor of Lingyuan City, adjacent to the sea, several grand ships set sail together. Su Cheng, along with Xianxia Yao's family and Xianxia, boarded the first of the great vessels. The vessels trailing behind were manned by members of other families from Lingyuan City. Su Cheng had not anticipated such a large contingent heading to Dragon God Island. Almost every prominent family from Lingyuan City had dispatched representatives. As dusk approached, Su Cheng stood on the deck, feeling the breeze, his expression serene as he gazed into the distance over the sea. Ever since his Tai Su Chi Huang eyes had evolved, his vision had become remarkably acute. Although they were still quite far from Dragon God Island, he could faintly discern its location. Why does this feel far more complex than it seems? What secrets lie within the underground palace of Dragon God Island? Su Cheng pondered silently. Suddenly, two graceful figures approached him quietly. They were Xianxia Yao and Xianxia. Xianxia Yao smiled at him, saying, Su Cheng, you will accompany Xianxia and me during this venture. Our adversaries are likely formidable, and our trio will ensure greater safety. Xianxia remained silent, her cool gaze fixed upon Su Cheng. Xianxia Yao had already informed her that Su Cheng had entered the Xian realm, which took Xianxia by surprise. She recalled their meeting just a few weeks prior when Su Cheng had yet to embark on his training journey. What secrets is he concealing? Xianxia mused, her beautiful eyes studying Su Cheng intently. All right, Su Cheng replied, sensing that this matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. After some time, as the fleet quietly docked, night had fully fallen. Following the crowd, Su Cheng disembarked. Nearly 100 individuals emerged from several large ships. Xianxia Hu surveyed the assembly and announced, shortly, our group will be divided into two teams based on age. The elder team will be led by me, the city lord. The younger team will be led by my daughter. I urge everyone to remain vigilant. This mission is of utmost importance. A voice from the crowd inquired, City Lord Xianxia, you must clarify our objectives. Another voice echoed, yes, your previous statements have been rather vague, making it difficult for us to proceed. Xianxia responded, our task is to prevent the disciples of the Wanshi Demon Island from entering the underground palace of Dragon God Island. In other words, if they manage to acquire anything from the palace, they must not be allowed to leave with it. Rest assured, although they are powerful, our reinforcements will arrive shortly. Despite their dissatisfaction, the crowd had no choice but to comply with Xianxia Hu's orders, as the matter was linked to the edict from the Heavenly Sword Hall, and no one dared to act carelessly. At this moment, Su Cheng realized that, apart from himself and Xianxia, the others were unaware that the leader of the Absolute Silence Hall from the Heavenly Sword Hall would be personally coming. Suddenly, Su Cheng's keen senses detected several murderous gazes fixed upon him through the thick darkness of the night. He smirked inwardly, yet remained outwardly composed. At this moment, 6 shadowy figures stealthily followed behind the crowd, their movements suspicious and furtive. These figures were Wan Jingming, Chen Wu, and 4 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion accompanying Wan Jingming. Chen Wu cast a cold glare at Su Cheng and remarked to Wan Jingming, cousin, did you not hear the words of that old man just now? It seems that this brat, Su Cheng, is destined for demise. Wan Jingming also fixed his gaze upon Su Cheng, sneering, indeed. If he were to remain near the older, more formidable practitioners of Lingyuan City, it would be challenging for us to strike. However, with the young and the old acting separately, Su Cheng is undoubtedly doomed. With our 6-person ensemble, who could possibly stand against us? Upon hearing this, Chen Wu's expression brightened with excitement, as thoughts of avenging his earlier defeat against Su Cheng ignited a fervor within him. Wan Jingming coldly instructed, keep a close watch on that brat. Once he separates, we shall seize the opportunity to act. The grand procession arrived at a colossal stone gate. Due to the perilous surroundings, Longshan Island saw few visitors. Even close to Lingyuan City, this was the first visit from many to Longshan Island. Upon sighting the enormous stone gate, the crowd was taken aback. One individual inquired, "Lord Shangwan, such a massive stone gate cannot be forcibly opened with our cultivation levels." "Can't?" Shangwan Hoodoo replied. "That is indeed the case, but I possess the key." Before he could finish, a chilling, sharp laughter echoed from afar. "Humph. Shangwan Hoodoo, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Soon, dozens of individuals clad in black robes and adorned with various masks emerged from the shadows. These were all members of the Wanshur Demon Islands faction. The sudden appearance of so many practitioners from Wanshur Demon Island startled the crowd from Lingyuan City. However, Shangwan Hoodoo's brow furrowed as he questioned, "Did you not enter the underground palace from another direction? How did you know I would come here?" The black-clad figure with the golden mask responded, "Shangwan Hoodoo, cease your pretense. You and I each possess a key, but this stone gate can only be opened with both keys together. Since you have arrived, it is time to present your key." Shangwan Hoodoo turned to Shangwan Yao and said, "Yao Yao, safeguard the key." Shangwan Yao tightly clutched the dragon-shaped key wrapped in black cloth and nodded. Then, Shangwan Hoodoo addressed the golden-masked figure, stating, "If you seek our key, I fear you lack the strength to claim it." Before he could finish, a sudden exclamation from Shangwan Yao pierced the tension. "Father, this is not good. The key seems to be vibrating." The crowd turned to Shangwan Yao, who was holding the object that was now shaking violently. Through the black cloth, a faint white light began to emanate. Suddenly, two resounding dragon roars erupted, deafening all present. In the embrace of Shangwan Yao, an object transformed into a magnificent white dragon, soaring skyward. Simultaneously, another white dragon ascended from the opposite side of the Wanshur Demon Island congregation. These two divine dragons, composed of radiant white light, spiraled and entwined in the air. After a resonant roar from each, they plunged into the colossal stone gate with fervor. The gate erupted in a dazzling display of white light, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the ground trembled violently. What is happening? Is the island sinking? Such intense vibrations. While the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, the grand doors slowly began to open. "Everyone, let's enter," Shangwan Hu exclaimed upon witnessing the gates ajar. Chapter 53. To say you cannot is to be unable. The assembly hesitated, gazing at the ominous entrance of the subterranean palace, none daring to be the first to venture inside. However, a figure clad in black with a golden mask spoke up. "Shangwan Hu, you cannot enter. Allow me to entertain you for a while." He then turned to a companion beside him, a figure in black adorned with a green mask, and respectfully proposed, "Young master, permit me to deal with these individuals while you seek what you desire." The one beside him, a tall and poised youth with an extraordinary demeanor, coldly instructed, "Deputy Master Chiu, you shall impede their passage." He then bellowed to those surrounding him, "You lot, accompany me inside." The green masked figure and several shadows vanished into the entrance of the underground palace in an instant. Seeing this, Shangwan Hu directed Shangwan Yao, "Yao Yao, take these youths and proceed inside. The rest of us shall remain and confront the followers of Wanshur Demon Island." After exchanging glances, Shangwan Yao, Su Cheng, and Xianxia surged into the underground chamber. The remaining youths, upon witnessing their entry, followed suit. "Let's go as well. We must keep pace with that lad, Su Cheng." Concealed in the shadows, Wan Jingming observed Su Cheng's disappearance and joined the throng entering the subterranean realm. Inside the palace, darkness enveloped them, and the group could only discern their surroundings through the faint glow of their vital energies. At that moment, Shangwan Yao ignited a torch and cautioned, "Everyone, exercise caution. Be wary of ambushes from the forces of Wanshur Demon Island. Should any situation arise, sound the alarm." After issuing her instructions, Shangwan Yao suddenly realized that Su Cheng, who had been by her and Xianxia's side, had vanished without a trace. She hastily turned to Xianxia, asking, "Xianxia, have you seen Su Cheng?" "Su Cheng?" Xianxia scanned the vicinity, failing to spot him, and frowned. "This Su Cheng. We had agreed he would stay close. Yet how could he get lost amidst all this? Truly unreliable." Shangwan Yao couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for Su Cheng. She remarked, "This underground palace seems exceedingly intricate, and those individuals from the island of 10,000 corpses are likely lurking in the shadows, poised to launch a surprise attack. I hope Su Cheng is safe." Meanwhile, Wan Jingming and Chen Wu, along with 4 others who had entered the underground palace, had wandered for quite some time without catching sight of Su Cheng. Moreover, the multitude of intersecting paths within the palace had left them utterly disoriented. Wan Jingming spoke coldly. Is that wretched brat hiding like a coward? Has he got a dog's nose to evade us? Dong Fan, who had previously been defeated by Su Cheng, was equally infuriated. This is outrageous, allowing that little scoundrel to slip away. This place is perfect for ending his life. No one would notice. Even Chen Wu displayed an anxious expression, having long envisioned delivering a severe beating to Su Cheng to reclaim his lost pride. However, it was disheartening that Su Cheng's shadow was nowhere to be found. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Jingming declared solemnly, "That kid is weak. He may very well be lost. We must continue our search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must locate him." Just as they were about to depart, a sudden, anguished scream pierced the air. Moments later, one of them collapsed to the ground, lifeless, without a sound. The remaining 5, upon witnessing their fallen comrade and the gaping hole in his forehead, turned pale with fear. Following a series of metallic clangs, they drew their swords from their sheaths. "Who is there? Step forward." Wan Jingming raised his weapon, scanning the surroundings with caution as he called out. "Didn't you all come looking for me? Why is it that upon my arrival, you seem so frightened? Is this what they mean by a dragon that terrifies its admirers?" A youthful figure gradually emerged from the shadows, revealing none other than Su Cheng. In truth, he had only recently entered the underground palace and had quietly concealed himself in the darkness, observing those who entered. Thanks to the significant evolution of his Tai, Su Chi Huang eyes, he even possessed the ability to perceive without sight. Although the underground palace was shrouded in darkness, it appeared no different to him than the brightness of day. Su Cheng was curious to discover who had been fixated on him, and to his surprise, it was Wan Jingming and his companions. He decided to follow them until they reached a secluded area, where he finally revealed himself. Upon spotting Su Cheng, Guan Hingmin, who had initially donned a cautious demeanor, suddenly broke into a broad grin. "You little rascal, I couldn't find you, yet here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep. Truly, when there is a path to paradise, you refuse to tread it, yet you seek entrance to hell." Su Cheng replied with a faint smile, "That sentiment is more fitting for you." Wan Jingming's gaze abruptly shifted, catching sight of the ring in Su Cheng's hand, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "Kid, I never expected you to possess the spatial ring and not have it with Shangguan Yao. I have long suspected that you are deliberately sabotaging my marriage. Let's make a deal. Kneel and bow your head to plead with me to accept your spatial ring, and I shall spare your life. You have slain one of my subordinates, which conveniently allows you to atone for your transgression. Once I have vented my anger, you may remain by my side to replace him, and I shall let bygones be bygones." Su Cheng chuckled. "Wan Jingming, have you lost your senses? Your calculations are admirable yet misguided." In truth, Su Cheng had not anticipated that Wan Jingming had been coveting his spatial ring all along. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Such an item was exceedingly precious. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, a chilling expression crossed Wan Jingming's face as he retorted, "So you refuse my proposal? I shall not allow you to die so easily." With a menacing glare, he gestured towards the corpse of the Tianjin temple disciple on the ground. His demeanor twisted with malice. "You have killed a disciple of the Tianjin temple. Your future is irrevocably doomed. I will capture you and hand you over to them. The Tianjin temple will strip you of your powers and imprison you in the dark dungeons, never to see the light of day again. Meanwhile, I shall reap both fame and fortune, perhaps even have the opportunity to eradicate your entire Su family." Su Cheng smirked. "Your imagination is quite vivid, yet regrettably, you shall not live to witness that day." At that moment, Chen Wu stepped forward, raising his hand to point at Su Cheng. "A mere trash who has even reached the Xian rank, and yet he thinks himself formidable for ambushing one of our own. Su Cheng, I have come to avenge that sword's grudge. Apologize to my cousin, or your fate will mirror his." Su Cheng turned to Chen Wu, shaking his head. "I had thought it was someone of worth. Turns out it is merely you, a defeated lackey. You are incapable of achieving anything." A flash of humiliation and fury crossed Chen Wu's face as he declared, "Soon, I shall make you wish for life and death." With that, he summoned his true energy and lunged towards Su Cheng. Although he was aware that he might not be able to defeat Su Cheng, he had numbers on his side and merely needed to lead the charge. Yet, Su Cheng met his advance with a serene smile, lightly waving his sword. A cold shadow of the blade flickered through the air. In the next instant, Chen Wu felt himself levitating, though only his head was lifted from his body. His head collided with the surrounding stone walls. You cannot be this powerful. Help me. In his final moments, he gazed at Su Cheng with resentment and despair before silence enveloped him. Su Cheng regarded Chen Wu with an expression of tranquility. I told you, you are incapable. Chapter 54. Continuous Slaughter. The onlookers were struck with astonishment at Su Cheng's swift and decisive execution of Chen Wu, their hands tightening around their swords. Wan Jingming's eyes gleamed with frost as he remarked, I told you this young man is exceedingly peculiar. He is also proficient in the sudden wind sword of the Wind Master Pavilion. As I previously suggested, eliminate him. No sooner had he spoken than the four of them dispersed and surrounded Su Cheng, exuding an imposing aura. Ever since he was defeated by Su Cheng using the sudden wind sword of the Shangwan family estate, Wan Jingming had kept this incident etched in his mind. To guard against any eventuality, he even informed several other disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall about it. Together, they resolved to employ the seven-star sword formation against Su Cheng. The seven-star sword formation is a formidable array from the heaven-severing sect, possessing immense power and countering many sword techniques. Moreover, it is profoundly intricate, evolving into various forms depending on the number of individuals composing the formation. Naturally, they had all practiced the seven-star sword formation, though only four remained now. Once the formation was established, it could even ensnare and slay formidable opponents at the advanced Xian level. After dispersing, the four drew their long swords and assumed different stances directed at Su Cheng. He turned to scan the surroundings and smirked coldly. It seems you are well prepared. Wan Jingming, with a glint of malice in his eyes, replied, Su Cheng, although you have secretly learned the sudden wind sword, it will be of no use. No matter how powerful a sword technique may be, it will be suppressed by our seven-star sword formation. Su Cheng casually remarked, we shall see. At that moment, a glimmer appeared in his palm, and a sword hilt materialized in his grasp. Channeling his spiritual energy, a resonant hum echoed as the end of the hilt unfurled like a tongue, revealing an illusory blade. This was the edge of the shadowless blade, transforming true essence into a lethal weapon. Upon stepping into the Xian tier, Su Cheng's strength had dramatically increased. Coupled with his enigmatic body, he was already exceptionally powerful, with his true essence being several times that of other practitioners of the same level. Now, having advanced, the illusory edge of the shadowless blade radiated an even deeper hue, emanating a chilling aura. Wan Jingming fixated on the shadowless blade, clearly unfamiliar with such an artifact. After a long pause, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes as he licked his lips, his face betraying murderous intent. Let us all attack together. Capture this little beast first. With that, he surged forward, sword raised, charging at Su Cheng. The other three also launched their assault simultaneously. The celestial pivot intersects. The star-locking moon. The shaking light, severing void. Su Cheng observed as their sword tips emitted dazzling points of light, hurtling towards him. Each of their strikes had a specific purpose. One aimed to shatter his vision, another sought to ensnare him and restrict his movements, while the last relentlessly harassed him with continuous swordplay. Each one played their role with precision. Meanwhile, Wan Jingming, positioned at the center of the formation, was responsible for the main assault on Su Cheng. This formation indeed appeared to have a certain significance. Su Cheng's brow furrowed slightly as he engaged with his opponents while contemplating his next move. Thousand Phantom Shadow. Suddenly, the shadowless and edgeless sword in his hand unleashed several streaks of dark, ethereal light. This dark light, imbued with unparalleled might, instantaneously sent these individuals reeling. As they regained their footing, they gazed at Su Cheng in astonishment. Even with their combined efforts forming a sword formation, it should have sufficed to ensnare typical high-level or even peak practitioners of the profound realm. How could Su Cheng possibly have shattered their sword technique? Could his true essence surpass theirs? Moreover, the sword technique Su Cheng had just employed was exceedingly peculiar and intricate, seemingly of a higher grade than their own 7 stars breaking the sky sword. Was it perhaps an earth-tier sword technique? While the others pondered this, Wan Jingming interjected, "Continue your assault, subdue this little beast, and allow me to finish him off." Initially, he had intended to capture Su Cheng alive. However, that notion had swiftly dissipated. Su Cheng was far too perilous. He must be eliminated at once. The others recognized the gravity of the situation and unleashed their sword techniques. encircling Su Cheng once more. Meanwhile, Wan Jingming raised his long sword high, swiftly etching a mysterious pattern in the air. Before long, an intricate star map materialized. The North Star encircled. With a flick of his sword, countless star points cascaded from the map, hurtling towards Su Cheng. A faint smile graced Su Cheng's lips as he positioned his sword before him to deflect the onslaught. The star-plucking technique. The myriad of luminous points were entirely absorbed by his illusory blade. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall were left dumbfounded, particularly Dongfan. He had previously believed Su Cheng's ability to intercept his sword energy was merely a stroke of luck. Little did he know that Su Cheng could truly achieve such feats. As astonishment spread across their faces, Su Cheng flicked the shadowless and edgeless sword backward with a flourish. Here, as a return gift for you. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, countless star points erupted from him, radiating outward in all directions. Upon striking the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall, they were instantly transformed into a sieve, blood gushing forth. The agonized cries of the trio echoed in the air. Do not fear. Press on. Wan Jingming's voice trembled as he urged the three. Yet, after speaking, he stealthily retreated a few steps, then turned and fled, disappearing into the obsidian corridors of the underground palace. The remaining three, already hesitant, upon witnessing Wan Jingming vanish, promptly scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in haste. Trying to escape. Su Cheng's brow furrowed as he propelled himself forward, vanishing from sight. Instantaneous slaughter. The tip of his sword was aimed directly at the trio. His speed was blinding, leaving behind numerous afterimages in his wake. Then came 3 piercing screams. The backs of the 3 were pierced by the illusory blade of Su Cheng's shadowless and edgeless sword. Casting but a cursory glance at the lifeless bodies of the Heavenly Sword Hall disciples, Su Cheng strode purposefully towards the exit. He had slaughtered numerous disciples of the Sword Hall, and naturally, he would not allow Wan Jingming to escape. At this moment, in the distant sky, a golden rock with a wingspan approaching 5 zhong soared swiftly. Brother, are we almost there? I am so eager to see my cousin and her husband. Lu Ting gently brushed her disheveled hair, her face alight with excitement. Lu Chen replied, I've already stated that good-for-nothing cannot be Xianxia's fiancé. Your cousin Xianxia would never favor him. I shall not allow such a worthless individual to be associated with our Lu family. Lu Ting looked at her brother, who wore a cold expression, and giggled. What if cousin truly likes her husband? You can't just break them apart, can you? Lu Chen's eyes sparkled momentarily as he coldly retorted, I will tell him that a toad cannot aspire to eat swan meat. While the two were conversing, the elder sitting at the front suddenly opened his eyes and calmly said, Chenyu, Ting Jing, we are nearly there. Please be quiet and prepare yourselves. Although the old man appeared aged and frail, his aura was strikingly sharp, akin to a finely honed sword. He sat in tranquil meditation, his expression serene. Yet he emanated an air of profound danger. He was Qi Changzhou, the master of the Sword Hall's Absolute Silence Hall, known as the One Sword Silence, who never required a second strike to kill. Lu Ting's beautiful eyes widened as she curiously inquired, Master, prepare for what? Are we not heading to Linyuan City first? Qi Changzhou replied indifferently, No, we shall go directly to the Divine Dragon Island. In the central hall of the underground palace of Divine Dragon Island, a youth wearing a green jade mask gazed coldly at Xianxia and Shangwan Yao, a mocking smile on his lips. The mask concealed only his eyes and cheeks, revealing a sharp chin, suggesting that he was a strikingly handsome young man. Chapter 55, Betrayal. Xianxia regarded the masked youth with a cold demeanor, declaring, Delusions. Do you truly believe you can defeat us? The youth in the green mask fixed his gaze on Xianxia, a flicker of fervor passing through his eyes as he replied with a smile. Miss, I have heard of you. The talented young lady of the Sword Hall's Wind Command Hall, Xianxia. I have heard you possess a Linglong sword body, and I find your pride quite appealing. However, none of you shall escape today. He paused for a moment before continuing ominously. Although the boundary currently protects you, the mechanisms within the hall have been deciphered by us. It is only a matter of time. Once the boundary dissipates, none of you will remain. As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, sending chills down the spines of those present. Even Xianxia and Shangwan Yao could not suppress their rising anxiety. Just moments ago they, along with other young masters and misses from Linyuan City, had inadvertently stumbled into the main hall of the underground palace. The main hall is remarkably spacious, adorned with luminous pearls that shine as brightly as day. However, they find themselves confined within a small quadrant of the hall. The floor of the main hall is divided into 64 sections, each separated by invisible barriers. Just as they are at a loss for what to do, they unexpectedly encounter a group from the One Corpse Demon Island, led by the young master. This group had already entered the Grand Hall, but is also trapped in a specific section. The two parties cannot meet at present. Yet the individuals from One Corpse Demon Island seem to have discerned a hint of the floor's pattern and are attempting to unravel it. At the center of the hall lies a continuously rotating innate Bagua diagram. By directing their genuine energy into different sections of the diagram, according to a specific rule, the barriers on the floor can either appear or disappear. At this moment, the people from One Corpse Demon Island are continuously channeling their genuine energy into the central innate Bagua diagram. Whoosh, whoosh. Streams of genuine energy are injected into the spinning diagram, causing the barriers in several sections of the hall's floor to simultaneously vanish or materialize. Xianxia and Shangwan Yao furrow their brows, observing the disciples of One Corpse Demon Island. If allowed to continue their probing, they would undoubtedly uncover the pattern. It is only a matter of time before the two sides collide. With this thought, Xianxia raised her delicate wrist, her two snow-white fingers uniting as she directed a stream of genuine energy toward the innate Bagua diagram. However, just as her energy was about to touch the diagram, a plume of dark energy, akin to thick fog, surged from the side, dissipating her energy. A young man in a green mask, hands crossed behind his back, spoke arrogantly. "Miss Shi, it is said that you possess strength at the 9th level of the Xian stage, perhaps even at its pinnacle, yet your energy appears so feeble. I find this quite surprising. Perhaps it is merely a reflection of my own strength, for I have already stepped into the pinnacle of the Xian stage and am now a half step into the Earth stage. At the tender age of 16, I have attained this power. One of you can be my wife, and the other my concubine. It would not be an injustice to you. I ask you once more, will you accept?" His cold gaze swept over the crowd, and he added, "As long as you nod your heads, I assure you no one shall be harmed." Upon feeling the young man's unabashed gaze upon her, Xianxia's starry eyes flared with anger, yet she remained silent. Indeed, she possessed strength at the pinnacle of the Xian stage, but currently, her Linglong sword body remains dormant, significantly diminishing her power to that of the mid to high levels of the Xian stage, approximately at the 7th or 8th levels. She turned to Shangwan Yao, saying, "Yao Yao, let us channel our genuine energy toward that innate Bagua diagram. We must not allow them to uncover the pattern." Shangwan Yao nodded gently, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The two of them then unleashed multiple streams of genuine energy towards the innate Bagua formation. However, none of their energy could breach the barrier established by the young man and the crimson-masked figure beside him. The young man sneered once more. "Your struggles are in vain. You now face two paths. Either submit to me and obediently become my wife, or remain in place and await the moment we dismantle this barrier, at which point you will still be my wife." Xianxia clenched her silver teeth, her face a mask of fury, poised to unleash her true energy once more. However, Shangwan Yao restrained her hand, saying, "Xianxia, conserve your true energy. Save it for the impending battle." Reluctantly, Xianxia retracted her true energy, well aware that among those from Linyuan City, she and Shangwan Yao possessed the greatest strength. If they were unable to influence the innate 8 trigrams diagram, it was futile for anyone else to attempt it. Rather than squander their energy aimlessly, it was wiser to retain it for the decisive confrontation. At that moment, a door in the grand hall swung open, and a figure burst in with great haste. It was Wan Jingming, his face etched with terror. He had been preoccupied with fleeing for his life and had stumbled into the hall. To his astonishment, he found Xianxia and Shangwan Yao within. "Senior sister Shi, junior sister Shangwan, save me. Su Cheng wants to kill me. He has already slain all 4 of my fellow disciples. Please help me," he implored, rushing toward the people of Linyuan City. However, due to the existence of the barrier, he was violently thrust back, crashing to the ground. Just as Wan Jingming attempted to rise, he felt a foot pinning his shoulder. The one who restrained him was a man donning a crimson mask, who yanked Wan Jingming off the ground and inquired, "Young master, how shall we proceed?" The young master cast a disinterested glance at Wan Jingming and simply uttered 3 words, "Kill him." He then turned his gaze toward Xianxia and Shangwan Yao, adding, torture him before killing him as a warning to the others. Wan Jingming's true energy was firmly suppressed by the masked man, and he was engulfed in sheer terror. He had thought he had escaped one peril only to fall into another. With a mournful expression, he pleaded, "Don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I am the son of the Lord of Sword-Tide City." The masked man remained unmoved, gripping Wan Jingming's head tightly. Yet the young master raised his hand, commanding, "Wait, let him finish speaking." Wan Jingming hastily bowed before the young master, saying, "Young master, if you spare my life, I will serve you without question." The young master regarded Wan Jingming with a cold smile, stating, "Sword-Tide City is a central stronghold. We could use someone to infiltrate the core of the Sky Sword Hall. You are indeed a suitable candidate. Take this pill." As he spoke, he offered Wan Jingming a pill. Before Wan Jingming could respond, the masked man forcefully pried open his mouth and administered the pill. Wan Jingming coughed several times and asked, "Young master, what kind of pill is this?" The young master replied nonchalantly, "It is the heart-eating demon pill. If you do not take the antidote after a period, your cultivation will gradually dissipate, and you will suffer excruciating pain as if thousands of ants were gnawing at your heart. Yet, there is no need for trepidation. As long as you obediently heed my commands and serve as my subordinate, all shall remain well." Wan Jingming hastily prostrated himself upon the ground, exclaiming, "I am willing to lay down my life for the young master." The young master's sharply defined chin traced an arc, yet he remained silent. It was the two women, Shi Xianxia and Shang Yao, who glared at Wan Jingming with indignation. Shi Xianxia exclaimed, "Wan Jingming, how dare you betray the heavenly sword hall and recognize a thief as your father?" Wan Jingming regarded the two women with a cold smirk, retorting, "Sister Shi, Sister Shangwan. You see, I am left with no choice. Besides, if no one speaks of this matter, who will ever know?" With that, he turned to the young master, respectfully inquiring, "Young master, how shall we deal with these individuals?" The young master responded with a frigid smile, "Except for those two women, eliminate them all." Upon hearing this, a flicker of light glinted in Wan Jingming's eyes. The young master continued, "Rest assured, I have heard that this mission is under the third decree of the Heavenly Sword Hall. I will ensure you are credited as the one who accomplished the greatest merit, facilitating your infiltration into the Heavenly Sword Hall. However, as a test of your loyalty, you must eliminate all of them." Wan Jingming laughed heartily, declaring, "These insignificant pests are but trifles for me to handle. If I cannot contend with the young master, Shi Xianxia or Su Cheng, how could I possibly falter against those young gentlemen of Lingyuan City?" He felt an overwhelming sense of elation. The perilous situation he faced had been miraculously transformed. It was truly a chance for survival. The prospect of being molded into a great hero only elevated his spirits further. Who would have thought I would emerge as the greatest victor? I shall seize an opportunity to use the young master and eliminate that brat Su Cheng. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Shang Yao turned to Wan Jingming, exclaiming, "Wan Jingming, have you lost your mind? Your family has received countless favors from the Heavenly Sword Hall. Instead of repaying them, you choose to betray. Do you have no conscience?" Wan Jingming looked at Shang Yao and coldly replied, "Sister Shangwan, no, Lady Shangwan, and you too, Lady Shi Xianxia, we are all in the same boat. Soon, you will find yourselves in my position. Let none speak of the other." He was not foolish, for he understood the young master's intent in retaining Shi Xianxia and Shang Yao. Observing Wan Jingming's adeptness, the young master could not help but smile faintly, saying, "If you perform well in the future, I shall not treat you unjustly." Wan Jingming flatteringly responded, "To receive the young master's recognition and favor is indeed a great fortune for Jingming." The spectators felt a chill run through them. Even Shi Xianxia and Shang Yao's fair faces turned pale, while the group of Lingyuan City youths behind them appeared ashen. They knew that even if they pledged their allegiance to the young master, their fate was sealed. With their humble status, they could only serve as sacrificial pawns. The young master observed that he had completely mastered the situation and called out to those beside him, urging them to hasten their efforts in dismantling the barriers. Just then, a great door of the hall was forcefully pushed open. A figure clad in black robes and wearing a white mask entered. It was none other than Su Cheng. As Su Cheng stepped into the hall, his gaze fell upon the multitude of individuals divided into two factions. Why are there so many people here? Have they acquired the treasures within the hall? Why has there been no conflict? Su Cheng scrutinized the interior once more and suddenly realized the truth. This place was ensnared within a primordial 8 trigrams formation, which explained everything. His bright pupils flickered as he activated the Tai Su Chi Huang Eye. Chapter 56, Dragon Shadow, Splitting Step. Just moments ago, while pursuing Wan Jingming, Su Cheng was taken aback by how swiftly Wan Jingming managed to flee. Given the complex layout of the underground palace, Su Cheng was compelled to abandon his pursuit for the time being and instead sought the Grand Hall. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what treasures lay within the Grand Hall that warranted such a significant mobilization from both the Heavenly Sword Hall and the Wan Corpse Demon Island. Fortunately, the steward he had slain previously possessed a communication map of the Dragon God Island. It was then that Su Cheng realized that this communication map was, in fact, a rudimentary map of the underground palace. However, it appeared to be an estimated version, riddled with inaccuracies. Nonetheless, the general location of the Grand Hall was still relatively precise. Following the map, Su Cheng arrived at the Grand Hall, only to be astonished by the number of individuals already present, including Wan Jingming. However, Su Cheng had no time to contemplate him. Having activated the Tai Su Chi Huang Eye, he uncovered the secrets within the hall. To his astonishment, a primordial 8 trigrams formation had been laid within the Grand Hall. This formation divided the entire hall into 64 sections, each separated by barriers. By channeling spiritual energy into the needle points of the primordial 8 trigrams diagram according to specific rules, one could manipulate the opening and closing of any barrier. Observing the members of the Wan Corpse Demon Island floundering about like headless flies in their futile attempts, Su Cheng could not help but smile inwardly. With their haphazard methods, they would exhaust their spiritual energy before ever deciphering the rules of the primordial 8 trigrams formation. The formation comprised 64 squares, each surrounded by 4 barriers, totaling hundreds of barriers. Moreover, the number of barriers that could be controlled at any given time varied. Without adhering to the correct rules, it was exceedingly difficult to accurately manipulate these barriers. However, Su Cheng had perused the introduction to this formation within the Tianxia Classic, which contained some straightforward rules for controlling the primordial 8 trigrams formation. Suddenly, Su Cheng channeled his true energy into his fingertips and, with a swift motion, raised his hand to unleash several streams of true energy toward the center of the primordial 8 trigrams diagram. After hearing a series of swift sounds, the illusory interface before him gradually dissipated. Su Cheng stepped into the square before him and raised his hand to unleash several streams of true energy, dispersing another barrier in his path. As he advanced, he directed his true energy into the 8 trigrams diagram at the formation's core. In no time, he had traversed 4 squares. The individuals from the Wan Corpse Demon Island were still frantically probing. Suddenly, they turned their attention towards Su Cheng. The young sect master glared coldly at him. Upon his arrival, judging by Su Cheng's attire, he initially presumed him to be an ally. However, he soon discerned the peculiarity in Su Cheng's demeanor. This person seemed to possess knowledge of the rules governing the 8 trigrams formation. Who is this young man? He abruptly inquired. The individuals beside him shook their heads in response. Su Cheng's mask was entirely different from theirs. Wan Jingming suddenly leaned closer and remarked, "Young master, this individual seems somewhat familiar. I've heard he is quite extraordinary. The last time at Xianxia Island, he appeared unexpectedly, turning the tide of battle. And he even possesses the antidote to the 7-colored bewildering smoke." In truth, Wan Jingming had never personally witnessed Su Cheng's true identity. Only those from Xianxia Island had seen him. Nevertheless, he had certainly heard accounts of him from others. The young sect master shifted his gaze and said, "So it is him? I have indeed heard whispers. Possessing the antidote to the 7-colored bewildering smoke, he must have a remarkable background. He could even be a formidable figure beyond the core forces of Wan Corpse Demon Island." With that, he called out to Su Cheng, "Esteemed friend, I am Che Chiyuan, the young master of the Xianxia sect. Since we are both travelers on this path, and you are acquainted with the method to unravel the innate 8 trigrams formation, I will be most grateful if you could assist me in breaking it. In return, I shall reward you with precious treasures. Who is your companion?" Su Cheng replied with a cold smile, remaining silent. His hand continued to direct streams of spiritual power toward the 8 trigrams diagram at the formation's core. Seeing that Su Cheng disregarded him, and recalling that he had previously aided the side of Lingyuan City, Che Chiyuan realized that Su Cheng was not aligned with Wan Corpse Demon Island. Furthermore, noticing Su Cheng drawing ever closer to the center of the main hall, he urgently instructed those around him, "Hurry, stop him." The several individuals clad in crimson masks and black garments instantly turned to confront Su Cheng. As Su Cheng released a stream of true energy, he heard several swift sounds. The true energy launched by the black-clad figures aimed to intercept his own, attempting to sever it. However, their energies merely splashed against his like droplets in the ocean, causing no ripples whatsoever. This young man, his aura seems weak, yet his true energy is remarkably potent. Che Chiyuan observed their inability to disrupt Su Cheng's true energy as he drew nearer to the center of the main hall. His brow furrowed in concern. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of realization sparkled in his eyes, and he commanded, quickly, continue to channel true energy into the 8 trigrams, disrupting its rhythm. The few individuals felt a sudden clarity within, simultaneously raising their heads to unleash several beams of true energy directed at the innate 8 trigrams. Observing this, Su Cheng let out a cold smile, thinking to himself, do you truly believe you can thwart me? With that, Su Cheng pinched his fingers and swiftly unleashed a barrage of true energy into the air. Akin to a rapid-fire cannon, his energy effortlessly scattered the true energy of those from the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island. The expressions of those hiding behind masks from the island instantly shifted dramatically. Notably, Che Chiyuan, who possessed peak Xian-level prowess and was a half-step into the Earth realm, found himself among the highest in cultivation present. Yet, even his true energy was easily dispelled by Su Cheng. He could scarcely fathom the extent of Su Cheng's strength. Could he truly be a genuine Earth-level powerhouse? As Su Cheng drew nearer to the center of the Grand Hall, he declared resolutely, unleash your true energy together, and eliminate him. The crowd instantly comprehended, turning to face Su Cheng, launching their true energy in unison. Even Wan Jingming was no exception. Despite the mysterious youth having saved his life, he still harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. After all, he was the only one who had appeared foolish upon the mission's completion. Without this enigmatic young man, it would have been a calamity for their entire team, rather than just himself. Most importantly, this mysterious youth had inadvertently allowed his opponent, Su Cheng, to gain a significant advantage. As the captain, having done nothing yet emerged unscathed, he had inexplicably completed the task. At that moment, a sharp cry echoed across the arena. Lecher, be cautious. Shi Shue and Shangwan Yao had long noticed Su Cheng's entrance. Both were filled with excitement, astonished to encounter the mysterious youth here. However, as Su Cheng was preoccupied with his own matters, they refrained from speaking to him. Now, witnessing the people from the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island unleashing their true energy at Su Cheng, their hearts raced with tension. Yet, Su Cheng merely smiled indifferently, raising his sleeve and gently sweeping it. A torrent of true energy erupted from his cuff, instantly dissipating the incoming attacks. At this juncture, he also became aware that Shi Shue and Shangwan Yao's group were still trapped within the 8 trigrams formation. He lifted his hand once more, firing several strands of true energy into the formation's core, the 8 trigrams. A series of resounding noises echoed as the barriers surrounding the squares where Lingyuan City's people stood, extending to the periphery of the Grand Hall, completely vanished. We are saved. Let us make haste. Thank you, my lord. The faces of the Lingyuan City individuals lit up with astonishment. It was nothing short of a miraculous escape. Especially those who had previously witnessed Su Cheng's display of might regarded him with even greater admiration. Shangwan Yao, seeing the path had opened, understood Su Cheng's intention and called out to the crowd, everyone, let us exit this formation. With that, she led them out. On the other side, the inhabitants of the island of 10,000 Corpses cast furious glances at Su Cheng, particularly Che Chiyuan, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fire. If Su Cheng were to reach the center of the Great Hall first and acquire the treasures within, while Shi Shue and Shangwan group had already fled, it would be akin to a complete loss, leaving them with nothing. After leading everyone away from the Bagua formation, Shangwan turned to Shi Shue and said, Shue, you should take them away. She then directed her gaze towards Su Cheng. Shi Shue also looked at Su Cheng and exclaimed, no, we cannot leave that lecher alone here. In truth, Shangwan thoughts mirrored those of Shi Shue. Although this mysterious youth possessed formidable true energy and appeared all-knowing, they sensed that his aura was not overwhelmingly powerful. He had rescued them, and naturally, they could not abandon him. Even the young gentlemen and ladies from Lingyuan City had no intention of fleeing at this moment. We will stay too. Yes, We will confront those from the island of 10,000 corpses. Su Cheng was taken aback by their resolve not to escape. Yet he chose to disregard them. There was little more he could do, and he was drawing ever closer to the center of the great hall. Once again, Su Cheng raised his hand and unleashed a surge of true energy, dissipating the final barrier. He then leaped into the center of the hall. Above the center of the hall, a colossal rotating Bagua diagram floated majestically. Beneath the diagram lay an immense stone platform, upon which 3 items were prominently displayed: a tome, a blueprint of uncertain material, and a massive beast's tooth. Su Cheng was the first to seize the tome closest to him. The cover bore several bold golden characters: Dragon Shadow, Shattering Step. A profound shock flickered across Su Cheng's expression. This was a technique of movement. Chapter 57, Defeat. Movement techniques are exceedingly precious and rare. Moreover, their practical effectiveness in battle, pursuit, ambush, and escape is immensely powerful. Each movement technique is worth far more than martial skills of the same grade, often surpassing even many more valuable cultivation methods. Due to the scarcity of movement techniques, even a yellow grade 1 can be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit crystals. In addition to their high value, movement techniques are notoriously difficult to master, requiring practitioners to possess exceptional comprehension. Su Cheng never anticipated that he would encounter a movement technique here. Furthermore, this one, called Dragon Shadow Shattering Step, appeared to be of considerable quality. As he opened the first page of the technique, he was greeted by a line that read, "Dragon Shadow Shattering Step, bestowed upon the Fated One." The Fated One? Was it referring to him? Su Cheng pondered, turning to the next page. This page bore yet another simple line: "Those who break this innate Bagua formation and enter this focal point shall be deemed the Fated One." It appears that I am indeed correct. A surge of joy filled Su Cheng's heart as he turned to the next page. But, to his astonishment, it was completely blank. As he pondered this, he rapidly flipped through the subsequent pages, only to find them all devoid of content. What could this mean? A trick? Su Cheng forced his mind, wondering if the owner of this identity possessed a peculiar sense of humor. He had mentioned bestowing it upon someone fated. My fortune lies in my heightened spiritual power, coupled with the Taizu Qi Huang Eye, which allowed me to discern the operational rules of this innate 8 trigrams formation. With this thought, Su Cheng's gaze intensified, transforming into the Taizu Qi Huang Eye. He concentrated his mental energy and once again turned the pages. At that moment, he discovered something extraordinary. The previously blank pages now revealed a series of small figures. Whether it was a trick of his eyes, he could not tell, but these figures seemed to be in constant motion, executing steps of remarkable intricacy. Could this be the cultivation method for the Dragon Shadow, splitting steps? Su Cheng felt a surge of excitement and became fully immersed in the imagery. However, unbeknownst to him, the instant he grasped the Dragon Shadow, splitting steps, all the barriers within the grand hall vanished. Even the 8 trigram diagram above ceased its rotation. Suddenly, the 8 trigram diagram expanded dramatically, enveloping the central area of the hall, including Su Cheng. Subsequently, 8 barriers slowly materialized, forming a regular octagon that completely enclosed the center of the hall. The abrupt disappearance of the barriers left everyone within the hall in shock. Che Chiyuan glanced in Su Cheng's direction, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. He pointed towards the group from Lingyuan City and coldly commanded, "You lot, go and eliminate everyone, sparing only those 2 women. The rest, come with me to deal with that brat and seize those treasures." In an instant, the forces of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island split into 2 factions, swiftly darting in different directions. Che Chiyuan initially intended to personally capture Xianxia and Shangguanyao. However, with Su Cheng having already obtained the treasures in the hall center, he no longer had the luxury of time. Failure to secure the treasures would mean failure in his mission. Not only would he face punishment, but his father would also suffer the consequences. Moreover, time was of the essence. Who knew what these treasures were? If they fell into someone else's hands, they could become lethal weapons. Furthermore, he believed that his subordinates were more than capable of capturing Xianxia and Shangguanyao. On the other hand, Wan Jingming beside him suddenly displayed a hint of hesitation, but it was fleeting. Quickly weighing the strengths of both sides and realizing he had no way out, Wan Jingming raised his sword and charged towards the people of Lingyuan City. "You lot, if I let you escape today, you won't live to see another day." Meanwhile, the individuals from Lingyuan City, witnessing the disappearance of the barriers, turned pale as death, especially those of lesser realms, upon witnessing the oncoming figures from the Wanshi Demon Isle, were rendered pale with fear. Shangguan Yao exclaimed in a delicate voice, "Everyone, quickly depart from this place." As she spoke, she and Xianxia drew their long swords, their expressions frosty as they gazed at the approaching assailants. A few braver disciples of Lingyuan City, despite recognizing their disadvantage, unsheathed their swords and confronted the threat with valor. However, some of the more timid ones had already fled outside. No one is allowed to escape. A young master from Lingyuan City, barely reaching the door, was pierced through the heart by Wan Jingming from behind. With a murderous glare, he addressed the others. "If you manage to escape today, how will I maintain my reputation in the future?" The disciples of Lingyuan City fell silent, intimidated by him. Wan Jingming, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th realm in the Xian stage, was far beyond their capabilities, as most had yet to reach the Xian stage. Seeing Wan Jingming, Shangguan Yao could not help but scold. "Wan Jingming, have you lost your mind? With such slaughter, there is no turning back." Wan Jingming coldly retorted, "Am I supposed to turn back now, Madam Young Master?" Just as Shangguan Yao intended to rebuke him further, she suddenly sensed a terrifying surge of true energy approaching her. "Miss, you should be more concerned about your own safety." Shangguan Yao evaded the oncoming force. In an instant, a figure clad in black with a crimson mask appeared beside her. Swish, swish, swish. Moments later, several more figures joined them, surrounding her and Xianxia. In total, there were 5 individuals, all wearing sinister crimson masks, encircling the two. One of them spoke, "Ladies, surrender obediently and become the wives of our young master. Everyone else is destined to die today. You may be spared. Do not struggle needlessly. Our young master would prefer not to see you harmed." Xianxia's cold visage flashed with anger as she replied icily, "Enough with the trivialities. If you wish to fight, then let us fight." With that, she swiftly swung her long sword, unleashing a fierce arc of sword energy that sliced through the air. Wind-driven, flying shadow sword. She then stepped forward with graceful strides, wielding her sword and charging at the assailants. Meanwhile, within the octagonal boundary, Su Cheng remained engrossed in the dragon shadow, splitting step. Outside the boundary, Qiqiyuan, accompanied by several masked figures in crimson, circled the barrier, searching for a way to breach it. After a thorough examination, they discovered that it was impossible to penetrate this boundary. Observing Su Cheng seemingly in a state of comprehension, Qiqiyuan grew frantic. "Let us unleash our true energy upon that brat." Suddenly, noticing that Su Cheng appeared utterly still, a cunning idea struck him. Those beside him simultaneously raised their palms and directed their true energy towards Su Cheng's location. However, the waves of energy merely created faint ripples upon the barrier, all absorbed by it. This boundary proved to be even more formidable than the previous one. "I refuse to believe that my true energy cannot penetrate." The heavenly demon technique. Qiqiyuan, in a state of urgency, emitted a furious roar. He raised his arms, and in an instant, dark energy surged from his body, coalescing above his head. "Taste my heavenly demon chi." He forcefully grasped a mass of black energy above him and hurled it towards the barrier. A brilliant ripple shimmered across the barrier. Remarkably, after most of Qiqiyuan's true energy was absorbed, a minuscule portion managed to breach the barrier. As this heavenly demon chi infiltrated the barrier, it began to spread ominously. Su Cheng was peacefully seated in meditation, seemingly immersed in the world within his mind. In reality, he was at a crucial juncture in comprehending the dragon shadow, splitting step. Any interruption would lead to a complete loss of progress. The heavenly demon chi, significantly weakened upon passing through the barrier, posed no threat to him. Sensing the encroaching dark energy, Su Cheng remained utterly still. Meanwhile, Qiqiyuan, witnessing the effectiveness of his heavenly demon chi, incessantly hurled more of it into the barrier. In no time, the interior of the barrier was engulfed in a dense shroud of dark energy. Lingxi Yufeng, the heavens in an instant. Celestial shadows graced the skies. On the other side, Xianxia relentlessly executed the wind manipulation and flying shadow sword technique. Collaborating with Shangguan Yao, they confronted 5 enforcers from the island of 10,000 corpses. Although Shangguan Yao's strength was significantly inferior to Xianxia's, her status as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and her training in the Annihilation Wind Slash endowed her with considerable combat prowess. Within just a few exchanges, she assisted Xianxia in eliminating all the enforcers. Witnessing this, Wang Jingming's face paled with fear. He dared not pursue the disciples of Linyuan City any longer and quietly retreated. However, Shue and Shangwan Yao's focus remained on the barrier in the center of the hall. At that moment, the barrier was already filled with dark energy, and Su Cheng was still calmly meditating. Outside, Yuan continued to hurl black energy into the barrier. This is bad. Noticing that Su Cheng seemed to be in danger, Shue gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You lecherous scoundrel! How can you still be so at ease in your cultivation at a time like this?" With that, she raised her elegant hand, directing her long sword at Yuan, and gracefully lunged forward. Her speed was astonishing, stirring up gusts of wind, her skirt billowing, and her flowing hair resembling a noble celestial descending into the mortal realm. At that moment, Yuan was entirely focused on Su Cheng and was completely oblivious to Shue. Even the enforcers beside him, due to their vastly inferior cultivation, failed to react in time. "Stop! Do not harm our young master." Just as Shue was about to pierce Yuan with her sword, a cloud of black mist suddenly surged in from outside the hall. With a resounding clang, the black mist collided with the long sword in Shue's hand, instantly diverting the tip of her blade. Even her entire being was compelled to veer towards another direction. Yuan, being a formidable half-step Earth Realm expert, swiftly grasped the situation. He abruptly turned his head, observing the lifeless bodies of several attendants on the ground, as well as the murderous intent emanating from his disciple, Shue. In that instant, he comprehended the unfolding events. Just then, another figure clad in black entered the grand hall, adorned with a golden mask. He exuded an aura of profundity and authority. Clearly, it was Vice Gate Master Chiu, the very individual who had engaged in battle with Shangwan Hu outside. It was he who had intervened to rescue Yuan moments ago. Yuan regarded him and inquired, "Vice Gate Master Chiu, how did you enter? Has the situation outside been resolved?" With a raspy chuckle, Vice Gate Master Chiu replied, "Young master, after we released the 7-colored bewilderment smoke, we incapacitated numerous unfortunate souls. Only Shangwan Hu and a few fortunate ones, who somehow acquired the antidote to the smoke, managed to escape." A glimmer of light flickered in Yuan's eyes as he smiled. "So, that means only our people remain inside and outside the mausoleum now?" "Indeed," confirmed Vice Gate Master Chiu. "I wonder if the young master has obtained the treasures within the mausoleum?" A playful smirk crossed Yuan's face as he pointed towards the boundary wall. "The treasures lie within, but we cannot enter just yet. Since it is only our people now, we can indulge ourselves. You keep watch here and unleash your true energy at that brat inside. Given your Earth Realm cultivation, breaching this boundary should be quite effortless for you." Pausing momentarily, he turned to gaze at Shue and Shangwan Yao, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "As for me, I intend to have a delightful time with my 2 esteemed wives. Since you dared to conspire against your husband, I shall certainly enact the familial laws." At that moment, the surviving disciples within Linyuan City, upon hearing that their comrades had retreated, turned pale with fear. Shue and Shangwan Yao tightened their grips on their swords, resolutely facing the followers of the 10,000 Corpses Demon Island. Chapter 58, Mastery of Movement. Severing your arm. Yuan observed the expressions of Shue and Shangwan Yao, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He then remarked with a smile, "Ladies, you ought to be prepared to become my wives, no?" With an air of confidence, he strode toward them, hands clasped behind his back. Shue, sword in hand, bore a frosty expression, ready for battle. Heavenly guidance. As Yuan approached, she raised her delicate hand and fiercely thrust her sword forward. Yuan snorted coldly, lifting his palm, which was enveloped in dark energy. With a swift pinch between his fingers, he effortlessly seized Shue's sword and coldly stated, "Miss Shue, this is not your true strength. Let us engage in battle with your full capabilities. I find myself rather eager for it." Through gritted teeth, Shue retorted, "I need not employ all my strength to defeat you." With that, she subtly rotated her slender wrist, drawing an intricate pattern in the air with her sword. A terrifying aura surged forth from the blade. Yuan felt a jolt to his wrist, gasping in pain and instinctively retracting his fingers. Yet, within his ferocious gaze lay a hint of wild delight, as if he relished the experience. "Bring it on," he exclaimed. Shue furrowed her delicate brows, unleashing a stream of sword chi directed at Yuan. He had initially believed he could withstand this attack, but to his astonishment, the sword chi struck him with a force that sent him flying several yards away. Xianxia's urgency stemmed from witnessing Su Cheng being relentlessly assaulted by that deputy sect master, who wielded an overwhelming force. Despite the barrier between them, the energy still struck Su Cheng with undeniable impact. The deputy sect master was a formidable presence beyond the earthly realm. How could Su Cheng possibly endure this? Watching Su Cheng through the barrier, she gritted her teeth. Damn lecher. What are you doing, still cultivating at a time like this? At that moment, Xianxia slowly approached once more, mocking, Monsieur, I underestimated you. Xianxia remained silent, suddenly raising her sword before her and closing her beautiful eyes. A faint, ethereal light began to emanate from her entire being, and her brow shone with a dazzling radiance. Seeing this, Xianxia's face contorted in anguish. Sui, no. This will harm your constitution. As a close friend, she understood Xianxia's intent. She was determined to forcibly break through the closed Linglong sword body. Only in this manner could she unleash her full potential. However, such a forceful breach, especially of the immensely powerful Linglong sword body, would inflict irreversible damage to her physique. It might even lead to the shattering of the sword body, causing her to lose this formidable constitution forever. Unmoved, Xianxia calmly replied, Yao, protect me. I need a moment. With her resolve set, Xianxia ceased her protests, drawing her sword to shield Xianxia. Qiqi observed the two, ultimately focusing his gaze on Xianxia, coldly laughing. I am curious to see the full extent of Miss Shi's power. Miss Xianxia, let us begin with you. With that, he unleashed a wave of demonic energy, forming a massive hand that reached out towards both Xianxia and Xianxia. Silencing wind, Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and the sword's edge suddenly emitted a furious gust of sword chi. The chi slashed towards the colossal hand, yet seemed as ineffective as a drop in the ocean. Your strength pales in comparison to mine, Qiqi sneered, taking a bold step forward, closing the distance to Xianxia. Let me tame you first. He reached out, aiming to grasp her shoulder. At that precise moment, Xianxia opened her eyes. Her entire demeanor had transformed completely. Her flawless visage was now veiled in frost, her gaze chillingly serene. A chilling aura emanated from her entire being. She was no longer the proud maiden. Instead, she resembled a cold and stunning assassin. With a swift motion, she swung her long sword, and a crescent-shaped gleam of blade light flashed through the air. The sword's light struck towards Qiqi's arm, causing him to instinctively retract his hand in alarm. His face was etched with fear as he gazed at Xianxia, astonished by the overwhelming power she exuded. At that moment, Xianxia unleashed a flurry of sword energy from the sharp blade in her grasp. The speed of these sword strikes was astonishing, and their force was formidable. Qiqi found himself retreating step by step, unable to approach her any closer. Ignoring him, Xianxia turned her attention to Su Cheng, who was still being relentlessly bombarded by the vice master of the Qiu sect using spiritual force. A glint of cold light flashed in Xianxia's beautiful eyes as she lifted her long sword, transforming into a fleeting shadow soaring through the air. She appeared like a celestial being descended from the heavens, her ethereal figure floating gracefully, with the sword tip aimed directly at the vice master's back. Sensing the impending danger, the vice master suddenly turned, his sharp gaze akin to that of a hawk, locking onto Xianxia, daring to launch a surprise attack on me. He retaliated with a burst of malevolent energy. Xianxia deftly evaded the onslaught and charged towards the vice master once more. However, he was a formidable figure of the earth rank, far surpassing her in both realm and speed. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows in midair. You little girl, though you have yet to reach the earth rank, your ability to exchange so many moves with me is indeed a rare talent. The vice master sneered coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. However, your realm is ultimately too low. As he spoke, he swiftly unleashed a cloud of black mist. The mist spread like a tempest, rushing towards Xianxia. She attempted to block it with her sword, but was ultimately knocked to the ground by the dark energy. As she fell, she coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, forcing her way through the closed sword body. Her body could no longer withstand the strain. Now, injured and her inner energy in disarray, she could not even circulate her true chi. Seeing this, Qiqi's face broke into a smile. He leisurely approached Xianxia, gazing at her ethereal beauty, which resembled that of a fairy, her noble demeanor captivating. A glimmer of lecherous desire flickered in his eyes as he leaned down, grinning maliciously. Miss Shi, you are ultimately still mine. As he reached out to touch her smooth, porcelain chin, Xianxia, with a look of despair, prepared to raise her sword to end her own life. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the grand hall. A dark figure shot out from the center of the hall, resembling a dragon gliding swiftly within the confines. In the blink of an eye, this figure arrived in front of Xianxia. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Qiqiyuan reached for Xianxia's entire right arm, only to discover it had been severed at the shoulder and sent flying. Who dares to ambush me and take my arm? I shall ensure your demise. Qiqiyuan sprang to his feet, clutching the continuously bleeding stump of his arm, his face etched with agony and fury. Su Cheng sneered. It was indeed you I targeted. I had been diligently cultivating, and you kept tossing me aside. Were you satisfied? Qiqiyuan was taken aback to find Su Cheng standing before him. Wasn't he still trapped within the boundary? Yet, there was no time for contemplation as he coldly declared, I will have your life. With his remaining hand, he unleashed a surge of true energy towards Su Cheng. However, Su Cheng's figure suddenly flickered and vanished from sight, along with Xianxia, who was lying on the ground. Su Cheng had mastered the dragon shadow split step, having been recognized as the fated one by its creator, endowed with extraordinary comprehension and mental acuity. Through mere, focused meditation, he had perfected this art. Xianxia found herself in Su Cheng's strong embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she felt the power of his shoulder. You lecher, release me, she protested, yet a smile graced her lips before she succumbed to unconsciousness. After placing Xianxia next to Xianxia, Su Cheng realized she had fainted. He turned to Xianxia, asking, why has she fallen asleep? Having been deeply engrossed in his meditation, he was unaware of the external turmoil. Xianxia replied, just now. Xianxia witnessed those people attacking you and forcibly broke through her Linglong sword body. She may now be suffering a backlash. Su Cheng nodded slightly, surprised that Xianxia would go to such lengths for him. Suddenly, he produced 2 pills, gently parted Xianxia's lips, and administered them. She let out a soft sound before her delicate brows furrowed slightly, sinking back into slumber. Noticing this, Xianxia asked, young master, what did you give Xianxia? Su Cheng replied, this pill may restore her constitution and hasten her recovery. Observing the fatigue on Xianxia's face, he surmised she had also sustained significant injuries during the battle. He then offered her another pill, saying, you should take one as well. This 9-spirit creation pill is immensely potent, but it requires a robust constitution to endure its effects. Given Xianxia's formidable constitution, along with the severe injuries she had sustained for his sake, he fed her 2 pills. As for Xianxia, concerned that her body might not withstand the strain, he only offered her one. Without hesitation, Xianxia swallowed the pill and then inquired, young master, what shall we do now? Su Cheng gently handed Xianxia to her, saying, you take her outside first and refrain from asking too many questions. What about you, young master? Xianxia looked at Su Cheng in astonishment. Su Cheng replied calmly, Kitty, this underground palace is about to collapse and sink into the deep sea. If you hesitate any longer, it will be too late. Xianxia's delicate face shifted slightly, and she nodded understood. Trusting Su Cheng, she resolved to follow his instructions. Everyone run. The underground palace is collapsing. As he fled, while cradling Xianxia, he called out to the others who were still alive. No one is allowed to escape. Seeing that some of Su Cheng's group attempted to flee, Qiqiyuan's face twisted with murderous intent. Remembering that he had lost an arm, he glared at Su Cheng and coldly commanded, Deputy Master Qiu, kill this brat. Deputy Master Qiu nodded coldly and rushed towards Su Cheng. As the deputy master of the Xianxia sect, he was tasked with protecting the sect leader, Qiqiyuan, and naturally sought revenge for the injury inflicted upon him. Yet, Su Cheng merely smiled and said, let's see if he can catch up with me. With that, he activated the dragon god step, transforming into a gust of black wind, darting swiftly through the grand hall. Although Deputy Master Qiu possessed earth-level strength, he was unable to keep up with Su Cheng, failing even to catch a glimpse of his shadow. Infuriated by being toyed with, he growled, you little wretch. If you have the courage, don't run. Su Cheng halted in the center of the hall, stating, then I won't run. As he spoke, he took down the innate 8 trigrams diagram from above the hall. Farewell. Suddenly, the diagram enveloped him and soared towards the ceiling of the hall, eventually vanishing above. In that instant, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the hall. The entire structure began to tremble violently. The floor was collapsing beneath them. This is bad. The underground palace is collapsing. Run. It seemed as if the palace was sinking into the depths of the sea, and they were on the brink of drowning. The disciples of the Xianxia magic island erupted into chaos, scrambling towards various exits. Meanwhile, Che Chiyuan, still clutching his shoulder, glared with murderous intent at the spot where Su Cheng had vanished. It appeared he would not rest until Su Cheng was dead. Young master, the underground palace is sinking. We must leave first. Without waiting for Che Chiyuan's consent, he seized him and flew toward the exit. That wretch sever my arm. No matter where he goes, I will personally kill him. Che Chiyuan remained unwilling to relent, his expression cold. Deputy Master Chiu reassured him. That brat cannot escape. I have just received news that the sect master is aware that the Heavenly Sword Hall has sent people again. So the sect master has dispatched Deputy Master Lin to assist us. A cruel smile flickered across Che Chiyuan's face as he remarked, that is excellent news. Deputy Master Lin possesses strength close to that of a heavenly level warrior. The wretched creature, regardless of which corner it hides in on the island, is doomed. Chapter 59, A Sword That Ends All. Su Cheng stood upon the innate Bagua diagram, ascending step by step within the Grand Hall. According to the information left by the original master of the underground palace, there exists an exit above the hall. Once this Bagua diagram is removed, the entire underground palace will collapse, sinking into the unfathomable depths of the sea. Only then will the exit above be unveiled. Naturally, only Su Cheng possesses the ability to retrieve this Bagua diagram, for he alone knows the method to unravel its secrets. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed from below. Su Cheng looked down to see the floor of the hall continuously giving way, as countless boulders plummeted. Simultaneously, a violent gust of air erupted directly beneath him. The forceful current propelled him upwards with relentless vigor. After a considerable duration, Su Cheng was swept to an altitude of several thousand feet. Yet, the gale from below continued to surge upwards unabated. With this powerful current beneath his feet, Su Cheng finally stabilized his position in midair. From his vantage point, he beheld the panoramic view of Dragon God Island. Due to the palace's collapse, the island swayed violently beneath him. The inhabitants of the island scurried about like ants on a hot pan, desperately seeking escape. Suddenly, Su Cheng caught sight of a distant figure. Elevated in the air and endowed with the Taizu Chihuang eyes, he could perceive clearly in every direction. He noticed a fleet of vessels of various sizes continually entering and exiting the harbor of Lingyuan City, located 100 miles away. Among these ships, Su Cheng recognized the familiar silhouette. A cold smile crept across his heart. Just as he pondered whether to pursue that ship, he suddenly observed a small black that rapidly approaching from afar. Utilizing the Taizu Chihuang eyes once more, he discerned that the black dot was in fact a golden eagle with a wingspan nearing 10 yards. Upon the eagle stood 3 figures, an elderly man, a handsome youth, and a stunning maiden. The golden eagle soared swiftly towards Dragon God Island. In response, Su Cheng lightly tapped the air current beneath him with his toes, leaping forth to glide downward slowly. At his current initial stage of Xian realm, he was technically incapable of flight. However, he had cultivated the dragon shadow, splitting step, a technique enabling movement in midair, albeit at a tremendous cost of true energy. Fortunately, Su Cheng's inherent advantage lay in his abundant true energy, making flight relatively effortless for him. He gracefully descended towards a stone gate below. At that moment, before the underground palace completely collapsed, Shangguan Yao finally emerged, cradling Shikshuexu in her arms. As she fled through the stone gate, despite the violent tremors below, she exhaled a sigh of relief. At least she would not perish in the depths of the sea. Yao Yao, I'm relieved to see you safe. Suddenly, Shangguan Hu stepped forward, a look of concern etched upon his face. Shangguan Yao glanced at her father and inquired, Father, I heard that you had fled. Why are you still here? She recalled the words of the deputy gatekeeper Chiu, who had mentioned that after releasing the colorful, mesmerizing smoke, Shangguan Hu had escaped. Wita Shukla, Shangguanunga. That was merely a ruse to feign my retreat. Thankfully, you provided me with the antidote for the colorful, mesmerizing smoke. Otherwise, I would have truly perished here. Shangguan Yao nodded gently. The antidote for the colorful, mesmerizing smoke was actually the remainder of what that mysterious gentleman had given her previously. Shangguan Hu noticed the bloodstains on Shangguan Yao's clothing and asked, Yao Yao, are you unscathed? Did you manage to acquire the treasures from the underground palace? Shang Guanyao reassured him, I am unharmed. In truth, she felt neither pain nor fatigue. Rather, she was brimming with vitality. Could it be that the elixir given to her by that gentleman had taken effect? She was uncertain of its nature. She continued, As for the treasures in the underground palace, I did not obtain them. Shang Guan, whose expression tightened as he slowly responded, That poses a problem. Shang Guanyao added, However, the people from Wanshur Demon Island did not procure them either. She remembered that the treasures in the underground palace had seemingly been taken entirely by that enigmatic gentleman. Upon hearing this, Shang Guan relaxed his brow and remarked, That is fortunate. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the young lady Shi, whom Shang Guanyao was holding, and inquired, Miss Shi, what has happened to her? Is she gravely injured? Shang Guanyao succinctly recounted the events that had transpired in the Grand Hall. Shang Guan furrowed his brow slightly and said, I hope she awakens. If her condition deteriorates here, it would be dire. Shi was one of the most gifted disciples in swordsmanship the Heavenly Sword Hall had seen in decades. It was unacceptable for her to suffer injury while on a mission, a burden that Shang Guan could not bear, despite her voluntary participation in the task. After exchanging a few more words, they were about to depart, when suddenly, several individuals burst forth from the stone door. They were members of the Wanshur Demon Islands faction, with Wan Jingming trailing behind them. The deputy gatekeeper Chiu glanced at Shang Guan and smirked, Shang Guan, I never expected you to remain. I thought you had scuttled back to Linyuan City. Shang Guan retorted coldly, I would not leave without claiming your lives. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Che Chiyuan, who had lost an arm, and he was taken aback. Che Chiyuan fixed his icy gaze upon the Shang Guan father and daughter, as well as Shi in Shang Guanyao's arms, and commanded, You three, capture them alive. Eliminate the rest. He then turned to Wan Jingming and added, Wan Jingming, you join in as well. Now is the time to test your loyalty. Wan Jingming coldly nodded. His face twisted into a snarl as he cast a disdainful glance at those from Linyuan City. Among them, aside from Shang Guanyao and Shang Guan, there were indeed several others. These individuals were trusted allies of Shang Guan who had provided them with the antidote to the seven-colored bewitching smoke. Thus, they remained unscathed. The sight of Wan Jingming standing there on the side of the Wanshur Demon Island startled them. The young lord of Xianxia City held a far superior status compared to them. The first to betray, was he not? Shangguan spoke ina graviton, Van Jingming. What do you intend to do? Your father, Wan Xianxin, is the city lord personally appointed by the Heavenly Sword Hall. Have you lost your mind to betray? Do you not fear for your family's safety? Wan Jingming replied with a cold laugh. Uncle Shangguan, I am merely acting out of necessity. Since you are so concerned for me, why not join me instead? Together, we can eliminate the others, and no one will know. After a brief pause, he continued, The young lord possesses extraordinary talent and is destined for greatness. He is worthy of our allegiance. Moreover, the disparity in our strengths is evident. Do you not agree? Aware that Che Chiyuan sought to capture Shangguan and her daughter, as well as Shi, Wan Jingming skillfully aimed to persuade Shangguan to surrender, hoping to claim the credit for himself. However, Shangguan coldly retorted, There is nothing to discuss. Today I, Shangguan will die rather than surrender. Deputy Lord Chiu sneered. Not surrendering? All the better. Let me have my fun with you first. With that, the two sides clashed once more. Only Kikiyuan, given the overwhelming advantage of Wanshur Demon Island, stood aloof, watching coldly. His gaze was fixed on Shang Guanyao, who was engaged in combat while holding Shi. He resolved that if he captured the two women today, he would indulge himself thoroughly, seeking vengeance for his severed arm. As he contemplated the masked figure in black who had severed his limb, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. You little beast, you sever my arm. When I catch you, I shall render you limb from limb. While he was lost in these dark thoughts, a shadowy figure descended from the sky, silently approaching his back. The newcomer was, of course, Su Cheng. Observing Kikiwanes Su Cheng smirked coldly, drawing the shadowless sword. He channeled his spiritual energy and shot forth a beam of dark radiance aimed at Che Chiyuan's heart. The light was swift and carried a terrifying force, as if it could pierce through the hardest substances in existence. Che Chiyuan, preoccupied with watching the battle, was caught off guard. Just as Su Cheng anticipated a decisive strike, a primal roar erupted from Che Chiyuan. A fierce wave of energy exploded around him, causing the space within a 3-zhang radius to tremble violently. The dark beam emitted by Su Cheng halted a mere few inches away from Che Chiyuan's heart, suspended in midair in an extraordinarily eerie manner. as if time itself had come to a standstill. Then, this shadowy ray evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Su Cheng, taken aback by this phenomenon, murmured, "This Che Chi-Yuan possesses a spiritual treasure." Naturally, Che Chi-Yuan felt the disturbance. "Deputy Sect Master Chiu, protect me," he shouted, turning around to see Su Cheng, whose eyes were filled with a chilling, murderous intent. "You little wretch, I hadn't sought you out, yet you have come to find me." Su Cheng replied with a faint smile. "Since we both wish to eliminate one another, does it truly matter who seeks whom first?" Che Chi-Yuan gritted his teeth and declared, "It's a pity you are walking into your own demise. Deputy Sect Master Chiu, kill him." At that moment, Deputy Sect Master Chiu was locked in a fierce battle with Shangguan Hu, who was no match for him and was being thoroughly suppressed. "Young Master, once I capture Shangguan Hu, I will come to assist you. You lot, go aid the young master," he commanded, gesturing to a few individuals. After all, they held a significant advantage in strength. Then, Deputy Sect Master Chiu turned his attention back to Shangguan Hu, coldly stating, "Shangguan Hu, I shall no longer play with you. I will first incapacitate you." Shangguan Hu, under relentless pressure from Chiu, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Just as Chiu was about to strike him with a powerful palm, a resonant, aged voice echoed from the distant sky. "Stop!" This was followed by a piercing cry of a majestic bird, slicing through the heavens, as if capable of shattering eardrums. As these two sounds reached the ears of the crowd, the head of Deputy Sect Master Chiu fell to the ground, his expression shifting from arrogance and cruelty to one of unwillingness and despair. Both the people of Lingyuan City and those from the island of 10,000 corpses were struck with astonishment. Had the once mighty Deputy Sect Master Chiu met such an inexplicable end? Soon, a colossal golden eagle gradually appeared on the horizon. After circling in the air, it descended to the ground. Upon its back stood three figures, a composed elder, a young man, and a young woman. The latter two, brimming with pride, leapt down from the eagle's back. Chapter 60, Zlaying Kikiwan. Shangguan, who was the first to react upon seeing the newcomers. He hurried to the golden eagle's side, bowing deeply to the elder, exclaiming, "I am deeply grateful to Home Master Qi for saving my life." At this moment, the crowd finally grasped the true identity of the elder. He was Qi Changzhou, the master of the Jueshi Hall of the Heavenly Sword Temple, rumored to possess the title of One Sword of Silence, never needing a second sword to take a life. Reflecting on the recent scene where the vice master of the Chiu faction met his demise, a sense of dread enveloped the crowd. How could such a formidable figure have been slain from such a distance? They had not even perceived when or how he struck. Such prowess commanded universal respect. The inhabitants of Lingyuan City bowed deeply in reverence to Qi Changzhou, who maintained an air of calm, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In contrast, the youth and maiden beside him appeared increasingly haughty as they observed the throng's veneration for their master, subtly lifting their chins in pride. Meanwhile, the denizens of Wansi Demon Island dared not even exhale. They were not fools and were acutely aware of Qi Changzhou's identity. Su Cheng, however, gazed at Qi Changzhou with astonishment. Just moments prior, his possession of the Tai Su Chi Huang I had granted him insight into the master's swordsmanship. Qi Changzhou's skill was terrifyingly profound. From such a distance, he wielded his sword with such finesse that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. What astonished Su Cheng further was that the blade he had just seen was as fine as a hair. Had it not been for his unique vision, he would have been forever oblivious to its existence. Qi Changzhou then spoke in a measured tone. "Lord Shangguan, you have retrieved the items, I presume?" Shangguan, who was momentarily taken aback, about to respond when Shangguan Yao stepped forward respectfully, stating, "Greetings, Master." Regarding those treasures, he proceeded to recount the events concerning the underground palace in detail. Su Cheng, not wishing to be discovered, quickly sought refuge, for he bore all but one of the treasures on his person. Should he be found, he would have no explanation. Qi Changzhou continued, "Heed my command. Seal off this island. No one is to leave." The crowd acknowledged in unison. At this juncture, Shangguan, who turned to the individuals from Wansi Demon Island and inquired, "What shall we do with these people?" Qi Changzhou replied, "Apprehend them all and bring them back to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion for interrogation. Those who resist shall be executed." The members of Wansi Demon Island felt a chill run through them at his cold decree. Whether captured for questioning or resisting, both paths led to certain death. Suddenly, the young man beside Qi Changzhou stepped forward, Laughing heartily, master, allow me to capture these individuals. He gestured toward Che Chiyuan, declaring, why to witness me losing an arm and still bully me? What kind of prowess is that? I harbor no desire to engage in combat with you. Yet I possess information I wish to share. I only ask for my life to be spared. Lu Chen chuckled, you are our mortal enemy. No matter the information you possess, it cannot bargain for your life. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Che Chiyuan's eyes as he remarked, what if I told you I know the whereabouts of the one who took the treasure? He cast a cold glance at the spot where Su Cheng had just vanished and continued, this time, we of the Xianxia Demon Island concede defeat. This item can rightfully belong to your heavenly sword hall. However, should it fall into the hands of others, we would appear foolish. Che Chiyuan's mind raced with speculation. Su Cheng seemed neither a member of the Xianxia Demon Island nor the Heavenly Sword Hall, but rather an agent of a third-party force. A hint of confusion lingered, for it appeared that Su Cheng had previously aided those from Linyuan City. Lu Chen scoffed, haha, do you really need to inform us? In this small isle? With but a moment's search, no one can remain hidden. Before he could finish, Qi Changzhou interrupted, addressing Che Chiyuan, you must be Che Lianqing's son. Speak the truth, and I shall let you leave. Upon hearing this, a vicious glint flashed in Che Chiyuan's eyes as he gazed at the spot where Su Cheng had just disappeared, saying, he was just here. Lu Chen, you laughed, is that all? You wish to save your life with such a statement? Qi Changzhou seemed slightly displeased with Che Chiyuan's words, for they bore little distinction from silence. As he prepared to speak again, a burst of laughter echoed through the air. Qi Changzhou, you truly seem to be regressing, now resorting to pressuring the younger generation. Moreover, it is quite a sight to see you, a dignified master of the Heavenly Sword Hall, personally intervene. A man adorned with a golden mask gracefully descended from the skies, exuding a profound aura that hinted at his celestial level of cultivation. Qi Changzhou regarded the masked figure with indifference. Lin Cheyong, have you come alone? You are no match for me. If Che Lianqing were here, perhaps with your presence, he might exchange a few blows with me. The masked man replied with a hearty laugh. I am well aware that I am not your match in a duel. Thus, my purpose today is not to engage in combat. With that, he swiftly seized Che Chiyuan's shoulder and ascended into the skies. Qi Changzhou, we shall meet again. With a flourish of his cloak, a thick black mist enveloped them, and their figures vanished within its depths. From the heights, the voice of the masked man echoed. I have noted your actions against my young master. The dual demon sect will remember this and return the favor in due time. Qi Changzhou's gaze sharpened as the sword within its sheath suddenly sprang forth. He formed a gesture, and a gust of wind abruptly erupted from blade, dispersing all the thick fog. At that moment, the crowd finally beheld that the golden masked man and Che Chiyuan had already flown far away. This left them all with anxious expressions. Capturing the young master of the Xianxia sect would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Now, the prize they had almost secured had slipped away. They turned their gaze toward Qi Changzhou, seemingly eager for him to take action. However, Qi Changzhou remained composed, merely observing the two figures gradually receding into the distance, showing no inclination to move. At that precise moment, a swift black shadow suddenly leaped out from the nearby thicket. Like a dragon soaring freely through the air, the shadow shot straight up into the sky, moving with such speed that it was nearly indistinguishable. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up to the golden masked man and Che Chiyuan. The shadow abruptly drew forth an ethereal longsword and struck at Che Chiyuan's back. The airborne Che Chiyuan was instantly cleaved in two. The shadow then caught the falling bundle of Che Chiyuan and swiftly changed direction, making its escape. Who dares to kill the young master of the Xianxia sect? Right under my nose. I shall flay you alive and dismantle your bones. The furious voice of the golden masked man echoed from above. He then pursued the direction in which the shadow had fled. The onlookers below were left in a state of stupor upon witnessing this spectacle. Shangguan Yao was astonished by the formidable prowess of this mysterious figure. She couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The others from Linyuan City, however, were oblivious to the identity of this enigmatic individual. Surely, no such powerful person could exist in their city. The young men and women beside Qi Changzhou, who had initially exuded confidence, were now equally taken aback. How could such a powerful being emerge from such a small place? Even Qi Changzhou's expression shifted slightly as he looked at his two disciples and remarked, you two must understand, there are always greater talents beyond our own, and higher mountains yet to be scaled. This is precisely why I brought you on this journey. He then turned to Shangguan Yao and inquired, Yao, do you know who this person is? Shangwan Yao gazed at the figure of the mysterious gentleman, unable to utter a word. Qi Changzhou appeared to have a sudden realization and continued. Could it be that this person is the one who acquired all the treasures from the Dragon God Island's underground palace? After seeing that the mysterious figure had vanished into the horizon, Shangwan Yao turned her head and gently nodded. You incorrigible disciple, why did you not reveal this sooner? Qi Changzhou's expression changed as he leaped into the air, stepping onto his long sword to pursue the figure as well. Chapter 61. Slaying the Yang Father and Son. Dark ambush. On the shimmering surface of the sea, a fleet of ships was sailing. On the deck of the foremost vessel, Yang Xianxia and his son Yang Hongxian stood, looking back at the port of Lingyuan City with immense satisfaction. Yang Hongxuan Lao Gid Heartily. Haha. After all the schemes and calculations, it turns out that we, the father and son, are the greatest winners. Yang Xianxia adjusted his long beard and let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, we were originally in a dire predicament, yet unexpectedly, we have managed to turn the tide. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the several large ships behind him and inquired, my child, have you ever tallied the total wealth aboard these vessels? Yang Hongxian smiled faintly and replied, with various elixirs, spirit herbs, equipment, and the like. The total should amount to approximately 20 million spirit crystals. 20 million spirit crystals? Yang Zhengzi nodded, Lao Ging Heartili. That sum is sufficient to restore the Yang family. Wherever we go, armed with this wealth, the Yang family will remain a prominent clan, even more prosperous than before. In this vast world, as long as we possess money, we can secure our place anywhere, and everything can begin anew. A trace of a wry smile crossed Yang Hongxuan's face as he remarked, we owe much of this fortune to that foolish father and son, Su Cheng and Su Jie. Their contributions cannot be understated. It is hard to believe that Su Jie truly trusted us, liquidating all of the Su family's assets and placing them aboard our ship. The total value is nearly 7 million spirit crystals. Those two must still be waiting at the Lingyuan City dock to board our ship. Unfortunately for them, they will never see us again. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yang Xianxia erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Hongxian, your wit is truly remarkable. I can rest easy knowing the Yang family will be in your capable hands. He then picked up a wine cup. Gazing out at the boundless sea, he sighed. Now I finally understand the ancient saying about toasting wine by the river and composing poetry with a spear. What a delightful experience. This crisis not only passed us safely, but we have also gained so much capital. Here's to the future of the Yang family. Yang Hongxian felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, his excitement barely contained. As he raised his cup and drank it all in one go, he looked toward the distant direction of Dragon God Island. At that moment, Dragon God Island was shaking violently due to the collapse of its underground palace, creating waves of turbulence. Yang Hongxian couldn't help but laugh aloud. Father, look, those people are fools, still fighting amongst themselves. It is only we, the father and son duo, who possess true wisdom. Perhaps the wine has gone to my head, but I must boast. No matter how ferocious the denizens of the Thousand Corpses Demon Island, how cunning the old man Shangwan, or how fortunate that kid Su Cheng, before my absolute strategies, they're all bound to be losers. He then raised his gaze toward the direction of Thousand Corpses Demon Island and declared, yes, indeed. A bunch of fools, continue your fighting. It would be best if you all perished and let neither side survive. Just then, Yang Hongxian noticed a small black dot rapidly approaching them. Being slightly inebriated and with his vision impaired by distance, he could not discern what the dot was. However, its speed was astonishing. In mere moments, it was less than 10 miles away from them. At that moment, Yang Hongxian finally made out what it was. That dark figure was, astonishingly, a person, a man clad in black, striding forth upon the waves. This revelation jolted Yang Hongxian into a state of acute awareness. Could it be that such a formidable being was a practitioner of the Earth realm? What business could a being of such caliber have with them? A wave of anxiety washed over Yang Hongxian as he turned to Yang Xianxia, exclaiming, Father, look, there is someone over there. Yang Xianxia cast a puzzled glance in the direction indicated, his brow furrowing with concern as he commanded, everyone, heed my orders. Stand guard. Fire. Dozens of cannons aboard several vessels were aimed at the shadowy figure, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening sound of cannon explosions. Yet, despite the relentless hail of cannonballs aimed directly at the figure, none found their mark. The shadow moved with the grace of a soaring dragon, weaving effortlessly between the projectiles. In the blink of an eye, the figure had navigated through the storm of cannon fire and leapt aboard the vessel occupied by Yang Hongxian and Yang Xianxia. The crew, seeing the intruder aboard, attempted to intercept him, only to be swept away by a fierce wave of sword energy plunging into the depths of the sea. Even the Yang father and son were caught in the torrent, collapsing onto the deck. "It seems you two are rather startled," the shadow remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the fallen Yangs. Yang Hongxian scrutinized the figure for a long moment before murmuring, "Esteemed senior, we bear no enmity towards you. What is it that you seek from us?" "No enmity?" The shadow scoffed coldly, revealing the mask beneath his cloak. Upon seeing the crimson mask, Yang Hongxuan's complexion turned ashen, his eyes wide with terror as he instinctively recoiled several steps. Zhua the steward. "How can you still be alive?" he stammered. Having spent considerable time in Zhua, the steward's company, Yang Hongxian recognized the unmistakable scarlet mask. Hadn't Zhua been severed in body and soul? Was he returned from the grave to exact vengeance? Despair seeped into his voice as he pleaded, "Zhua the steward. The debt lies with the one who caused your demise, that wretched quack. Seek him out. It has nothing to do with us." Even Yang Xianxia, standing beside him, couldn't help but frown slightly. The shadow let out a chilling laugh before suddenly removing the mask, declaring, "Look closely and recognize who I truly am. Su Cheng." The handsome visage revealed beneath the mask left both Yang Hongxian and Yang Xianxia in stunned disbelief. Their expressions swiftly transformed into elation. "You dare to toy with me, young one?" Yang Xianxia thundered, slamming his palm against the deck and springing to his feet, his vital energy coalescing into lethal claws aimed at Su Cheng. With an air of calm, Su Cheng merely raised a hand, brandishing a single sword that effortlessly severed Yang Xianxia's hand. It was at this moment that the two realized the sheer power Su Cheng had just displayed. They dared not act recklessly any longer. Yang Hongxuan gazed at Su Cheng, inquiring, "Su Cheng, could it be that the divine physician was an act on your part, and that you were the one who killed Zhua the steward?" Su Cheng remarked lightly, "Indeed, do you seek vengeance for him?" Yang Hongxian replied coldly, "I truly underestimated the situation. I should have anticipated this." He continued, "We dare not. If you spare the lives of my son and me, all the goods aboard these ships shall be yours. What do you say? These items are valued at nearly 20 million spirit crystals. They are spoils we have gathered from the prominent families of Lingyuan City. With these treasures, you would become the wealthiest individual in Lingyuan City." Su Cheng offered a chilling smile, remaining silent. Previously, when he was propelled thousands of feet into the air by the currents of the underground palace, he had glimpsed Yang Xianxia and Yang Hongxian aboard the ship through the Tai Suchi Huang Eye. Observing their intent to flee, he had sensed trouble. Now, the truth unraveled before him. This father-son duo had seized the opportunity to plunder the homes of the prominent families while they were preoccupied with their journey to Dragon God Island. Coupled with his older brother Su Jie's collusion with them, Su Cheng felt that his family could not escape their fate. He scoffed coldly, "Spare you? Absolutely not. Yang Hongxian, from the moment you plotted against me from the shadows, you sealed your own doom." Faced with a murderous intent etched on Su Cheng's face, Yang Hongxian laughed heartily. "What does it matter if you kill me? You are still a failure, destined for ruin. Ha! Though I may perish by your hand, I have still managed to dismantle your family. If you had returned even slightly later, you would have missed the funeral feast your uncle and cousin held for your grandfather." A glint of coldness flashed in Su Cheng's eyes as he declared, "Then you deserve death even more." With a swift motion, he drew his sword and swiftly ended the lives of Su Cheng and his son. Chapter 62. The 9 Apertures Linglong Sword Body. A modest collection of 20 million. Dragon God Island. After Qi Changzhou pursued the man in black on his sword, the others dared not leave recklessly and could only wait in place. After a considerable time, Qi Changzhou returned once more. The calm yet displeased expression on his face led everyone to understand that he likely did not catch the man in black. Hence, no one dared to inquire further, not even his 2 disciples, who remained silent. Qi Changzhou cast a cold glance at the people of Lingyuan City and addressed Gua Hu. "Gua City Lord, summon everyone from Lingyuan City." "Understood," Gua Hu replied respectfully. Then asked, "Master Qi, should we send someone to search Dragon God Island?" Qi Changzhou replied indifferently, "No need. That individual practices an exceptionally profound technique and possesses abundant spiritual energy. He has already left Dragon God Island. It is unlikely he will return." Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but express their admiration. Who could this person be? possessing not only such remarkable agility, but also such strength that even Su Cheng could not catch up. Meanwhile, Xianxia felt a sense of sweetness within her heart. This mysterious young man had appeared beside her time and again. Moreover, the situation was increasingly perplexing to her. She only heard Su Cheng say, however, that object is exceedingly precious. We must secure it at all costs. Upon our return, we shall immediately dispatch someone to search for any leads regarding this individual. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded slightly. However, Xianxia felt a tinge of anxiety. She likely possessed the most information about the enigmatic figure clad in black. Yet it was still quite limited. She was uncertain whether she should disclose the truth when the time came. She wished to contribute to the Tianjin Hall, but she did not want the mysterious gentleman to be apprehended. The significance of this object was underscored by the fact that even Hall Master Qi had personally come for it. If the mysterious gentleman were to be caught, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. At that moment, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. Hall Master Qi, is this the item you seek? The speaker was Xianxia, who had previously been in a deep slumber. Now fully awakened and revitalized, she appeared even more spirited than before, exuding an aura of sharpness. She handed a dark yellow map, composed of an unknown material, to Su Cheng. He accepted the object, unfolded it, and scanned it briefly. Then he laughed heartily. Is indeed this item. So you were the one who obtained it. This is splendid. After stowing the item in his spatial ring, he addressed the group. All right, there is no need to pursue any further leads on the mysterious individual. Everyone, let us return to Lingyuan City. Our mission has been successfully accomplished. Upon our return, I shall reward each of you according to your contributions. The crowd could not help but display expressions of joy. Suddenly, Su Cheng turned his gaze toward Xianxia and inquired, Xianxia, could you share with me how you came to possess this item? Were there any other treasures within the underground palace? Xianxia's face turned awkward as she struggled to find words. In truth, she was uncertain how she had acquired the map. Upon regaining consciousness, she had felt something stuffed in her arms. Remembering that she had been embraced by that lascivious scoundrel before losing consciousness, she deduced that he must have been the one to thrust this object upon her. Noticing Xianxia's silence, a beautiful young girl beside Su Cheng interjected, Cousin, why are you hesitant to share how you obtained this item? Surely you haven't hidden an even more valuable treasure? Su Cheng shot the girl a stern glance, admonishing, Do not speak foolishly. How could you speak of your senior sister in such a manner? The most crucial item has already been secured, marking the success of our mission. Even if there are other treasures within the underground palace, Xianxia obtained this one at the peril of her own life. The lovely young girl stuck out her tongue and made a face, falling silent. At that moment, Xianxia stepped forward and said, Master, Xianxia may have forgotten the details since she just awoke. Let her rest a while longer. Su Cheng nodded slightly, choosing not to comment further. He had merely asked out of curiosity. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Xianxia, prompting him to say, Xianxia, reveal your sword body. Xianxia nodded gently. Closing her eyes and focusing her mind, a dazzling white light erupted from her smooth forehead. A gentle glow radiated from her entire being, coalescing into the form of a sword. She appeared as a sharp, cold, and exquisite long sword. Su Cheng, witnessing this, could not help but widen his murky yet spirited old eyes in astonishment. This energy, this is the 9-aperture Linglong sword body. I never anticipated I would witness such a physique again. Congratulations to Old Phone for acquiring such a gifted disciple. With that, Su Cheng let out a long sigh. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those around them shifted dramatically. The Linglong sword body is already immensely powerful. Upon its evolution, it can transform into the 7-aperture or 9-aperture Linglong sword body, largely depending on one's fortune. The fact that Xianxia had evolved into the 9-aperture Linglong sword body signifies a physique only inferior to the supreme ones. Lu Chenyu's face expressed shock as he exclaimed, Congratulations, cousin. Upon returning, grandfather will surely be overjoyed. However, Lu Tingjing interjected, This is impossible. In terms of talent, she originally stood on equal footing with Xianxia. Now, Xianxia has far surpassed her. In truth, even Xianxia and Xianxia were taken aback. Wouldn't forcibly breaking through one's physique lead to damage? How could it result in an enhancement instead? Su Cheng inquired further, by the way. You must have obtained something in the underground palace, which is why your physique evolved. Lu Tingjing followed suit. No wonder cousin selectively forgot. She must have taken the good stuff for herself. Sure, Xianxia shot her cousin an incredulous glare and gently shook her head. She had not acquired anything in the underground palace. However, Shangwan Yao seemed to recall something. She remembered that before the collapse of the underground palace, the mysterious gentleman had fed Xianxia 2 pills. Could it be the reason for this change? She said, Master, Xianxia, and I consumed a strange pill. Is that the cause? Although I do not know what kind of pill it was. Qi Changzhou responded, Can you describe the appearance of that pill? With his vast knowledge, he might recognize it from her description. Sure, Xianxia, however, wore a look of curiosity, questioning whether she had ingested anything at all. How could she not remember? Suddenly, she recalled a vague sensation of her lips being pried open while she was unconscious. Surely, it must have been that rogue who secretly fed it to her. Shangwan Yao then described, the pill was the size of a longan, with a faint purple hue emanating a strong vitality. Before she could finish, Qi Changzhou interjected, That is the 9-spirit creation pill. Upon observing the astonished expression on Qi Changzhou's face, Lu Tingjing could not help but inquire, Master, what is the 9-spirit creation pill? A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Qi Changzhou's eyes as he replied, I have only encountered this elixir once. During my travels beyond the Canglu, it is said to contain the essence of creation, capable of transforming one's constitution and awakening vitality. Even the faintest trace of bloodline within a person could be invigorated, potentially unleashing formidable abilities. This pill is truly a priceless treasure. Lu Chenyu and Lu Tingjing hurriedly turned to Shangwan Yao. Sister Shangwan, did you acquire this pill in the underground palace? Is there any left? This elixir can awaken even the slightest bloodline, no matter how weak. Our Lu family has produced numerous formidable beings in the past. The bloodline is undoubtedly intact, though it has weakened over generations. If we were to possess such a pill, the possibilities are unimaginable. Shangwan Yao chuckled softly. There are none remaining. We only had 3. Xianxia consumed 2, and I took 1. This elixir was given to us by a mysterious gentleman. She hesitated to divulge further details. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyu and Lu Tingjing felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, their expressions tinged with disbelief. However, Qi Changzhou interjected, What? Yaya, you 2 have consumed the 9-spirit creation pill. Display your constitution at once. Quickly, following the method demonstrated by her sister Xianxia, Shangwan Yao revealed her constitution. Instantly, a soft, ethereal glow enveloped her, reminiscent of the vast, enigmatic cosmos. The onlookers gazed in awe, having never before witnessed such a constitution. Qi Changzhou's astonishment deepened. Yaya, what is this constitution of mine? He inquired. With a hearty laugh, he declared, I never anticipated that I, Qi Changzhou, would have a disciple of unparalleled talent. Yaya, rest assured, your constitution is undoubtedly of supreme caliber. From now on, you shall study by my side. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. As he spoke, he retrieved a deep blue longsword from his spatial ring and presented it to Shangwan Yao, saying, This sword was obtained from the 10,000-year snow mountain in the northern region. It is a true spiritual treasure. Alas, it has long awaited a worthy master. Now it belongs to you. Before Shangwan Yao could decline, Qi Changzhou addressed Shangwan Hu. City Master Shangwan, you have performed exceedingly well in this task. Choose any city that starts with sword and assume the role of city master without delay. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Should anyone oppose your appointment, simply invoke my name. Shangwan Hu remained in a state of bewilderment. His daughter possessed a constitution of supreme caliber. Before he could revel in this revelation, he hastily responded, Thank you, City Master Qi, for your elevation. All eyes are now fixated on the 2 remarkable women, Xianxia and Shangwan Yao. In Lingyuan City, the sudden emergence of 2 such extraordinary talents is nothing short of astonishing. Only Lu Chenyu and Lu Tingjing were expressions devoid of joy. Regret gnaws at their hearts for not having urged Qi Changzhou to join them sooner. Otherwise, they too would have had a share in the coveted 9-spirit creation pill. Lu Tingjing cast a sidelong glance at Xianxia, her voice laced with envy. Cousin, congratulations are in order. By the way, where's your fiancé? Did he not accompany you? It is evident that Xianxia is destined to surpass her. Thus, Lu Tingjing resorts to exploiting Xianxia's vulnerability, her unmarried status, to undermine her confidence. Fiancé. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was referring to Su Cheng. She began scanning the crowd, inquiring, "By the way, Yao Yao, where is Su Cheng? I haven't seen him." Shangguan Yao promptly joined the search, exclaiming, "Where could Su Cheng possibly be? He has truly vanished." The two women exchanged glances, their lips quivering, and a profound sorrow washed over their faces. Could it be that Su Cheng had plummeted into the depths of the ocean alongside the subterranean palace? Little do they know, at that very moment, Su Cheng was reveling in his good fortune, having amassed a fortune of 20 million spirit crystals. He had stowed away the contents of several ships within his spatial ring. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly noticed that someone was concealed beneath the ship's hold. A familiar face, no less.